Chapter 301. Swordbearer Branch. Exchange Hall Information Desk. A tall young man in silver armor stepped forward. "Hello, how may I help you?" The young staff member's eyes lit up upon seeing Ryan, and she immediately stood up. "I'd like to appraise an item." "Yes, sir, please follow me." The young woman led Ryan to the lounge nearby. Then the young woman continued, "Sir, is your item a potion, equipment, or raw materials? Because different items involve different areas, I need to contact different appraisers." "It should be raw materials," Ryan said after a moment's thought. "Yes, sir, if it's raw materials, I recommend Master Dibs from our branch. He's quite skilled in raw materials appraisal." "Yes," Ryan nodded. Ryan wasn't particular about the selection of appraisers. As long as they could answer his questions, they were fine. "By the way, Master Ryan, Master Dibs's appraisal fee ranges from 50 to 200 merit points, depending on the specific item's value. So what do you think?" "No problem," Ryan nodded. "Yes, sir. Please show me your emblem." When Ryan handed her the crystal emblem, the young woman was stunned. She took it with both hands, looked at him with respect, smiled sweetly, and quickly left. A moment later, an elderly man with curly gray hair and a thick yellow beard entered, following the young woman. "Master Ryan, this is Master Dibs." "Master Dibs, this is the diamond-level swordbearer captain, Lord Ryan," the girl introduced. "Huh? A diamond-level swordbearer captain?" Dibs's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, and he looked at Ryan in disbelief. He hadn't looked down on Ryan, because he was so young, but it was also true that he didn't think much of him. "Captain Ryan, hello." Dibs's attitude immediately became more serious. "Master Dibs, hello." Ryan bowed slightly and continued, "I need your help in identifying something. This is what I was doing when I was fighting an enemy." When Ryan pulled a red heart-shaped crystal from a wooden box, Dibs's surprise deepened. Dibs carefully lifted the red crystal and examined it. After a moment, he said, "According to Captain Ryan, after the enemy used this lava heart to strengthen a lava monster, the lava monster became a lava giant. This clearly indicates its origin. This should be the heart of a legendary-level lava giant. Actually, there are several sources of lava hearts. Any lava creature with legendary strength has a certain chance of generating one. But if it's the heart of a lava hound, then after the lava monster incorporates this lava heart, it will transform into a lava hound." Ryan nodded at this. But he was actually more interested in the lava heart's purpose than its origin. "Master Dibs, what exactly is the use of this lava heart? Besides being a means of strengthening lava creatures when summoning them," Ryan asked. "If that was its sole function, it would be quite useless to him." Hearing Ryan's question, Master Dibs chuckled and said, "Haha, Captain Ryan, this lava heart is extremely rare. At least, it's not in our branch's exchange catalog. If you want to exchange it, you have to go to the Imperial Capital headquarters. Plus, it has a wide range of uses. For example, it can be used on special war golems. This dual-element energy crystal, combining fire and earth, is perfect for powering war golems inscribed with lava-based sorcery arrays. Second-rate uses for giant golems inscribed with fire-based sorcery arrays. While the energy conversion efficiency is slightly lower, it's still very practical. For individuals, if you hold this lava heart in your hand while casting lava-based sorcery, or if you make it into a staff, it can increase the power of the sorcery by approximately 1.5 levels. Of course, if it's pure fire magic, the power increase might only be around 10%. If it's earth magic, the increase would be even less, perhaps less than 0.5%. Ryan listened thoughtfully. After a moment's reflection, he pointed at the lava heart and asked, "Master Dibs, if it's used as a power source for a war golem or giant puppet, does it only have to be used once?" "Of course not, Sir Ryan. If the energy in your lava heart is depleted, it can be slowly restored by placing it in the magma. Generally speaking, it will be fully replenished in about 2 weeks. Of course, after repeated use, it won't return to its original full state, but it should generally be able to store around 70% to 80% of its energy." Ryan understood this point perfectly. Dibs's description immediately reminded him of the electric car batteries of his past life. Similarly, after repeated use, the power storage effect began to diminish. In fact, after hearing this, Ryan had a relatively comprehensive understanding of the general purpose of the lava heart. So Ryan put the lava heart away and, at the same time, took out a section of the metal prosthetic limb that belonged to Tetsuo and handed it to Master Dibs, saying, "Master, have you done any research on this?" This is a puppet component." "Such fine workmanship." Dibs' eyes lit up. He gently stroked the inside of the metal prosthetic with his fingers, observing the internal structure. This level of craftsmanship must have been created by a master of puppetry. I'm not particularly familiar with it. Master, I just went to the library and noticed that our branch doesn't seem to have any specific drawings or books related to puppetry. Most of them are generalities, Ryan asked. Yes, that's right. As far as I know, detailed information on this subject should only be found in the imperial capital or at the construction school. Most masters of puppetry are also found there. Perhaps Lord Ryan could ask them. Construction school? Ryan immediately thought of the Bishio Construction School. When he purchased the Sorcery Metal Transfiguration, the note listed Bishio Construction School as the supplier. Yes, the construction school. The construction school's research focuses on puppet creations and other types of sorcery artifacts. Dibs nodded. And what about this crystal? Ryan asked, pulling out the smaller, white crystal from the metal prosthesis. Oh, this is a purified energy crystal. Crystals with mixed properties can be uniformly purified into neutral crystals through a special purification array, thus expanding their application range. I see. Ryan nodded. Ever since seeing Tianan's metal prosthetic limb, Ryan had been developing new ideas about metal transfiguration and metal wizards. He longed to learn more about puppetry, but judging by the current situation, he might only have such an opportunity after joining the Bishu Constructor School or traveling to the imperial capital. He needed to think carefully about this. Before leaving the exchange hall, Ryan replenished his hardened adamantite and enchanted thorium ingots and exchanged them for a spear-throwing skill, shadow spear throwing. Afterward, Ryan headed towards his residence. As for why he chose the extraordinary skill of javelin throwing, it was primarily because, after encountering a lava giant, a massive creature covered in scorching magma and difficult to approach, he once again felt the limitations of his own ranged attack capabilities. It wasn't that the bow wasn't effective. It was that a tiny arrow, compared to a giant creature reaching 9 meters in height and weighing tens or even hundreds of tons, could inflict extremely limited damage. It was really no different from a toothpick. But javelin throwing was different. A heavy spear, hurled at high speed, could also inflict considerable damage on a giant creature. And don't forget, Ryan's innate sorcery was metal transfiguration. This meant he could adjust the weight and length of his spear at any time, thereby increasing its power. Of course, there was another, more important reason. That was the second prerequisite for advancing to the epic class, the Lord of Thousand Blades, mastering 9 different secrets. Ryan had already achieved this 5/9, and only needed to achieve 4 more. By advancing to the Warhammer Wizard, Ryan gained the core skill, Soul-Shattering Hammer, which was incredibly powerful. As the epic class, the Lord of Thousand Blades, once the transition was successful, Ryan believed his strength would undoubtedly surge. Of the 5 prerequisites, conditions 1 and 4 had already been met, and condition 5, the attribute point requirement, at this point, wasn't a problem. That meant condition 2, mastering 9 different secrets, and condition 3, achieving a physical level 2 breakthrough of over 90%. These would require considerable time and effort to achieve. Ryan's physical level 2 breakthrough had reached 52%, and it wouldn't be long before he could reach the peak Grand Knight level. This rapid progress is primarily due to 2 factors. First, continuous skill leveling has resulted in strength, agility, and vitality all reaching 46 or above, with strength reaching 48. Second, the quality of his breathing technique has improved. The subtle effects of these past few days alone have increased Ryan's level 2 physical limit breaking point by nearly 2 percentage points. So, as an epic class, the Thousand Blades King isn't particularly difficult to transition to, making it Ryan's natural choice. As for witchcraft, after upgrading the defensive metal barrier to level 12, you can put it aside for now, unless you encounter another more suitable spell. Ryan unfolded a pale yellow parchment scroll, revealing the Shadow Spear throwing technique. After carefully reading and studying Shadow Spear throwing technique from beginning to end, Ryan closed his eyes slightly and began to ponder. With a foundation in 5 different types of extraordinary combat skills, mastering Shadow Spear throwing was now relatively easy for Ryan. After merely flipping through it a few times, a system notification appeared. You have learned Shadow Spear throwing, and your understanding has improved. You have mastered a new skill. Shadow Spear throwing. Your Shadow Spear throwing skill has been improved, with an experience point increase of 1. Among the dozen or so skill icons at the bottom of the Weapon Master, Legendary, class panel, a new one lit up. Shadow Spear throwing technique level 1, 1/100. The icon was simple. A muscular figure with legs spread wide apart, his left arm extended diagonally upwards, his right arm grasping a spear, spinning and throwing. Although Ryan could still improve his shadow spear throwing proficiency through self-study, this time he planned to adopt a more efficient method. In an office on the second floor of the training building, a young female staff member was reporting something to a burly middle-aged man. "What did you say?" "A diamond-level swordsman captain wants to see me?" the burly man asked, unable to conceal his surprise. "Yes, Instructor Azura, Lord Ryan has requested you for private training." "Please look over here," the young staff member said respectfully. "But I don't think I've heard of the name Ryan. I know several of the diamond-level swordsman captains in the branch. Could he be a newcomer?" Azura looked skeptical. After a moment's thought, he immediately nodded and agreed, "No problem on my end. I'd be over now." His training fees were high, unaffordable for the average swordsman, so he mostly taught in small classes. This was true for the other instructors as well. But instructors naturally preferred one-on-one training. It was less tiring and more rewarding. No one would argue with merit points. Of course, Lord Ryan also wants it to begin immediately, the young staff member laughed. When Azra entered the room and saw Ryan's youthful face, he wondered, could I be mistaken? So young, and already a Diamond Star swordsman captain? But he certainly couldn't say that to his face. "Hey, Lord Ryan, could you please throw it once for me to see?" Azra said, picking up a steel short spear from the training room and handing it to Ryan. "Of course." Ryan smiled, taking the spear and weighing it. "Just a little light." Suddenly, Ryan spun around, twisted his hips, and took a step forward. A flash of silver lightning shot from Ryan's fingertips, shooting straight towards the attack power tester dozens of meters away. After the spear shadow passed, a sharp whistling sound was heard. This indicated that the spear's speed had exceeded the speed of sound. Bang! The short steel spear had penetrated nearly halfway into the massive cylindrical metal block on the attack power tester. The estimated depth was approximately 0.7 to 0.8 meters. Hiss! Azra's eyes suddenly widened, and the corners of his eyes twitched. "With this kind of power, how dare you claim you're a novice and need training? I'm afraid he's teaching me the opposite." "Sir Raylene, have you never practiced spear throwing?" Azra changed the address to you. "Yes, I just learned it today." "Oh well." For a moment, Azra didn't know what to say. He carefully recalled Raylene's throw. It was nearly perfect. If anything, it was his hand position. So, Sir Raylene might have just learned spear throwing. Your core stabilization in your waist and abdomen, as well as your overall rotational explosive power, don't require additional training. Well, you just need to pay a little attention to some minor details, like finger pressure and force control. The rest is just more practice. After a short while, under Azra's meticulous guidance, and with the added bonus of his talent, primary supernatural enlightenment, passive, Raylene's shadow spear throwing had reached level 4, 12 out of 1,000, in just one morning. The speed was beyond imagination. Noon. Ryan had just reached the door of his third-floor suite when he spotted Alina walking down the hallway. Alina smiled faintly at Ryan and said, "Sir Ryan, I was just looking for you." There's a response from the Axon auction house. Hearing Alina's words, Ryan raised an eyebrow, wondering, so fast? "Sir Alina, thank you for your hard work. Come in and talk." The two sat down in the living room. "Last night, I reported this matter to Admiral Edward, and he was quite angry. After receiving the Admiral's authorization, I spoke with the Oren's family representative, Draco, this morning. They've expressed their willingness to unconditionally transfer 10% of the shares of the Munster branch of the Axon auction house to Lord Ryan. These shares originally belonged to the Marquis of Oren's family and constitute their entire holdings in the Munster branch." 10%? Ryan was slightly taken aback. He remembered that when Drake had discussed this with him, it had only been 2%. The other party had stated that the annual profit was approximately 20,000 gold. So, 10% now would mean an annual dividend of nearly 100,000 gold, a considerable return. "I'd like to ask, Lord Ryan, are you satisfied with this compensation?" Ryan thought for a moment and asked, "Lord Alina, what are your thoughts?" The capable young woman pondered for a moment, then said, "This is what I mean, Lord Ryan. If we report this matter to the Imperial Council of Elders, the losses to the other party may be even greater, but it will not benefit you, Lord Ryan. Also, you defeated the Bloodtop mercenaries. From what I understand, they probably don't have a team more powerful than this one. In other words, they can only pose a threat to you if they choose to personally intervene, but that possibility is extremely small. Therefore, I personally suggest that Lord Ryan consider accepting this 10% stake as compensation. Whether you choose to hold onto it or sell it, you can both generate substantial returns." Ryan thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Yes, Lord Alina, let's proceed according to your approach. However, as for the shares, can they be placed in someone else's name? As long as Lord Ryan authorizes and agrees, this shouldn't be a problem, Alina nodded. Meanwhile, the capable young woman was quite curious about this person. Could he be one of Lord Ryan's two mistresses? Alina naturally assumed Veronica and Evelyn, who were on Ryan's team, were his mistresses. But if only one was given the power, how could the other be dealt with? For Ryan, his strength would only grow stronger with the passage of time. By then, this Marquis family, while a threat to him now, in another 6 months, would be nothing more than an ant in his eyes. At this stage, if he could acquire a 10% stake in the Axon auction house and leverage the business acumen of the beautiful woman Jennifer, he would likely be able to exchange it for valuable resources. Or through the Axon auction house, he could acquire some rare resources. By the way, Master Alina, regarding the Bishu Constructivist School, does it have a branch in Munster? Ryan asked, another question coming to mind. Not really, Alina shook her head. But the next second, a glint flashed in her beautiful eyes, as if she had remembered something. She said, Master Ryan, I've just remembered that there are several puppet masters from the Bishu Constructivist School in Munster lately. It actually has something to do with you. Do you remember the giant axe golem guards you defeated in Welsh County? These masters are currently in Munster researching this ancient cult puppet. If you have any questions, I can help you get in touch. Ryan nodded, smiling. That would be great, but I need to think about it first. I might have to trouble Master Alina then. You're welcome, Master Ryan. By the way, that research master, as you know, can be quite hot-tempered, so... Alina cautioned, choosing her words carefully. By the way, Master Ryan, I have one more thing to ask. Alina smiled, pulling something resembling an invitation from a bag beside her and handing it to Ryan. This is your invitation to the Viscountship. For days from now, on the last Sunday of the grass moon, this year's investiture ceremony will be held at the Duke of Munster's residence. Please don't forget to attend. Admiral Edward will also be in attendance. It's a grand occasion, one of the most important events of the year in Munster province. Ryan took it, glanced at it, nodded, and said, yes, I will attend. This was the same invitation he had received when he was a baron, but, unexpectedly, before the previous one was even used, this one had already been updated to become a Viscountship invitation. 12 o'clock in the evening. Near the provincial capital of Munster, in the small town of Barrington. Inside Ixter's residence. Briggs, is everything ready for collecting the blood crystals? Ixter asked with a smile, shaking the Bordeaux mixture in his glass. High Priest, we're still one short. Barring any unexpected events, we have it by tomorrow. Yes, speed things up. Ixter took a sip of his Bordeaux and turned to ask, Freeman, how are you doing? Any updates from Munster? High Priest, there's something going on. It seems Ryan, the one I mentioned last time, battled with a quasi-legendary last night. Judging from the battle, Ryan's strength seems to have improved again, Freeman said with a worried look on his face. TSK, Freeman, you've been scared by the beating you've received in Munster. Quasi-legendary beings aren't something the High Priest should be concerned about, Briggs said, sneering. You? Freeman said with an annoyed look on his face. All right. But Briggs is right about one thing. As long as the opponent isn't a legend, they're not our focus, Ixter said with a smile. Chapter 302. Not far from the Munster Swordbearers branch. On the second floor of Mona Cafe, located on the street, Ryan and Alina were sipping coffee and chatting casually. Alina was naturally curious about to whom Ryan would transfer his 10% stake in the Munster branch of the Axon auction house. Just then, she glanced out the second-floor window and caught a glimpse of a luxurious carriage slowly pulling up to the entrance of the cafe. Most people wouldn't choose to sit in a cafe so early in the morning, so this person was most likely the real culprit. This immediately stirred a wave of excitement in Alina's heart. This must be the real deal. Was it the girl with the twin tails? Or the girl with fiery red hair? But the next moment, Alina's body stiffened slightly, her expression tinged with astonishment. She only saw a voluptuous, beautiful woman, her skirt lifted, sauntering from the carriage, exuding the air of a noble lady. She wore a light blue, one-shoulder silk gown and a pearl necklace, her bust revealing its prominence. And her exaggerated waist-to-hip ratio, even from a woman's aesthetic point of view, was enough to exclaim, what a beauty. But the problem was, from Alina's perspective, she could clearly see her face. She must be several years older than she was, right? This made Alina glance at Ryan. No way. So Lord Ryan likes small horses pulling large carts? But Alina quickly realized. Although Mr. Ryan is young, he is no pony. With a sculpted physique, he is a true steed, a BMW. But it's strange to see a horse pulling a large cart, isn't it? Could it be that Lord Ryan has some sort of hobby, a fondness for this kind of mature, charming, beautiful woman? Oh no, could Lord Ryan have taken a fancy to me too? The capable young woman, lost in thought, felt a sudden turmoil in her heart, a blush spreading across her fair face. Whereabout, Ryan was perplexed as to why Lady Alina's heartbeat seemed to quicken. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Sure enough, the beautiful woman Alina had seen earlier appeared at the door. A closer look confirmed Alina's judgment. While well-maintained, she must be a little older than she was. Let me introduce you, Jennifer. This is Lord Alina, Deputy Director of the Swordbearer Division's Mission Hall. Lord Alina, this is Baroness Jennifer Crowley, my housekeeper, and head of the Warhammer Rose Merchants Guild. Lord Ryan, this lady is truly stunning. Alina was even more shocked upon hearing the other person's title. Lord Ryan actually likes flowers that already have an owner. At the same time, she paused in silence for a few seconds for Baron Crowley, whom she had never met. Madam, you are about the same age as me. If you don't mind, may I call you by your first name, Jennifer? Of course. Lord Alina is truly beautiful, young, and holds a high position in the Empire. It's truly enviable. The beautiful woman said with a graceful demeanor, a slight nod, and a smile. The two women soon became familiar with each other. Since Ryan's schedule was packed, he couldn't afford to spend too much time chatting. He simply coughed and said, Ms. Alina, regarding the shares, just put them in Jennifer's name. She's more knowledgeable about business matters than I am. Okay, Mr. Ryan. Shares? The beautiful woman blinked her large, beautiful eyes, a little bewildered. Early in the morning, Jennifer received a message from Mr. Ryan, asking her to come to Mona Cafe, but she was still a little confused. This capable young woman possessed the shrewdness of someone in the system, but there was a hint of shyness on her face. Could she be another of Mr. Ryan's? Seeing Jennifer's bewildered expression, Alina immediately understood. Didn't Mr. Ryan mention this to her? Mr. Ryan intends to transfer 10% of the shares of the Munster branch of the Axon Auction House to you, Jennifer. Although this matter has not yet been finalized, and will not take effect until we sign the contract, it is likely to be fine at this point, Alina explained. A 10% stake in a branch of the Axon Auction House? This statement immediately stunned Jennifer. Axon Auction House? She knew it all too well. Even a provincial branch held immensely lucrative interests, and the relationships involved were even more complex. Becoming a shareholder in Axon Auction House had never even crossed Jennifer's mind before. But she hadn't expected it to fall to her now. However, Jennifer had a vague feeling that this 10% stake might be somehow connected to the battle the day before yesterday. Jennifer, I think you should take the lead on the business matters. My energy is limited, and I don't have the time to fully utilize this resource, Ryan added. For a moment, the beautiful woman was a bit bewildered. It wasn't that she lacked confidence in this undertaking, but she suddenly didn't know how to thank Ryan. She truly didn't know. After all, everything that could be developed had already been developed. Yes, Lord Ryan is a rising star in our Swordbearer Munster branch, and will become a pillar of the Empire in the future. Jennifer, I'm afraid I have to trouble you with the business matters, Alina said with a smile. All right then. I just hold the shares on your behalf, but becoming a shareholder in the auction house will be a huge help to the Warhammer Rose Chamber of Commerce. The beautiful woman thought better of it, and didn't refuse. Recently she'd been busy with business development, but progress had been minimal. Once she truly became a shareholder in the Axon Auction House, not only would these problems be solved, but the Chamber of Commerce would also usher in a new period of rapid development. She didn't want to miss this opportunity. Besides, Ryan really couldn't be bothered with these business matters. Jennifer, I go with you to the Axon Auction House branch at 2 p.m. to sign the equity transfer agreement with them, okay? Alina said. Yes, Your Excellency Alina. Your Excellency Ryan, Jennifer, I'd be leaving first. I need to prepare some things. Of course, Your Excellency Alina, please. Ryan nodded. Now, Ryan and the beautiful woman were the only ones left in the private room. Dear, the shares don't have to be in my name. Put them in. Jennifer, this is happily settled. With no one else around, Ryan's hand naturally rested on the beautiful woman's soft spot. This made the beautiful woman blush slightly, but she nodded tactfully and offered a passionate kiss. Her hands began to slide down, actively untying the knot. After a moment, the beautiful woman shyly wiped the corner of her mouth. But Ryan clearly wasn't satisfied. He pulled the curtains off the private room and easily placed the beautiful woman on the coffee table. One hand grasped her slender waist, the other lifted the hem of her off-the-shoulder dress. 10,000 words omitted here. At this moment, Alina, who had just left the cafe, suddenly remembered something she had forgotten to tell Lord Ryan. So, having just reached the entrance to the swordbearers section, she turned back again. But when she glanced at the private room she had just been in, she was startled. She was certain the curtains had been open when she was in the room, and she had even watched Jennifer enter. But now they were closed. Could it be? They were clapping their hands? Alina's heart was filled with a raging fire of gossip. But after quickly reaching the door, she thought for a moment and slowed down her pace. She didn't dare go upstairs or into the nearby private room to eavesdrop. The reason was simple. Because Lord Ryan's power was so formidable, the mere sound of her footsteps in the hallway would be instantly noticed by him. If she disturbed him, it would be counterproductive. She'd better wait downstairs. An hour later, the beautiful woman finally rested on the soft sofa. She panted heavily, brushed her slightly disheveled hair from her ear, and looked at Ryan wearily. "My dear, you're truly amazing." She had already done it 3 times, otherwise she would have been seriously injured. Knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. The beautiful woman immediately straightened up and quickly adjusted her appearance. Master Alina. Master Ryan, I'm sorry, I forgot to tell you something important. Alina looked straight ahead, but her nose was already picking up that familiar scent. Master Ryan, I've already made an appointment with Master Magro of the Bishu School of Construction. Master Magro will meet with you in 3 days. These masters have rather peculiar tempers. I had to tell them that you had captured the giant axe golem guard before Master Magro agreed to meet with you, Alina said somewhat helplessly. Ryan nodded and said, "That's perfect. Thank you, Master Alina." Ever since Alina had mentioned to him that several masters of the Bishu School of Construction were researching the giant axe golem guard in Munster, he had been planning to find an opportunity to speak with them. He mainly wanted to ask them about some matters within the school. If the conditions were right, he would be interested in furthering his studies there. Because the Bishu Construction School seems to have a lot of metal-based magic, and puppetry and metal magic are highly compatible. Perhaps he will gain some additional benefits from the Bishu Construction School. After bidding farewell to the beautiful woman Jennifer, Ryan returned to his residence at the branch office. After taking another shower, Ryan went out again, feeling refreshed. Not long after, he returned, holding a pale yellow parchment scroll. Before, due to insufficient gold skill points, the task of perfecting the breathing method was temporarily put on hold. Now that my total gold skill points have reached 17, I can naturally continue with it. After pouring a cup of Yodon black tea, Ryan sat at his desk, opened the parchment scroll containing the giant firebird breathing method, and began to read it carefully. About half an hour later, Ryan put the parchment scroll down, leaned back in his chair, and began to ponder. This giant firebird breathing method only has 22 moves. It may not be as good as the fire wing flying serpent breathing method, but it should be enough to take the fire dragon breathing method, which already has 29 moves, to a new level. Without much hesitation, Ryan entered the training room and immediately began practicing the giant firebird breathing method. The first move of the giant firebird breathing method was also strange, similar to the toe bridge pose from Ryan's previous life's yoga, but for Ryan, it was naturally no difficulty. In a few seconds, Ryan completed the first move. Then came the second move. About half an hour later, Ryan had successfully completed all 22 moves of the giant firebird breathing method. At this moment, a system prompt sounded, ding! The host's giant firebird breathing technique has been detected, reaching the minimum level for integration with the fire dragon breathing technique. The current conditions are met, and can be fused into a new breathing technique. This fusion requires 2 gold skill points. Do you want to choose to fuse? Huh? Only 2 gold skill points are required this time? That's good. Ryan nodded secretly, and immediately selected yes. Then, on the Weapon Master, Legend, panel, the LV-14 Fire Dragon breathing technique flickered a few times before being downgraded to LV-13, with the words Unknown Breathing Technique appearing. Do you want to rename the new breathing technique? No. As expected, this time it's only downgraded by 1 level. The more excellent quality breathing techniques you integrate, the more gradual the improvement will be. This will require a breathing technique of a higher level than excellent to integrate. At the same time, a flood of memories of the new breathing technique began to flood into Ryan's mind. After he absorbed these memories, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Detected. The host's Fire Dragon breathing technique has been upgraded to Legendary breathing technique. The host can gradually transform certain recessive gene fragments within their bloodline into dominant ones through this breathing technique. Bloodline? Could it be that there are some unknown secrets within my own bloodline? After reading the system notification several times, Ryan remained puzzled. For, as far as he knew, his parents had always been ordinary farmers in shimmering Gold Town, and he had never heard them mention any illustrious family history. Could it be that, long ago, my ancestors were some kind of noble bloodline? In that case, perhaps I can ask my mother about it at dinner tonight. Also, what exactly does the recessive gene fragment mentioned in the system notification represent? Ryan pondered for a moment, then shook his head slightly. We knew too little at the moment, and even speculation was a bit of a clue. He decided not to dwell on the matter for now. This is the annoying thing about the system. Sometimes it suddenly becomes a riddle. However, when Ryan focused his attention on his body, he could clearly sense a difference. Not only had the activity of the force increased, but it seemed as if some subtle changes were also occurring deep within his body. But he could sense that this seemed to be a positive development. Ryan then reviewed the new fire dragon breathing technique, which had been elevated to the legendary level, in his mind. As expected, the fire dragon breathing technique had a full 32 postures. This also gave Ryan a vague confirmation of something. It's likely that the presence of 30 postures in a breathing technique is the critical point the system determines, distinguishing between excellent and legendary quality. Curious about the effects of the legendary breathing technique, Ryan quickly began practicing in the training room. This level of difficulty. It took Ryan half a minute to master just the first posture, a qualitative difference from the previous excellent breathing techniques that took only seconds. Sure enough, quantitative change leads to qualitative change. After practicing for a little over half an hour, Ryan reached the 25th posture, when beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Of course, this was without Ryan trying to control it. This level of training effect. Ryan's eyes lit up. After about a quarter of an hour, Ryan finally completed the entire set of movements, his forehead now covered with fine beads of sweat. This is only level 13 fire dragon breathing, and the effects are so remarkable. Just like the first time I encountered giant bear breathing, Ryan thought to himself. What if I take it to a higher level? No, I've missed something. Ryan suddenly thought. After a quick rinse, he went out again and arrived at the exchange hall. But on his way there, a system notification quietly appeared. Congratulations. Your agility attribute has been increased. Exchange hall. Hello, sir. How can I help you? Please list all the excellent level breathwork techniques for me. I'd like to exchange them for some. Except for these two, I don't want the fire-winged serpent breathwork and the fire-tailed scorpion breathwork. I take all the others. Ryan said, pointing to the 2 lines of white text on the black wisdom slate in front of him. The female staff member's eyes widened instantly, and she stammered slightly, Sir, could you please repeat it? I don't want these 2. I take all the others. Sir, there are still 4 excellent quality breathwork techniques left. Sir, according to the sword bearer's regulations, the breathwork you exchange can only be used by yourself. Are you aware of this? The female staff member reaffirmed and reminded him. Yes, I understand. I plan to research it. Is that not okay? What? Is there a branch rule that prevents all exchange? Ryan looked slightly puzzled. No, sir. What I mean is that you have to pay 4 gold medals, plus 7,800 merit points. Such a large sum. Yes, I understand. I think I have enough mission evaluation medals and merit points, don't I? Ryan, naturally aware of the young staff member's kind reminder, said with a pleasant smile. Since you understand everything, sir, I handle it for you. The young staff member immediately remembered that the swordsman before her was a diamond star, and her reminder seemed unnecessary. Soon, Ryan returned to his room with the last 4 remaining high-quality breathing techniques in the branch, which had not yet been redeemed. Moon Fury Tiger Breathing Technique, Frost Blade Leopard Breathing Technique. Spending several hours and 8 gold skill points, Ryan mastered all 4 breathing techniques and integrated them into the Fire Dragon Breathing Technique. This increased the number of Fire Dragon breathing techniques from 32 to 36, while also lowering the skill level to level 12. At this level, further improvement through the fusion of higher quality breathwork techniques would be extremely difficult. But Ryan could sense that the changes deep within his body brought about by the new Fire Dragon breathing technique were becoming increasingly noticeable. Although he only had 7 gold skill points remaining, Ryan thought for a moment and added 1 to Fire Dragon breathing. Since Shadow Spear Throw was still some distance away from using gold skill points, he only needed to reserve 1 for the future advancement to the ultimate realm. At this moment, a system notification came. Congratulations. Your constitution attribute has increased. Congratulations. Your strength attribute has increased. Did it increase? But it seems it's still a little short of feeling the surge within my body. So, Ryan added another point to fire dragon breathing. As his fire dragon breathing technique reached level 14, Ryan felt a shackle deep within him snap, shattering with a crack, and something erupted. Ryan pulled up his attribute panel and was startled to discover a new description. Dragon Bloodline, Thin, Effect. Slightly increases fire affinity, slightly increases the effectiveness of the Great Strength talent, and slightly increases the effectiveness of the Steel Body talent. His. At this moment, Ryan began to understand the system's description of the manifestation of recessive genes. The legendary level of fire dragon breathing channeled and strengthened the dormant dragon bloodline gene fragment within him. But the problem arises. Even if it's thin, it must exist to guide and strengthen. You can't just create something out of nothing, right? Could it be that my family, long ago, was a dragon family? Am I a descendant of dragon blood? It was dinner time. Ryan returned to the mansion and enjoyed dinner with his family. Mother, I want to ask you something. Were there any nobles among your ancestors? Those more prominent nobles? Ryan asked obliquely. Ryan, what suddenly occurred to you? Of course not. If there were, your father and I wouldn't be in this situation now, said his mother, Emma, with a strange look. She didn't understand why her son would ask such a seemingly foolish question. Well, father, what about your family? Were there any outstanding figures among our ancestors? Ryan, still a little unwilling to give up, turned his head and asked his father, old Ryan. Outstanding figure? I've never heard of that. However, there is a legend, just a legend. It is said that thousands of years ago, before the establishment of the Dragon Empire, there was a fire dragon kingdom in this land. The ruler of this kingdom possessed the special ability to contract fire dragons, and our Kalen family is descended from a branch of this kingdom's ruler. Bah! Shameless. It happened thousands of years ago, and you're still talking about descendants? There's no record of this in ancient books, so don't try to flatter yourself. Mother Emma said to old Ryan in annoyance. Hey! My son asked me. I told you it's just a legend, and it can't be taken literally, old Ryan said with a look of embarrassment. Chapter 303. Father Ryan's words struck Ryan like a bolt of lightning. Father, perhaps this legend is true, Ryan said, looking at his father, who was being bullied by his mother, Emma. Look, Ryan agrees too. Upon hearing this, his father, Ryan, couldn't help but laugh. Emma, seeing this, wanted to retort to Ryan, but out of love for her son, she stammered, Ryan is being filial. He knows how to go along with your wishes. Sister Mint giggled as she listened. Jenny and Agatha, standing by, couldn't help but smile. Only the beautiful woman, Jennifer, looked at Ryan intently, her eyes flickering as she seemed to ponder the meaning of Ryan's words. After dinner, Ryan and the beautiful woman, Jennifer, chatted for a while in the study. The main topic, of course, was the transfer of shares in the Munster branch of the Axon auction house. Did things go well this afternoon? Very well. Deputy Minister Alina is a strong negotiator and sharp-tongued. I barely said a word. By the way, dear, do I need to say anything to Deputy Minister Alina? Asked the beautiful woman Jennifer. Just do as you see fit. Hearing Ryan's response, the beautiful woman felt a slight sense of relief. She had previously been puzzled as to why this Lady Alina was so dedicated to her family's affairs. Now it seemed that Ryan and her didn't have that kind of relationship, otherwise she wouldn't have such an attitude. If Ryan had found a young woman with extraordinary powers, the beautiful woman wouldn't have been so nervous. But the woman was clearly a young woman, and quite capable, which still made her a little nervous. After all, if Ryan had that kind of relationship with her, they would be competing on the same page. By the way, Jennifer, as a shareholder of the auction house, you should have some special rights, right? Ryan asked. Ryan was relatively concerned about this. He had previously considered whether he could use the auction house to acquire items not easily accessible within the Sword-Bearer organization. Yes, I took a quick look at the shareholders' charter. It states that shareholders will be informed in advance of items entrusted to the Axon auction house for auction and enjoy a certain degree of preemptive purchase rights. Of course, even with preemptive purchase rights, the price is still quite high, requiring a premium of 130% to 150% of the appraised value, with variations depending on the specific item. It's pretty much what I expected. Jennifer, please keep an eye out for breathing techniques of excellent quality or higher, metal or fire magic, and related rare items. Okay, dear. The beautiful woman naturally had no problem with Ryan's request. By the way, regarding your security, relying solely on Mateo and the others is definitely not enough at the moment. While you strengthen your security, if necessary, you can contact Very. Although he's also an Imperial sword bearer and may have some official business, it shouldn't be a problem if you let him know in advance. Very? Isn't he your dear colleague? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The beautiful woman thought for a moment and said tactfully. It's okay. He offered to become my follower, and I agreed. Ryan thought for a moment and informed the beautiful woman of the matter. A Grand Knight level follower? And he offered it voluntarily. The beautiful woman was stunned, her eyes widening. You have to remember that she had practically gambled on her daughter Ginny's future happiness in order to find a family guardian knight, but here on Ryan's side, even a Grand Knight was willing to become his follower. My God! The disparity was truly enormous. Since the beautiful woman had eaten a full meal at the cafe that morning, she was now in a state of wanting but not being able to. So that night, Ryan chose not to stay at the mansion, but instead returned to his quarters at the executor branch. As it happened, he had a few things to do. After practicing crafting mithril plate armor dozens of times, Ryan returned to his study, opened a diary he had found on Asimov's person, and began to peruse it. This diary was unlike the less serious ones Ryan had seized before. It contained no romantic stories. It primarily recorded some of Asimov's knowledge of bloodline awakening rituals, as well as bloodline transplant experiments he had personally experienced or conducted. After all, no one wanted to be plagued by the aftereffects of a bloodline transplant forever. At first, Ryan wasn't particularly interested in the diary. The reason was that, having only briefly glanced through it, he hadn't considered bloodline transplantation to be a legitimate path. Furthermore, he had no personal connection to bloodline. He wasn't a member of the bloodline nobility. But after he awakened his dragon bloodline, things changed. A good example can be learned from others. Even if he didn't perform a bloodline transplant, understanding the bloodline ritual would be beneficial. In the year 2324 of the imperial calendar, on the first day of the first week of the Moon of Grass, I transplanted a portion of the Moon Soul Werewolf's bloodline essence into a captive of the rank of knight. Although the captive was quite strong and withstood the experimental surgery, he still died of physical collapse 3 days later. Damn, they're all useless. In the year 2324 of the imperial calendar, on Sunday of the second week of the Moon of Flowers, useless. Not a single one of them could withstand it. Ryan read the entire diary from beginning to end. After a moment, he closed the book and closed his eyes to ponder. He could basically draw a few conclusions. One was about bloodline transplantation. Based on the hundreds of experiments personally conducted by Asimov, in order to have a high success rate for bloodline transplantation, first, the subject must be strong enough, and second, their desire to survive must be strong enough. Only then would the success rate of the experiment be significantly increased. Excessive racial disparity can lead to a more vulnerable body. Experimental records indicate this problem exists, especially in innovative transplant experiments, where the probability is very high. Another factor is the bloodline awakening ritual. While these rituals vary, their purpose remains the same, to increase the bloodline concentration of the offspring, making them more suitable for practicing the family's corresponding bloodline breathing method. Of course, there are also those who achieve success by practicing the bloodline breathing method directly, without undergoing the bloodline awakening ritual. However, there are two possible reasons for this. Either the bloodline concentration is naturally high enough, eliminating the need for a bloodline ritual. This is what the bloodline aristocracy generally refers to as a prodigy. Or perhaps someone possesses an extraordinary aptitude and understanding for breathing techniques, thus activating their thin bloodline. Ryan is the latter. Using the legendary fire dragon breathing technique, he gradually reveals certain extraordinary qualities of his dragon bloodline. Ryan glanced at the dragon bloodline, then, on his dashboard, then at the remaining 7 gold skill points. I need to save at least 1 gold skill point to master the secrets of shadow spear throwing. That means I have a total of 6 points available, Ryan thought to himself. After some thought, Ryan tried to increase his fire dragon breathing skills. As he invested gold skill points bit by bit, he could clearly feel a slow transformation taking place within his body, a sensation of magma flowing through him, slowly intensifying. After investing 3 gold skill points in fire dragon breathing to level 15, Ryan noticed a new change in the description of his dragon bloodline on the attribute panel. Dragon bloodline, thin, effect. Slightly increases fire affinity, slightly increases the effectiveness of the great strength talent, slightly increases the effectiveness of the steel body talent, and strengthens war cry abilities. Note: Dragon bloodline development has reached its current physical limit. Further development requires increasing the bloodline's concentration. Huh? Still thin, but with the added description of a boost to Warcry abilities. Ryan pondered. Then he felt it. Through his keen perception, Ryan could sense that everything, including fire affinity, had actually improved. It was stronger than before the points were added. The improvement was only minor, so the word minor was still used in the description. Of course, what caught Ryan's most attention was the statement in the notes. Does it require increasing bloodline concentration? Currently, the dragon bloodline is thin. It only enhances existing talents or secrets, and hasn't awakened any dragon-like talents. Could it be that the bloodline concentration isn't high enough? As for how to increase bloodline concentration, Ryan focused his attention on Asimov's diary. Directly obtaining dragon blood is too difficult. The next step is to work on some dragonborn creatures. But there's no rush. We can improve Shadow's spear throwing first. 3 days later, early morning. In the training room within Ryan's room, a tall figure holding a shield was rapidly dodging, while Ryan stood still, holding a pure steel javelin. As a veteran knight, Angus, who had already mastered the shield defense secret, barrier, was quite powerful. However, facing Ryan's level 8 shadow spear throwing technique, he still struggled mightily. Had he just taken dozens of spears, his left arm was already aching slightly, and the surface of his beloved shield was even more dented. If he hadn't known his captain could repair the shield, Angus would have been heartbroken. But the problem was, other than taking them head-on, his high-speed movement seemed to have little effect. Basically, at a distance of 30 meters, it was nearly impossible for him to dodge Ryan's spears. Okay, Angus, shall we take a 5-minute break? Angus hadn't expected Ryan to actually ask for a break. After all, he'd been the first to get exhausted these past few days, and ask for a break. However, Angus naturally wouldn't refuse a rare break and immediately said with a smile, "Okay, Captain." In fact, the reason for this break was that Ryan's shadow spear throwing had reached its target, reaching level 9, 1/10,000. Next, he would naturally rely on skill points. After all, the experience points required after level 9 were enormous. Even with Ryan's gift of elementary transcendental comprehension and the meticulous guidance of his instructor, Azra, mastering a new transcendental combat skill from scratch wouldn't take just a few days. Ryan estimated that without skill points, it would take him at least several more months. Of course, this was still much better than the 7 or 8 years it took for a typical great knight to cultivate a single transcendental combat skill. To complete the task within a few days, the only option was to add points to cover the longest and most experience-intensive levels of 9, 10, and 11. Over the past few days, Ryan had continuously crafted mithril card plate armor, raising his Grand Armorsmith, Transcendent, to 6th level, thus gaining 2 more skill points and 2 more attribute points. Adding to the original 1 skill point, this brought the total to 3 skill points. Without hesitation, Ryan invested 3 skill points in succession, raising Shadow's spear throwing directly to 12th level. Instantly, a flood of memories of Shadow spear throwing's training flooded into Ryan's mind, quickly merging into his muscle and fascia memory. For a moment, it felt as if he had been alone in some mysterious dimension, undergoing over a decade of arduous training in Shadow spear throwing. At the same time, Ryan could vaguely sense that he was only a step away from mastering the subsequent evolutionary secrets of this skill. Faced with this situation, there was naturally nothing to think about. Keep adding points. With 1 gold skill point invested, Shadow spear throwing successfully reached level 13, and the system secrets notification finally rang. Congratulations, you've mastered the basic secret of Shadow spear throwing, Phantom Strike. Phantom Strike done. Now you're only missing 3 more extraordinary secrets for different weapon types to meet the class advancement requirements. At the same time, Ryan spotted a new icon directly above Shadow spear throwing on the Weapon Master Legend panel. The icon depicted a burly man wielding a short spear, striding forward. A spear had already been thrown, and he seemed to still be holding another. A closer look reveals that the spear in the man's hand is actually a lingering shadow, hence its slightly blurred appearance. In the lower left corner, the text describing the ultimate skill reads, Phantom Strike, Elementary Ultimate Skill, Effect, using a unique force-generating technique combined with throwing, hurls the spear with swift force, unleashing a powerful, penetrating blow. To upgrade Phantom Strike to an intermediate ultimate skill, the following conditions must be met. 1. Shadow spear throwing skill LVL 14 or higher. 2. Fire Dragon breathing technique LVL 12 or higher. 3. Strength 32, Agility 35, and Constitution 32 or higher. 4. Consume 1 gold skill point. Although Ryan still had 3 gold skill points remaining, He had no immediate intention of upgrading Phantom Strike to an intermediate ultimate skill. He intended to save the secrets for the remaining 3 extraordinary combat skills. Angus, let's begin. Ryan, delighted with his new secret, naturally wanted to try it out. Okay, Captain. After resting, Angus was in high spirits. He struck a few blows with his sword and shield before walking to the center of the field. By the way, Nero, cast a defensive spell on Angus, Ryan said after a moment's thought. Ryan's words immediately drew surprised glances from the 4, including Angus. I just realized something, and I might not be able to control the intensity of my attack, Ryan explained. I see. Okay, Captain. Nero nodded and muttered a spell, quickly adding a water film defensive spell to Angus's body. Seeing Angus assume a defensive stance with his shield, Ryan nodded, signaling for him to begin. The next second, everyone clearly saw Ryan still holding the steel spear, but a silver shadow suddenly appeared before Angus. Clang! A sharp metallic clash echoed. Angus retreated 7 or 8 steps, and the water barrier covering his body had already been pierced, and his specially crafted hardened adamantine shield was now on the verge of being pierced. Nero, Evelyn, and Very, standing by, were already stunned. Is this what you call enlightenment? He had directly grasped the secret. Nero's eyes twitched as he watched. With Ryan's current spear power, even a formal wizard with insufficient magical defense could be destroyed with just 1 spear. A slightly stronger one would be dispatched with just 2 spears at most. After their captain mastered the short spear throw, he became a wizard killer. Dong dong dong. Hey, Your Excellency Alina. After a few interactions, the members of Ryan's team became familiar with Alina, the Vice Minister of Mission Hall. Hello, Your Excellency Very. Alina nodded slightly as Very opened the door. At the same time, she turned to Ryan and said, Your Excellency Ryan, the time you agreed to meet with Master Magro is almost up. Do you think we should set off now? Of course. Wait a moment. Nilo, you can continue. I should be back soon. Ryan put down his spear, tidied himself up briefly, and set off. In the carriage, Ryan and Alina sat opposite each other. Over the past few days, Ryan had also learned more about the cooperation model between the sword bearers and other wizarding schools. While the sword wielder's letter of introduction serves as a token of honor, granting direct admission to a particular wizarding school, this type of training is more like short-term training. It's understandable that, given a 3 to 6 month program, the learning gained is naturally superficial, lacking the core knowledge. But for most sword wielders pursuing a wizarding path, this is more than sufficient. However, Ryan's situation is different from the average. First, he truly wants to learn something. Furthermore, he faces another challenge. It's unlikely that he can spend 6 months, for example, completely detached from combat, purely focusing on sorcery. Unlike others, he needs to earn system rewards through combat in order to maintain rapid improvement. Only in this way could he progress fastest. In this situation, the only solution was to formally join a school and, at the same time, contact a mentor within that school in advance to learn the more core knowledge in a teacher-disciple relationship. Applying the concepts from his previous life, this was like going from a short-term trainee to an exchange student, jointly trained by the sword bearer and the school, and receiving a diploma. So, Ryan spent a few days learning more about the situation. Master Magro of the Bishio Construction School is currently inspecting the remaining half of the giant axe golem guards at the Goddess Church. Alina's words interrupted Ryan's thoughts. Ryan's face was filled with confusion. Half of the giant axe golem guards are in the hands of the Goddess Church? That shouldn't be the case. As if sensing the hint of doubt in Ryan's expression, Alina chuckled softly and explained, Yes, Lord Ryan, you may not be aware of this, but there are some reasons for this. If a complete giant axe golem guard is stored in our branch, then it's very likely that headquarters will issue a transfer order to remove it. In that case, we won't be able to conduct research on the giant axe golem guard. But if the other half of the wreckage is somehow attributed to the Goddess Church, that's a different story. If headquarters wants to study it, they have to come to Munster. Even if headquarters truly wants to remove it, they need to coordinate with the Goddess Church first, which will be much more complex, and we benefit from some convenience. I see. Ryan nodded, smiling. The struggle between headquarters and local branches is perfectly normal. As the branch that captured the Troll Golem Guard, they always seek some autonomy or other rights. So, they've already completed their research on the other half, and are now with the church, correct? Yes, Your Excellency Ryan. Alina nodded. Also, I've checked again. Of the 3 masters from the Bishio Constructor School who have come this time, only Master Magro specializes in metal puppets, while the other two specialize in clay and rock puppets, respectively. Meanwhile, near the provincial capital of Munster, on the edge of the small town of Barrington, a group of 4 sturdy men wearing knight's plate armor and wizard's robes rode into the woods near Barrington. "Captain, our intelligence reports indicate that unidentified individuals have been active late at night here recently. They're likely cult members. But this place is so close to the provincial capital. It's unlikely the Black Flame cult would have their base so close, is it?" a team member questioned. "Yes, this place is too close to Munster. Setting up a base here would be courting death," another team member nodded in agreement. "That's great. We've completed our investigation and can rest up," the middle-aged knight dressed as the captain said solemnly. "Yes, we can rest up," a deep voice echoed from the nearby woods. "Who?" The 4 men immediately drew their weapons and took alert. Following their line of sight, a tall, black-robed figure slowly emerged from the dense forest, a blazing black flame in his hands. With a thrust of his hands, 4 pillars of black flame suddenly appeared, sweeping towards the 4 men. Black Flame Wall. It's a second-level sorcery. Run! The middle-aged knight roared in horror. But it was clearly too late. The next second. Boom! 4 pillars of black flame immediately overtook the 4 men, igniting them into human-shaped fireballs. Soon, the wailing faded to silence. Inside Ixter's residence. "High Priest, the little rats have been dealt with. However, you may need to move to another location. This is already the second wave of spies from the Empire," said Briggs respectfully. "Yes, it's almost time. Tomorrow is their awarding ceremony, but it's also ours, Ixter said with a smile. "It's time to give the Empire a surprise. What a pity, this town, where I've lived for so long." He tilted his head back, drank the last sip of his aged Bordeaux, stood up, and left the room. "Briggs, let's sacrifice this town with blood." Chapter 304. Ryan looked out the carriage window, and saw rows of houses lining both sides of the street. Most of these houses had exquisite reliefs of varying sizes on their exterior walls. Because this was the administrative district, most of the buildings were home to administrative offices. This was Ryan's second time climbing the stairs of Leavenworth Street. The last time, Ryan had strolled up with Veronica. Thinking of this, Ryan couldn't help but picture the pretty figure of the girl with twin ponytails. He wondered how she was doing on the front lines in Fishing Harbor Town. When would she be able to return safely to the branch? "By the way, Your Excellency Alina, how is the situation in Fishing Harbor Town?" Ryan asked. "It's not good. The branch has a number of assigned missions, and has mobilized a considerable number of sword-bearing teams to carry out missions along the coast of Rosby County and Meister," Alina said, her brows slightly furrowed. Ryan raised a brow, quite puzzled. This situation was truly beyond his expectations. He had originally thought that after Her Highness the Red Queen, Minia, had severely damaged the demonic tail 3-headed sea dragon, the situation would be one-sided. But now, things had taken another turn. How could this be? Isn't Her Highness Minia over there? Ryan couldn't help but ask. Well, Her Highness Minia actually left secretly a week ago, and returned to the Imperial capital. And the entire Imperial South Sea Fleet has now strategically retreated. Your Excellency, Ryan, this information remains confidential for now. Please keep it confidential. After a moment's thought, Alina lowered her voice. After all, the South China Sea Fleet's defensive retreat involved tens of thousands of naval officers and men, so concealing it was, to some extent, impossible. The only challenge was controlling the spread of the news. What? At this critical moment, His Highness Minia actually returned to the Imperial capital? What happened there? Ryan was slightly taken aback upon hearing the news. This kind of deployment, or even a spontaneous return, was incredibly unusual, and it only intensified Ryan's foreboding. It felt like a storm was brewing, dark clouds gathering. That? I'm not entirely sure, Alina said, shaking her head slightly. If that's the case, then why haven't I received any assignments? Admiral Edward is saying that Sir Ryan, having just completed so many gold-level missions, naturally needs a relatively long rest. Before Ryan could say anything, Alina continued, Sir Ryan, there's another piece of news you might be interested in. The last outbreak of the evil spirit in the painting, after a week of silence, has resurfaced in several counties across the province in the past few days, with the casualties increasing each time. Currently, all art exhibitions are prohibited throughout the entire province of Munster. We've also dispatched a team of gold-level swordbearers and elite members of the Goddess Church to jointly track down the whereabouts of the painting. Has it appeared again? Has a giant evil spirit appeared? Ryan frowned. Not yet. The reports so far have all involved the evil spirit of a normal-sized little boy, Alina said, shaking her head. Ryan nodded. He had been the first to engage the evil spirit clone, so he naturally knew how formidable it was. If the little boy's evil spirit hadn't merged, it would have been difficult for him to completely eliminate it, unless he found the mysterious oil painting. Furthermore, ever since he learned that Archbishop Gomez of the Goddess Church had been assassinated almost simultaneously that night, the connection between the two events was clear. The Black Flame Church was undoubtedly behind the evil spirit in the painting. They had used the giant evil spirit to attract some of the Goddess Church's top forces, seizing the opportunity to assassinate the Archbishop and catch the church off guard. Now, they were using the oil painting to frequently appear in various counties, seemingly gathering strength. A storm is brewing, Ryan thought to himself. At this moment, the carriage had arrived at the temple of the monsoon and ocean goddess, which Ryan had previously observed from afar. As a provincial cathedral, the temple before us was even more imposing than the one in Meister County. The towering and majestic temple's roof was crowned with spires of arches. While several Ionic columns still supported the main entrance, their number was far fewer than that of a county-level temple. Instead, the temple was adorned with numerous reliefs and statues, adding to its exquisite beauty. Following the steps of the temple, descending, the plaza at the base also featured an oval fountain. In the center of the fountain stood a statue of a woman, approximately 5 or 6 meters tall, holding a conch shell. Surrounding it were statues of figures dressed as Templars, priests, and others, some praising, some bowing, and some kneeling in various postures. The gurgling sound of spring water flowed continuously from the conch held by the goddess, forming a small waterfall that cascaded down. The surrounding defenses were extremely tight, with a guard every 5 steps and a sentry every 10. Clearly, after the assassination of the Archbishop, the temple had further strengthened its defenses. Following the announcement and confirmation, Ryan and Alina were soon led by a temple guard to the temple's reception room. The two of them didn't wait long in the temple's reception room. A few minutes later, an elderly man with a red beard, only about 1.5 meters tall, walked in quickly with a frown on his face, mumbling something. "Young man, it was you who defeated the giant axe golem guards. You're quite capable." Before Alina could even introduce herself, the man greeted Ryan with a voice as resounding as a bell. "Thank you, Master Magaro, for the compliment," Ryan said with a slight bow. When they first met, Ryan was quite curious about Magaro's height and distinctly different appearance from that of an ordinary human. "Hey, why didn't you bring your warhammer? I saw the wound on the giant axe golem guarding it. It must have been caused by some advanced hammer technique." Before Ryan could open his mouth, Magaro waved his hand, signaling Ryan that there was no need to explain. He continued, "Forget it. By the way, I heard you wanted to talk to me. I'm busy dismantling the golem, so I can only give you 10 minutes at most." Ryan couldn't help but glance sideways at Alina. She's got a strange temper indeed. No wonder Alina had to warn him. Since that was the case, Ryan decided to get straight to the point. "Master, I'd like to study at your school for a while. I heard you're a master of metal puppetry. I wonder if I could choose you as my mentor. Sorry, I have no plans to accept any more disciples. Besides, those of you sword-bearers who come here only stay at the academy for a few months or half a year, so you can't learn anything too complex." Magaro immediately shook his head like a rattle. "Of course, this is just my personal opinion. You can ask other masters." Hearing the other party's answer, Ryan's heart sank, considering that he was the only metal-based puppet master among the 3 masters who came this time. After thinking for a moment, Ryan said again, "Well, master, I'm also a metal-based wizard, so..." You're also a metal-based wizard? Aren't you a Grand Knight?" Magaro, the puppet master with halfling blood, looked at Ryan in surprise and asked. Clearly, he was beginning to have some interest in Ryan. Ryan didn't answer directly. Instead, he smiled slightly, quickly deformed the hardened adamantium on his armor, and cast the first-level metal-based spell, Metal Barrier. The next second, 3 hardened adamantium kite-shaped shields appeared on Ryan's body, slowly encircling him. Magaro froze, his eyes wide and his mouth open in shock and confusion. After a few seconds, he pointed at Ryan and tremblingly said, "How could your metal transfiguration be so fast?" "Metal Barrier, as your innate sorcery, is fast, so I understand. But how could your metal transfiguration be so fast?" Magaro repeated, awestruck. As a fellow metal wizard, Magaro saw clearly that Ryan hadn't held any shield, but in just a second, the metal in his hands had transformed into 3 kite-shaped shields. If this isn't metal transfiguration, then what is it? He was all too familiar with metal transfiguration. In other words, metal transfiguration has a wide range of applications in puppetry, and is arguably one of the most commonly used spells by wizards specializing in metal puppetry. But this spell is easy to learn but difficult to master. Many metal wizards within the school have been practicing it for 20 or 30 years, and it still takes them about a second to transform a steel shield. But what had he just seen? The young man before him had actually transformed 3 kite-shaped shields simultaneously. And it wasn't just ordinary steel, it was hardened adamantium. You know, transforming the same weight of hardened adamantium is much more difficult than transforming ordinary steel. Master, I've been practicing this spell diligently lately, Ryan explained with a smile. Just now, Ryan had slightly glossed over the casting time of his innate spell, Metal Transfiguration. He didn't deliberately delay the casting of Metal Barrier, still taking about 0.25 seconds. However, when casting his innate spell, Metal Transfiguration, it was slightly slower, taking about a second. After all, a near-instantaneous Metal Transfiguration would quickly be noticed by Maguro, who also possesses a metal element. Using Metal Transfiguration as an innate spell was truly shocking. If people mistakenly believed that Metal Barrier was his innate spell, that would be much more reasonable. As for why Ryan wanted to demonstrate his mastery of these 2 metal elements, it was naturally due to the other party's recent statement. He believed that if he could demonstrate his strength enough to gain the other party's approval, things would improve. However, Ryan hadn't expected that the 2 sorcery techniques he had just displayed seemed to have overly astonished Master Maguro. Hard training? What kind of hard training could increase the speed of Metal Transfiguration to this level? Maguro looked at Ryan with a look that clearly suggested, "Are you kidding me? It's been a full 40 years since I mastered Metal Transfiguration, and yet, I still can't perform it as fast as you." As he spoke, Maguro's eyes held a mixture of shock, envy, and a hint of dejection. Ryan felt a little puzzled. This shouldn't be the case. But on second thought, it made sense. After all, his level 12 sorcery mastery was roughly equivalent to the proficiency a wizard would gain from diligently practicing a single sorcery technique for a dozen or 20 years. And normally, a wizard wouldn't cultivate just one sorcery technique for an extended period of time. And you even managed to transform a 3-sided hardened adamantium kite shield in one go. Ryan, what's your affinity for metal? Master Maguro excitedly grabbed Ryan's arm, his face flushed. Well, early 90s. Ryan thought for a moment, and gave a more conservative number. The last measurement seemed to be 93.6, but the problem is, if his steel body talent ever transforms again, this number will increase again. It's unwise to be too precise now. For example, the effects of the dragon bloodline this time may have caused the number to change again. Early 90s? No wonder your metal transformation is so powerful. Over 90, that's a superb talent. His comprehension of sorcery is exceptional, his affinity for metal is extraordinary. What a gift! What a gift! Maguro looked on, practically beating his chest in agony. Alina, standing beside him, was also stunned by the scene. But she vaguely remembered that Ryan's affinity for metal wasn't in the 80s. How come he was in his early 90s now? Because Admiral Edward had paid close attention to Ryan at the time, she had looked up some information on him. No, I have to contact the sect leader immediately about this matter. Maguro seemed a little impatient. Master Maguro, Ryan kindly reminded him. You just said you wanted me to be your mentor? No problem, I can grant you that right now. Maguro looked at Ryan with a gleaming gaze. Anything else you need? Just let me know. Maguro's face was filled with eagerness. He had the look of someone who said, I won't give up until you ask. Well, Ryan pondered. He realized that the level of strength he displayed was a bit too high. The other party's enthusiasm at the moment was a bit difficult for him to adjust to. The thing is, Master Maguro, Lord Ryan is a diamond-level swordsman in our branch. You should be familiar with swordsmen of this caliber. They are the backbone of our Munster branch. So, during your studies at your academy, you may occasionally receive some field missions, Alina said at the right moment. What? Such a valuable Imperial research talent, and your Munster branch is actually sending him on dangerous missions? Maguro said angrily. What the hell? I definitely complained to your sword-bearer headquarters about this. Alina's face suddenly turned awkward. Hey, Master Maguro, actually, this is my own initiative. It has nothing to do with the branch. Ryan had to interrupt her. Well, okay then. I understand. You may be required to go on missions during your studies. Although the school hasn't made such exceptions before, I think it would affect your studies. But you're different. I can make an exception for you on this one. Anything else? Maguro asked again. Ryan and Alina exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Then come back to the school headquarters with me now. Now? Ryan asked in surprise. This is too hasty. Maybe not right now, Master Mogaro. Tomorrow, Lord Ryan will attend the Viscountship investiture ceremony in Munster Province. Viscount? It seems you've made considerable contributions to the Empire, becoming a Viscount at such a young age. Mogaro couldn't help but examine Ryan again and sigh. You're truly young and promising. That's a good thing, and I certainly can't stop you. Very well then. After your investiture ceremony, I finish up my own, and then we return to the academy together. Okay, Master Mogaro. Ryan nodded. As Ryan and Alina left the goddess church, neither of them had anticipated the dramatic events of this event. This made Alina steal another glance at Ryan, and she sighed inwardly. As expected, strength is the key to changing others' perceptions. Returning to the branch, Ryan opened the door and found his team members, Nilo, Evelyn, and others, still in the training room, exchanging combat experiences. Seeing him return, everyone greeted him. After some thought, Ryan naturally mentioned his next move, possibly further training at the Bishio Constructor School. Captain, your plans to attend the wizard school are certainly a good thing, but there's one problem. Without you, I'm afraid some of the assigned missions won't be enough for us, Nilo said, frowning. The others listened, their minds brooding. Ryan knew Nilo wasn't shirking responsibility. Because he was the diamond-level swordbearer captain, the missions he was assigned were, at best, gold-level. Without him, Nilo and the others would likely struggle to successfully complete gold-level missions. After all, they had only recently joined the swordbearers. Don't worry, I'll be back as soon as there's a mission. I've already made preliminary arrangements with the school, Ryan said, patting Nero's shoulder. That's no problem. By the way, Captain, why did you choose the Bishio Constructivist School? I heard it's a more research-oriented school of wizardry. As a scroll master and a descendant of a marquis, Nero had heard of some of the Empire's wizarding schools. Nero, you forgot, the Captain is a metal wizard. The Constructivist School should have the metal-based magic the Captain wants to master, Angus said with a smile. Yes, metal magic is scarce. The Bishio Constructivist School should be one of the few schools that have it. Nero's face dawned with realization. Yeah, Ryan nodded. By the way, you might want to pay close attention to the situation in the city lately. I've got a bad feeling. As he spoke, Ryan told everyone about the reappearance of the evil spirit in the painting. It seems very likely the cult will make some major move next. By the way, Captain, speaking of this, we haven't really practiced combat drills yet, Varys said from the side. Yeah, you reminded me. Ryan nodded. He had always fought alone, and lately, he'd been busy either improving his extraordinary combat skills or leveling up his Grand Armorsmith, extraordinary, class. So, since Nero and the others joined, the entire team hadn't really had any coordinated training. This was very necessary. Besides everything else, Nero's scroll alone could grant him a number of buff-enhancing spells. For example, Swift Wind could increase his speed by nearly 20%. From the next morning, the entire administrative district, the church district, the noble district, and the upper town of Munster were festooned with lights and festive decorations. Although the number of people promoted to Baron and Viscount each year was not large, nearly 100 people were promoted across the entire province of Munster. Nearly half of these came from noble or wealthy merchant families in the provincial capital of Munster. Therefore, this investiture ceremony directly and indirectly affected a significant number of nobles. In addition, even Munster nobles above the rank of Baron received invitations to attend. Ryan had originally wanted to invite his mother, Emma, and his father, Ryan Sr., to attend, but his mother, Emma, felt that their presence might embarrass her son, so she declined. Instead, the beautiful women Jennifer and Jenny accompanied Ryan to the banquet. In essence, the investiture ceremony was more symbolic, while the evening networking banquet was the real highlight. At the banquet, newly minted barons and viscounts could interact with established nobles, while young men and women could also release their passions. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was setting. The entrance to the magnificent administrative hall was bustling with traffic. Ladies and young ladies in various formal attire streamed in, but even in this setting, the beautiful woman Jennifer beside Ryan was one of the most eye-catching. Sir Ryan, hello. Sir Ryan, long time no see. Many people greeted Ryan, as most of the young sword-bearers had been awarded the title of Baron, including Angus, Evelyn, and others. Among the sword-bearers, Ryan, the mice battering ram who had crushed the obsidian giant with a single blow, was naturally renowned. A quarter of an hour later, hundreds of Munster nobles and their families, dressed in their finery, gathered in the audience. Also attending the ceremony were representatives from the Church of the Goddess, representatives of the sword bearers, and others. Ryan also saw Special Envoy Javier, but Admiral Edward was absent. At the same time, Ryan also saw for the first time the supreme ruler of the entire Munster province, the Duke of Munster. He was a brilliant old man with graying hair, dressed in aristocratic formal attire. He exuded a calm and composed aura of authority without even anger. Just as the Duke of Munster was about to step forward to deliver his speech, a man dressed like a royal guard swiftly approached and whispered something in his ear, causing the Duke of Munster's expression to darken. Since Ryan was being honored as a viscount, he was seated in the third row from the front. With his heightened perception, he could faintly hear key words like giant evil spirit and cult. This made Ryan's eyes narrow. Could it be that the cult chose this moment to strike? Ryan pondered. Chapter 305. On the top floor of an administrative building, 4 or 5 heavily armed guards lay collapsed, their bodies horrifying. From their perch, Ixter and Briggs gazed down at the sudden appearance of the giant shadow of a young boy in the heart of the Munster trade zone. High Priest, is it appropriate to entrust the control of the Eye of Gazing to Freeman? The tall Briggs asked respectfully. During Ixter's retirement, Freeman had competed with him for power, and even somewhat dominated him, which had always left Briggs with a deep grudge against him. And now, entrusting the control of the Eye of Gazing, an ancient evil he had so painstakingly retrieved, to Freeman made Briggs feel uneasy. Why not? Ixter said with a smile. He's holding back a considerable portion of Munster's forces for us. Isn't that a good thing? But this guy's obsessed with power. Baragus, actually, desire is a good thing. It's what motivates you. Also, if it were you who was responsible for attracting the attention of the Empire and the Goddess Church, would I be the one to receive the blessing from the great god of the hunt after the ceremony here? Sir, you mean I can also enjoy the ceremony? Briggs said excitedly, his face filled with surprise. Of course, Briggs, do your best. I'm counting on you. Ixter patted Briggs's sturdy shoulder. As you command, sir? Briggs bowed after receiving Ixter's affirmative response. At that moment, they saw several Griffin Knights swiftly fly from the nearby Griffin platform toward the location of the evil spirit. At the same time, 2 teams of elite guards, a knight carrying a 2-handed hammer, and a white-robed wizard emerged from the administrative office. Looks like we can act now, Ixter nodded, observing the scene. My lord, these Imperials are truly foolish. A simple trick worked twice. Haha, that proves it's quite effective, doesn't it? 2 minutes ago, 2 people stood up from the first row of the viewing platform. One was Branduer, the Knight of Punishment, whom Ryan had met once. The other, whom Ryan didn't recognize, carried a gray wooden staff and wore white wizard robes. After Nero's introduction, he learned that this was the Duke of Munster's advisor, a level 2 liquefaction wizard. The 2 quickly walked out, one in front of the other, presumably to deal with the giant evil spirit incident Ryan had just heard about. Duke Munster adjusted his composure slightly, then walked to the front with a smile and began his speech, on the last Sunday of the green grass moon, on behalf of His Majesty the Great Emperor. You are all the young talents of the Empire, hoping to contribute to the development of the Dragon Empire. Next. Hee hee. At this moment, jeers of laughter echoed from all around the hall. The sudden laughter at this moment was clearly a provocation to Duke Munster. The spectators looked up and around, wondering who had the audacity to disrupt the awarding ceremony at this moment. You will indeed make a contribution, but not to the Dragon Empire, but to the great god of the hunt. A deep voice boomed. It was still like surround sound, making it impossible to discern its exact source. It's the Church of the Black Flame. How audacious. Upon hearing the words god of the hunt, many present immediately understood. So the uninvited guest was from the Black Flame cult. The personal guard, who had just reported the situation, now trotted in, his face anxious, as if he had something important to report. The Duke of Munster also appeared to be listening intently. Suddenly, a dagger, with lightning speed, stabbed into his abdomen. Dang! The dagger struck something extremely hard, and was instantly deflected. The Duke of Munster's formal attire suddenly ripped, revealing a dark gold knight's armor with a distinctive serpentine pattern. Assassin! The guards drew their swords and shields, protecting the Duke of Munster. The scene was in utter chaos. Serpentine armor. I didn't expect you'd wear it. The personal guard suddenly tore off a human skin mask, and his aura suddenly changed. Indeed, Duke Munster smiled faintly upon seeing him appear, clearly unsurprised. He continued, Ixter, High Priest of the Black Flame Church. I've been waiting for you for so long. You've used the same trick twice. I don't know if I should call you confident or foolish. Ixter also smiled, saying, Oh, Duke Munster, you seem quite confident. What makes you think you have a chance against me? Don't you think I don't know that your son, Knight Harlowin, the Bavarian Lance, has secretly traveled to the imperial capital? And just now, your advisor and the punishment knight of the goddess church also left to exterminate the evil spirit. With you, an aged near legend, do you think you can stop me? With each sentence, the other's momentum grew stronger. At this moment, a resounding voice from the back of the hall interrupted Ixter. And me! Admiral Edward, a figure Ryan knew well, entered from the back of the auditorium, clad in dark knight armor, sword and shield in hand. The sight of this scene brought peace to everyone's hearts. Many of the sword-bearers present breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the leader of their branch. So this is the guy who killed Archbishop Gomez. Fortunately, Admiral Edward and the Duke of Munster were prepared. With you two old men over 50? Ixter's expression darkened, but then he smiled and shook his head. As for the young people present, Ixter didn't take them seriously at all. That was normal. Generally speaking, those granted the title of Baron are at most peak knights, and even a considerable number are merely senior knights. Those granted the title of Viscount, while a notable step up in strength, are mostly only just reaching the level of Grand Knight. Experienced Grand Knights like Angus are rare, and can be counted on one hand. Let alone facing a legend who had just reached the level of crystallized wizard, even compared to his two deputies, Freeman and Briggs, the gap is significant. Any one of his deputies could wipe out these people. In fact, if Freeman were here, he would certainly have warned his high priest, Ixter, to be careful of the young man named Ryan. But now that Freeman had been sent to distract him, he naturally couldn't remind him of anything. Goddess bless you. A third person pushed open the small door at the other end of the hall and emerged. Clad in a light gray linen robe and holding a wooden staff, he exuded a strong sacred aura. Nero, who was next to Ryan, whispered, This is an ascetic from the goddess church. Most of them cultivate in the imperial capital's Cohen Cathedral. They possess strength above the quasi-legendary level. The goddess church is truly generous. It seems the death of Archbishop Gomez last time still stung the goddess church. Oh! No wonder they're so confident. They've been prepared. Faced with the three men surrounding him, Ixter finally took notice. Barrigos, activate. As soon as he finished speaking, black beams of light shot up from the window, surging into the sky, surging with energy. Oh no! We're now within a powerful sorceress formation. Nero muttered, surveying the 5 massive beams of light outside the administrative hall. As Nero finished his words, strange patterns began to appear on the ground. This scene was naturally witnessed by Duke Munster, Admiral Edward, and the ascetic monk from the imperial capital, all three of whom changed their expressions. Fighting within a sorceress formation, victory or failure is anyone's guess. Given the large number of people in the hall, especially many of the nobles' families, who are merely ordinary people, heavy casualties are likely. The Duke of Munster frowned, but the next second he pulled out an antique bronze mirror from his bosom and quickly shone it upon Ixter. With a flash of light, Ixter vanished. Immediately afterwards, Admiral Edward and the ascetic were all caught in the beam and instantly vanished. Last of all, it was the Duke of Munster. At this moment, only the mirror remained, floating in the air, but its entire surface had become as ethereal as mist, as if it were not part of this world. The Mirror of Fluctuation. This is a holy artifact. The successive changes left everyone present a bit overwhelmed. Cult legends, ascetics, and holy artifacts appeared one after another. At this moment, a group of black-robed figures suddenly rushed out from all directions of the hall, and a tall, black-robed man, emanating a powerful aura, walked in. The effects of the sorcery array began to take effect, and many people clearly felt an invisible binding force appearing around them. This left everyone a bit bewildered. Ryan frowned slightly, deciding to wait and see for the time being, as he didn't know if the Empire had any other tricks up its sleeve. Hee, what a shame for so many beautiful, delicate noble ladies and wives, who don't have time to enjoy themselves. Briggs glanced around, and said with a grin. Briggs wasn't the least bit worried about what kind of trouble this group of people could stir up. A second-level sorcery array had been set up all around. This array had the triple functions of strengthening, suppressing, and sacrificing. Strengthening meant increasing the strength of his own troops, and within this sorcery array, his quasi-legendary strength would be boosted to near quasi-legendary limits, practically reaching legend. Suppression meant suppressing the enemy's strength. Of course, in his eyes, none of these young people present were even quasi-legendary, let alone peak-level Grand Knights. Simply put, there's not a single one capable of fighting. The suppression function of the sorcery array is truly a bit of a waste. Furthermore, even if 1 or 2 peak-level Grand Knights do appear, their strength will be suppressed to the level of a senior Grand Knight. With their strength downgraded, what can they use to fight them? Heads? However, it would be a shame if some of you died like this, said Burgess, stroking his chin with his right hand playfully, his gaze lingering on the few people. You, and you, if you 3 come here obediently, I can spare your lives. Burgess' eyes gleamed with lust as he pointed at the 3 women. The beautiful noblewoman Burgess pointed at first was suddenly a little panicked. A young man beside her, also one of the newly appointed barons, suddenly flushed, perhaps because he was the other suitor or boyfriend. He immediately stood up, as if about to launch an attack. But the next second, he was struck by a cylindrical ball of black flame, instantly transforming into a blazing fireman, howling in agony. Oh no! Avada! The beautiful young noblewoman cried in horror, her hand covering her mouth. Black flame wall, a second-level sorcery. Everyone, be careful. The opponent is at least a second-level sorcerer, Nero whispered. Just now, Ryan had been watching the opponent with interest, saying something that he found somewhat amusing. He was also taking the opportunity to observe the opponent's strength and wait for any possible backup plans from the Empire. But the scene just now made his face suddenly darken. Because 2 of the 3 women named were sitting next to him, the beautiful Jennifer and the red-haired Evelyn. What did you say? I don't think I heard clearly. Please repeat it, Ryan said calmly, slowly standing up. You're not bad. You're a great knight, quite a rare thing. Very good, you're worthy of hearing me speak again. Briggs looked at Ryan with a hint of surprise. After all, he had just burned a young knight to charcoal with a wall of black flame, and it hadn't frightened him. This still struck Briggs as somewhat amusing. It was like he had just crushed a crab, only to have another, even stronger one crawl out from the side. That was all he felt at the moment. It was simply amusement, a condescending, playful gaze. I told her to come over with her. It seems like both of them are yours? You're quite lucky. How about this, if you're willing to just watch, I might spare your life. Berrig seemed to understand the relationship between Ryan and the 2 women, and instantly thought of a more exciting plan, his heart stirring. Then you die? Before he finished his words, Berrig felt a flash of light before his eyes, and alarm bells instantly rang in his heart. But at this moment, he had no time to unleash more powerful sorcery. He could only instinctively shield his chest with his hands, slightly bending his legs in a defensive stance. A black shield instantly appeared around him, as if it were a natural protection from innate sorcery. At the same time, black flaming vines instantly clung to his body. The guests who had been watching the ceremony on both sides of Ryan's aisle were now tossed to and fro as if by a hurricane. Many of the ladies and young ladies' long skirts had been blown up over their heads, revealing pairs of dazzlingly white, voluptuous thighs. Ryan had just slowly stood up and taken 2 steps away, choosing not to attack directly. This was the reason. The blast generated by his all-out charge was comparable to the muzzle blast of a cannon. Even if the peak knight Evelyn beside him could withstand it, the beautiful woman Jennifer, a mere ordinary person, would definitely not be able to withstand it. A silver figure drew a straight line, and suddenly appeared in front of Briggs, holding a dark warhammer that had suddenly appeared. It was the ultimate technique, Hammer of Annihilation, unleashed at near full power. Boom! Black flame protection shattered. Innate spell, Shadow Shield, shattered. The hammer, instantly deformed from hardened adamantine gold, pierced through the double defenses and slammed heavily into the crossed forearms of Barigos. Bang! Barigos felt as if struck by a giant beast, his arms folded unnaturally in half. Like a cannonball, he was sent flying over 10 meters. Boom! He was completely embedded in the marble wall behind the dais. At that moment, the hard marble surface was dented like a meteorite crater, and radiating outward were a dense web of cracks, like a spider web. Cough! Cough! Barigos vomited blood as he slid down the wall, like a pool of boneless, rotting flesh. At this moment, Briggs was furious. He was one of the senior leaders of the organization, responsible for nearly half of the province of Munster. Moreover, the man most likely to succeed Lord Ixter, as High Priest of Munster Province, was so badly beaten by an unknown individual, who appeared out of nowhere. The key point is, the opponent, despite his immense strength, launched a surprise attack. He had only exerted 50% or 60% of his full potential when he was severely wounded. In his rage, Burgess spat out more blood, his face flushed crimson. He struggled to rise, to fight back, but his hands were completely shattered, and over a dozen ribs in his chest were broken, lodging in his lungs, making movement extremely difficult. He tried several times but failed. Lord Burgess. The Black Flame monks nearby stared at the scene in amazement, their shock unspeakable. Lord Burgess was a second-level sorcerer specializing in physical enhancement and combat. His combat power surpassed that of an average level 2 liquefaction wizard, yet, with just one strike, he was reduced to this state by this young man before him. Could this be the Empire's backup plan? Has their operation failed? Shit! It's there! It's there again! That hammer! A new sword-bearer, present for the award, excitedly pointed at the miserable-looking Briggs and introduced him to his relatives nearby. It's truly the Meister battering ram. It's true there's only a wrong name, not a wrong nickname. Another new sword-bearer exclaimed. I feel like Lord Ryan's hammer is even more powerful. Last time, it was just like that, knocking down the obsidian giant with one blow. Yes, this time it's even more powerful. A single blow knocked down a cult quasi-legend. So fucking impressive. The new sword-bearers who had come to the ceremony were instantly enraged by the sight of Ryan's commanding presence, as if they had found a pillar of support. Go kill them! Briggs, having heard the chatter, naturally knew the name of this unknown individual before him, Ryan. Fuck. It's this guy. So Freeman wasn't lying. I'd always thought he was making excuses for the mission failure. Damn, there really is such a monster. Ryan stepped forward, aimed a light blow at the panicked Briggs, and struck him with a hammer. With a crack of the head, a transparent, humanoid figure emerged from Briggs's freshly shattered skull, a look of pain on its face. Then, as if swept up in a tornado, a long, transparent shadow struggled, circling Ryan several times before plunging into the dark, hardened adamantine hammer in his hand. Ryan's aura of defeating the enemy's high-ranking commander naturally drew the crowd to attack the surrounding Black Flame monks. As the two sides gained strength, the Black Flame monks, whose power had been enhanced by the sorceress formation, were forced to retreat step by step. Ryan first comforted the beautiful woman Jennifer, and instructed Very and Evelyn to protect the other side. He himself then took the field again, smashing the heads of the dying Black Flame monks one by one. Transparent shadows, faces etched with pain, surrounded Ryan, and were absorbed into his hammer. The sight filled the Black Flame monks with fear. Leaving no one alive? Damn, why does this guy look even more ruthless than the average dark wizard? Soon, the Black Flame monks were decimated and forced to flee. Ryan quickly gathered the 10 soul energies needed for a soul-shattering strike. Since the wave mirror had apparently dragged Admiral Edward and his men into a mysterious location, Ryan was unable to join Admiral Edward's side for a while. In fact, Ryan had no intention of joining the enemy unless necessary. His purpose in stacking 10 soul energies was to prepare for emergencies. Captain, look over there. Very frowned, pointing in a direction outside the window. It seems that the giant evil spirit is getting closer to the captain's residence, Angus said, his eyes narrowed. Ryan followed the two men's gaze. The entire urban structure of Munster follows the mountainside, extending from the bottom up to the midpoint. At this moment, the administrative office they were in was located midway up the mountain, near the city's highest point, Griffin Terrace. Ryan could clearly see the oversized, translucent shadow of a little boy, leading a little girl puppet, wreaking havoc on the houses, which resembled toy squares, advancing step by step from the trade district towards the administrative district. Teams of security guards and city guards surrounded them, while urgently evacuating nearby residents. The combat and containment efforts were led by the recently arrived Punishment Knight Branduer and the Duke of Munster's advisor. But seemingly due to the disruption of the church's formation last time, Branduer no longer had the benefit of the beam of light, and the battle was slowly losing ground. Several Griffin Knights circled in the sky, constantly disrupting and attacking with short spears. Unfortunately, against a spirit-like enemy, their attacks were ineffective. Seeing this, Ryan tilted his head and said, Nero, cast Feather Fall. Chapter 306. Remember to notify them to evacuate immediately. Jennifer, you and Evelyn and the others head to the Sword-Bearer branch immediately. We wonder when Admiral Edward and the others might suddenly return. If the situation gets dire, it will be too late to retreat. Yes, be careful. The beautiful woman nodded, though worry still lingered in her eyes, but she said nothing more. Captain, be careful, Angus and the others nearby said. They knew very well that a legendary-level battle was beyond their reach. Under the current circumstances, the only safer places in the entire city were the Sword-Bearer branch and the Goddess Church. At this moment, as Nero's spell concluded, a hazy white light emanated from Ryan's body. Ryan felt his entire body lighten, The levitation spell was indeed quite effective. Before leaving, Ryan casually removed several decorative steel shields hanging from the hall walls. In Ryan's hand, the shield quickly transformed into steel spears. He reached the cliff face at one side of the hall and leaped forth. Using levitation, he drifted like a light leaf towards the giant evil spirit. Nero sighed upon seeing this and turned to Angus. Angus, do you think the captain's strength has reached the level of a quasi-legendary? Angus nodded and said, well, if I'm not mistaken, when the captain unleashed his ultimate move, the faint glow on the hammer surface wasn't just the light of the force. It was also tinged with the radiance of his will. From this perspective, the captain's strength can be said to be near legendary. Nero nodded and said, looks like we need to work harder. Otherwise, the gap will only widen. How difficult. Angus felt a pang of pain at the thought of Ryan's incredibly rapid improvement in combat skills. Having a captain like that is both good and bad. They can basically handle all the dangerous combat missions by themselves, but this doesn't allow them to grow much. In the long run, the gap will only widen. Also, it's not that they're not working hard, but they simply can't keep up with that rate of improvement. He couldn't help but think back to 2 months ago, when they took the sword-bearer exam together. He felt that the gap between him and Ryan was there, but it wasn't huge. But now, it seems the gap is much bigger. Let's go quickly, and return to the sword-bearer branch first. Yes. No one was going with Ryan, because the remaining 4 of them formed a complete combat team. Angus the defender, Nilo the controller and sorcery attacker, Very the melee attacker, and Evelyn the melee and sorcery attacker, all while protecting the beautiful woman Jennifer. The 5 of them swiftly made their way through the panicked crowd, advancing rapidly towards the sword-bearer's division. In midair, Ryan drew closer and closer to the location of the giant evil spirit. At this moment, Ryan saw clearly that the black-robed figure beside the giant evil spirit was his old acquaintance, Freeman. He was shrouded in black flame vines, smiling, and occasionally attacked, unleashing a sorcery to attack and disrupt the offensive rhythm of the Punishment Knight Branduer and the Duke's advisor. It was akin to a battlefield troublemaker, yet it put his own side in a very passive position. Let's talk about Freeman. His mission was to attract the attention of the Empire and the Goddess Church in the early stages. Freeman was naturally well aware of Ixter's attempt to send him away. But he was not as strong as the other party, and the other party was his superior, so Freeman had no choice but to follow orders. Thankfully, the other party at least gave him the Eye of Gazing, a fully charged evil artifact. It must be said that the Eye of Gazing was truly powerful. No wonder, when Briggs gave him the Eye of Gazing, his expression was as if he had stolen his wife. Before launching the attack, Freeman had already formulated his own plan. First, he targeted the trade zone, where the crowds were the largest and most complex, rather than the more distant civilian area as Ixter had suggested. The results were quite impressive. After slaughtering a considerable number of people, the giant evil spirit absorbed even more souls, growing in size and power. Even facing the siege of 2 near legends, it remained undefeated. This involuntarily intensified Freeman's thoughts. He knew, of course, that the main purpose of this ritual was to elevate High Priest Ixter to an epic level. If the plan succeeded, Ixter would naturally ascend to a higher level. However, the crucial point was that if he could also participate in the prayer ceremony, he would at least receive some blessing from the great hunting god. But according to the original plan, he was merely bait. As for participating in the prayer ceremony and asking for blessings, that wasn't his place at all. The plan was to retreat when he saw the 5 pillars of light. But Freeman thought for a moment and decided he could still fight for his right to participate in the prayer ceremony. If he could control the evil spirits and push through, even Ixter wouldn't have much to say. By then, while Ixter ate meat, he could at least have some soup. Huh? Suddenly, Freeman focused his attention on the giant evil spirit nearby. It seemed to have absorbed enough soul energy, its aura expanding to a critical point. Suddenly, it gave a strange smile, and the doll the little boy had been holding suddenly broke free, levitating in midair. A terrifying pressure emanated from the doll's center, surging as if a black hole had appeared at its core. Not good. They're summoning other evil spirits. The Duke's advisor cried out, his face paling as he immediately realized what was happening. But before he and the Punishment Knight Branduer could intervene, the doll screamed into the air. Instantly, a visible, transparent shockwave, centered around it, rapidly spread outward, like a tsunami. Instantly, the hundreds of Imperial security officers and city guards on alert clutched their heads, wailing in agony. At this moment, the doll's aura suddenly surged, and a strange, powerful aura permeated the air. Clearly, A powerful evil spirit had been summoned here, inhabiting the doll's body. The doll's head, previously lowered, suddenly lifted, its translucent body stretching and growing larger. Punishment Knight Branduer and the Duke's advisor exchanged glances, both sensing a dire situation. Their current enemies had gone from 2 to 3. Now, not only were they facing 2 peak-level quasi-legendary evil spirits, but they also had this Black Flame cult expert nearby. The situation was dire. To make matters worse, just then, a messenger from the administrative office rushed in from the rear, shouting, "My lords, the administrative office is under attack by the Black Flame cult. Their true purpose is the awarding ceremony. Currently, the Duke and Admiral Edward have used the sacred artifact, the Mirror of Fluctuation, to entangle their legendary leader." What? Their expressions shifted again and again. After all, although the situation here was initially disadvantageous, as long as they could hold off, the situation would slowly turn around. After all, the Church of the Goddess and the Imperial Swordbearers Munster branch would continue to send experts. But the problem now lies with the executive office. They hadn't anticipated the Black Flame cult's strength. Naturally, they were aware of the Duke's plan, fishing. It's like fishing with a rod and catching a shark. Now, it all depends on whether the line is strong enough. The Duke's advisor made a quick decision, saying, "Sir Brander, the situation is out of control. I suggest returning to the executive office immediately to assist the Duke of Munster in repelling the attack. That's the most important thing." Brander, the Knight of Punishment, remained silent for a moment. Retreat? Of course he could. But the problem was, if they did, it would mean the 2 giant evil spirits would wreak unchecked havoc throughout Munster City. Who knew how many civilians would be killed or injured? As a punishment knight of the Church of the Monsoon and Ocean Goddess, he felt he couldn't do that. But Freeman's mood had never been better. He felt he could keep pushing forward. Perhaps during the Black Flame prayer ceremony, he would receive a blessing and gift second only to that of High Priest Ixter. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a small silver speck flying in the sky, resembling a rather strange-looking bird. But upon closer inspection, Freeman suddenly realized it wasn't a bird, but a knight in silver armor wielding a spear. But as the creature rapidly approached, allowing him to see its face clearly, Freeman's eyes widened, his mouth twitched, and a hint of fear crossed his features. "Ryan!" Freeman cried out involuntarily. Instantly, Freeman recalled the fear he'd felt at the hands of Ryan in Meister. Fuck. Exeter and Briggs didn't even leave this guy behind. What the hell are they doing? Shoo! A sharp, ear-piercing sound rang out. Still in midair, Ryan's right-hand muscles suddenly swelled. He infused the spear in his hand with the force and a touch of willpower, and launched it straight at the little boy evil spirit. When the giant little boy evil spirit sensed the approaching danger and suddenly looked up, it saw a specially crafted spear, over 4 meters long and emitting a brilliant white light, suddenly flash past its head. In an instant, the spear pierced through like a hot knife through butter, piercing through with incredible smoothness. The piercing wound caused the little boy's evil spirit to howl in agony. It tried to flee, but the spear, imbued with the radiance of its will, inflicted soul-shattering damage with every movement. For a moment, it was unable to move, seemingly pinned to the spot by the spear. But this wasn't the end yet. Ryan swiftly drew the two-handed warhammer from his back, grasped it in his hand, and with his will dispelled the levitation spell, plummeting from a height of 20 or 30 meters. It was a massive hammer falling from the sky. Bang! From the moment Ryan struck the translucent shadow of the little boy's evil spirit, he could clearly feel the resistance transmitted from the hammer head to the handle, and then to his hands. The boy's evil spirit's body strengthened further, feeling like jelly, springy and resilient. As the annihilating force of the Rainhammer was transmitted, the other's massive, translucent form began to tremble layer upon layer. As this wave traveled from the boy's head to the ground beneath his feet, instantly. As if a bomb had exploded within him, the boy's jelly-like body suddenly exploded, sending a vast cloud of white smoke billowing. It was like pouring a basin of water directly onto a block of scorching steel, instantly sending a white mist rising. At the same time, a pungent stench filled the air. Like the simultaneous wailing of hundreds of people, the shrill screams lingered in everyone's hearts and ears. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Freeman froze in his place. However, due to the indelible nature of evil spirits, the shadowy figure of the little boy soon reappeared in midair. Although his overall state was much weaker. If its translucent form had originally had the consistency of jelly, it was now much thinner, appearing little more than foam. Clearly, Ryan's hammer of annihilation had dealt a heavy blow to the little boy's evil spirit. At this moment, the summoned evil spirit that had possessed the doll regained consciousness. It raised its head and screamed, its claws suddenly extending with long nails, poised to pounce at Ryan. At that moment, Ryan's hammer struck the reappearing little boy's evil spirit with a gentle blow. The effect of this blow was completely different from the previous one. This time, the people around him felt as if Ryan's hammer had struck a mirror. The young boy's evil spirit, having just regained its form, was terrified. An evil spirit at the peak of quasi-legendary strength actually showed a look of terror. It was the first time anyone had seen one. And the scene froze. Snap! The young boy's evil spirit, like a glass doll, instantly shattered from head to toe. Then, the fragments turned into white powder, slowly falling to the ground. It didn't reappear. It simply transformed into a handful of evil spirit dust. The powerful evil spirit that had just threatened to pounce trembled at the sight, its face etched with terror. Its sharp claws nearly touched Ryan's back, but it dared not stab him. At the same time, a crisp crack sound emanated from Freeman's arms. Dazed, Freeman looked down and saw the frame of the painting, gazing eyes, suddenly crack. This immediately sent a wave of turmoil through Freeman's heart. He roared, "I knew it! I knew it! This Ryan is a fucking monster! Meeting him. Nothing good will ever come of it." Freeman's emotions were bordering on insanity. No wonder. Twice like this. Last time, he had spent so much effort awakening the ancient hero Meng, who was clearly invincible, yet he was slain by the enemy. And this time, too, a demon possessing near immortality was blasted into demon dust with just 2 blows. This simply didn't make sense. Didn't you see how the punishment knights of the goddess church were only able to engage in a back-and-forth battle with a demon just now? Although the opponent's divine arts would cause considerable damage to the evil spirit, it would require repeated, sustained damage to completely destroy it. How could there be a monster like Ryan? Just 2 hammer strikes, and he took down a quasi-legendary evil spirit. Instantly, Freeman felt a chill, radiating from his tailbone throughout his body, and his fighting spirit vanished. At this moment, Ryan slowly turned around, looked at the female doll evil spirit poised to pounce, and grinned. "Why don't you catch it?" The next second, the summoned evil spirit screamed. The powerful aura suddenly vanished without a trace, and the female doll, which had been floating in the air, seemed to have lost some kind of power, and quickly plummeted to the ground. Then, it instantly vanished into thin air. This made Ryan, who was about to attack, shake his head in frustration. He had just been gathering strength to unleash Hammer of Annihilation again. But he hadn't expected the opponent to be so decisive, fleeing so quickly. He had just unleashed Soul-Shattering Blast, which had been stacked with 10 soul energy. Ignoring defense. True damage is incredibly useful against psychic creatures like demons. He'd wanted to use it the last time he encountered the demon boy, but unfortunately, he didn't have 10 soul energy stacked. As for why he didn't use Soul-Shattering Blast on Freeman, his old acquaintance, simple. He wasn't worthy. The last time the Punishment Knight Brandur met Ryan, he had felt that this young Imperial swordsman was very powerful, but now it seemed that he was more than just powerful. He could understand Ryan's first blow. It seemed to represent some ultimate secret of hammer-type weapons, pushing the power of vibration to its limit, generating a force that could crush everything. But the second blow, he truly couldn't comprehend. Its power was so overwhelming it felt like a divine strike. Minor Levin, the Duke's advisor, was stunned. From his expression, it seemed as if some preconceived notion was crumbling. And Freeman, at this moment, felt as if he were falling into an icy cave. To actually scare away a summoned evil spirit, was this person even human? Whoosh! Freeman immediately turned and ran. He sprinted off into the distance, black air swirling around his legs. Slow! But Freeman had forgotten that, besides Ryan, his opponent was also the Duke's advisor, a level 2 liquefaction wizard. He immediately cast a slow spell, slowing his movements. The Retribution Knight and Ryan pursued him almost simultaneously, their hammer striking his back in an instant. If they struck him, he'd be finished. Freeman, with a determined heart, hurled the painting, the Gazing Eye, at the 2 men. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly erupted from Ryan's hammer and the painting. Instantly the painting, the Gazing Eye, was pierced through the center by Ryan's Hammer of Annihilation. Like a balloon deflated, hundreds of soul phantoms, trailing long flames, shot through the breach into the sky. Multiple shockwaves engulfed the surroundings. Even Ryan and Brandur were forced to adopt a defensive stance, employing their methods to resist the onslaught of immense soul energy. When the smoke and dust cleared, Freeman had already used the shockwave to flee hundreds of meters away. This distance wasn't far for Ryan, and he immediately attempted to catch up. This guy was lucky last time. He escaped in Meister. This time. Suddenly, everyone present turned their heads toward the city's summit, where the Münster administrative office stood. They saw the 5 extinguished black beams of light suddenly reactivated, and their intensity grew stronger. Clearly, someone was reactivating the sorcery array. What a lucky guy. Another escape, Ryan said, shaking his head slightly, as he watched the retreating black-robed figure. He naturally knew what was important. The evil spirit that could threaten his family's safety had been eliminated. The most important thing now was, of course, to prevent the Black Flame cult from initiating its ritual. After all, no one knew what disastrous consequences would result from the activation of the other party's sorcery array. But who could have reactivated the sorcery formation? Was it the Black Flame cult's backup, or the legendary figure the Duke of Münster called Ixter? Huh? Ryan glanced down at the dark, two-handed warhammer in his hand. He was surprised to discover that, just after his warhammer shattered the eerie painting, his 10 points of soul energy had instantly recharged. This meant he could unleash soul-shattering blast again. Meanwhile, in the Münster Administrative Hall, a complex series of black lines, straight lines, arcs, and semicircles, emitting a dark glow, appeared on the floor, forming a vast, intricate and mysterious pattern. The 4 individuals, who had been dragged from reality by the fluctuating mirror, had now returned to the center of the hall. All 4 were in poor condition, the most seriously injured being the ascetic from the Church of the Goddess, who lay prone on the ground, struggling to rise. In the center of his chest, a piercing wound the size of a baby's fist had nearly taken his life. Admiral Edward was also severely wounded. He knelt on one knee, his sword in one hand. A section of his abdomen, including armor and flesh, seemed to be missing entirely, a semicircular wound oozing blood. The Duke of Münster's python armor was also shattered in several places, the wounds visible to the bone. You are so powerful. The Duke of Münster pointed at Ixter, a look of astonishment and regret in his eyes. In contrast, although Ixter suffered numerous wounds, none of them were fatal. In fact, his injuries were the least severe. Moreover, wisps of black air from the ground were swirling up from his feet, rapidly covering his wounds. His wounds were healing at a visible speed. It seems I've won this time, Ixter said, glancing around and noticing that Briggs and his elite subordinates were absent. He felt a little puzzled. Although the planned sacrifices have all escaped, the 3 of you are enough. And the effect will undoubtedly be greater than all of them combined. As if a thought had occurred to him, a smile suddenly crossed Ixter's face. He continued, by the way, I have something to tell you. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes are meaningless. Chapter 307. Great God of the Hunt, you are the eternal light, the rising sun, bringing dawn and hope to the world. As Ixter chanted, the sorceress circle suddenly erupted with a surge of energy. This surge of energy was so powerful that the Duke of Münster and Admiral Edward's faces paled, and they quickly retreated outside the sorceress circle. At this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed outside the main entrance of the administrative hall. Although most of the decorated barons and viscounts had escorted their relatives out after the recent attack, a considerable number of elite guards were already inside the administrative hall. After defeating most of the Black Flame monks, the guards returned to the hall. Shocked upon seeing the injured Duke of Münster and Admiral Edward, the guards rushed forward to assist them. But as soon as they entered the core area of the sorceress circle, they felt as if they were trapped in a swamp, their movement nearly impossible due to the immense resistance. Even moving their legs or extending their hands required an immense effort, taking dozens of times longer. Suddenly, the guards entering the sorceress formation seemed to be moving in slow motion. However, this wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the serpent-like black energy that rose from the ground, wrapped around their calves, and spiraled rapidly upwards. For a moment, these elite guards, whose strength was roughly at the level of full knights, began to tremble, seemingly unable to control their bodies. It was as if the blood in their bodies had acquired its own consciousness, drawn by some invisible force. At this moment, the guards trapped in the sorceress formation were oozing crimson blood from their ears, noses, mouths, and even eyes. The blood flowed through the air like tiny blood snakes, rapidly converging towards Ixter's position. This horrifying scene caused everyone to exclaim in shock. Retreat! Those who are not strong enough to reach the level of a Grand Knight, do not enter. Duke Münster waved his hand vigorously at the endless stream of guards, his face filled with anxiety, and shouted. At this moment, the area where Duke Münster and Admiral Edward were located was closer to the core of the sorceress formation, and the air felt heavy, as if filled with mud. Although they could control the abnormal flow of blood in their bodies, their feet felt as if they were being grasped by thousands of hands. Severely wounded, even with their strength, retreating was extremely difficult and slow. Great God of the hunt, please accept my humble sacrifice. Ixter's chant grew louder, his expression growing increasingly fervent and excited. He first fixed his gaze on the dying ascetic from the Church of the Goddess. He extended his right hand and made a tentative grasp. Instantly, a vast black aura enveloped and seethed the ascetic, causing him to rapidly stand upright, his hands spread wide. The next second, the ascetic, who had previously exuded a sacred, calm aura, suddenly began to tremble like a sieve, his eyes rolling upwards. With a final scream, the ascetic's blood, shattered organs, and broken bones splattered everywhere, covering the center of the sorceress formation. Inspired by this, the ritual reached its climax. As if inspired by their own high priest, sensing the growing intensity of the prayer ritual, the remaining black flame monks, who had been scattered around them, emerged from the side door once again. Each of them, their faces filled with fervor, knelt toward the center of the sorcerer's circle and prayed aloud. Compared to the stunned expressions of Duke Munster and Admiral Edward, Ixter's face was filled with immense excitement and joy. You must know that he had expended immense hardship and effort to successfully reach the level of a third-level crystallized wizard. But this was the limit of his talent. Opportunity was something unpredictable. Without external help, his strength would never significantly improve again in his lifetime. But the God of the Hunt offered him another option. The next second, a surge of black energy, like a tornado, engulfed Ixter's body and slowly lifted him into the air. Flashes of black lightning emanated from his body. An indescribable aura of terror permeated the air. It was as if some high-ranking being had focused its attention on this place. And Ixter's aura suddenly intensified. Ha ha! Ixter discovered that not only had all his injuries healed in an instant, but his body also began to surge with immense energy. This feeling was unprecedentedly wonderful. At the same time, in the trading area, at the Evil Spirit battlefield, 2 Griffin Knights, rushing to support from the sky, swiftly swooped down after taking in the battle situation. This Griffin Knight was Fisher. Fisher, dismounting from his griffin, looked anxious. He quickly stepped forward, bowing slightly to Ryan and the other two, and said, "Lord Ryan, Lord Brandour, Lord Minor, the situation in the administrative office is not good, and we urgently need your support. You 3 lords, you may ride our griffins and proceed immediately." Ryan and the other two exchanged glances, nodded, and quickly stepped forward, climbing onto the griffins. Minor had wanted to inquire about the secret of Ryan's hammer blow, but now was not the right time. As the griffin soared into the sky, Fisher, who was manipulating the griffin from the front, quickly said, "Lord Ryan, the situation is not good. This time, the leader of the Black Flame cult is extremely powerful. Even the Duke, Admiral Edward, and the others were defeated and severely injured." "Huh? So dire?" Ryan frowned. You know, judging from the auras they had just revealed, both the Duke of Munster and Admiral Edward were clearly superior. Not to mention, they had the even more powerful ascetic at their side. Under these circumstances, the combined might of the 3 men were defeated? This gave Ryan a vague sense of unease. "Yes, Lord Ryan, it was he who activated the sorcery circle again." Fisher nodded quickly. He greatly admired Ryan, younger than him, yet far more powerful. Ever since he'd seen Ryan battle the ancient hero Munger, Fisher had switched his idol from Viscount Felker to Ryan. Administrative office. At this moment, reinforcements from the Sword-Bearers branch rushed into the office. Leading them were, coincidentally, Ryan's old acquaintances, Rock Squad Captain Batista and Ramil. In fact, this was the highest-ranking team currently on leave within the Sword-Bearers branch. As Rosby County and Mayes County were still engaged in battle with the Sea Tribe, most of the Sword-Bearers had already been dispatched. The door on the other side of the hall suddenly opened. Leading the charge was another Knight of Punishment, not dissimilar in appearance to Brander, also wielding a silver 2-handed warhammer. Behind him were more than 5 Patriarchs and dozens of Templar Knights. This meant that reinforcements from the Church of the Goddess had arrived. Seeing this, Duke Munster, forcing himself to stand, shouted, "Quick! Interrupt their advancement!" The 2 reinforcements immediately noticed Ixter, floating in midair, his aura steadily rising. They reacted, and a variety of sorcery and divine arts bombarded Ixter, shrouded in black energy, like fireworks during a ceremony. But these colorful energy attacks, within a few meters of Ixter's body, were blocked by the vast black energy that swirled around him like a tornado. Close-range attacks were virtually impossible. 7 or 8 Templar Knights and Sword-Bearers, swords and shields in hand, had just entered the sorcery formation when they were like flies caught in flypaper, practically unable to move. Fortunately, their teammates quickly pulled them out. In the core area of the sorceress formation, combatants below the rank of Grand Knight were completely unable to control their own blood and bodily fluids. It was basically a case of one killed after another. They would become fodder for Ixter's ascension ceremony. Batista and the Punishment Knight were the only ones who could break through the sorceress formation and not be seriously affected. Batista, forget us for now. Stop his ascension. Otherwise, once he completes his ascension, there might be no one in all of Munster who can resist him. Admiral Edward, struggling to hold on, solemnly addressed Batista, who was attempting to rescue him. Indeed, once he ascends successfully, he become an epic powerhouse, and Munster will be unstoppable. The Duke of Munster, standing nearby, also spoke with a solemn expression. Batista nodded solemnly, then pulled out a replica of the Imperial Scepter from behind him, and hurled it with lightning speed towards the massive black cyclone floating in midair. Instantly, the replica Imperial Scepter erupted with a surge of majestic energy, colliding violently with Ixter's black airflow. But as a level 3 crystallized wizard, Ixter's strength was far superior to that of a high priest at the county city level. Even the replica Imperial Scepter couldn't breach the black cyclone's defenses. It merely created a dent before depleting its energy and falling to the ground. However, Batista's attack also attracted Ixter, who had originally intended to attack the Duke of Munster. He raised his palm, aiming it at Batista. Suddenly, a black beam the size of a bowl shot straight towards him. Bang! In an instant, Batista, shield-wielding, was sent flying over 10 meters. The shield shattered in a single blow, and Batista's left hand was nearly shattered. A single blow crippled a peak-level knight. Such power was almost despairing. Suddenly, Ixter's joyful expression suddenly changed color. Not good. This power. No! Great God of the Hunt, you can't. Ah! Ixter screamed, his entire body spiraling out of control. The previously orderly black energy suddenly erupted into a violent rage. He also spun rapidly in midair, his suction power skyrocketing. Originally, Ixter was still able to control the rhythm of the entire ritual, but just then, a vast presence seemed to project a trace of power onto the sorceress formation and onto him. Even a level 3 crystallized wizard like Ixter couldn't withstand the influence of such a mighty force. Of course, perhaps he overestimated his willpower, losing himself under the influence of the whispers and the overwhelming energy, and overabsorbed. At this moment, the trickle of essence and blood suddenly increased by at least tenfold. The corpses that had been waiting around were now transformed into sustenance for the ritual. The next second, not only the essence and blood, but also the flesh and skin of those less powerful within the sorcerer formation were completely absorbed by Ixter. This horrifying scene filled the nearby Black Flame monks participating in the prayer ceremony with fear, and they retreated in panic. Not enough. All of you, come into my arms. With a high-pitched, inhuman roar from Ixter, instantly, the ritual's red light expanded, engulfing all the surrounding Black Flame monks. The next second, they screamed as all their flesh and skin were sucked away, leaving only blood-stained bones on the ground. It seemed as if it had reached a critical point. The red light stopped expanding and instead rapidly contracted. Ixter, who had been spinning, now froze in midair. A low, inexplicably terrifying voice emanated from his lips. What a disgusting aura. With a gentle flick of his finger, a black beam of light, as thick as a bowl, hurled itself straight into the goddess church's defensive formation. The leading punishment knight roared, but his hammer was only slightly slow to block the attack. The incredibly concentrated black beam of light instantly pierced his breastplate and exited through his back, its aftermath piercing through several Templar knights behind him. Puff! The punishment knight, who bore a striking resemblance to Brandoir, vomited blood and fell to his knees, struggling to hold himself steady with his two-handed warhammer. In midair. Lord Ryan, be careful. I'm about to land. Fisher shouted, quickly manipulating his griffin and swooping down. Suddenly, Ryan and his companions, preparing to descend, noticed that the 5 black beams originally surrounding the administrative hall were rapidly converging toward the center, seemingly drawn by some force. In the next second, they merged into a single, massive black beam, several times thicker than before. The beam instantly pierced the ceiling of the administrative hall and soared into the sky. At the same time, the overwhelming surge of energy and the terrifying aura were clearly felt even by those in midair. It took the combined efforts of several Griffin Knights to prevent the terrified Griffin from spinning out of control. No! Faster! Brandoir, the Knight of Punishment, atop another Griffin Knight, urged, as if struck by a thought. From the shattered ceiling of the hall, Ryan could clearly see the slaughterhouse-like scene within, and his own men completely at a disadvantage. Branner. Branduer's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw his brother, the Knight of Punishment, kneeling on the ground, a bloody hole the size of a wash basin in his chest. His body remained standing, supported by the two-handed warhammer he had gripped tightly the entire time. Branduer didn't hesitate a moment. Filled with inexplicable grief and rage, he leaped directly from a height of over 10 meters. The Duke's advisor nearby interjected, confirming Ryan's suspicions. That's Branduer's brother, his only living relative. Ryan nodded, his expression grave. A moment of silence passed between the two men, who then hurried to catch up with the advancing Branduer. Seeing a loved one, perhaps even his only relative, die before his eyes was a truly humbling experience. Lord Branduer. The surviving members of the church excitedly stepped forward upon seeing Branduer approach. Everyone, the goddess is watching over everything here. Now, it's time to test your courage. Faced with a powerful enemy, we must remain fearless. Unworthy of the divine grace. As Branduer chanted, the Templars, their faces filled with excitement, joined in the chant. With each verse, Branduer's aura grew. The 5 priests nearby glanced at each other and nodded, their faces solemn. Then, they chanted an incantation together. With their palms facing outward, a dense blue energy gathered half a meter in front of them. Then, 5 beams of blue energy simultaneously shone upon Branduer. Instantly, Branduer's aura surged, leaping from quasi-legendary to legendary. This immediately attracted the attention of the high-ranking being occupying Exter's body. The other glanced at Branduer with indifferent eyes and said coldly, just a stronger ant. You're courting death. A cold, unfamiliar voice, devoid of any human emotion, uttered from the other person's mouth. This momentarily reminded Ryan of a term from his past life called the Uncanny Valley Effect. Although the other person spoke human language, the strange voice and intonation, as if some unknown creature were imitating human speech, gave him a sense of horror and dread. Ryan observed the scene before him, then glanced around at his own combatants, nearly all of whom were gravely injured, Admiral Edward, Batista, Ramil, and so on. He knew he couldn't retreat at this moment. If he didn't want to see his family lying in a pool of blood like Brandel had, he had to do something. If this monster, whether human or possessed by an evil spirit, were allowed to complete the ritual, then it was likely that not many people in all of Munster would survive. Ryan's mind flickered. As if summoned, Cookie, the greyhound ward dog in Ryan's mansion, Blackie, the trotting wildebeest, and Bloodfeather, the blood-feathered hippogriff, in the sky, suddenly rushed towards Ryan's current position. Ryan drew his two-handed hammer and stared directly at Exeter. Most of his attention was now focused on the legendary Branduer. Branduer shone with a rich blue light, as solid as amber. Facing the incoming black beam, he thrust his silver hammer directly in front of it at the critical moment. Bang! 1 black, 1 blue, 2 powerful energies began to wrestle. Despite the hymns of numerous Templars, and the divine power of 5 patriarchs, Branduel's situation remained dire. Bang! Bang! Each crisp sound signaled the fall of a Templar. Faced with such a fearless scene, Exter's attention was clearly focused. A good opportunity. Instantly, the ground beneath Ryan's feet suddenly shattered, and he, like a bolt of silver lightning, struck Exter, who was in the center of the sorcerer's circle. Powered by the force and the radiance of his will, Ryan's hammer pierced the surging energy of the sorcerer's circle with unstoppable force. Hammer of Annihilation. Ryan's dark, two-handed hammer struck the opponent's black tornado, instantly opening a small hole. Huh? Exter turned, a look of surprise on his face. It seemed he hadn't expected anyone could breach his outer defenses. Soul-shattering impact. Suddenly, an invisible wave struck the opponent directly. Ah! Instantly, the opponent let out a shrill scream, as if suffering immense damage. But the counterattack was also immediate. The opponent's hands, condensed with an extremely dense black light, struck Ryan's chest fiercely. The enchanted thorium shield used by the witch metal barrier was instantly shattered. The carved mithril breastplate also shattered at the touch. Even Ryan's final high-grade steel body was unable to withstand the opponent's attack. Crack! Ryan's sternum was completely shattered, and a bowl-sized bump suddenly appeared on his back. He was instantly sent flying dozens of meters away. After launching this attack, Exter felt uneasy. His body convulsed like a sieve, and that trace of majestic aura seemed to slowly vanish under the impact of the soul shattering. Although the opponent's aura vanished with Ryan's attack, Exter before him was not dead, but rather in a, how should I put it, a rather strange state of equilibrium. As a third-level crystallized wizard, his own soul was not weak. It was just that he was suddenly possessed by a projection of a higher level, temporarily unable to resist. But Ryan's attack had shattered the projection of the higher level, and at the same time, directly and severely damaged Exter's original soul. This had caused him to be somewhat confused. However, Exter was still under the influence of some indescribable power. Flesh and blood, he whispered repeatedly. Flesh and blood. And his entire body swelled up like a balloon, acting entirely on instinct, grabbing at the survivors around him. One guard was unfortunate enough to be captured by him, and in an instant, only a pile of bones remained, blood, flesh, and skin completely devoured. Exter, meanwhile, had become utterly grotesque. Not only was his face completely obscured, but his skin had bulged, seemingly unable to accommodate so much flesh and blood, yet he still managed to force it in. After a strange transformation, the only thing that emerged before them was a gigantic, fat man 4 meters tall and 3 meters wide. At this moment, in a corner of the hall, where Ryan had been sent flying, a massive hand clattered out of the rubble, clattering to the giant greyhound warhound that had suddenly appeared. Chapter 308. Instantly, a green arc, as thick as a child's arm, and leaping like a squirrel, traveled from the greyhound's body to Ryan's palm. Followed by, a second arc of green electricity appeared, originating from a powerful black wildebeest that followed. Finally, a resounding eagle's cry echoed in the sky, and suddenly, a third arc of green electricity appeared. Instantly, 3 visible arcs of green electricity, leaping like high-voltage currents, connected the 3 ferocious beasts and Ryan's body. Ryan slowly stood up, debris tumbling from his body. It hurts. Ryan looked down at the dent in his chest. This was the first time he had suffered such a serious injury. Luckily, he had been one step ahead, having already dispatched his 3 war pets. After unleashing the Beast Priest's signature skill, Beast Vitality Level 3, active, Ryan felt 3 surges of heat emanating from his 3 pets, rapidly coursing through his chest. This heat had the dual effect of restoring energy and healing injuries. Half closed, Ryan could feel the tingling sensation in his chest, his injured bones and muscles rapidly repairing and healing. A few seconds later, at the expense of his 3 pets' languor, Ryan stood up again, refreshed and alert. Meanwhile, Swordbearer Branch. Although non-sword bearers were normally prohibited from entering the branch, due to the serious cult attack, the Swordbearer Branch had allocated the first floor of the administrative building to house some of the refugees. And the beautiful woman, Jennifer, was now relocated to the office of the Ministry of Support and Advancement, alongside Deputy Minister Melanie. Now that the lady is settled, shouldn't we go support the captain? Very said seriously. I agree. Evelyn was the first to agree. I agree too. We can't let the captain fight alone, Angus nodded. Yes, but we still need to do something, Nero added. This time the enemy is a cult. Let's go to the exchange hall immediately, and rent a replica of the Imperial Scepter. I heard it's very effective against powerful cult members. Indeed, what are we waiting for? Quick, let's go exchange it. Inside the administrative hall, Ryan, still in the corner, chose not to immediately join the battle. Instead, he quickly observed the beast-like Exter. Ever since that hint of a high-ranking aura disappeared, Ryan realized that the man before him seemed to have lost his mind. The bloated Exter raised his left hand high, and several balls of black flame suddenly appeared above his palm. The next second, they bombarded every living being in the surrounding area. Even the few remaining black flame monks were attacked. Several black flame monks fell to the ground, screaming in agony, and quickly turned to charcoal, further confirming Ryan's suspicions. In other words, the enemy's current attack had no specific target. All they wanted was to kill, to devour flesh and blood. This indiscriminate, all-out attack made Ixter look more like a beast than a human. However, after collapsing midway through the ascension ceremony, Ixter's physical strength had reached an incredible level. Even among the legendary level, he was likely a top-tier being. Ryan watched as the colorful, first-level sorcery struck the opponent, leaving not even a scratch on his skin. Terrifying defensive power. For those below the rank of Grand Knight, Ixter was a nightmare at this moment. Despite his portly build, he was incredibly fast. The Grand Knight was still able to react and roll to dodge. But for those less powerful, a single hit would kill them, a single scrape would injure them. Quick! Get everyone out. Anyone below the rank of Grand Knight will die if they stay here, the severely injured Admiral Edward said quickly. Not a full-fledged wizard or Grand Knight. Everyone get out. Ramil shouted beside him. Seeing this, Ryan knew he had to charge. If he didn't step forward to contain the enemy, the situation would soon collapse. Without hesitation, Ryan immediately used his attribute points to add a bit of strength to himself, restoring his physical condition to peak. At the same time, he clenched his hardened adamantine warhammer. The next second, the marble floor beneath his feet suddenly shattered like a spiderweb. Ryan, sprinting in a silvery line, rushed towards the out-of-control Exter. The air around him rippled like water, and a violent wave of air spread in all directions. An opponent who has lost his mind is always easier to deal with than the one in the state just now. Facing the onslaught of Ryan, the maddened Exter seemed to still retain some instinct. As if he knew that Ryan was the culprit for his failure to advance, he also seemed to know that Ryan was not so easy to deal with. Exter quickly snatched up a long-handled sword that someone had left on the ground, and slashed at Ryan fiercely. Even though Ryan could readily transform his shield or cast a metal barrier with sorcery to block the blow, he had no intention of engaging the opponent head-on. After all, his opponent's strength level was superior, and a head-on confrontation was a necessary evil. His primary goal at this moment was to give his opponent time to breathe and adjust. So, Ryan tapped the ground with his toes again, swiftly pivoting to Exter's left and launching his attack. But Exter's reaction was also incredibly swift. Suddenly, he slammed the hilt of his long-handled sword into the ground. Bang! Instantly, a visible shockwave shattered the marble floor within 4 or 5 meters of him into rubble. The power of this casual strike was no less than that of a peak Grand Knight unleashing a high-level ultimate technique. But Ryan wasn't fighting alone at this moment. With Ryan drawing the enemy's attention, the Duke's advisors, Minor and Ramil, and others nearby began to cast their spells again, attacking the enemy. Instantly, a dazzling array of spells struck Exter's bloated, massive form, exploding with explosive blasts. Due to his formidable physique, while most spells couldn't cause much damage, they were nonetheless deeply troubling. The dense explosion of spells caused pain and obscured his vision. This only exasperated Exter even more. Standing nearby, Paladin Branduer seized the opportunity, gathering his last remaining strength and charging forward. The silver two-handed warhammer in his hand suddenly shone, and a massive, meter-long shadow struck the portly Exter from behind. Bang! A powerful, legendary-level strike instantly opened a massive, open wound the size of a washbasin on Exter's back. Though wisps of black energy continuously attempted to repair the wound, the dense blue energy clinging to it hindered its healing. This blow instantly caused Exter to roar in anger and pain. The counterattack arrived instantly. A circular shockwave of black flames instantly sent Branduer, who had just successfully struck, flying back over 10 meters, tumbling heavily to the ground. In the previous battle, the elite Templar Knights of the Goddess Church had been nearly completely decimated, including the 5 patriarchs, who had collapsed to the ground after performing some kind of self-sacrificing divine art. This caused the dense, almost tangible blue light surrounding Branduer to slowly dissipate. His strength rapidly plummeted from legendary to quasi-legendary. Moreover, this divine spell, which had gathered the combined strength of all members and significantly increased their power, clearly had serious side effects. At this moment, Branduer, having been knocked flying, seemed to be struggling to even stand up again and was struggling to get up. They killed them all? Ryan noticed from the corner of his eye that all the Black Flame monks had been annihilated by the man before him. This forced him to abandon his original plan of stacking 10 soul energies, unleashing another soul-shattering blast, and taking the enemy out in one go. Captain, continue. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from outside the hall. Nilo and Angus rushed into the hall, and Angus threw his replica Imperial Scepter toward Ryan. The white scepter arced through the air and landed securely in Ryan's hands. Nero, standing by, continued to shout, "Captain, use it freely. We still have some." The remaining men each drew a replica Imperial Scepter from their backs and waved it at Ryan. This made Ryan laugh. Could these guys have taken all the stock from the Swordbearer's branch? Now, perhaps we don't have to fight so hard. Without hesitation, seeing Exter continue his furious charge towards Brander, Ryan's hardened adamantium instantly transformed into 3 kite-shaped shields, swirling around him. Ryan, clutching the replica Imperial Scepter, also rushed towards Brander. He couldn't let a fearless warrior die before him. Dang! In a flash of lightning, Ryan leaped forward, blocking Brandier's powerful blow and forcefully blocking Exter's sword strike. The 3 hardened adamantine kite shields, controlled by the metal barrier, had already overlapped. But they were still instantly cleaved in two. Only with the help of the last shield did Ryan manage to block the blow, but his legs, below the knees, had sunk into the hard marble floor. Hammer of Annihilation. Ryan's muscles bulged, and with a sudden roar, he thrust the replica Imperial Scepter into Exter's enlarged abdomen. Bang! The combined power of Annihilation and the trace of imperial power contained in the scepter. With a bang, a washbasin-sized piercing wound appeared in the opponent's waist and abdomen. A single blow dealt a crushing blow. Even in his unconscious state, Exter's face was etched with pain, and he stumbled back several steps. "Captain, keep going." He wasn't done yet. Ryan caught the second replica imperial scepter thrown by Nero, spun around, and swiftly circled to Exter's left, striking again. Bang! 2 basin-sized bloody holes appeared in Exter's waist and abdomen. The black energy had no time to heal, and Ryan's continuous bursts of energy knocked the opponent to his knees. Strike him while he's weak. Ryan gathered more strength to recover, instantly leaping high. The hardened adamantine shield in his hand quickly transformed into a 2-handed warhammer, and he struck the wailing Exter with a powerful blow. Crack! An unusually crisp crack of skull-breaking sound echoed. The dark, hardened adamantine warhammer smashed into the opponent's forehead. A large mass of white, jelly-like substance, mixed with red liquid, erupted from the back of Exter's head, splashing onto the ground in a wide fan-shaped pattern. No matter how hard the opponent's skull was, it couldn't withstand the attack of the ultimate technique, Hammer of Annihilation. On the contrary, due to its sufficient strength, the sound was unusually crisp. The entire hall could hear it clearly. Who? Ryan maintained his grip on the hammer, swinging downwards, his breathing slightly rapid, as if he hadn't yet fully recovered from his intense battle. With Exter's death, a unique aura began to emanate from his bloated corpse. This aura was imbued with a sense of vastness, grandeur, and majesty, and Ryan felt a faint familiarity. It seemed to be the aura of the high-level projection he had just destroyed with soul-shattering blast. Could it be that I can gain talent points again this time? This familiar scene stirred Ryan's heart. At this moment, a system prompt confirmed Ryan's suspicion. Ding! Detection detected unknown high-quality absorbable energy. Yes/no? Note, this high-quality energy can be directly converted into talent points after absorption. As expected? Seeing the system prompt, Ryan was instantly delighted. Ever since killing the ascended Black Flame cult leader and the ancient hero Munder, Ryan had encountered a situation where talent points could be converted. Afterward, Ryan briefly summarized this. It seems that only enemies with even a remote connection to the gods can yield talent points. And this is the 3rd time. For now, this judgment seems to be accurate. What made Ryan even more delighted was that the aura before him was even stronger than the previous 2 times. Naturally, Ryan immediately chose yes. Instantly, the strange aura that had been gradually dissipating was now absorbed by Ryan's body, like a trickle merging into a river. The system notification sounded again. Ding! A total of 4 talent points will be converted. Please select the talent to upgrade. Basic Weapon Mastery, Passive, Basic Supernatural Comprehension, Passive, Intermediate Massive Strength, Active, or Advanced Steel Body, Passive. Yes! A full 4 talent points. Seeing this system notification, Ryan's smile widened even more. This meant that even high-level talents could be upgraded this time. Of course, choosing which one or more talents to upgrade required careful consideration. And now, of course, was not the time to consider adding points. Admiral Edward stared at the scene in shock. Although he had long known from a series of mission completion reports that Ryan's strength was even greater than what he had demonstrated during the Sword Wielder assessment, but how much greater, exactly? A report on paper, after all, couldn't compare to witnessing it in person. Although Exter had been severely injured by the combined blows of the 3 of them at the outset, his injuries had actually healed instantly after a trace of the high-level being possessed him. And yet, Ryan was able to send that trace of the being back to the alternate dimension with a single blow. This, even at the highest level of mystical power, was impossible. This puzzled Admiral Edward, but he didn't intend to inquire. With his rich life experience, how could he not know that everyone has their own secrets? He simply needed to be certain that Ryan was on the Empire's side. If, on top of that, Ryan could still effectively fulfill his duties as an Imperial sword-bearer, he would fully support him. And the Duke of Munster, standing nearby, was utterly shocked. He was different from Admiral Edward. This was the first time he had seen Ryan in combat. At this moment, even the normally composed Ryan watched the scene unfold with eyes wide open and his mouth slightly open. After a long moment, he began to look back and forth between his old friend, Admiral Edward, and Ryan. He quickly approached Admiral Edward and said, "Old friend, I didn't expect you to have such a hidden weapon. Say, why not have Ryan come to the executive office?" "Stop, Ferreira, the Duke of Munster's real name, forget it." Admiral Edward's expression darkened, and he waved his hand, interrupting the Duke of Munster and flatly refusing. He muttered to himself, I don't even dare to upgrade his swordsman to the magic iron level, for fear he be drafted directly by the imperial capital. And yet, you're trying to poach my men. To prevent Ferreira from arguing further with him on this point, Admiral Edward changed the subject, saying, I'm afraid Munster's losses this time are substantial. Hearing this, the Duke of Munster, who was about to speak, suddenly realized something. He looked around, his face darkening. He nodded and said gravely, not substantial, but significant. However, the losses suffered by the Goddess Church this time are even greater than those suffered by the Empire. It's a pity that even the remains of the ascetic Muger were not preserved, the Duke of Munster sighed. Alas! We anticipated the possibility of an attack and set an ambush, but we never expected them to gain the attention of such a being. Admiral Edward nodded in agreement. If it weren't for your subordinate, the enemy would have easily overturned the situation. In that case, all of Munster would have faced a catastrophic disaster. Ferreira, if we can attract the attention of that kind of entity here, then what about the imperial capital? Admiral Edward paused. The Duke of Munster's face darkened, and he nodded. Of course, it's drawing much attention. But I imagine His Majesty is not completely unprepared, it's just, alas, facing that kind of being, and more than one at that. I'm afraid even the most prepared wouldn't be enough. Captain, you're truly amazing. At this moment, Barry and the others excitedly ran to Ryan's side, helping him recover. Ryan slowly transformed his two-handed warhammer into a metal plate, which he placed over his armor as usual. Why are you all here? Ryan smiled, feeling a warm warmth at the sight of his own team members bravely rushing over. After a few words, the nearby punishment knight Branduer struggled to his feet and approached, saying sincerely, Sir Ryan, thank you. Ryan had great admiration for Branduer. He was a true Templar. You're welcome, Lord Brandwell. We fought side by side last time, didn't we? Ryan smiled and stepped forward, extending his right hand. Brandwell also smiled slightly, extending his large hand and shaking Ryan's. The Church of the Goddess suffered heavy losses, and his own brother had also been sacrificed. Brandwell quickly left. At this moment, Admiral Edward and the Duke of Munster approached. Nero and the others bowed and stepped back slightly. Admiral Edward, how are you? Ryan asked, looking at the severely injured Admiral Edward with concern. Nothing serious. Admiral Edward waved his hand, a smile on his face. Ryan, if it weren't for you this time, the situation would have been disastrous, the Duke of Munster said, stepping forward. I'm grateful for all you've done for the Empire, for Munster, and for the House of Bavaria. Your Excellency, this is my duty as an Imperial sword-bearer, Ryan said, bowing slightly. You are truly a humble and capable young man. I take care of the matters at hand. I discussed your award with Admiral Edward, and will certainly not disappoint you. Your Excellency, thank you very much. A short while later, Ryan, Nero, Angus, and the others left the administrative office. After returning to the mansion and comforting his mother, Emma, and the rest of his family, Ryan quickly went to the sword-bearer branch and retrieved the beautiful Jennifer. Only after this was done did he have time to retire to his room to rest. At this moment, Ryan looked out the window of his third-floor study toward the street. He saw a dazzling array of busy security guards and city guards on the boulevard in front of the sword-bearer branch. Clearly, the casualties and losses caused by the cult attacks in the trade zone and administrative offices were significant. Furthermore, for the time being, the general public in Munster was inevitably in a state of panic. After all, this time was unlike the last time, when the giant evil spirit's attack occurred at night and caused minimal damage. This time, however, it occurred in broad daylight, causing a far greater impact. I'm afraid the Duke of Munster will be very busy. Next, I'm sure the branch office will have a lot of assignments. Ryan frowned slightly, thinking as he returned to his desk and sat down. At the same time, he opened the interface and carefully reviewed the system notifications after the battle. Meanwhile, in Maester County, shimmering gold town. From a lush forest, a massive elk suddenly leaped out. Elk is a creature with a pair of massive antlers, 3 meters long and over 2 meters tall at the shoulder, and possesses considerable combat power. But this elk seemed a little different. Its large, lively eyes flickered around, a smile of intense anthropomorphic satisfaction playing across its face. Suddenly, the giant deer underwent a drastic and rapid transformation. In about 2 seconds, it transformed into a slender woman, propped up on her hands and feet. The deer quickly stood up, dusted off her hands, and muttered to herself, transforming into a giant deer is quite fast for navigating the jungle. It's a shame I haven't learned to transform into a cheetah yet, I could be even faster. Ah, I wish I could learn to transform into an eagle. The girl glanced at the sky, envy gleaming in her beautiful eyes. Then, turning toward Goldhire, a look of surprise crossed her face. Huh? Why do so many of the buildings in Goldhire look so ruined? Chapter 309. This made Anna's heart clench. For her first thought was that Goldhire seemed to have been attacked. As the sheriff's deputy, Ryan was likely injured, or even. A key reason for her visit this time was to see Ryan and Mint. Anna's slender figure sprinted towards Goldhire, but after taking a few steps, she suddenly remembered something and stopped. A crisp, short incantation echoed, and a flash of light flashed across her face. Her once slightly pointed ears became indistinguishable from those of a human. Freckles appeared on her fair, clean face, and her complexion darkened considerably. This made Anna look like an ordinary human girl. After the spell was completed, Anna continued her run towards Goldhire. Also, this time, she chose not to transform into a giant deer. After all, in a place where humans gather, transforming into an animal would be too conspicuous. Soon, Anna arrived at the edge of Goldhire. As expected, she was not mistaken. Inside Goldhire, although some time had passed since the Black Flame cult's attack, and the streets had been largely cleaned up, however, due to the drastic decline in population, many houses remained in a state of collapse, seemingly abandoned. The entire town took on a desolate appearance. Anna's expression changed, and she quickly ran towards the location of Ryan's new home in Goldhire, as she remembered it. A few minutes later, she stood there, stunned, staring at the vast ruins before her, her expression dazed, muttering to herself, "How is this possible? No! Ryan is so powerful, nothing should happen." But the scene before her seemed to tell her that this world was dangerous and unpredictable, so even if something unexpected happened, it wouldn't be surprising. In fact, during the Black Flame cult's attack, the town hall was one of the main targets, and many of the surrounding houses were damaged. Naturally, Ryan's former new house, located next to the town hall, was no exception. After a brief moment of panic, Anna calmed down and decided to ask around. But looking around, she found few people on the street, and most of them were strangers, rushing around in a hurry. Thankfully, she soon spotted a team of 3 security officers on patrol. She ran up and asked anxiously, "Hello, may I ask if this is Ryan, the former deputy sheriff of Goldhire?" Anna didn't finish the rest of the sentence, but pointed to the ruins. The leading security officer looked at Anna with surprise. She was deeply puzzled. If this girl was a relative or friend of Lord Ryan, how could she not know he had long since moved out of Goldhire? However, given her clear eyes and the friendly, girl-next-door demeanor, she seemed unlikely to be a cult spy. She replied, "Lord Ryan? He hasn't lived here for a long time." "Ah? No longer? That's good." Anna breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, nothing happened. It seemed he just moved. Where did he move to, then? Do you know? "I'm a friend of his." Anna thought for a moment and asked again. Another young security officer, seemingly idolizing Ryan, said with admiration, "Lord Ryan is quite a figure now. I heard he's moved to the provincial capital, Munster. But the Baron seems to have a mansion in the county town. You could go ask there." "Baron?" Anna's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly parted in wonder. Had she heard correctly? Baron? Ryan is already an imperial noble? Anna's heart was suddenly filled with turmoil. Although she had watched Ryan's rapid growth, she had never expected him to become a baron in just 3 months. Ryan's promotion was incredibly rapid. "Really? Aren't you a friend of Lord Ryan? Don't you know he was already a baron? How long have you been away?" the young security officer asked, looking at Anna in surprise. "Well, it's true I haven't been back for quite some time," Anna explained, a little embarrassed. However, even with that, she was actually a little confused. Was 3 months a long time? "Thank you very much." Anna bowed gracefully to the 3 security guards. By the way, was there an attack in Goldhire? Now that she knew where Ryan had gone, Anna's anxiety subsided, and she asked about the situation in Goldhire. "Yes, you haven't been back for a long time, so I don't know. Goldhire is..." The security guards were happy to answer the girl's question. After a lively conversation, Anna finally digested the events that had occurred in Goldhire during her absence. Hearing those familiar names, some of them deceased, others missing, Anna's heart tightened. Fortunately, Ryan, Mint, and the others are all fine. No wonder Aunt Delana was so against me coming out, saying the situation outside was turbulent, and I'd only just reached the level of a full druid, so my combat prowess wasn't particularly strong. In fact, this time, After successfully ascending to full druid status, Anna hurried from the druid circle in Ferdinand Forest to Goldhire, thinking she might be able to help Ryan. In the past, she had watched Lagrave and Ryan journey together to Nightsong Forest to eradicate evil, and she had been filled with envy. Now, she had gained enough strength to join Ryan. Also, she had another important reason for this trip. While tidying Aunt Delana's study while she was away, she happened to come across a secret letter. The contents of the letter were surprisingly related to Anna's missing mother. Unfortunately, the letter was vague, merely suggesting that her mother's disappearance was likely connected to the empire-wide influence of the Axon auction house. This filled Anna with both excitement and trepidation. After much deliberation, she decided to quietly leave the druid circle. She wondered why Aunt Delana hadn't told her this news. Perhaps she was worried that if she learned of it, she would be unable to resist and come to investigate. Of course, Anna also left a letter for her Aunt Delana before leaving. The letter briefly explained that she was returning to Goldhire and planned to stay for a while, so she wasn't worried. Then let's go to Mayes County City now, and find out where Ryan has moved to. I should be able to see Ryan and Mint soon. Anna looked off into the distance, a smile on her face. This time, she was much more confident than before. After undergoing druid training in the druid circle, her entire person, including her figure, had completely transformed. Now, she was well-proportioned, with curves in all the right places, brimming with youthful vitality. Add to that the druid's unique charm, and if Anna revealed her true appearance, most men would likely be fascinated. More importantly, Anna could be promoted to a full druid in about 3 months. According to Andrana, her druid aptitude was exceptional, even among pure-blooded elves. Perhaps Ryan is no longer my match now. Anna couldn't help but clench her fists and laugh. Thinking of Ryan's surprised expression, Anna's fair face suddenly flushed. After leaving the Goldhire area, the slender girl quickly dropped to the ground. Less than 2 seconds later, a tall, muscular giant deer appeared and broke into a sprint. Soon, the giant deer disappeared at the end of the road. Munster. Inside the Swordbearer branch. At this moment, Ryan was checking the system notification. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful enemy and earned 13 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has been increased. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard, legendary, class level has been increased. The Warhammer Wizard, legendary, class leveled up 1 level, reaching level 9, 380/10,000. The Beast Priest, legendary, previously at level 5, also gained a level in this battle, reaching level 6, 1022/3000. This effectively doubled his level, giving Ryan 2 more skill points and 2 more attribute points. Adding his remaining points, he now had 8 attribute points, 2 skill points, and 16 gold skill points. Ryan glanced at his stats. Constitution, 47. Strength, 51, 2 points of strength added in combat. Agility, 47. Spirit, 55. Willpower, hidden stat 7. Huh? Willpower increased by a full 3 points? Ryan's face lit up with surprise. No wonder, I feel like the effect of the Fell Flame mark seems to be decreasing, and my attack power has also slightly increased. Joyed, Ryan turned his attention back to his talent points. This time, after witnessing a glimmer of the power of a high-ranking projection, Ryan felt he should quickly transition to the epic class, the Lord of Thousand Blades. The power boost offered by an epic class should surpass even that of the Warhammer Wizard, legendary. Had Ryan not relied on the Warhammer Wizard's core skill, Soul-Shattering Hammer, twice in a row, he would have struggled to overcome these challenges. This made Ryan's urgency for a job transition stronger than ever. As for the prerequisite for the job transition, mastering 9 different mysteries, Ryan was currently at June 9th, with 3 items remaining. Based on previous experience, with 3 skill points, he could master a supernatural skill, such as Shadow Spear Throw, in just a week. But the problem now was that he didn't have enough skill points. 3 points was only enough to upgrade 1 more supernatural skill. On average, each supernatural skill could only be allocated 1 skill point. If skill points couldn't be used to upgrade after level 9, it would take at least several months. As for switching to a subsequent class to gain a wave of skill points, Ryan had naturally considered that idea. For example, the sequel to Breaking Bad, Supernatural, might be found at the Munster branch of the Royal Apothecary Association, where some clues for the job change could be found. But how long would it take to trigger it? That was difficult to manage. It wasn't that Ryan lacked patience. Rather, the continuous attacks and the Empire's current turmoil might not give him much time. However, How much faster would progress be achieved by upgrading all primary transcendental comprehension, passive, to intermediate talents? It remains to be seen. But considering the 30% improvement in primary transcendental comprehension, Ryan estimated that intermediate transcendental comprehension would likely increase by over 60%. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door interrupted Ryan's thoughts. Ryan opened the door and saw Alina standing outside. Unlike her usual shrewd and capable demeanor, she now appeared anxious and dejected. This puzzled Ryan. Could it be because of the recent attack? Sir Alina. Sir Ryan, Admiral Edward wishes you to attend an emergency meeting immediately, Alina said with a forced smile. Okay, let's go now. Ryan nodded, his face solemn. Clearly, the Swordbearer branch must have received some important, or rather, not so good news. As they walked, Ryan couldn't help but ask, Lord Alina, the main point of the meeting is. Admiral Edward just received a red crystal message, Alina said after a moment's deliberation. Red crystal message? Ryan looked surprised. He had no idea what this level of communication represented. Yes, it's the branch's highest level communication method. It can also receive real-time communications from the imperial capital of Tamriel, but it requires a special crystal and isn't normally activated. As for the content, I'm sorry, Lord Ryan, the red crystal is in Admiral Edward's office, so I don't know the specifics, but it won't be good news, Alina explained. Ryan nodded. It seemed that this red crystal communication system was similar to the central red telephones in the offices of provincial governors in his past life. This made his heart tremble, and he had a vague sense of foreboding. In addition to diamond-level swordbearer captains like you, the attendees also included heads of various departments within the branch, Alina explained to Ryan as they walked. Soon, the two arrived at the large conference room on the top floor of the administrative building. The long oval conference table was almost full. In the center sat Admiral Edward, flanked by department heads including Umez, head of the mission hall, and Colonel Stanley, Admiral Edward's secretary. Everyone's expression was solemn, and the atmosphere in the meeting hall was heavy. Seeing Ryan enter, Admiral Edward nodded slightly. Under Alina's guidance, Ryan sat down next to a burly man. Everyone is almost here. We will now convene an emergency meeting, Admiral Edward said after a glance around. I just received news from the imperial capital of Tamriel. Very bad news. Admiral Edward paused. Our great emperor, at the critical moment of his ascension to demigodhood, was ambushed by several avatars of foreign gods. Despite the Imperial Guardian's utmost efforts, the Emperor was still seriously injured. The Dragon Empire has now entered a full level 1 combat readiness state. As Admiral Edward finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent for several seconds. But then, suddenly, the atmosphere boiled over. What? Promoted to demigod? His Majesty the Emperor is seriously injured? This? Clearly, Admiral Edward's few words contained a vast amount of information. Although everyone present was a mid-level or senior member of the Swordbearers Munster branch, it was they who best understood what the serious injury to the Imperial Emperor meant to the entire Dragon Empire. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Ryan was also startled. But he quickly calmed down and quickly realized something. No wonder His Majesty Menia had suddenly abandoned the situation he had inflicted upon the demon-tail three-headed sea dragon and immediately returned to the Imperial capital. So, His Majesty the Emperor was about to be promoted to demigod. Was the attack launched by an incarnation of an outer god? Although Ryan wasn't quite sure how much stronger the avatar was than the projection, it was clearly much stronger. But a moment's reflection made it clear that, to be able to injure the even more powerful Emperor while defending against powerful Imperial Guardians, like His Highness Menia, this divine incarnation must be at least epic, if not even more powerful. It seemed I needed to accelerate my power even further, even faster. I must quickly upgrade to the epic class, the King of Thousand Blades. When I return, I add some talent to the Transcendental Enlightenment. If the situation worsens, the shaky empire will hardly be able to serve as a towering tree of protection. By then, I have no one to rely on but myself. Silence! Admiral Edward shouted, his authority unspoken. Instantly, the noisy conference room quieted down. Everyone, fortunately, His Majesty the Emperor was seriously injured only after ascending to demigodhood. Also, news from Tamriel indicates that the avatars of several gods have also perished in the Imperial Palace. Even if the opponent is a being of high status, losing an avatar is no small feat. So, the situation isn't as dire as you all imagine. However, it will take time for His Majesty to recover from his injuries, and even though these evil gods are gradually recovering, they will also need time to recover. Hearing this, many people breathed a sigh of relief. But Ryan remained frowning. For he had clearly heard that Admiral Edwards' remarks had been a series of derogatory remarks followed by praise. It was true that His Majesty was seriously injured. It was also true that the imperial capital would likely be unable to provide support to the various provinces in the short term. This news from Tamriel has been disseminated to all provincial departments, including the Executive Office and the Goddess Church. They have all received the relevant information. Unlike the Executive Office, which is responsible for relocating small-town residents to the county capital, the Empire has now assigned us sword-bearers two main tasks. First, the sword-bearer branches in each province must thoroughly investigate all existing and undiscovered forbidden gates and prevent hostile forces from opening them. Second, we must completely eliminate all cults within our jurisdiction. At this point, Admiral Edward tilted his head slightly to glance in Ryan's direction. For the seats on Ryan's side represented the diamond-level sword-bearer captains, the most powerful members of the sword-bearer Munster branch. Ryan immediately considered whether his plan to visit the Bishu Constructor School was off the table. Or at least, it was not feasible at this stage. It's not appropriate to ask today. Let's see tomorrow. Ryan glanced at Admiral Edward, who looked exhausted and still recovering from his injuries, and pondered. The meeting was hastily convened and ended just as quickly. A few minutes later, it was over. Returning to his residence, Ryan didn't hesitate and immediately invested a few talent points in primary supernatural insight, passive. He planned to see the results first. If the improvement was too low, then this quick fix wouldn't work. He'd then consider other options. At least, he still had 3 talent points left, which he could use to invest in other talents. This was a second plan. Ryan focused his attention on the primary supernatural insight, passive, talent, silently reciting the points he was adding. Suddenly, a cool breeze surged through Ryan's mind. The feeling was like waking from a deep sleep. He felt especially alert and sharp. At this moment, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, your talent, Elementary Transcendental Comprehension, passive, has been upgraded to Intermediate Transcendental Comprehension, passive. Ryan immediately checked the Intermediate Transcendental Comprehension, passive, talent with great anticipation. The description read, Weapon Master, Legendary, Exclusive Talent, Intermediate Transcendental Comprehension, passive, Intermediate Transcendental Comprehension, passive, effect. The Weapon Master masters a wide range of combat skills with ease, increasing the speed at which they learn any transcendental combat skill by an additional 80%. 80%? Ryan raised his eyebrows, a look of surprise on his face. That's much higher than I expected. I thought it would only be around 60%. If practicing a transcendent combat skill previously gave 10 experience points, now it's 18. That's right. This means the training time can be cut in half. The key is, I still have talent points to upgrade it to an advanced talent. Ryan pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up. Immediately, Ryan silently added points to the talent Intermediate Transcendent Comprehension, passive. The same effect reappeared, and the system prompt reappeared. Congratulations, your talent Intermediate Transcendent Comprehension, passive, has been upgraded to Advanced Transcendent Comprehension, passive. Advanced Transcendent Comprehension, passive, effect. The Weapon Master mastery of various combat skills is at ease, and the speed of learning any transcendent combat skill is increased by an additional 200%. 200%. If the experience points gained from practicing extraordinary combat skills were originally 10, then now it's 30? Based on the 100 experience points required to advance from level 1 to level 2, I can complete the upgrade in just 1/3 of the time. Ryan quickly calculated the increase. Knock, knock, knock. Lord Ryan, Master Magaro from the Imperial Capital is outside the door. He wishes to meet with you. At this moment, the guard's voice announced. Chapter 310. Ryan, do you know what happened in the Imperial Capital? Magaro asked anxiously the moment he saw Ryan. Well, Admiral Edward just held a meeting with us. His Majesty the Emperor of the Empire is seriously injured. The situation isn't looking good. More than that, communication between the Empire and the Academy has been suspended, and all active personnel have returned to duty. I'm afraid your further studies at the Academy will have to be put on hold for now. Ryan nodded at Magaro's words. He had anticipated this when Admiral Edward called the emergency meeting. His emotions weren't particularly volatile, though there was a touch of disappointment. Besides, I'd be returning to Tamriel soon to repair the colossal war golem, the Felsteel Titan. I'm afraid I won't be able to attend to you for a while. Magaro looked at Ryan with regret. He had originally intended to teach such a talented student well. No rush, Master Maduro. Let's wait until the situation settles down, Ryan said reassuringly. No, I'm anxious if you aren't. You're my disciple, I'm determined. Maduro's voice rose sharply. He spoke excitedly, as he pulled out a parchment scroll radiating a rich magical aura, and handed it to Ryan. Here. This is the contract to join the Bishu Construction School. Take a look and sign it if you're satisfied. I've already spoken to the school leader about you. Once you sign, you be an official member of the school. You be my disciple, and no one can take you away. Huh? A contract? Ryan took it with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected Maduro to be even more anxious than he was. It seemed that the wizarding talent he had displayed so far had truly caught Maduro's attention. However, his initial impression of Maduro was quite positive. Maduro had a rather straightforward personality, or rather, his emotions were easily expressed. Ryan sensed that while Maduro might possess considerable skill in puppetry, his actual strength was quite average, barely at the peak of a first-level wizard. This was evident in a comparison with Minor, the Duke's advisor, a second-level liquefied wizard whom Ryan knew. His aura was significantly weaker. Although the other party's strength wasn't particularly strong, Ryan was more of a guide on the wizarding path. As for strength, while greater strength was naturally better, average strength wasn't a big deal. After all, with the system in hand, even if he was stronger than Ryan now, Ryan would likely surpass him quickly in the near future. Of course, Ryan would still carefully consider matters like signing contracts. He took it, unfolded the parchment contract, which emanated magical energy, and began to read through it clause by clause. After several minutes, Ryan found nothing wrong. The contract clauses mostly contain provisions such as not to do anything that harms the school's interests, and not to disseminate the school's secret knowledge. After another careful review, Ryan no longer hesitated and immediately picked up his quill and signed his name. At this moment, the parchment contract suddenly emitted a burst of white light, then quickly withered and dissipated. Simultaneously, a complex magical symbol appeared in midair, flickered a few times, and then disappeared. Very good. Maduro, who had been waiting anxiously, took the parchment and carefully examined the signature on it, Ryan Kalin. He couldn't help but feel delighted. In truth, Maduro was far more concerned about Ryan joining the academy than Ryan himself. After that day, he immediately contacted the academy. This morning, after receiving the news from the imperial capital, he was filled with anxiety. After picking up the contract and a few other items, he hurried over. In that case, I give you all the things I have here, Maduro said, pulling a transparent prismatic crystal from his bosom. The crystal had 8 faces, formed by 2 regular tetrahedrons stacked together, about 2 fingers wide and 1 finger long. This is a memory crystal. It contains the school's most important advanced meditation method, the first level of Iron Heart. Although it's only the first level of the advanced meditation method, it's also a secret among the major wizarding schools. Generally, newcomers to a school require a probation period of at least a year, in addition to a background check and assessment. But you're different. Given your qualifications and status, these things seem a bit redundant to me. In addition to allowing a full-fledged wizard to further enhance and refine his mental power, the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation method also enhances your control over metal. It's perfect for you. However, it's quite difficult to get started. Just study it slowly. At this point, Maduro pulled out another thicker book from his arms and handed it to Ryan. The principles of puppetry are relatively easy to grasp. It's easy to learn but difficult to master. Focus on the principles of metal puppetry. This perfectly complements your affinity with metal, and you'll be able to better unleash the combat effectiveness of metal puppets. As for the others, such as clay puppets, rock puppets, and flesh puppets, you don't need to master them. A basic understanding is sufficient. Also, here's the method for crafting an entry-level combat puppet. The Iron Combat Puppet. Maduro produced another ancient parchment scroll and handed it to Ryan. Of course, you don't need to craft it. The main purpose is to help you better understand and master the principles of puppetry. Keep these 3 items. I estimate the current turbulent situation will calm down in 2 or 3 months after His Majesty the Emperor recovers. During this time, these items should be enough for you to learn. I hope you can study them carefully over the next few months. When you return to the academy, you'll be able to get started more quickly, Maduro instructed. Seeing these 3 items, Ryan was stunned at first, then naturally overjoyed. He hadn't expected the benefits of signing the contract to arrive so soon. Especially the Iron Heart Advanced Meditation. Ryan had already looked for it at the exchange hall. No. Perhaps it might be available at Sword Bearer headquarters, but the branch offices definitely didn't. And even if it were available at headquarters, The exchange requirements might be very high, perhaps requiring a Diamond Star level or higher mission evaluation medal. He had also asked Alina about this, and from what she knew, it seemed the only way to receive it was by visiting Swordbearer headquarters. Unexpectedly, he had obtained it so easily, even though it was only the first level. It seemed his exceptional metal affinity might be even rarer than he had anticipated. By the way, Master, how do I use this memory crystal? Ryan asked, examining the transparent crystal in his hand, which glowed with a faint white light. Ryan even changed his address, calling Magro Master, which immediately made Magro stroke his red beard and smile. Hearing Ryan's question, Magro slapped his head and said, "Oh, I almost forgot something so important. Focus your mind on the memory crystal, and you see 9 light spots arranged in a square, 3 in a row. Draw a Z on the squares, activate these light spots, and you can read the contents of the memory crystal. By the way, the memory crystal must be handled with care. Once you've memorized the contents, simply give it a firm squeeze, and it will shatter to prevent accidental leakage." Magro instructed, his face grim. "Okay, Master." Ryan nodded. "This is convenient, but it's probably not easy to make, and there are probably some limitations. Otherwise, so many ancient tomes wouldn't have survived in the form of books. Okay, Ryan, I have to go. The airship to the Empire leaves in 2 hours. I have some things to pack," Magro said, standing up. "Okay, Master, I see you off." Ryan smiled. Returning to his room, Ryan looked at the 3 items in his hands with a look of delight. "I thought my trip to the academy was probably over. I didn't expect there would be a silver lining." Laying the 3 items out on his desk, Ryan was immediately drawn to the memory crystal. Heart of Steel Advanced Meditation. He picked up the shimmering memory crystal and immediately focused his mental energy on it. Following Magro's instructions, he quickly and successfully opened the memory crystal. Instantly, an extremely complex 3-dimensional pattern appeared in Ryan's mind. Is this the first level of the advanced meditation method, Heart of Steel? Ryan examined it carefully. In fact, it was just a 3-dimensional shape, but its complexity far exceeded any of the will runes he had previously learned in the basic meditation method. If the 24 will runes he had previously practiced were the different building blocks of Lego toys in his previous life, then the 3-dimensional pattern before him was a collection of building blocks. Like a toy car or a toy house, assembled from numerous building blocks. The difficulty was naturally incomparable. But the power was also incomparable. The latter not only enhances and refines mental power, but also achieves certain special effects, or rather, grants the practicing wizard certain special abilities. Slightly excited, Ryan immediately tried it. After a while, even with Ryan's current mental strength, he still couldn't get started. It seems that Instructor Maguro was right. This Ironheart Advanced Meditation method is quite difficult to learn. Although Ryan had the system, he still needed to get started. Only after it was displayed on the system panel could he improve it by adding points. However, Ryan calmed down a bit and set the memory crystal aside. He folded his arms, paced back and forth across the room for a moment, then focused his attention on his system attribute panel. Under the current circumstances, it's most important to switch to the epic class, Thousand Blade King. Then, consider devoting your energy and time to practicing the Ironheart Advanced Meditation. Have a clear goal. After some thought, Ryan decided to switch classes first. Besides, he still had a few talent points to add. In fact, if he wanted to use this talent point instead of saving it, he had no other choice. Because whether it was Intermediate Massive Strength, Active, Advanced Supernatural Insight, Passive, or Advanced Steel Body, Passive, improving it required more than just a single talent point. After a moment's deliberation, Ryan decided to use this talent point instead of saving it. Under the current circumstances, every point of strength increase meant a stronger ability to deal with crisis. As Ryan focused his attention on the talent Elementary Weapon Mastery, Passive, a system notification soon appeared. Congratulations, your talent Elementary Weapon Mastery, Passive, has been upgraded to Intermediate Weapon Mastery, Passive. Ryan immediately checked the Intermediate Weapon Mastery, Passive talent. The text description read, Weapon Master, Legendary, Exclusive Talent, Intermediate Weapon Mastery, Passive. Intermediate Weapon Mastery, Passive, Effect. Weapon Masters possess a natural familiarity with all weapons, granting them the effect of Mastery Level 2 when using any weapon. Note, Hammer Mastery Level 3 remains unchanged, as it exceeds this effect. Thinking for a moment, Ryan casually transformed the hardened adamantine into a javelin. When he grasped the javelin, he felt a distinct difference. A greater sense of familiarity, a feeling of greater control. From the textual description, This was due to the upgrade of his all-weapon specialization from level 1 to level 2. In addition, there was another significant benefit to the upgrade. With the added benefit of all-weapon specialization at level 2, the difficulty of mastering the secrets of his subsequent supernatural combat skills would be further reduced. Level 11 is probably enough. Adding to the 3 skill points I still have, that means, after upgrading my supernatural combat skills to level 10 and adding a few more points, I'd basically be able to master the secrets. If that's the case, well, it might only take 3 or 4 days for me to master a new secret. In other words, in 9 days at the fastest, or half a month at the slowest, I can advance to the epic class, the King of Thousand Blades. Ryan quickly calculated the approximate time it would take for his jaw to change. This reassured Ryan, and a hint of excitement crossed his face. But, which weapon type should I choose for my next supernatural skill? Ryan casually glanced at the trophy cabinet nearby. He noticed there were more than 3 daggers in there, yet he had never practiced any dagger-related supernatural skills. Could it be that I have a natural aversion to the assassin profession? Ryan pondered for a moment and couldn't help but laugh. Then, next, I choose a dagger. Having made his decision, Ryan quickly left and headed towards the exchange hall. In fact, at Ryan's current level, he already possessed relatively complete melee and ranged attack methods, so learning any specific supernatural combat skills was no longer crucial. Ryan planned to first learn a dagger-related supernatural combat skill. Next, he would consider learning a long-handled weapon, such as a lance, to use while riding the trotting wildebeest Xiao Hei. As for the 9th secret, Ryan hadn't decided yet. Half an hour later, Ryan returned to his room with a parchment scroll. Sitting down at his desk, he unfolded the scroll and saw the words Borik's assassination dance written in large letters. He couldn't help but smile and nodded. This was the dagger-related supernatural combat skill Ryan had just redeemed. As for why he chose this one, the reason was simple. Because the redemption price for this skill was the highest, higher than any other dagger-type supernatural combat skill. Maybe it was because Ryan had experience with short weapons like the brass knuckles, but this time, he mastered Borik's assassination dance in just a few minutes. So, Ryan went to the training room nearby, instantly transformed 2 daggers, and began practicing. The system notifications rang out like a revolving lantern. You have trained Borik's assassination dance, and your understanding has improved. Your Borik's assassination dance skill has been upgraded, and your experience points have increased by 3. Every 6 or 7 seconds, the system would prompt an experience point increase of 3, a stark contrast to the previous experience point increase of 1. After just 10 minutes, Borik's assassination dance had reached level 2. This astonishing speed delighted Ryan. Is this the effect of a high-level talent? A high-level transcendental comprehension? Amazing. Although Ryan had known this would happen when he calculated it, his joy at this moment was still beyond words. After about half an hour, Borik's assassination dance reached level 3. And less than an hour later, it reached level 4. This speed is unparalleled. It's like a rocket-like improvement. Ryan himself felt it was a bit exaggerated. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Ryan opened it and saw Nilo, Very, and the rest of the team. Captain Ryan. Come on in. Ever since Ryan moved into the Diamond-level Swordsman Suite, with its own training room, it had become a gathering place for Ryan's team. Basically, everyone gathered here for whatever they needed. Hey, Captain, are you practicing with a dagger? Very sharp eyes immediately noticed something different about the weapon Ryan was holding this time. Even more curious, this was the first time he'd seen Ryan wield a dagger. Yes, Captain, didn't I remember you practicing javelin throwing the other day? Why is it a dagger today? Angus, standing nearby, was also puzzled. After all, his shield had taken a lot of heat the other day, nearly shattered by Ryan's javelin. On a whim, I found a dagger-related supernatural combat technique to practice. Hearing Very and Angus's questions, Ryan glanced down at the dagger in his hand and made up a random excuse. After all, he couldn't claim his talent had suddenly improved and he could comprehend the secrets in a matter of days. But Ryan's words still left the others looking at each other in bewilderment. A sudden impulse? Just practicing casually? Perhaps only Nero, a scroll master, might not fully understand the sheer amount of sweat, time, and effort required to learn a transcendental combat technique for an ordinary knight. Be it Angus, Very, or Evelyn, who was also pursuing the path of knighthood, they all understood the difficulty. A silent thought rose in their minds. What a freak talent! By the way, you guys are just in time. You can try this new dagger combat technique with me, Ryan said with a smile. Captain, did you just learn it today? If you lose, don't be embarrassed, Very volunteered first, joking. Just try it and you know. Ryan couldn't help but laugh. A few minutes later, the competition ended. Very looked at Ryan with a look of astonishment and said, Captain, you're really not lying to me? Did you just start learning daggers today? Well, maybe as a short weapon. Daggers have a lot in common with the brass knuckles I master, so I learned faster. Ryan pondered for a long time before coming up with this vague explanation. Evelyn's beautiful eyes flickered to the side, and she couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Is that fast? That's flying. Angus listened and nodded silently, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, looking as if he found it quite reasonable. Thanks to the team members' rotating practice, Ryan's new combat skill, Barak's assassination dance, soared at a rate unimaginable to ordinary people. 2 days later, in the morning, the sun was rising. A slender young woman arrived alone at the shores of Stillwater Lake, looking dusty and exhausted. Several groups of men and women camped near the lake glanced at the girl curiously, seemingly surprised that she was traveling alone. The Empire has been in turmoil recently, with refugees, bandit gangs, and even vicious cultists appearing one after another. Most people rely on large caravans or mercenary groups to travel safely. The girl rinsed her face briefly with clean water, then stood up and looked up at the towering mountains in the distance and the huge city of Munster nestled against them. After staring blankly for a few seconds, the girl sighed softly. So this is Munster. How magnificent. The girl was Anna, who had traveled all the way from Meister County. She had inquired about Rain's details from the servants left behind at Meister's Rain residence. She learned that after being granted the title of Baron, he had joined the Imperial Swordbearers, and that his family had recently moved to Munster. So, Anna continued her journey towards Munster. The journey wasn't entirely smooth, but Anna's transformation into a giant deer proved incredibly useful. As a giant deer, she possessed not only impressive combat power, but also a speed comparable to that of the trotting wildebeest, Little Black. When encountering bandit gangs along the way, Anna didn't stop, instead accelerating and taking a detour. If she encountered any reckless pursuers, Anna would use her giant horn charge, instantly breaking bones and tendons. At the same time, Munster Swordbearers branch. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on Ryan's door. Hey, Your Excellency Alina, so early. Good morning, Your Excellency Ryan. Admiral Edward requested your presence. The Duke of Munster has just arrived at the branch, apparently to commend you for your outstanding contributions during the cult incident, Alina said with a smile. Chapter 311. Soon, Alina brought Ryan to Admiral Edward's office on the top floor of the administration building. Viscount Ryan, we meet again. Duke Munster greeted him with a smile upon seeing him enter. Your Excellency, Admiral Edward, good morning, Ryan said with a slight bow and a smile. After some pleasantries, the Duke of Munster got straight to the point. Viscount Ryan, in recognition of your outstanding contribution to the handling of the Black Flame cult attack, on behalf of the Munster administration, I have decided to award you the Munster Province Medal of Outstanding Contribution. Also, considering you are new to Munster, perhaps you require a residence befitting your status. I think the former Earl's residence in the Noble Quarter would be more suitable. At this point, the Duke of Munster paused. He opened an exquisitely crafted dark brown wooden box on the coffee table, and took out a golden medal emblazoned with a bauhinia flower. Thank you, Your Excellency, for your generosity. Ryan immediately expressed his gratitude, leaning forward slightly to allow the Duke of Munster to place the medal on his chest. He naturally knew that the medal's symbolic significance outweighed its practical value. The reward this time was, once again, the mansion. Secondly, Admiral Edward and I have discussed this matter, and agree that your achievements meet the requirements for the title of Earl. Therefore, Admiral Edward and I will soon jointly write a letter of recommendation recommending you for the title of Earl. However, since His Majesty is seriously injured, any promotion to a rank above Earl requires His Majesty's approval, so this matter may be delayed for quite some time. Thank you very much for your appreciation, lords. Ryan stood up and expressed his gratitude to them once again. The first reward was quite useful to Ryan. You know, the entire province of Munster is currently experiencing considerable instability, and many noble families in the county towns have relocated to the relatively safe provincial capital. This has led to a continuous rise in housing prices in Munster. Not to mention the aristocratic district, even the better mansions in the upper city are hard to come by. Now, the Duke of Munster has directly allocated him a Earl's mansion, which has solved his immediate problem. Furthermore, the location is in the aristocratic district, arguably one of the best areas in Munster in terms of environment, security, and other conditions. One of the reasons Ryan has been staying at the Sword-Bearer branch recently is because the branch has allocated him a diamond-level Sword-Bearer Captain Suite, which includes a training room. His current mansion near the branch has only 5 bedrooms, let alone a training room, and is barely enough for his family. As for the second reward the Duke of Munster mentioned, the application for the earldom, Ryan wasn't particularly anxious. Because, given the current situation, even if one were to be granted the title of earldom and possess their own hereditary fiefdom, the pressure of defense would still be immense. This can be seen from the example of Claire's Habsburg family. The current situation in the empire is turbulent, with attacks constantly occurring. Territorial nobles with hereditary fiefdoms would be forced to disperse their forces due to the vastness of their territories, making it difficult to defend against these attacks. The Duke of Munster stayed for a while longer before leaving. As the person in charge of all Munster's administrative affairs, he was quite busy. Ryan noticed that after the other party had been sitting for only about a quarter of an hour, his personal guards had come over 3 times to relay urgent official letters from different county towns. At this point, Admiral Edward and Ryan were the only 2 remaining in the office. Admiral Edward, looking apologetic, said, "Ryan, regarding your request to headquarters for the Imperial Guardians to help you remove the mark, they've responded. The battle in the Imperial capital a few days ago resulted in many Imperial Guardians being injured. Others are on urgent missions and are not in the Imperial capital. So, I'm afraid your case will be delayed for a while." At this point, Admiral Edward pulled a gray wooden box from a drawer and continued, "Of course, don't worry too much. This is a high-level purification potion sent from headquarters. While it won't completely remove the mark, it will at least suppress its effects for 3 months. "Thank you, Admiral Edward." Ryan bowed slightly, taking the wooden box. He had anticipated this outcome during the emergency meeting 2 days prior. Given the Empire's current situation, every Imperial Guardian is likely to be quite busy. In terms of priority, removing his mark naturally takes a back seat. Of course, Ryan's greatest confidence in facing this situation lies in his complete suppression of the evil flame mark. In fact, his confrontation with the evil flame mark proved a blessing in disguise, rapidly enhancing his willpower. Ryan had a hunch. It's very likely that once his willpower reached 10 points, he would be able to completely eliminate the evil flame mark. Of course, he kept this information to himself. He had no intention of reporting it to Admiral Edward. After all, this was another difficult situation to explain. If someone is known to harbor many secrets, the likelihood of others becoming curious increases. Ryan didn't intend to test human nature. After Admiral Edward finished speaking, he had been secretly observing Ryan's expression. Seeing Ryan's composure, he couldn't help but admire him even more. He genuinely liked this young, humble, yet powerful subordinate. "Ryan, don't worry. I've already written to Cardinal Osborne of the Imperial Goddess Church regarding your situation. He's an old friend of mine. Even if the situation is dire, I'm sure he can find a solution. By the way, how are you feeling after the last battle?" "Nothing serious, sir." "Do you have a more challenging mission?" Ryan was grateful to Admiral Edward. "Not yet, but I have a bad feeling." "Perhaps you receive a mission soon," Admiral Edward said, frowning. "During our last emergency meeting, I mentioned headquarters requirements. First, we need to inspect and protect all sealed gates within the province, and second, we need to eliminate the cult. Our branch is understaffed if we try to do both tasks separately. So, after discussion, we've decided on a preliminary plan to combine the 2 tasks and carry them out in a zone manner. Given the limited number of diamond-level swordsmen, we plan to assign 1 diamond-level team, 2 to 3 gold-level teams, and several silver-level teams to every 2 county towns to handle these 2 tasks. Routine search and combat missions within the assigned areas will be handled by these silver or gold teams. If they are unable to handle a situation, you will be required to intervene. As for the choice of county town, Ryan, do you have any preferences?" Admiral Edward asked proactively. Ryan naturally understood that Admiral Edward was giving him preferential treatment, as he had long known he was from Mayest. Ryan thought about it, and decided not to refuse. After all, Claire was still there, and Veronica was in the fishing port town. "Sir, how about Mayest and Rosby County?" Ryan said with a smile. "Of course, the pressure from the sea creatures there is considerable. Although the Imperial Navy is responding to the front lines, unexpected situations are very likely to arise," Admiral Edward reminded him. "Thank you for the reminder, sir. I will keep an eye on it," Ryan nodded. Returning to his residence, Ryan continued to practice daggers with Very and Angus. In the center of the training room, Ryan suddenly appeared in 2 different phantoms, one leaping down and the other spinning and stabbing to the left, simultaneously attacking Very. Although these phantoms were merely illusions, quickly vanishing, unlike the sorcery of illusion, which represents a concentration of energy, they could still be used to confuse the enemy in battle. In battles between masters, a moment of distraction can often determine victory or defeat. The phantom before Very momentarily stunned him, and Ryan's dagger pierced the hair on his left ear. Suddenly, a small tuft of hair was severed. Angus, standing nearby, was similarly slashed across the tip of his forehead by Ryan's other dagger. Both men were defeated. Captain, was that a secret technique? Angus' eyes widened in disbelief. For the past few days, Ryan had been training with them with daggers. At first, they had truly believed their captain had just been on a whim to practice daggers. But after 2 days, as sparring partners, they understood only too well the incredible pace of their captain's progress. From one-on-one to one-on-two. This wasn't just a whim. A few days were almost equivalent to years of effort for others. Ryan nodded and said, I've suddenly had an epiphany. This is the secret technique of Barak's assassin dance I've been practicing. Shadow Step. As he spoke, Ryan glanced at the system prompt, feeling quite pleased. The system prompt read, Congratulations, you've mastered the basic secret of Barak's assassin's dance, Shadow Step. Shadow Step. Another secret mastered. Now you're just 2 short of extraordinary combat skills for different weapon types. Once you complete them, you meet the requirements for your class advancement. At the same time, Ryan spotted a new icon directly above Barak's assassin's dance on the Weapon Master Legend panel. The icon depicted 3 thin men in various attacking stances, each holding a dagger. If you looked closely, you could see that the figures on either side were slightly blurry, like phantoms, while the one attacking from the center was the real person. In the lower left corner, the text describing the secret technique reads, Shadow Step, elementary secret technique, effect, uses a special step combining force power with leg strength, leaving 2 additional phantoms within a 3-meter radius around you to confuse enemies. To upgrade Shadow Step to an intermediate secret technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Barak's assassin dance must be at least level 14. Mastery can partially offset the level requirement. 2. Fire Dragon breathing must be at least level 12. 3. Strength 30, Agility 38, and Constitution 34 or higher. 4. Consumes 1 gold skill point. Ryan hadn't expected that with the support of advanced transcendent comprehension, his comprehension of transcendent combat techniques would be so incredibly rapid. Of course, intermediate weapon mastery and the final skill point were also crucial, shortening the time required to reach the 2 most difficult levels. Otherwise, relying solely on advanced transcendent comprehension, it would have taken Ryan at least 20 days to reach his current level. At this moment, Very and the others nearby opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but they didn't know what to say. These past few days, they'd been stunned by their captain's preternatural learning ability. Even the scroll master, Nialo, was speechless at this moment. With such exceptional knightly talent, was there still a need to train as a wizard? Ryan, on the other hand, was pondering another question. Barak's assassination dance. This extraordinary combat skill, while its name suggests something, differs somewhat from typical dagger-based extraordinary combat skills in its philosophy. Barak, the creator of this extraordinary combat skill, believed that the most important qualities for an assassin wielding a dagger were swift attack speed and agility. Therefore, the extraordinary combat technique he created focused on enhancing and increasing movement speed. At the same time, relying on his swift and unique footwork, he created illusions to confuse the enemy. After mastering the ultimate skill, Shadow Step, it addressed one of Ryan's weaknesses. Originally, while his plate armor-clad acceleration was unstoppable, his mobility was, admittedly, somewhat lacking. But now things were different. Should I upgrade Shadow Step to an intermediate ultimate skill? Ryan glanced at the remaining 16 gold skill points on his stat panel, thought for a moment, and decided to upgrade Shadow Step to an intermediate ultimate skill. After spending 2 gold skill points to upgrade Barak's assassin's dance, and another gold skill point to break through, the system prompt sounded again. Congratulations, you have mastered Barak's assassin's dance's intermediate secret, Shadow Step. At the same time, the icon for Barak's assassin's dance's secret, Shadow Step, on the Weapon Master Legend panel also changed slightly. The icon depicting the thin man wielding a dagger had grown to 5 figures. In other words, in addition to the real person, the number of phantoms had increased from 2 to 4. As expected, Ryan confirmed this point in the textual description of the secret, Shadow Step, intermediate secret, effect, utilizes a special step combining force power with leg strength, leaving 4 additional phantoms within a 5-meter radius to confuse the enemy. To upgrade Shadow Step to an advanced skill, the following requirements must be met. 1. Barak's Assassin's Dance must be level 16 or higher. Mastery can partially offset the level requirement. 2. Fire Dragon Breathing must be level 14 or higher. 3. Strength must be 35, Agility must be 42, and Constitution must be 38 or higher. 4. 2 gold skill points must be consumed. Range increased, and the number of phantoms also increased. This secret is incredibly practical, Ryan thought to himself. Meanwhile, inside Munster, having never been to such a bustling city before, Anna looked around curiously, especially as she ascended the stairs of Leavenworth Boulevard, Munster's main thoroughfare. The various shops along the way, as well as the vast Dorne plains that stretched from the rising city, filled Anna with awe. After walking a while longer, Anna arrived at the Munster Trade District. The dazzling array of goods, vendors, and the constant stream of pedestrians around her were a bit overwhelming. But then Anna froze, lost in thought as she stared at a towering, ornately decorated building not far away. On the tall doorway, a sign read Axon Auction House. Is this the Axon Auction House? Anna muttered to herself. Clues to my mother's disappearance. For a moment, the words Axon Auction House seemed like a black hole, drawing Anna closer. At that moment, among the crowd entering and leaving the auction house, a middle-aged man in black wizard robes emerged, accompanied by several well-equipped personnel. A few people chatted casually. I heard that Marquis Orens encountered a tough opponent in Munster and was defeated, forcing him to give up all of his family's shares in the Munster branch. Yes, I heard that too. It said that the Bloodscalp mercenary group was completely wiped out. So powerful. Scorpion Girl and Iron Man are both easy to deal with. Especially the Bloodscalp leader Asimov, whose strength is comparable to that of the boss. And he didn't even escape? Yes, that beautiful woman this time is the other party's representative. That beautiful woman? So she's the new shareholder. She's certainly quite attractive. Boss, do you think we should go and get a feel for them? Don't cause any trouble. We're heading to Nam province tomorrow, the black-robed middle-aged man said gravely. However, as he passed Anna, he suddenly paused, his nose twitching slightly. Huh? That smell? His eyes lit up, as if he had noticed something. Then he turned to look at the slender girl he had just passed, carefully sensing it. No doubt, that was the scent of plant essence. Is this girl a rare nature wizard? The middle-aged man's face was thoughtful. After a moment's thought, he rubbed the ring in his hand towards Anna. As if absorbing a hint of Anna's aura, the ring emitted a faint green glow. No! Is this the aura of a druid? Is she an elf? The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly widened, and then, staring at Anna's slender figure, he let out a meaningful smile. What good luck. I've even come to Munster for a meeting, and have met an elf girl. If I present this to Duke Durham, I'm sure I get a lot of goodies in return. The middle-aged man's name was Sam Yargiel. He was formerly the captain of one of the many slave-hunting teams under the headquarters of the Axon Auction House. Because of his outstanding performance, he was noticed by Duke Durham, a shareholder of the Axon Auction House, and became his agent, responsible for the affairs of the Axon branches in several provinces of the empire. This time, he came to Munster because the Munster branch was holding a shareholder change meeting. Dixon, follow him and find out where he lives. Perhaps we can take action tonight, Sam said, pointing at Anna. Okay, boss, the thin, leather-armored man named Dixon immediately and excitedly agreed. Due to the numerous customers coming in and out, and Anna, absorbed in observation, she hadn't noticed she was being watched. After pausing for a moment to survey the auction house, she headed towards the administrative district. The servants at Ryan's residence in Maester County told her to find Ryan at the Sword-Bearers Munster branch. Dixon followed Anna all the way to the Sword-Bearers Munster branch's main gate. Is he related to the Sword-Bearers? Dixon frowned, observing the scene from a distance. This is a bit troublesome. But then his frown relaxed, and he thought to himself, anyone in the Sword-Bearer branch who isn't one of those few diamond-level sword-bearers should be able to handle it with the boss here. No rush, I see after observing from here. A short while later, a tall young man trotted out, accompanied by several young men of similar age. These were Ryan, Nielo, Very, and the others. Seeing the girl's friends were this group of young people, Dixon's heart instantly relaxed. He had heard before that the Bloodscalp mercenary group had been wiped out in Munster by a diamond-level captain from the Sword-Bearer Munster branch. But these young men before him didn't resemble a diamond-level team at all. In his impression, even gold-level teams, let alone diamond-level teams, would typically feature bearded men or strong-looking faces, and mature and attractive women, all in their late 20s. Unlike the young people before them, the youngest ones were barely even 20 years old. The one carrying the shield looked a little older, but probably in his early 20s at most. Just a bunch of rookies. At most, they were silver-level team members, maybe even newbies. Dixon smiled, as he quickly wrote down his investigation on a small piece of paper. Then, he released a small, but extremely fast swift from his arms. Watching the swift soar into the sky, Dixon hummed a light-hearted tune and followed Ryan and the others. Ryan was naturally overjoyed to see Anna. As soon as he heard the guards announce that a young woman named Anna was waiting outside, he rushed over immediately. Seeing the excitement and joy on their captain's face, Nero and the others followed curiously. After spotting Anna, they all took a closer look. Anna, long time no see. Don't leave without saying goodbye this time. Ryan wanted to reach out his hand, but thinking of Anna's shy personality and the onlookers, he lowered his raised hand. Long time no see, Ryan. Wow. Ryan, you've grown so much. Last time I was with Auntie Delana, I'm so embarrassed. Anna's eyes lit up when she saw Ryan. She extended her hand to indicate the height difference between them, and explained in amazement. You've changed a lot too. By the way, Anna, are you here with Auntie this time? Ryan smiled and looked Anna over, noticing a significant change. From her original thin figure, she now looked well-nourished and well-developed. No, actually, I sneaked out this time, Anna said softly, lowering her head shyly. Hearing this, the young men behind Ryan looked at each other in surprise. Wow! Their captain was truly amazing. He charmed a young woman like her into coming all the way here to see him. What a lover! Although the girl before him had a nice figure, and a girl next door aura, she just wasn't pretty enough. She didn't seem quite worthy of the captain. There he studied the girl, then glanced at the red-haired beauty, Evelyn, beside her. If he had to choose, he'd naturally choose the prettier Evelyn. After some pleasantries, Ryan took the lead, accompanying Anna as they walked towards his residence. Anna Miss Mint. After walking only a short distance, Ryan suddenly stopped and said, "Don't look back. We're being followed." As soon as he finished speaking, Ryan left a shadow behind him. With lightning speed, he was right in front of Dixon. It was the newly mastered intermediate secret technique, Shadow Step. Dix, on the other hand, was following them with a relaxed expression. He instinctively assumed Ryan and his companions were new swordsmen, so he wasn't following them very far. Suddenly, his vision blurred, and a towering figure suddenly appeared before him, blocking him like a wall. Dix was about to curse, but when he looked closely, his heart suddenly clenched, and his entire back was soaked with cold sweat. You, Dix said, trembling, pointing at Ryan with a look of astonishment. Chapter 312. A former member of the slave hunting team, Dixon was an expert in tracking and scouting, and he prided himself on his agility. But what had he just seen? In a flash, Ryan appeared before him. How fast could this person be? Ryan smiled and said, "Judging from your reaction, I think I've found the right person. Are you following me?" "No, don't talk nonsense. There are so many people on the street here. How could I possibly be following you?" Dixon's eyes flashed with panic, but he remained as stubborn as a dead duck. Nero and the others nearby also gathered around. Many passers-by also cast curious glances their way. Ryan knew that arguing with such a person was a waste of time. And was it even necessary? Absolutely not. Ryan stretched out his massive hand like lightning and grabbed the man's neck. Then, like a chicken, he carried him towards the swordsman's division, striding at full speed. This instantly made Dixon blush and struggle furiously. But with his neck strangled, he couldn't cry out. He could only cling to Ryan's armored arm, trying to pry it free. But after a few attempts, he found Ryan's grip was like a clamp, unmovable. Just as he was about to kick Ryan, Ryan seemed to have anticipated this. He exerted a slight force with his right hand and glanced down at Dixon. The murderous look in his eyes immediately silenced Dixon. He knew that if he dared to move again, Ryan would likely snap his neck without hesitation. At this moment, Ryan returned, carrying a thin man. This scene immediately attracted the guards at the entrance of the sword-bearers division. Another guard, upon seeing this, immediately entered the division to report. How dare someone challenge Lord Ryan? The guards were also a little curious. The last time they saw someone dare to attack Lord Ryan in the street was the Ice Wizard, who had appeared much more formidable than this one. But Lord Ryan had dealt with him in a snap. "Find a cell and torture this guy thoroughly," Ryan said to the guards. "As you command, Lord Ryan." "Captain, leave this guy to us." Very and I are both military veterans, so we're quite adept at interrogation and torture, Angus volunteered. Yes. Captain, leave it to us, Very echoed. Ryan pondered for a moment, realizing it was more reliable for his own team to take action. He nodded and said, all right, I trouble you then. He was busy reuniting with Anna, so he naturally wouldn't waste his time on such small-time thugs. Anna, on the other hand, blinked her eyes, watching the scene silently. She noticed that after not seeing him for a few months, Ryan's aura was even stronger than when he was the town's deputy sheriff. His every move carried a commanding presence. Ryan, is it appropriate to treat someone like this in the street? Why not? Ryan said with a faint smile. We sword bearers also serve as security advisors in certain areas of the city. Anna nodded, her face suddenly understanding. Yes, I see. Just like when you were a sheriff's deputy. That's right, Ryan nodded. Nero and Evelyn exchanged a glance and, in tacit agreement, both said their goodbyes. So, Ryan and Anna were left alone, chatting as they walked towards the mansion. When they reached the door, Anna took a quick look and exclaimed, Wow, such a big house, and in Munster. It must be expensive, right? Well, it's okay. Oh my God. It's Sister Anna. Mint, her younger sister, who was playing with Cookie in the front yard, saw Anna appear. A look of disbelief crossed her face. Then, she rushed over with a shout, throwing herself into Anna's arms. Sister Anna, I missed you so much, Mint said, clutching Anna tightly. Mint, I miss you too. Looking at Mint, who had once brought her solace in her most difficult times, Anna's heart surged. She kissed Mint on the cheek and ruffled her hair. Mint, you've grown so much. Sister Anna, you've grown up too, Mint said, curiously observing the bulge in Anna's chest. Just now, when she rushed over, she felt like she bumped into something soft and large. It felt so good. Anna followed Mint's gaze and blushed immediately. Sister Anna, you're not leaving this time, are you? Mint asked eagerly, her innocent eyes fluttering. Well, Anna was unsure how to answer Mint's question. Brother, can Anna and I share a room? Don't worry, brother, I won't disturb Anna's sleep. Mint suddenly thought of another question and immediately asked Ryan. Mint was clearly both happy and excited. Of course, but we're moving to new rooms soon. Then you and Anna can each have your own room. Ryan, remembering what the Duke of Munster had said, smiled and nodded at his sister Mint. Moving to new rooms? Mint asked doubtfully. At this moment, Ginny and Agatha also curiously emerged from the villa. They had just heard Mint's cheerful laughter upstairs. The two girls immediately caught sight of Anna, a slender figure. Ginny wasn't particularly impressed by Anna, but Anna, on the other hand, was quite impressed by Ginny, a noble lady. Furthermore, she hadn't changed much since then, so Anna recognized her immediately. Seeing Ginny and another young noblewoman, both living at the Ryan mansion, Anna was visibly taken aback. Could it be that these two and Ryan were already? The young woman felt uneasy. But Anna soon realized from the two women's words and actions toward Ryan that it wasn't what she had imagined. They were extremely respectful of him, and even a hint of awe tinged their words. It seemed completely different from the relationship she had initially imagined. This made Anna feel relieved. Soon, everyone, including her mother, Emma, knew of Anna's arrival. For a moment, the Ryan mansion was bustling with activity. Looking at the slender figure holding hands with Mint, Agatha nudged her friend Ginny and said, Ginny, I feel like you've met a formidable opponent this time. Look at how intimately Mint and Aunt Emma treat me. I feel like you've already lost. Ginny shook her head at Agatha's teasing, saying nothing. She silently added, Mother, I'm afraid you've met a formidable opponent this time. Just then, a luxurious carriage pulled up at the entrance of Ryan's mansion. A butler in a tuxedo dismounted, bowed slightly, and said to Ryan, Excuse me, Lord Ryan? I'm the butler of the Duke of Munster's mansion. The Duke has said there's a mansion he needs you to take over. I'm Ryan. Ryan didn't expect the Duke of Munster's butler to arrive, just as he mentioned the new mansion. Lord Ryan, will you accept it now, or set a time to go later? The butler asked respectfully. Well now. By the way, would you like to go together? Ryan thought for a moment, then turned to ask the others. Okay. Brother, I want to go. Sister Anna, will you come with me? Mint said happily. Yes. Everyone was naturally curious about the new mansion and nodded in agreement. So, with the Duke of Munster's butler's carriage in front, and Ryan and his group following in two carriages, they headed towards the new mansion. Since it was located within the noble district, they arrived at their destination in no time. The new mansion, gifted by the Duke of Munster, was spacious and beautiful, covering a large area. It was divided into front and back gardens. In the center stood a 3-story main building with a white stone exterior. To the side, there was a 2-story annex, presumably housing the servants and guards. As everyone entered the mansion, exclamations of admiration filled the air. The front yard consisted primarily of a lawn covering several hundred square meters, with a slightly larger oval-shaped fountain in the center. The statues depicted several children playing, lending a touch of softness and liveliness to the otherwise square and formal villa. The backyard also contained a garden, though slightly smaller, housing the stables. Entering the main building, Mint happily counted and discovered 11 bedrooms on the second floor. Anna was astonished. Even Ginny and Agatha, accustomed to the opulent mansions of the nobility, marveled. This size would probably make it one of the finest earldoms in Munster. The villa itself also surprised Ryan. On the first floor was an indoor training room covering several hundred square meters, stocked with nearly every weapon, including swords, spears, and other weapons, as well as a full complement of training dummies and targets. Finally, I don't have to stay in the sword-bearer branch every day. Ryan nodded secretly. After walking around, Ryan found that, aside from the lack of an outdoor training ground, this mansion was basically comparable in scale to Count Habsburg's in Meister County. This made Ryan very satisfied. The 11 bedrooms allowed Ryan to accommodate everyone at once, with plenty of room to spare. Since the house was fully furnished and cleaned daily by the few servants who had stayed behind, it was spotless. In other words, with just a nod from Ryan, he could move in at any time. Lord Ryan, if you have any dissatisfaction, please let me know. Or, we can find you another mansion, the butler said respectfully. Ryan waved his hand and said, "This one's the one. Please tell the Duke how much he appreciates his generosity." After a moment's thought, Ryan turned to the others and said, "I think we should move in today. We pack up some necessities and move in later. We can move the rest later." "Wow! That's great." Mint was the first to cheer. "I sleep next to Sister Anna's room." Looking at the delighted crowd, Ryan smiled and went alone to the training room in the new mansion. Since Anna was being monopolized by his sister Mint, he planned to learn the 8th transcendental combat technique, the Lance of Long Ilo. He pulled out a parchment scroll and opened it to read carefully. This was a transcendental combat technique for the long-handled weapon, the lance, which he had found in the exchange hall yesterday. It was best used while mounted, such as on a warhorse. On flat ground, it was somewhat unchanged, but it could still be used by changing the length of the lance. Conversely, if riding a griffin, the lance can be longer than when mounted on a warhorse. This is a highly versatile lance-type supernatural combat skill. Ryan quickly mastered the Lance of Longiro, and a system notification sounded. "You have completed Lance of Longiro training, and your understanding is improved. Your Lance of Longiro skill has been improved, and your experience points have increased by 3. Just as Ryan was learning the spear technique, the door to the training room slowly opened, revealing a pretty face, Anna. "Huh? Anna, you're here?" Ryan was startled, then smiled and waved. "I was just about to ask about your life in Ferdinand Forest." Just now, his sister Mint had been pestering Anna, and then his mother Emma had been chatting with Anna for a while. He wanted to chat with Anna, but he didn't find the opportunity. Well, Mint and Aunt Emma went to the kitchen. They said they wanted to make me something delicious. Anna smiled and walked over. Alone in a room with Ryan, Anna felt both sweet and a little nervous. She said shyly, "Ryan, I notice you're different from before." Ryan looked Anna up and down and said, "Same, you're different from before." But Ryan's tone was strangely profound, reminding Anna of what Mint had said when they first met. Instantly, Anna's face flushed, and she lowered her head, her hands tightly clutching the corners of her clothes. But then, Anna raised her head again, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ryan, and waved her fist again, saying, "But you're right, I'm truly different, Ryan. Look!" Under Ryan's astonished gaze, Anna bent down, her hands on the ground. Just as Ryan was still unsure of the magnitude of this, the next second, with a flash of magical energy, suddenly, a vivid, lifelike giant deer, over 2 meters tall at the shoulder and over 3 meters long, appeared before Ryan. The antlers, in particular, were extremely distinctive. Unlike other deer, the giant deer's antlers were not branch-shaped, but rather had a flat, shovel-shaped main stem. The antlers were rough, and branched out into numerous small prongs. "Is this a druid transformation?" Ryan was stunned. Seeing Ryan's dazed expression, Anna, transformed into the giant deer, flashed a sly glint in her large eyes. Suddenly, she rushed toward Ryan. Anna planned to play a trick on Ryan, lifting him into the air and then carrying him on her back. But just as she reached Ryan, Anna suddenly found herself unable to move. Ryan reached out a hand and grasped her broad antlers. An overwhelming force emanated from them, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't budge. This immediately frustrated Anna. The next second, with a flash of magical power, Anna transformed from a deer into human form again, and Ryan's large hand touched her head. At this moment, Ryan was tackled by Anna with a thud. Instantly, Anna threw herself on Ryan. Ryan felt a soft, delicate body, fragrant with the scent of plants, fall into his arms. But then Anna's face flushed red, as if blood could drip. She knew Ryan was doing this on purpose. After all, even a fool could tell she couldn't push him up in her elk form, and now she was in human form, and she could push him over? Was she kidding? But her position was a bit awkward. She was straddling Ryan, and it felt awkward, completely powerless. Anna, are you officially a druid? Ryan asked softly. Anna said, straddling Ryan, her voice barely audible, a mosquito like him, and nodded. Ryan, how can you be so strong? Even a peak knight shouldn't have this much strength, Anna asked shyly, her face still full of confusion. This question truly perplexed her. After all, after she mastered the transformation into a giant deer, she had tested its power numerous times. She could easily knock away a brown bear weighing over 1,000 pounds. According to Aunt Delana, a giant deer's strength rivaled that of a peak human knight, and its speed rivaled that of a seasoned knight. The only problem was its lack of defense against sharp weapons. But Aunt Delana had also advised that if faced with danger, escape was the best option. Because I'm a Grand Knight, Ryan smiled, revealing the answer. Grand Knight? Anna's beautiful eyes widened as she stared at Ryan, stunned. But you didn't just enter the transcendent stage and become a full-fledged knight 3 months ago, no, at most 4 months ago. And now you're a Grand Knight? Anna looked incredulous. Well, perhaps I have some talent for the ways of knighthood. Ryan shrugged and said with a smile. Oh my! Compared to you, I feel like my druid talent is just average. But Aunt Drana even praised my druid talent, saying it's rare even among pure-blooded elves. As Anna said this, she deliberately omitted the word genius after rare. After all, compared to Ryan's speed, she was too embarrassed to even mention the word genius. At this moment, Anna shifted her body uneasily, feeling the pain growing more and more severe down there, and a sudden surge of panic filled her. Ryan's large hand had already quietly touched Anna's slender waist. Knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Instantly, Anna jumped up like a startled deer. Captain! Angus and Very entered. Seeing Anna, flushed and uneasy, and their captain still on the ground, they immediately realized they had arrived at the wrong time. You guys chat, I go check on the mint. Anna immediately lowered her head and fled, a breath of fresh fragrance. Angus and Very watched Anna flee, their faces thoughtful. How did the interrogation go? Ryan asked, standing up. Captain, you'd never guess this guy actually followed Miss Anna here. Very's first words made Ryan raise an eyebrow in surprise. Huh? Following Anna? Tracking Anna all the way from Meister? Ryan asked again, confirming. No, Angus shook his head. They've been following us all the way from the Munster trade zone. And their identity is quite interesting. They're members of a group called Sam's Group. And this Sam's Group is actually a vassal group of the Axon Auction House. Again, the Axon Auction House? This really surprised Ryan. Yes, Angus nodded confidently. Ryan's face immediately showed a thoughtful expression. After a moment's thought, he asked again, the Axon Auction House has many shareholders. Do you know which shareholder this group is affiliated with? Well, they don't know much either. They only know that a duke seems to be behind them. This man's name is Dixon. He used to be a member of the slave hunting team, a mere underling. Because he's skilled at tracking and is generally eloquent, their former captain recently recruited him to his side. Ryan nodded and said, well, did you ask them why they were following Anna? Well, Angus and Very exchanged glances at this question, seemingly unsure of what they were about to say. Ryan looked at them with a puzzled expression. Well, the answer is this. They said Miss Anna was a rare elf. Angus repeated the other person's exact words. Although, to him and Very, this was sheer nonsense. An elven girl? How could that be possible? Although Miss Anna was youthful and energetic, she was still far from the beauty of the elven race. But they both instinctively felt that something was wrong. Because, according to the guy named Dixon, the order to follow was given by their powerful leader, Sam. Clearly, for a master of at least a second-level liquefaction wizard, The probability of him making a mistake was very small. Interesting. Ryan couldn't help but laugh. The other party had actually seen through Anna's magical disguise and discovered her true identity. In the past, he wouldn't have had the strength and influence to protect an elven girl in Munster. But now he had it. Captain, could it be that Miss Anna is truly an elf? Seeing his captain's expression, Very immediately understood and asked in astonishment. Well, to be precise, a half-elf, Ryan nodded. Using a magical disguise? Angus said, realizing instantly. At the same time, the two exchanged glances, each seeing the surprise in the other's eyes. Their captain was so damn awesome. A half-elf girl ran away from home and came all the way to find him. For a moment, the two didn't know what to say. A perverted talent is fine, but a lover? Can you handle this? Chapter 313. In addition, the two men expressed great admiration for their captain's ability to attract trouble. Both had previously experienced battles with the blood-scalp mercenaries. Although they arrived late and were primarily responsible for clearing the battlefield, they naturally understood the entire process afterwards. They learned that their captain, Ryan, had actually clashed with the Imperial Capital Marquette of Orens, one of the shareholders behind the Axon Auction House. This time, it was the Axon Auction House again, and it seemed to be a vassal group of a duke. This was a duke. Who could be so easy to deal with after being granted the title of duke? However, after witnessing Ryan's exaggerated and abnormal learning ability, the two men developed a kind of, irrational confidence in their captain. They felt that their captain could still maintain the upper hand even against a duke. Captain, how should we deal with this guy? Angus asked. Ryan thought for a moment and said, no rush. Let's lock him up first and see how he reacts. He had a lot to do right now. First, he needed to change his job, and then he needed to learn advanced meditation techniques. He simply didn't want to engage in perfunctory communication or negotiations with these nobles. Ryan planned to ask the beautiful woman Jennifer after she returned. I thought she mentioned that there was a shareholders meeting today. Now that Jennifer had become a shareholder of the Munster branch of the Axon Auction House, the level of activity had clearly increased by an order of magnitude. It was precisely because Jennifer was in charge of the business side of things that Ryan could fully devote himself to cultivation, avoiding much triviality. By the way, let Nielo and Evelyn know about this. Okay, Captain. Captain, your mansion is truly wonderful. And it even has such a spacious indoor training room. It's practically tailor-made for you. Having finished his report, Barry couldn't help but survey Ryan's new residence. Just now, when the two of them arrived at Ryan's old residence, they were slightly surprised to hear the servants behind them say that Ryan had gone to see the new one. Well, the training room is indeed quite nice. By the way, Barry, remember to pack your things and move them here today. It's perfect for you to practice with me during your normal time, Ryan said with a smile. Barry was delighted by the first half of this, but the second half brought a bittersweet look to his face. He knew only too well the hardship of sparring with his captain. In 2 words, it was bittersweet. However, the improvement in their strength was indeed noticeable. Ryan would point out any shortcomings in details and key points. Okay, Captain, I go get it, Barry nodded. Captain, I help Barry. Just as the two were about to leave, Ryan suddenly stopped them and said, wait, one of you two will stay and practice lance with me. Angus and Barry exchanged glances, each seeing surprise in the other's eyes. Did he hear correctly? Lance? But when they looked at Ryan's hands, they knew their hearing hadn't been wrong. Because, at that moment, the dark metal in their captain's hand was slowly transforming into a lance over 3 meters long. Captain, aren't you acting on impulse again? Barry asked, his eyes wide, gazing at the lance. This isn't a whim, but rather something I've been planning for a long time. After all, I believe a knight needs to master a long-handled weapon for charging, Ryan said with a smile. Captain, I move now and practice with you later. Angus, thank you for your hard work. With that, Barry scurried off. Angus glanced at the 3-meter-long lance in Ryan's hand and his own one-handed shield, and was speechless. You know, facing a thrust from a lance like that, even with his shield, it felt like he couldn't withstand it at all. The 2 short daggers had hurt him so much before that his shield had to be repaired a dozen times. But now this was a lance. The impact of the thrust was far beyond the reach of a short dagger. The difference in power is truly worlds. The Munster branch of the Axon Auction House is located in a nearby mansion. This place is considered part of the auction house's property, typically used to accommodate important guests of more than 3 people. Of course, if it's just 1 or 2 people, the auction house's VIP lounge can also accommodate them, as Drake previously preferred to stay there. And Sam was bringing quite a few people this time, so they were accommodated here. Sam, who had been resting in the bedroom, emerged into the living room. After a quick glance, he noticed that Dixon hadn't returned yet. Confused, he asked the rest of the team, "Huh? Dixon hasn't come back yet?" Several people shook their heads. "No, he hasn't come back yet. Something's amiss. Garcia, go check it out and find out what's going on." "Okay, Captain Sam." The long-legged woman, carrying a longbow slung over her shoulder, stood up and nodded. The remaining two glanced at each other, wondering if their boss was overdoing it. Sam, on the other hand, frowned, thinking rapidly. A few hours ago, Dixon had sent word that the elf girl was going to the Munster branch of the Swordbearers to meet with a sword-bearer. Judging from their ages, the elf girl's friends were all very young, likely new to the Swordbearers. So, at the time, he didn't take the news seriously. Could it be that Dixon, seeing the target as easy to defeat, acted on his own? Thinking for a moment, Sam shook his head, finding that unlikely. Let's wait for Garcia to return. Less than half an hour later, Garcia returned, and his first words upon opening the door made Sam's face grim. "Captain, Dixon's in trouble." Garcia then quickly recounted the situation. After all, many pedestrians had witnessed the altercation between Ryan and Dixon, and as a woman with a friendly personality, Garcia easily learned the situation. She also spoke with the guards at the Swordbearers' entrance, and confirmed that Dixon was currently being held within the Swordbearers' branch. What? Dixon's incarcerated? In the Swordbearers' Munster branch? This is an abuse of power. What charges are they using? One person explained indignantly. This was the first time their Sam's group had encountered a member of their own being detained by the Imperial Swordbearers. Suspected cultists, attacking Imperial Swordbearers in the street, Garcia said. Fuck. What's with all that suspected cult stuff? They're just looking for an excuse, a bald man said, rubbing his head. There's something strange about this Munster Swordbearer branch, another person remarked. Everyone present knew that the Bloodscalp mercenary group was said to have fought a diamond-level swordbearer from Munster, and was annihilated. Do you think Dixon ran into that guy? You mean he killed a Bloodscalp swordbearer? That's impossible. Dixon's luck is that bad? Captain Sam, who had been silent after listening to Garcia's report, spoke up. The person in charge of the Munster branch should be Fabian. Ask him to help negotiate, and get Dixon out first. Also, find information on the young swordsman Dixon had a conflict with. Garcia, please make another trip to the auction house. Sam had a clear idea. In Munster, it would be more efficient to contact a local tyrant like Fabian than to send someone on his own to investigate. Okay, Captain, I contact him right away. The arch-backed woman named Garcia walked out. Axon Auction House, Munster branch. In an office on the 3rd floor. Miss Garcia, you're saying that Sam Squire Dixon has been detained by the Swordsman Munster branch? Fabian asked in surprise. Yes, there may be a misunderstanding. So, I need to trouble Sir Fabian to find a way to get him out, Garcia said with a smile. The corners of Fabian's mouth twitched slightly. When he heard the word sword-bearer, a young man involuntarily appeared in his mind. Okay, I try, but I can't guarantee it. After a moment's thought, Fabian nodded and agreed without shirking his responsibility. After all, as a veteran of the auction, he naturally knew that the Sam group was backed by the powerful Duke of Durham of the imperial capital. Of course, Sir Fabian, please hurry up a bit. According to the plan, Lord Sam will leave Munster tomorrow, Garcia said, nodding. Okay, I do it right away, Fabian nodded. After Fabian contacted someone he knew at the Swordbearers Munster branch and learned the details. What? Ryan again? Fabian stared at the note in his hand, his eyes widening, his mouth slightly open, his entire body aghast. Why did I mess with him again, when I could mess with anyone else? Fabian felt a sharp pain in his forehead. Neither the Sam group nor Ryan were people he couldn't afford to offend. Wait, that's not right. Ryan is now a shareholder of the Munster branch. No, to be more precise, the actual controller. The shareholder is that beautiful woman, Fabian muttered to himself. And Sam works for Lord Durham, one of the auction house's major shareholders. From this perspective, Sam and Ryan are both insiders of the Axon auction house. Since they're insiders, let them communicate on their own. Why should I interfere? Fabian's eyes flickered, and he immediately came up with a good idea. Half an hour later, Garcia returned to the temporary residence from the auction house. What? Is it really the Ryan who wiped out the Bloodscalp mercenary group? Sam was stunned. Yes, Fabian also said that the other party is now a shareholder of the Munster branch and his superior, and you are also his superior. Therefore, As this is an internal conflict within the auction house, he suggests that you communicate directly with Lord Ryan, Garcia said. She was speechless after hearing Fabian's words. Who is that Ryan, one of our own? Sam, stroking his chin, quickly pondered. This diamond-level swordsman named Ryan was undoubtedly powerful, capable of defeating the blood-scalp mercenaries. A direct confrontation with him would be unwise. However, elven maidens rarely appeared in human territory. As a former slave-hunting captain, he naturally understood the risks involved in venturing into the elves' habitat to capture them. But precisely because of this, elven maidens were a symbol of status and prestige among the elite nobles. And Duke Durham had a special fascination with elves. Remember 2 years ago, he had also accidentally captured a young elven woman in Munster. It was thanks to his outstanding performance that he received a substantial reward and significantly improved his strength, allowing him to leap from slave-hunting captain to the Duke Durham spokesperson for several branches. This time, such an opportunity presented itself again. If he were asked to give up, he would naturally be unwilling to do so. For a moment, Sam was at a loss as to what to do. The other team members nearby, of course, also noticed their leader's hesitation. But what's the saying, risk and opportunity coexist? What's risk-free? High risk means high reward. Boss, I have a suggestion, the bald man said. Go ahead. Sam, as the team leader, had a great advantage. He was willing to listen to his subordinates' reasonable suggestions. Actually, our target is that elf girl. In other words, if we find an opportunity, wouldn't we just kidnap her? Why do we have to confront them head-on? The bald man looked rough, but his suggestion was indeed delicate. You mean? Sam instantly understood his intention. We can make a feint to the east and attack in the west. After taking care of the elf girl, we can leave Munster directly. That's right. Boss, we can split into 2 groups. One group can hold the enemy back, while the other group can abduct the elf girl. Then we can leave Munster immediately. What else can they do to us? Another team member's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. That's not impossible. Then who will distract or stop this Ryan? Sam asked, glancing around at his subordinates. Instantly, several people present looked at each other with hesitation. Well, I'd like to do that, but I'm worried I'm not strong enough and might delay the captain's work. The bald man rubbed his head and said with a chuckle. As for distracting that Ryan, Captain, we don't have to do it ourselves. I suggest we ask Hansel to come over and distract him, Garcia said after a moment's thought. Earth Dragon Knight Hansel? Sam raised an eyebrow, immediately thinking of someone. Yes, Captain. Earth Dragon Knight Hansel, with his Earth Dragon mount, is incredibly fast. He'd definitely be able to distract Ryan. And then, we can abduct the elven girl. Earth dragons are sub-dragons with a relatively thin layer of dragon blood. While their strength isn't particularly outstanding among dragonborn creatures, they are still dragonborn. In both strength and speed, they are vastly superior to other ferocious beasts. Without the Earth Dragon under his crotch, Hansel would be merely a peak Grand Knight. But with it, he's a quasi-legend. And, even among quasi-legends, he's a very powerful character. But hiring Earth Dragon Knight Hansel isn't cheap, the bald man interjected. It's certainly not cheap, but it's just a bit higher. If he can join us, our risk will be much lower. Sam pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, Okay, it's settled. Let's invite Earth Dragon Knight Hansel over. It costs a little, but the risk is greatly reduced. It works. Well, the other party is currently in Savoy province. The back-and-forth communication and arrival time will take at least 4 days, Garcia added. Okay, 4 days then. Tomorrow, we go to Nome province as planned. By the time we return, they should have arrived in Munster, Sam nodded. When Barry returned to the new Wren mansion. As soon as he entered the training room, he was stunned. At that moment, in the center of the field, Angus, shield in hand, was defending impeccably, but his own captain, Ryan, was wielding a lance, stabbing and piercing, leaving Angus powerless to counterattack. Is that really a knight's lance? Barry muttered to himself. But a newcomer can already beat Angus like this? That's too much. Since he'd known Ryan, this was the first time he'd seen him wield a knight's lance. Furthermore, it was clear that Captain Ryan's wielding of the knight's lance was a bit awkward, clearly a newcomer. But even so, Angus was still being pushed back. This left Barry somewhat baffled. In fact, it wasn't just Nero. Angus, in the center of the field, was equally baffled. Ryan's lance was clearly still a bit raw, and every time he seized an opportunity to counterattack, Ryan quickly adjusted his position, preventing him from getting within the proper range for a knight's longsword attack. This fluctuating sense of distance was so frustrating that Angus nearly vomited blood. "Hold. Captain, I need a break. I can't take it anymore," Angus shouted. "Well, thank you for your hard work. Captain, your control of distance just now was truly frustrating. I was about to attack, but I realized I was too far away to strike. A moment's hesitation meant I missed my chance to counterattack. This is actually a secret technique I discovered while practicing daggers a few days ago. Shadow Step. It's a special step that uses the force combined with leg power, moving back and forth twice at high speed within a short distance." Ryan shared his thoughts with his teammates without reservation. "Also, Angus, when you use your shield for defense, I felt that the integration of your power and the force in some areas wasn't working well enough." After sharing his thoughts, Ryan pointed out Angus's current problems. "Oh, Captain, can you point them out to me specifically?" Angus beamed with delight. This was also the reason everyone enjoyed practicing with Ryan. The types of weapons that their captain is proficient in almost cover the weapons of all members of the team, so he can point out any problems that everyone has in battle. "Yes, just these two areas." Ryan walked forward and patted Angus's left shoulder blade and right lower back. "Practice this a little more, and you probably learn something." "Thank you, Captain, for your guidance," Angus said with a slight bow. "You're welcome," Ryan said with a wave of his hand. Angus's strength was actually quite good, and his foundation in sword and shield combat was solid. If he could adjust the power distribution in these two areas, his strength should improve by another 0.5 percentage point in a week. Don't underestimate this mere 0.5 percentage point, but it can sometimes be crucial. Two people with similar combat abilities could easily differ in strength by just this 0.5 percentage point, making the difference between victory and defeat. Ryan checked the system, and saw that his Spear of Lilo had reached level 4. Ever since acquiring the talent Advanced Transcendent Comprehension, his level-up speed when learning new transcendent combat techniques has been truly rocket-like. If nothing goes wrong, it should be the same as when practicing Barak's assassination dance. In about 3 days, you should be able to grasp the secrets of lance-type weapons. "Captain, I've moved everything. I just informed Nero and Evelyn about this matter." Very stepped forward, smiling. "Well, that's good. Come, practice with me for a while." Ryan nodded. "Huh? I don't have a shield. How can I withstand it?" Very smiled wryly, but without hesitation, he quickly stepped onto the stage. It was almost evening. The beautiful woman Jennifer finally returned, looking exhausted. But when she saw the new mansion, while delighted, she once again clearly felt Ryan's influence. The Duke of Munster personally bestowed a mansion as a reward. At least, she had rarely heard of such an honor. Originally, she had planned to wait until this year's auction house dividends arrived before purchasing a slightly larger mansion, but now it seemed that this was no longer necessary. And it was practically all in one go. It was far superior to the finest mansions on the market she had seen before. Ryan immediately shared the key points of what had happened with the beautiful woman. Elf blood? The beautiful woman, upon hearing that Anna was an elf, immediately covered her small, cherry-like mouth in astonishment. No wonder they're tracking her. Any explanation? Ryan asked. Of course, elf girls are highly sought after by the highest-ranking nobles. The beautiful woman, clearly well-informed, explained the situation to Ryan. As for the Duke behind the Sam Group, I think I know who it is. I don't know about the Imperial capital, but here at the Munster branch, there are only 2 dukes involved, the Duke of Munster and the Duke of Durham of the Imperial capital. Obviously, the Duke of Munster isn't a possibility. So the answer, naturally, must be the Duke of Durham of the Imperial capital. Ryan raised a brow. He hadn't expected the Duke of Munster to have a stake in the Axon auction house, but a moment's thought made it clear. And, as the most powerful family in Munster, the Axon auction house would have been willing to bring them on board if they had any foresight. My dear, elf girls are incredibly rare. Don't miss out, haha. Chapter 314. Ryan smiled at the beautiful woman's teasing, but didn't respond. Instead, he asked, Jennifer, how well do you know this Duke of Durham? Hearing Ryan's question, the beautiful woman shook her head and said, I've only just taken over the Munster branch, and I'm not familiar with some of the details yet. What's more, although this Duke of Durham is a major shareholder, he's been in the Imperial capital year-round, and seemingly never appeared at the Munster branch's shareholder meetings. He's merely sent a spokesperson here, named Sam, the leader of the Sam Group. I ran into him at a meeting today. He seems to be a powerful second-level wizard. A wizard? Ryan nodded. Send someone to investigate this Sam Group over the next couple of days. Well, do we need to proactively communicate with them? The beautiful woman suggested, after a moment's thought. Ryan shook his head and said, "No, I don't have time to discuss anything with them right now. Besides, they should be the ones coming to me about this, not the other way around." That evening, a sumptuous dinner was held at Ryan's new residence to welcome Anna home. The beautiful woman Jennifer took the initiative to sit on Anna's other side, frequently introducing her to delicious dishes and recounting Ryan's glorious deeds, her praise overflowing. Jenny, watching nearby, was completely stunned. She simply couldn't understand her mother's baffling actions and pushing her lover away. Although it was common for nobles in the Dragon Empire to have lovers, she had long expected this. Even if her mother was with Ryan, it was normal for him to have a few lovers outside. But the problem was, her mother's attitude looked like, how should I put it? As if she was impatiently pushing Ryan towards Anna. This scene also left Agatha, who was standing by, confused. After a moment, she gently nudged her best friend and said, "Hey, Jenny, did you have a fight with your mother?" She herself, a grown-up daughter, didn't even bother to help, but she actually tried to match Lord Ryan with this new girl. Jenny was also confused, unsure how to answer her bestie's question. She shook her head and said, "I don't know, but I didn't have a fight with my mother." Besides, she mentally corrected her bestie's words. This girl wasn't new. She'd known Ryan longer than her mother. The beautiful woman's overwhelming enthusiasm for Anna also left Anna a little bewildered. She didn't quite understand why this elegant and beautiful lady was so fond of her. Meanwhile, Ryan's mother, Emma, was grinning from ear to ear. Originally, with her natural female sensitivity, she had vaguely sensed that the relationship between the beautiful Baroness Crawley and her son seemed unusual. Because, at times, the look she gave her son was so tender it practically spurred tears to tears. As someone who had experienced this, Emma naturally understood what that meant. Although the beautiful Baroness Crawley was highly capable and quite beautiful, her problem was that she was far too old, and a widow. Even though she was a noblewoman, a widow was still a widow, wasn't she? However, seeing the beautiful woman so enthusiastically matchmaking Ryan and Anna today completely dispelled Emma's worries. It seemed she had been a little overly sensitive before. Baroness Crawley probably admired her son more than anything else, which was perfectly normal. After all, women all admire the strong. In fact, for the beautiful woman Jennifer, the reason for doing this was not that complicated at all. Last time, she had been eager for Ryan to find a noblewoman with extraordinary powers because, as an ordinary person, she simply couldn't handle it. Though she hadn't gotten a noblewoman yet, she had gotten a rare elf girl instead. But as long as it could share the burden, it was fine. The problem was, after she had indirectly asked Ryan about his opinion, he had just let it go. This naturally made her even more anxious than Ryan, which was why she tried to bring them together at the welcome party, creating a chance for Anna and Ryan to be alone. After dinner, thanks to Jennifer's efforts, Anna and Ryan finally had a rare moment of alone time. Wow! Has Cookie grown so big? When Anna left, Cookie was still a little puppy, but now he's tall and mighty, his size ridiculously large, comparable to a foal. Ryan, what did you feed Cookie? That's not right. Has Cookie turned into a ferocious beast? How is that possible? Anna, who had just bent down, her beautiful eyes widened. After stroking Cookie's head, she immediately noticed something. As a full-fledged druid, her perception of plants and animals far surpasses that of ordinary people. Woof woof. The little hand, sensing the soft warmth, suddenly stopped stroking its head. Cookie barked twice in dissatisfaction, indicating that it wanted more. This guy. Ryan couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Anna chuckled and continued to rub Cookie's head, and Cookie's eyes narrowed in pleasure. He remembered the mistress's scent clearly, but it seemed even more pleasant, giving it a sense of familiarity. Cookie couldn't help but rub Anna's trouser leg as a gesture of affection. Ryan couldn't help but feel a little envious at this scene. Although he was a beast sacrificer, his affinity with beasts couldn't compare to Anna, a druid. The two took completely different paths in mastering beasts. Remember the journal where we discovered the basic meditation method? It contained a description of a mutation growth potion. I concocted it and used it on Cookie. It seems to be working quite well. By the way, Anna, I've also used it on horses. I take you to see Xiao. I think you like him very much, Ryan said with a smile. Facing Anna, Ryan felt a special sense of peace. Okay. Little Black? Is that the name of a black horse? Anna couldn't help but chuckle. As they chatted, they soon arrived near the stables in the backyard. Seeing the trotting wildebeest's towering stature and the single horn protruding from its forehead, Anna's beautiful eyes lit up with interest. She quickly stepped forward and said, "That's not Little Black, it's Big Black." Just as Ryan was about to remind Anna that trotting wildebeests have bad tempers, Anna's fair little hand had just been extended, and Little Black poked his head through the stable fence, allowing Anna to touch him. This surprised Ryan quite a bit. After a moment's reflection, Ryan realized it was probably due to his druid-like affinity for nature. "By the way, Anna, you said last time you were here for something important?" Ryan asked, suddenly realizing something. "Yes," Anna nodded. At this point, Anna's smile faded. She slowly stopped stroking Xiaohei's arm, her brow furrowed slightly, as if she were considering what to say. After a long pause, Anna finally spoke. "I found a secret letter in Aunt Delana's study. It says my mother's disappearance might be related to the Axon auction house." "Huh? The Axon auction house? Is that true?" Ryan raised his eyebrows, quite surprised. He hadn't expected that not only was Anna's case related to the Axon auction house, but even her mother's disappearance was linked to it. "It seems to be news from a special channel of the elves. I'm not entirely sure, but it's likely true." Anna nodded and continued, "Ryan, do you know anything about the Axon auction house?" "Yes, it's a massive operation. Throughout the Empire, every major city has a branch or outpost." Ryan nodded. "Does that mean I can't do it alone?" Anna's beautiful eyes darkened. "Not really. First of all, you're not alone." Ryan stared at Anna, speaking seriously. This made Anna blush. "Secondly, while the Axon auction house is a behemoth with complex connections, it's internally divided into multiple interest groups based on shareholder power. So, as long as we can pinpoint which shareholder is behind this, handling the situation will be much easier." Ryan then briefly explained to Anna what he had learned about the Axon auction house. "Ah? So Ryan, you're also a shareholder of the Axon auction house now?" Anna blinked her beautiful eyes, looking at Ryan in shock. Anna hadn't expected Ryan to become a shareholder of the Axon auction house, even if only of the Munster branch. "Isn't that a good thing? You can think of me as your undercover agent inside the Axon auction house," Ryan said with a smile. "But investigating your mother's case might take some time," Ryan said seriously, his smile dropping. Because Jennifer had just become a shareholder of the Munster branch, it would take some time to build up her staff and influence. Furthermore, Ryan suspected that if Anna's mother's disappearance was truly connected to the Axon auction house, she was most likely sent to the Imperial capital. Therefore, the investigation would take even longer. "Well, my mother has been missing for over 2 years. I was very worried for a while, but now, I just hope she's safe. Of course, it would be even better if we could find out where she is." Anna nodded, her emotions remaining relatively calm. "Don't worry. If this is truly connected to the Axon auction house, then your mother's life isn't in danger." This wasn't simply Ryan's way of comforting Anna. If this matter was truly connected to the Axon auction house, Ryan believed it was most likely the work of one of its various slave hunting teams, or similar groups. The other party would surely capture Anna's mother, a rare pure-blooded elf woman, and sell her for a high price. Those who could afford such a price would surely be wealthy merchants or nobles within the empire. In other words, while Anna's mother had lost her freedom, her life was likely not in danger. At this moment, the two strolled slowly reaching a corner of the new mansion's backyard. The previous owner had planted 7 or 8 beech trees here, which had grown quite tall and lush. Moonlight streamed through the mottled shadows of the trees, illuminating the outline of Anna's delicate form. Anna was no longer the thin figure she had been when Ray had first met her, but now possessed the curves of a woman's figure. Although not as voluptuous and delicate as the beautiful woman Jennifer, her figure was just right. The girl's face still retained the faint shyness she had felt when she was alone with Ray. But at that moment, she heard Ryan's words of comfort, hummed, and raised her head, her large eyes focused intently on her face. She said, "Thank you, Ryan." Ryan smiled faintly, and was about to say something when he suddenly felt a fresh, fragrant breeze approach. And Anna, like a butterfly, swiftly approached, tiptoed, and quickly kissed Ryan on the cheek with her soft, warm lips. Then, like a frightened deer, she quickly sprang away, lowering her head and saying, "Then I go back." As Anna spoke, she shyly prepared to leave without waiting for Ryan's response. But as soon as she turned, a strong hand grasped her slender waist. An overwhelming force pulled Anna's lithe body back, and then she was pressed against a strong, fiery chest. Suddenly, Anna panicked, raising and lowering her hands at a loss. The next second, she could only whimper. Her cherry lips were covered. Anna had no idea how much time had passed. She felt as if she were floating on a cloud. Only after she began to gasp for air did she finally breathe. At that moment, her face flushed, as if she were drunk, and she felt completely dizzy. 2 days passed. Ryan, practicing the Spear of Long Islo in the training room, still hadn't received any formal negotiations from the SAM group. Instead, several people approached the beautiful woman, asking if Dixon could be released. The beautiful woman stated that she could make the decision on business matters, but for matters like this, it would be more appropriate to speak directly with Lord Ryan. Now, she no longer needed to compromise. As a shareholder of the Munster branch, she had Ryan's backing, a source of confidence. In addition, based on the latest sword-bearer intelligence, Ryan discovered that the situation within the province was becoming increasingly volatile. Almost daily, small towns and county towns were attacked by cults or behemoths, resulting in significant casualties. More often, there was only a single casualty report, with the attackers being described as unknown or unknown. The ability to gain immediate access to this confidential information was due to the changes brought about by Ryan's promotion to Diamond-level sword-bearer. In terms of status, a Diamond-level sword-bearer is more than just a combatant or a battle captain. In terms of importance, any Diamond-level sword-bearer captain is the backbone of a sword-bearer branch and, to some extent, participates in decision-making. For example, Admiral Edward will seek Ryan's opinion on this matter. Clearly, the branch will also consult with the opinions of several other Diamond-level sword-bearer captains. From another perspective, the Diamond-level rank represents Ryan's contribution to the Empire. If he chooses to join the Duke of Munster, that is, to be transferred into the Imperial administrative system, the corresponding position will definitely be high. As a governor in charge of a county city, such as Count Habsburg, his profile may be a little shallow. But serving as deputy chief of police in the provincial capital of Munster is absolutely possible. Even if he joins the Griffin Guard, he will at least be a captain, and if there are vacancies above that, he may be promoted to a higher position. Ryan is well aware of these changes. The fundamental reason is his growing strength. Otherwise, not only would he be unable to successfully advance to the next level, he'd likely fall during a dangerous mission. So, these past few days, he hadn't spent much time accompanying Anna, nor had he attended the countless invitations to parties that had been pouring in. Instead, he remained secluded. Ryan spent most of his time in the training room, rapidly improving his lance-based supernatural combat skill, the Spear of Long Islo. After 2 days, he had reached level 8, 122/7000, just one step away from level 9. At the same time, he was also urging the other members of the team to strengthen their combat effectiveness. In the study of Ryan's new mansion. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in. And entered the capable young woman, Alina. Sir Ryan, a mission has arrived. However, this is the latest intelligence compiled today. I thought you might want to take a look at it first. Alina's face grew serious as she produced a document and handed it to Ryan. Due to the sudden shift in the Empire's situation, the Swordbearers Munster branch adapted to the changing circumstances and established a temporary coordination organization. Its primary purpose, naturally, was to complete the 2 missions assigned by the Empire. Specifically, each department's several deputy secretaries were assigned one-on-one liaisons, with a diamond-level sword-bearer captain to improve communication efficiency. So, Alina, who was most familiar to Ryan, continued to serve as deputy secretaries in the mission hall while also taking on the responsibility of communication and coordination with Ryan. Ryan took the document and carefully read through it. The sword-bearer's intelligence was primarily divided into 2 parts. One covered cult activities in the counties of Maester and Rosby. What caught his attention was a report that suspected secret snake cult members had reappeared in Maester County. Ryan's gaze paused upon this message. After some thought, he concluded that the cult was likely seeking the legendary earth snake. The message indicated that after appearing, they quickly retreated, seemingly searching for something. Of course, it wasn't ruled out that they would launch a revenge attack or something similar after finding the earth snake. Ryan was quite impressed by the secret snake cult's combat prowess. Compared to the Black Flame cult, they placed greater emphasis on physical training and possessed more related secret techniques. In a way, it's very similar to his situation as a knight and wizard, only the methods are even more bizarre. The secret snake cult has appeared again? Ryan looked up to confirm. Yes, Your Excellency Ryan. And unlike last time, this time the secret snake cult appears as a small group. We've discovered at least 7 or 8 of them so far. Alina nodded. Your Excellency Alina, please convey this message to Miss Claire and Meister as soon as possible and ask her to be on high alert. Is it the one from the Habsburg family? Alina was impressed by the beautiful young lady who had returned from the Imperial Royal Academy. Yes. Okay, Your Excellency Ryan. After processing one piece of information, Ryan quickly moved on to the next. The next piece of information was about the underground caverns of the former Blood Curse Naga on the coastline of Fishing Port Town. The silver rank sword bearer team stationed there is missing, and the gold rank team sent to investigate. The rock team haven't received any news in a day? Seeing this, Ryan frowned, a look of contemplation on his face. As Admiral Edward had said, both Rosby County and Mayes County are currently at war with the Sea Clan, so the missions involved will be numerous and complex. Ever since the Forbidden Gate was unsealed and Her Majesty the Red Queen Menia severely damaged the demonic tail three-headed sea dragon, this area has been completely abandoned by the Sea Clan. If there's any new development now, Ryan feels it's most likely the Sea Clan's return. Perhaps they've noticed the Imperial Guardian, Her Majesty Menia, has left, and are planning to take action? Ryan saw Admiral Edwards' comments, which were his mission this time. Is there any more information about the blood-cursed Naga Cave? No. We've stopped sending teams, because the Stone Squad is so strong. Even they. Alina shook her head. Ryan nodded. The remaining information wasn't as important or urgent. For example, the Sea Tribe's activity in Rosby County has increased, and the Sea Giants are launching more frequent attacks. Anything that won't cause major problems in the short term can be put aside for now. The second section of intelligence is a summary of important intelligence from the entire province of Munster. When Ryan turned to this section, his eyes suddenly fixed. A piece of news immediately captured his attention. A suspected Forbidden Gate has been discovered at the Adachi mine in the northern part of the province, in Dragon's Tooth Pass. Currently, the diamond-level sword-bearer team in charge of the area, Black Sword, has been dispatched to investigate. Dragon's Tooth Pass. After joining the sword-bearers, Ryan had gradually gained some understanding of some of the province's important mountain passes. He knew that Dragon's Tooth Pass was located very close to the neighboring province of Savoy to the north. It was a long way from Munster, requiring crossing Howling Bastion and the Bretzing Pass to reach Dragon's Tooth Pass. Has the news about Dragon's Tooth Pass been confirmed? Not yet. Alina shook her head, a look of worry on her face when she heard Ryan mention this. If it truly is a new, undiscovered Forbidden Gate, it would be a serious problem. Well, if it's confirmed, remember to notify me immediately, Ryan nodded. Chapter 315. Okay, Lord Ryan, Alina nodded. At this moment, Ryan was pondering two things. The first was whether he should take Anna with him to the blood-cursed Naga Cave. For Sam's group, hailing from the Imperial capital, there were no major concerns about taking action within the city of Munster. This was evident from the Blood Crest mercenary group's previous attitude. As a mercenary group from the Imperial capital, they inherently felt superior. Even if they suffered a defeat, they would consider themselves to have suffered a setback. Therefore, if he left Munster, the enemy would most likely abduct Anna. This was naturally unacceptable to him. Since this was the case, he decided to take the initiative and eliminate the potential threat in the bud. As for the Duke of Durham's subsequent visit, he had already found a suitable excuse. Sam's group had sent men to follow Anna, and he went to demand an explanation, only to have Sam's group attack him. Then, he wiped them out. That was Ryan's explanation. Whether Duke Drum believed it or not was another matter. As for the second matter, we deal with it after the first is settled. By the way, Your Excellency Alina, please arrange for our team to board the earliest Imperial military airship to Meister this afternoon, Ryan said, looking up at Alina. Your Excellency Alina, why not in the morning? Alina looked slightly puzzled. In the morning, I have a small matter to attend to, Ryan said with a smile. 15 minutes later. Munster Auction House. Viscount Fabian was leisurely in his office, leaning back in a large armchair, sipping his Yotan tea, a look of immense contentment on his face. Ever since he diverted the conflict between Sam and Ryan, two bigwigs, and let them resolve it on their own 2 days ago, Fabian had instantly felt a lot more relaxed. At the same time, he was quite proud of his own intelligence and talent. He came up with a saying to describe himself. Bigwigs come and go, but Fabian remains. No matter how the ownership of the Axon Auction House fluctuated, or how the struggles unfolded, he, as a veteran of the Munster branch, remained in office, still managing to survive comfortably amidst the turmoil. That's true skill. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Come in, Fabian said casually. Puff. When Fabian saw who had entered, he immediately spat out his bottle of Jotun black tea, splattering all over himself and the table, making a rather embarrassing mess. But he didn't have time to wipe it. Instead, he hurriedly stood up and called out respectfully, Ryan. Lord Ryan, what brings you here? Although he was also a Viscount, and Ryan was also a Viscount, there was a difference between Viscounts. He had become a Viscount only after relying on family connections and exerting all his efforts, barely reaching the level of Viscountship. But Ryan was different. The Viscount was merely a small milestone on his path to advancement. If Fabian couldn't figure this out, his life would be in vain. Sir Fabian, excuse me for interrupting you. I have something to ask you. Ryan smiled and got straight to the point. Please go ahead, Lord Ryan. Please take a seat. Fabian nodded quickly. I'd like to ask where Mr. Sam is currently staying. I'd like to visit him. That. Fabian wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes shifting. Although Ryan's tone was calm, he knew full well that Ryan was most likely going to personally cause trouble for the other party. It sounded nice, a visit, but he was afraid a fight might break out after just a few words. The key was, he didn't want to get involved in this matter. If he led Ryan, he would be in big trouble if the Sam's group came after him. But if he didn't tell them, the problem seemed even more serious. It was very likely that he would be in big trouble now. The choice was simple. It seems that Sir Fabian doesn't want to help me with this. No, Sir Fabian, of course I am willing to help. They are staying in a guest house not far from here. I take you there right away, Fabian said quickly. Very good. Ryan nodded with satisfaction. He planned to deal with the Sam's group before heading to Meister. Soon, Ryan, Fabian, and their group arrived at the guest house. What? They left yesterday and haven't been back since? Fabian asked in surprise after hearing the attendant's response. Lord Ryan, I'm truly sorry. Their movements didn't need to be disclosed to me. I honestly had no idea they'd left yesterday. Ryan first glanced at Fabian's expression, which didn't seem fake, and then felt a slight disappointment. In that case, he would have to bring Anna along. As for his family, Ryan wasn't particularly worried. After all, the other party's target was clear, Anna, not him. They were also affiliated with the Axon auction house. Although they were affiliated with the head office, they wouldn't attack the family of a shareholder like him for no reason. An attack would only enrage him, and even Duke Drum, behind Sam's group, wouldn't be able to protect them. So, unless Sam's group was stupid, they wouldn't do that. Sir Fabian, please notify me immediately upon Sir Sam's return. Thank you. Of course. After leaving, Ryan didn't head to the new mansion, but instead headed for the Sword-Bearer's branch. Before leaving, he had to attend to a second errand, a visit to the Exchange Hall to redeem the 9th and final transcendental combat skill required, Rockdilo's Guardian Staff. This was an extremely rare transcendental combat skill involving a staff. The inventor of this transcendental combat skill, Rockdilo, was actually a high-level wizard who also practiced the path of knighthood. Since he wasn't a metal wizard, his primary weapon was a staff about 1.5 meters long. So, he gradually developed and perfected this set of transcendental combat skills using a staff as a weapon. Performing this combat skill requires a sufficiently sturdy cane. Rockdilo's weapon is the renowned iron cane. Aside from the top, which is not covered in iron due to the need to communicate with mystical energy, the majority of the cane is covered in thick metal, allowing it to block and parry close-range attacks, making it extremely convenient and useful. This is what Ryan had discovered during a chance conversation with Nero, while pondering and searching for his final secret technique for the past few days. There's actually such a thing as a cane as a supernatural combat skill. Although to him, it seemed a bit useless. But Ryan felt that, as a wizard himself, a staff in hand would be quite disorienting for the enemy. Half an hour later, Ryan returned to the mansion, satisfied, holding a parchment scroll. After having informed everyone about the afternoon mission to Münster, Ryan found Anna. Anna, you might want to prepare, and come with me to Meister. After all, if you stay here, the enemy might come knocking. Ryan said. Oh! Great! Anna clenched her fists and waved excitedly, then asked, when do we leave? Seeing Anna's excitement, Ryan was taken aback, swallowing back his words. Originally, he had thought it would take quite a while to convince Anna. We leave this afternoon. There's a high probability of combat, so you need to prepare a bit. Yes, all right, Anna nodded heavily. Evening. The airship docking station in Meister fishing port. After disembarking from the airship, Ryan and his group hurried from the fishing port town to the vicinity of the cave, where they had encountered the ancient blood-cursed Naga. Stationing there now were not only an elite unit from the army, but also a regular member of the Stone Squad. Because of their weakened strength, Captain Batista had assigned them here as a liaison and security officer. Seeing Ryan and his group approach, he quickly stepped forward, anxiously saying, Lord Ryan, you're finally here. Ryan glanced at the man, noting his fatigue. Clearly, he hadn't slept a moment in the 24 hours since the Stone Squad lost contact, and his mind had been in a state of intense tension. "Don't worry. Tell us what you know. That way, we can better rescue the Stone Squad." Angus, who had previously served in the military and was experienced, stepped forward, patted the man on the shoulder, and offered a comforting pat. "Well, thank you." The man glanced at Angus gratefully, then turned to Ryan and said, "About 30 hours ago, Captain Batiston, Remire, and 2 other members entered the cave. According to the agreement, there would be a communication every 2 hours, but until now, there has been no communication or news. So something must have happened to them." The man explained quickly. "Has it been that long since they lost contact?" Ryan thought for a moment and said, "You all should stay here. I go in and take a look." "Captain, let me go with you," Nero offered. Ryan was stunned. He hadn't expected Nero, the heir of the Marquis, to be the first to speak up and ask to go down with him. "Aren't you afraid?" Ryan asked with a hint of curiosity. Nero smiled calmly and said, "It's precisely because I'm afraid that I have to go." "Yes, Captain. We know we're far inferior to you in strength, but we can't live under your wing forever. When we were in the military, we often suffered casualties during missions," Angus and Varys said. "Captain, although I know you're worried about the dangers, we're a small team. Besides, we can only grow through experience," Evelyn echoed. "Besides, Captain, I believe that unless the enemy is a legendary powerhouse, any other enemy is no match for you," Evelyn chuckled. "Ryan, I want to go with you too." Anna's face lit up with eagerness as she heard Ryan's teammates' comments. "Okay, let's go down together." Ryan smiled and nodded. Inside the Forbidden Gate. It was a deep and empty cavern. Along the path lay the skeletons of various large marine creatures, some standing over 10 meters tall, some 40 or 50 meters long. There were skeletons resembling giant whales, smaller ones, like those of deep-sea plesiosaurs, and even smaller ones, like horned turtles, the remains of ferocious beasts several meters long. At the deepest point of the cavern lay 7 or 8 long broken purple eggshells, most of them gone, their contents completely empty. These were once the eggs of the demon-tailed 3-headed sea dragon. Beneath a massive skeleton nearby, a complex formation was carved, flickering with a pale green light. If you look closely, you can clearly see an egg on the inside of the skeleton's base. Most of it is buried beneath the ground, with only a small section visible. And even this small section is obscured by the skeleton. Beside the massive skeleton, 2 people were conversing. The taller of the 2 was a male blood-cursed Naga, over 3 meters tall and extremely powerful, wearing a 2-meter-long, pointed-tailed conch in his left hand. He respectfully addressed the 6-armed female Naga beside him. "Your Excellency, your strategy is truly effective. Utilizing the Siren's Song, we have now captured the second group of elite human combatants. Each of these individuals is a Grand Knight, and one of them is the Peak Grand Knight, who escaped last time. There's also a full-fledged wizard. Using their flesh and blood essence to awaken the devil-tail sea dragon eggs should be incredibly effective," Tide Piercer Rolgeth said with a smile. However, having lost his left eye, his smile now looked even uglier. "Rolgeths, thank you for your hard work. Although we're still short of some sacrifices, we should be able to gather them soon." The High Priest smiled and nodded. "But this time, you need to be careful. Humans aren't stupid. With so many elite teams disappearing, they surely notice something's amiss. So, even if this enemy isn't on the level of a Dragon Knight, it's definitely a more formidable foe. Don't worry, High Priest. As long as they aren't Dragon Knights, I believe, with your help, we will be victorious." Rolgeth's ugly dragon face smiled again. The High Priest nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, she looked at the shattered sea dragon eggs not far away, a look of pity on her face. Due to their long-term imprisonment, the 3-headed sea dragon cast a spell upon the eggs to preserve their vitality, placing them in a dormant state along with the dragon. Until the sealed gate was opened, the dragon Knight Menia suddenly appeared, completely destroying the eggs in the resulting battle. However, during a chance return by a blood-cursed Naga scout, they discovered a perfectly intact sea dragon egg hidden within the skeletal remains nearby. She was naturally overjoyed upon hearing this news. She did not inform the Poseidon cult of this news. For her, if she could contract a demon-tailed 3-headed sea dragon cub, her strength would transcend the chasm and reach a new level. However, there were many problems to be solved. This sea dragon egg, due to years of contact with the massive skeleton, had practically fused with it. This had prevented the sea dragon egg from being discovered, but it also presented a further problem. The sea dragon egg was nearly impossible to move. Any attempt to move it could easily damage it, ruining her plan. Just as she was racking her brains over how to solve this problem, good news arrived from the Poseidon cult. It was reported that the human dragon knights had left the area, and they had reliable information that they wouldn't be returning anytime soon. In addition, the Poseidon cult hoped that the blood-cursed Naga clan would secretly travel to the human coast again and establish a stronghold, facilitating a subsequent counterattack. The arrival of these two pieces of news was a godsend. However, upon reaching the Forbidden Gate, they encountered a second problem. Meanwhile, not long after entering the cave, Ryan and his group saw traces of the battle from his previous departure. There was still a lot of scattered rubble on either side of the passage, but it had clearly been cleaned and reinforced twice. Otherwise, it would have been completely impassable. Ryan remembered clearly that he had essentially collapsed most of the passage, thus stopping the pursuit of Tide Piercer Rolgats. This way. Ryan walked in front, accompanied by the greyhound, Cookie. "Captain, you seem familiar with this place," Nero said with curiosity. "Yes, I was here last time and fought a fierce battle with the ancient blood-cursed Naga." Ryan recounted the events as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the underground hall, where Ryan had slain the blood-cursed Naga leader. The hall's surroundings retained the same style Ryan had seen before. Pale blue stone walls formed the perimeter, while 2 rows of Doric columns stood in the center. At this moment, a strange singing voice slowly began to rise from all directions. Because there are 3 passageways here, the sound waves are reflected in various ways after being transmitted here, making it sound like surround sound, making it difficult to determine the source of the sound. "Why is someone singing here?" Anna asked in surprise. Everyone looked up and around, searching for the source of the sound. "Something's amiss." "Be careful," Ryan said in a deep voice. Ryan felt something was amiss. The singing made him feel a little uneasy. The sound grew louder. Soon, Ryan's vision blurred, and then he could no longer see his teammates or Anna. Illusion? A hallucination caused by sound waves? Instantly Ryan had an idea. He quickly closed his eyes, and, relying on his heightened perception, scanned his surroundings. That's when he realized Anna's familiar presence was not far from him, but moving rapidly in the opposite direction. Instantly, Ryan understood the enemy's plan. They intended to use this hallucinogenic singing to dismantle his entire team. If they succeeded, taking care of them all would be a breeze and a pleasure. No wonder the previous gold-ranked team, Team Rock, fell victim. Even considering the enemy's strength, this tactic alone would easily dismantle them piecemeal. Ignoring the others, Ryan rushed towards Anna's presence. Just as his large hand was about to reach Anna, she let out a terrifying cry and instantly transformed into a giant horned deer, charging towards him. This startled Ryan, but he quickly understood what was happening. This singing was truly remarkable. It could even lead to a misidentification of friend and foe. After firmly pressing down on Anna's massive antlers, Ryan shouted, "Anna, it's me." But the giant horned deer under Ryan's command continued to struggle violently. In Anna's current state, she was being gripped by the antlers by a gigantic demon, laughing at her. "Come on, little cutie, into my arms, little cutie." This caused Anna to panic, and she struggled with all her might. Seeing Anna like this, Ryan couldn't help but shake his head. It seemed like this was the only way. Roar! Ryan's neck suddenly bulged, his mouth wide open. The next second, a massive white shockwave of sound erupted from his mouth. Instantly, circular waves of air rippled in all directions. Anna felt a sharp pain, as if her eardrums were ripping apart. Then, her vision blurred, and before her, the one bearing the massive antlers was Ryan. This left Anna somewhat bewildered. You. She couldn't tell whether this was real, or whether it had just been real. Ryan smiled, quickly recalling something, and said, "That day, we were in the beech forest at the mansion. I held you." "Ah!" Anna immediately cast transfiguration, returning to human form. Her pretty face flushed, and she covered her face with her hands. "Stop it, stop talking. I know you're the real Ryan." Ryan nodded and said, "There's something strange about this sound wave. It seems to have a strong illusionary effect." He looked around and saw that the other 4 had already quickly fled in different directions, each of them flailing about as if they had encountered a ghost. Nero, for example, cast multiple scrolls at a wall in the hall, unleashing a fierce sorceress attack. Ryan's shout briefly interrupted the strange singing, but now it began to faintly reappear. "Huh? What's that sound?" Not far away, Tide Piercer Rolgats, about to launch an attack, suddenly froze. Such a familiar voice. He quickly realized it was the voice that had blinded him in one eye. "It's that guy. Human, how dare you come back? This time, I won't let you get away again." A deep, angry voice rumbled from Rolgat's throat. He flicked his massive tail, quickening his pace, speeding towards Ryan. Chapter 316. Ryan, on his side, frowned as he saw the other team members already 20 meters away, still rapidly moving away from him. Because, further down in the darkness of the underground hall, Ryan could see vague, inhuman figures. Clearly, in a moment, his team members would be completely separated. At that moment, the enemies behind them would suddenly attack. Furthermore, it was very likely that these enemies would appear to be allies to the team members, whose senses had been distorted. In other words, his team members' current situation was extremely precarious. Of course, it wasn't that Ryan wasn't fast enough, but rather that the team members were in a state of intense fighting and retreat, their nerves on edge. Ryan was certain that if he got close, he would be once again affected by this strange voice, twisted into the monster in his team members' minds. In that case, even if he could save one or two, he probably wouldn't be able to save all of them, which was not the outcome he wanted. At this distance, even a mid-level ultimate roaring war cry wouldn't be enough to reach him. The main problem was the enemy hiding in the shadows. Ryan thought quickly. Soon, that strange singing voice echoed again. Ryan's eyes flashed, and that extremely unique illusion effect reappeared. Luckily, he was holding Anna's hand. Anna was still Anna. However, Ryan knew that if he didn't come up with a solution quickly, it would be too late. Since the opponent was using sonic waves, perhaps I could also enhance my sonic ultimate to break the opponent's strange singing. Having made up his mind, Ryan quickly glanced at the upgrade requirements for Roaring War Cry on the control panel. To upgrade Roaring War Cry to a high-level skill, the following conditions must be met. 1. Fire Dragon Breathing Technique LV14 or higher, formerly Giant Bear Breathing Technique LV16 or higher. 2. Constitution 35 or higher. 3. Consume 3 gold skill points. Ryan hadn't upgraded Roaring War Cry, a sonic skill, in a long time. He had already met conditions 1 and 2, and now only needed to spend 3 gold skill points to upgrade it again. Naturally, Ryan had no hesitation. Instantly, as he added points, a torrent of memories of training for Roaring War Cry, a sonic skill, flooded into Ryan's mind. It was as if Ryan had been alone in some mysterious space, single-mindedly practicing Roaring War Cry for over a decade. A system prompt immediately appeared. Congratulations! With the blessing of Bloodline power, you have mastered a special sonic advanced technique, Dragon Roar. Dragon Roar. Bloodline blessing? Ryan was stunned for a moment, then a smile played on his face. On the Weapon Master, Legend, panel, the sonic technique Roaring War Cry had now changed to Dragon Roar. At the same time, the icon for the advanced technique, Dragon Roar, was significantly different from the previous intermediate technique, Roaring War Cry. The technique user in the icon had transformed from a burly man into a smaller black dragon, still roaring with its mouth wide open. The dense arcs of light emanating from its mouth looked like a tangible shockwave. The small text in the lower right corner of the icon also changed. Dragon Roar, Advanced Secret Technique, Effect, combining one's unique dragon bloodline, using a unique technique of combining the force with vocal cords, roars out a sonic attack with a weak dragon aura, which has a certain deterrent effect. Note, the power of the dragon roar decreases with distance, proportional to the concentration of one's dragon bloodline and physical fitness. Note, to upgrade the dragon roar to the top level of the secret technique, the following conditions must be met. 1. Increased bloodline concentration. 2. Fire Dragon Breathing Technique level 16 or higher. 3. Strength 42, Agility 40, and Physical Fitness 45 or higher. 4. Consume 4 gold skill points. Ryan, confident, patted Anna's shoulder and said, "Cover your ears." Anna quickly covered her ears. Ryan's roar had nearly ripped her eardrums, and they still ached. In reality, Anna didn't know that Ryan hadn't truly unleashed his war cry. Compared to its full power, it only exerted about a third of its power. Ryan dodged, and the next moment, he appeared in the center of the hall. After putting some distance between him and Anna, Ryan took a deep breath. The air around him seemed to be swallowed by a whale, and Ryan's chest suddenly expanded. It was as if a steam locomotive, clanking and revving at full speed, was hidden within his chest, its wide-open mouth a whistle about to roar. As Ryan's neck swelled like an enraged cobra, a massive stream of air burst forth from his chest. Ah! A resounding roar, unnaturally loud and unnatural, echoed through the hall. Besides the violent white blast, the roar carried a powerful intimidation. Ryan's advanced ultimate technique, Dragon Roar, unleashed a powerful wave of sound that reverberated throughout the underground hall. The strange singing voice vanished without a trace. Instantly, the eyes of the 4 team members, some 20 or 30 meters away, cleared. Then, Each of them stared at their position with a bewildered expression, seemingly wondering how they had ended up there. What had just happened? But the next moment, they stared in astonishment at the area several meters away. A few meters away, a number of monsters with ugly dragon faces, wielding tridents, stood frozen in astonishment. These creatures were none other than male blood-cursed Nagas. It turned out that the group that had been hiding in the shadows, seeing the opportunity now, had emerged, intending to attack them. But the male blood-cursed Naga could never have imagined that the human in the center of the hall could unleash such a mighty roar. So powerful it directly shattered the siren's song and tore apart the illusion they had created. Furthermore, the hint of shock contained in the roar momentarily disoriented them. When they regained consciousness, they knew their ambush had failed. The male blood-cursed Naga immediately turned and fled into the surrounding darkness. Unseen by Ryan, there was a concave horizontal groove in the ceiling of the hall. Within it, 3 monsters with human faces and eagle bodies stared at each other, startled as they had been. Just now, I sensed a hint of dragon power, siren language. What about you? I feel it too. Is this a dragonborn? The siren suddenly stopped talking. In the underground hall. Slow. Nero quickly tore open a slow scroll, and slowed the fleeing male blood-cursed Naga. Ryan's eyes lit up, and he naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. The hardened adamantium in his hand instantly transformed into a javelin. Whoosh! A flash of black lightning flashed, blood splattering everywhere. A male blood-cursed Naga was struck by a bullet, its entire body pinned to the solid wall of the underground hall. Because the spear had struck its head, the male blood-cursed Naga was instantly killed, but its powerful vitality still caused its body to twitch continuously. It's the ancient blood-cursed Naga. It seems they were responsible for the disappearance of the 2 previous teams. Nero scurried over to the deceased male blood-cursed Naga and said angrily, "Is this the ancient blood-cursed Naga?" Very and the others stood on guard, glancing curiously sideways. "Captain, I think I know what that singing sounded like just now. If I'm not mistaken, it's probably coming from an ancient sea monster called a siren. It's said their song possesses a strange magical power, capable of enchanting people into a world of illusions." Nero said seriously. "Siren? You mean those eagle-headed monsters? But aren't they said to have been extinct for millennia?" Evelyn, who was also practicing wizardry, seemed to have heard of such monsters, and asked in surprise. "Yes, there are rumors, so I can't be 100% sure. It's just speculation," Nero nodded. "But judging by the effect, it's almost identical to the description of the siren's song in ancient texts," Nero added. Evelyn's face was thoughtful as she nodded, saying, "Now that you remind me, this sound does resemble the sirens described in ancient texts. In ancient sailing logs, there are often stories of entire ships running aground or sinking. Many of these were caused by the sirens, whose strange songs bewitched the captains and sailors. I don't know where these blood-cursed Naga found the sirens. Yes, but I didn't expect the captain to be able to break the siren's song. Then, the upcoming battle won't be a problem." Just as Nero finished speaking, Ryan suddenly turned and looked towards the passage that had led to the forbidden gate. Seeing this, everyone looked up and saw a monster, far larger than an average male blood-cursed Naga, swiftly snaking out, emanating a powerful aura. Behind him were 2 teams of over 20 male blood-cursed Naga, closely following. Tide Piercer Rolgats? Ryan's face darkened as he spoke. Their bodies shuddered at the name, and looking at the other man's iconic conch-shaped arms, it was clear what was going on. This was the equivalent of a human knight, a blood-cursed Naga titled Powerful One, the very creature Captain Ryan had mentioned. The other man's single remaining eye was fixed intently on Ryan. "Captain, there's no need to worry too much about us. Without the distraction of the siren's song, we can withstand these blood-cursed Nagas," Angus said quickly, raising his shield. He knew that in a fight at Ryan's level, any distraction would be a disaster. As team members, they could be injured and bleed, but they must not become a burden. "Well, be careful." Ryan walked slowly toward the other side. Seeing Ryan approach, the ordinary male blood-cursed Naga scattered, forming a semicircle around the area, whether out of fear or respect for the powerful. "Human, you are so brave. You dare to come back? Die!" Tide Piercer Rolgats was furious from the moment he saw Ryan. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, the white, pointed-tailed conch in Rolgat's left hand, with a fierce whistling sound, launched a fierce blow at Ryan. Faced with the incredibly swift thrust, the hardened adamantium in Ryan's hand had already transformed into a lance, and he launched a counterattack at Rolgat's. Sparks instantly erupted from the lance's tip and the conch's tip. Ding! Almost instantly, an extremely sharp clash echoed throughout the surroundings. Both the two nearby male blood-cursed Nagas and the members of Ryan's team frowned. After exchanging blows, the two men on the field quickly separated. Ryan retreated a few steps, while Rolgatz, standing over 3 meters tall, leaned back slightly, appearing evenly matched. However, the next second, Ryan tapped his toes, causing the stone ground to shatter, launching an attack. Instantly, 3 figures in different postures appeared on the field, each attacking Rolgatz from the left, center, and right, brandishing their spears. This was Ryan's attack, applying his intermediate ultimate technique, Shadow Step, to his lance. Although the number of phantoms didn't reach the 4 he created with his dagger, even 2 phantoms significantly increased the power of Ryan's lance attack. This scene left Rolgatz momentarily stunned. Clearly, this was his first encounter, though he quickly recovered. But in a duel between masters, this moment of surprise gave Ryan the upper hand. Rolgatz's lance suddenly thrust out from the left, striking at Rolgatz. Unable to dodge, Rolgatz could only raise his white, pointed conch like a shield and swiftly block. Dang! In the instant after the collision, Ryan, using the rebound force of the collision, launched dozens of lances in a sudden burst, so fast it seemed as if Ryan was simultaneously wielding dozens of lances, all charging at Rolgatz. Suddenly, the sound of clanging and clanging clashed incessantly. At that very moment, a streak of sparks erupted from Rolgatz's white, pointed-tailed conch, forcing the massive Rolgatz back step by step. This only intensified Rolgatz's rage. Only then did he realize that the human he had thought was easily captured had actually increased in strength so dramatically. Tidal impact. With a low roar, a circle of blue ripples erupted from Rolgatz's sturdy body. Ryan was instantly propelled several meters away by the overwhelming water energy. Taking advantage of the distance, Rolgatz rapidly gathered power, and his white, pointed-tailed conch instantly condensed into 3 vortexes of pale blue water. It was Rolgatz's signature killer move, Tidal Piercing. Seeing this, Ryan's eyes narrowed, and his lance rapidly transformed, instantly manifesting as a dark, 2-handed warhammer. Just now, he had engaged Rolgatz in a nearly evenly matched exchange of blows with his lance, which gave Ryan a clearer understanding and assessment of his own strength. It also gave him a deeper understanding of the weapon master class. This time, however, the opponent had unleashed a trump card, so Ryan had to counter it with his own. Ryan silently chanted the same spell, and then suddenly leaped into the air. In midair, Ryan raised his warhammer with both hands, and like a fully drawn bow, he swung it down fiercely at Rolgatz. Seeing this, Rolgatz's single eye sneered. He remembered clearly that the opponent had fought him head-on in this manner the last time, only to have his 2-handed warhammer shattered by a single blow. This human before him actually intended to use the same tactics against him again. How foolish. In a flash, Ren's 2-handed warhammer and Rolgatz's conch shell clashed. Dang! But upon contact, Rolgatz's expression suddenly changed. His white conch tip was shattered into powder, and a sharp pain pierced his left palm. But Ryan's warhammer also shattered at the same time, which made Rolgatz feel relieved. However, strangely, most of the hardened adamantine fragments that exploded at high speed hovered in front of Ryan, then recondensed and quickly transformed into a new 2-handed warhammer. Rolgatz was stunned by this scene. Metal magic? Bang! Ryan, holding the hammer in both hands, launched another attack. Because Rolgatz's signature weapon, the sharp-tailed conch, was damaged, the two sides were immediately weakened and the defense was greatly reduced. Ryan seized the opportunity, unleashing his ultimate shadow step technique. Using his afterimage to briefly distract Rolgatz's attention, he suddenly charged forward with a hammer of annihilation. Caught off guard, Rolgatz could only raise his conch again to block. Crack! This time, the conch broke at the elbow, and Rolgatz groaned for the first time, his face etched with pain. His left elbow was bent in a reverse joint, clearly broken. But Ryan's attack wasn't over yet. After a lightning-fast surge of strength to recover, he unleashed Hammer of Annihilation. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, Rolgatz's waist, abdomen, chest, shoulders, and other parts exploded, leaving penetrating wounds the size of washbasins across his massive frame. This series of top-level ultimate techniques left Rolgatz completely defenseless. The next second, Ryan leaped high. Bang! The dark, two-handed warhammer slashed through the air in a brilliant black semicircle, striking directly at Rolgatz's unsightly dragon face. A small hole was instantly ripped open in his forehead, and the powerful impact caused the back of his head to explode, scattering red and white, jelly-like matter all over the ground. Rolgatz's massive body swayed before slowly falling backwards with reluctance. Then, a massive, transparent Naga shadow emerged from Rolgatz's dead body, trailing a long tail of flame. It circled Ryan several times before disappearing into the hammer's head. This scene instantly filled the two male blood-cursed Nagas with terror. Their fighting spirit vanished, and they all turned and fled. But if they wanted to escape now, they would have to rely on Ryan's approval. The two-handed warhammer in Ryan's hand instantly transformed into a two-handed greatsword. Simultaneously, tiny square-shaped darts sprouted from the broad blade. With a swift spin, Ryan swung his weapon, and instantly, a dense cloud of black square-shaped darts hurled itself at the fleeing male blood-cursed Naga. For a moment, screams rang out. Ryan, seemingly slow but actually swift, stepped forward, his weapon transformed from a two-handed greatsword back into a warhammer. Snap! Snap! With the sound of skull-crushing blows, one soul after another was drawn out, circling Ryan several times before plunging into the warhammer. Ryan counted silently. He had single-handedly killed 11, while the remainder were slain by Nero and his men. The 10 soul energies required to unleash soul-shattering impact had been gathered. It wasn't that Ryan foresaw the danger, but rather that this was a rare opportunity to gather soul energy, and Ryan naturally wouldn't miss it. After all, finding an enemy force of 10 or more regular knights in another location wasn't easy. Is the smooth switching between various secrets even a commonality? Through his recent battle with Rolgatz, Ryan had a vague understanding of the epic class, the Thousand-Blade King. Captain, look! At this moment, Nero and his men, chasing the male blood-cursed Naga, had surpassed him. Now, a blue water film blocked their path about 10 meters in front of them. It's a water film barrier. It blocks external interference, including sound, light, and energy fluctuations. There must be some secret within. I can undo it. Nero, a scroll master, recognized the barrier's type at a glance. At this moment, within the Forbidden Gate, the blood-cursed Naga High Priestess, Selene, suddenly looked up toward the underground hall where Ryan was. Just now, she sensed the soul fire that belonged only to Rolgatz suddenly extinguished. How is this possible? Rolgatz is dead? Did the Dragon Empire send Imperial Guardians? It shouldn't be. But who could it be? Selene pondered for a moment, then decided to abandon presiding over the ceremony and head toward the blue water film. Suddenly, the blue water film vanished, and a group of humans collided head-on with her. From the perspective of Ryan and his companions, after they had cleared the blue water film's obstruction, they saw a beautiful, six-armed female Naga, wielding a short staff, also heading toward them. And so, the encounter unfolded unexpectedly. Get out of the way! Ryan's pupils shrank as he roared. He immediately executed Shadow Step, transforming into 5 shadows and charging towards the enemy. However, this time, the weapon he transformed into was no longer a lance, but his most proficient two-handed warhammer. Simultaneously, he unleashed a combined attack combining his ultimate technique, Hammer of Annihilation and Soul-Crushing Blast. The opponent's aura was unleashed, but Ryan could sense the terror hidden within his modest frame. This was the strongest he had ever encountered. Almost as powerful as Her Highness Mania. So he launched with all his might. Through the interference of the 4 phantoms, Ryan's true form launched a lightning-fast hammer strike from behind, and to the side of Selene's. Selene was momentarily startled, then smiled. With a wave of her short staff, 3 defensive magical auras suddenly emanated from her body and flashed past. But as soon as they made contact, her pretty face was filled with horror. Ah! Of the 3 defensive spells, only 2 shattered, yet Selene screamed in pain, clutching her head. However, her counterattack was also incredibly swift. One of the 3 pairs of arms aimed a lightning-fast strike at Ryan. Bang! Even though Ryan's body was protected by a metal barrier and a hardened adamantine shield, he was still struck as if by a cannonball, and he was instantly sent flying backwards. As Ryan traced a parabola in midair, he slammed heavily into the massive skeleton behind him, bouncing off the side and hitting the base of the skeleton. Ryan felt a crackling sound beneath him. Then, he was completely immersed in a large, sticky liquid with a distinct fishy smell. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Chapter 317. Ding! The host has been baptized with the egg fluid of a 3-headed sea dragon. A small amount of absorbable dragon gene fragments has been detected. Yes/no? Note: absorption of this small amount of dragon gene fragments will slightly increase the upper limit of the host's dragon bloodline concentration. Huh? This sticky, slippery, and slightly fishy thing is actually a 3-headed sea dragon egg? Looking at the system prompt, Ryan was slightly stunned, but then his eyes suddenly lit up. Good stuff. He hadn't expected that what he had crushed beneath him was actually a sea dragon egg. This was truly beyond Ryan's expectations. More importantly, the system could actually absorb some of the gene fragments. I've only heard of dragon blood baptism before, but never dragon egg baptism. But no matter what baptism, as long as it improves strength, it's a good baptism. Ryan chose yes without hesitation. Instantly, Ryan felt the areas of his body stained with the sticky egg liquid, and suddenly felt a warmth, as if warm spring water seeped from the surface of his skin into his body. The whole process lasted less than a second and was over. Ryan quickly glanced at the attribute panel. Dragon bloodline, weak, effect, slightly increased affinity for fire elements, slightly increased the effectiveness of the great strength talent, slightly increased the effectiveness of the steel body talent, and slightly strengthened the battle cry type ultimate. The changes seemed minor, merely thin became weak, and the description of the battle cry type ultimate had 3 more words. Slightly. No, more importantly, that sentence is missing. Ryan realized instantly. That sentence about the dragon bloodline has reached its current physical limit. Further development requires increasing blood concentration is gone. In other words, I can further develop my dragon bloodline by improving my fire dragon breathing. Ryan's eyes flickered. He glanced up at the 6-armed Naga not far away, still agonizing, and quickly decided to develop his dragon bloodline to its full potential, boosting his own strength to deal with the 6-armed Naga. Ryan glanced down at his chest and abdomen, only to see 2 bowl-sized wounds oozing blood. While the wounds weren't large, remember, they were caused by the triple defenses of metal barrier, mithril card plate armor, and high-grade steel body. This clearly demonstrated the opponent's immense strength. His danger perception was correct. The opponent was likely a veteran legendary powerhouse. Immediately, Ryan continuously added points to his fire dragon breathing until the sentence reappeared. Further development requires increasing blood concentration. At this moment, Ryan could clearly sense a slow transformation taking place within his body. It was as if he were a dormant volcano, a stream of magma flowing slowly within him, gradually growing stronger. At the same time, Ryan noticed that his recent continuous skill upgrades, totaling 3 gold skill points, had already reached level 18 in fire dragon breathing. This time, the description of dragon bloodline on the attribute panel had undergone a new change. Dragon bloodline, weak, effect, moderately increases affinity for water and fire elements, moderately increases the effectiveness of the great strength talent, moderately increases the effectiveness of the steel body talent, and moderately strengthens war cry abilities. Note: the development of the dragon bloodline has reached its current physical limit. Further development requires increasing the bloodline concentration. Just as Ryan was about to check, a furious scream rang out from dozens of meters away. No! Ryan looked up. It turned out that the 6-armed Naga had finally regained some consciousness from the effects of soul-shattering blast. From its ferociously beautiful face, Ryan could easily imagine that the demon-tail 3-headed sea dragon egg he had just shattered must have held special significance for it. Perhaps the other party had secretly returned here for this very sea dragon egg? In addition, the power of the Warhammer Wizard's ultimate move, Soul-Shattering Blast, further challenged Ryan's understanding. He hadn't expected Soul-Shattering Blast to injure a 6-armed Naga, likely a veteran legend, to this extent, leaving it in excruciating pain for 4 or 5 seconds. The ancient hero Munger was already severely injured, so Soul-Shattering Blast wasn't enough to judge the damage. But this time, it was different. Before him was a veteran legend in pristine condition. What did it mean to pin a 6-armed Naga to the spot, wailing in agony for 4 or 5 seconds? If Ryan hadn't just been knocked flying, he would likely have already expanded his advantage, perhaps even secured victory. Soul-Shattering Blast, in a fight of equal strength, would have been enough for Ryan to kill countless times. On the other hand, the blood-cursed Naga High Priestess, Selenis, had barely recovered from the excruciating pain of her soul when she saw a scene that was almost unbelievable. That human bastard actually smashed the sea dragon egg. It's ruined. All her hard work has gone to waste. She spent nearly half a month meticulously planning, investing so much time and energy, and was on the verge of success, but now, it's all gone. Because hatching a sea dragon egg requires not only a specific awakening ritual, but more importantly, a large number of fresh sacrifices to activate and provide the sea dragon egg with sufficient life energy. For a sea dragon egg sealed for so long, the perfect hatch requires extremely high-quality sacrifices, and they must be living creatures. Silenes' operation needed to be conducted in secrecy, and since the cave was currently located in human-occupied territory, hunting large sea beasts for sacrifice was impossible. For this reason, Silenes said to the remote shipwreck bay to invite the few remaining sirens. This was a solution she had come up with after much deliberation. She quietly eliminated the elite human teams that came to investigate, and using these teams to accumulate the fresh, high-quality sacrifices needed for the ritual. Furthermore, she believed that by the time the humans fully realized what was happening, the awakening ritual would be over, and she would have successfully hatched the sea dragon and left. But to her surprise, she failed at the last moment. Damn it! Die! Selene's, suppressing a piercing headache, slithered towards Ryan with a furious expression. She was going to kill this bastard. After hearing Ryan's warning, the others quickly retreated. Furthermore, judging by the aura displayed by the six-armed Naga, she was undoubtedly a legendary powerhouse. That sense of physical pressure was undeniable. Nero and the others knew that if they advanced, it would mean little besides causing unnecessary casualties. But the next moment, they were stunned. They hadn't expected their captain to be so reckless, engaging the opponent head-on. For a moment, their hearts nearly jumped out of their throats. Then, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although their captain was injured, his injuries appeared significantly less severe than the opponent's. However, seeing the blood gushing from Ryan's ribs, Anna couldn't help but look worried. After a brief hesitation, Anna's expression hardened, as if she had made a decision, and she silently chanted a spell. A few seconds later, small leaves emitting a pale green glow appeared before her. With a swift gesture, Anna saw the glowing leaves converge and, like a tumbling green snake, rush towards Ryan's fallen position. This was one of the few first-level nature-based magics Anna had mastered, healing. As Ryan stood up, the long green snake swirled around him. The next second, the glowing green leaves spontaneously attached themselves to the wound beneath his ribs. Instantly, Ryan felt a slight coolness and tingling sensation. Looking down, he saw that the wound had not only stopped bleeding, but was healing at a visible rate. But Ryan was far from happy at this moment, because Anna's healing spell could very well cause the six-armed Naga to turn and attack her directly. In other words, Anna's action had been extremely risky. But soon, Ryan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had shattered the egg of the demon-tailed three-headed sea dragon, or perhaps the true damage from the soul-shattering blast had left it unconscious. At this moment, the six-armed Naga ignored Anna's healing spell. Instead, with eyes burning with rage, it stared intently at him, charging towards him recklessly. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the forbidden gate, Angus, sword and shield in hand, shouted with a wary look, "Everyone, be careful! Those blood-cursed Nagas are charging this way." He had just keenly noticed that, perhaps because of the six-armed Naga's scream, or perhaps because of some summons, the blood-cursed Nagas from the various underground tunnels were rapidly converging towards this area. "We hold this place, and try not to let these guys in. This will relieve the captain's pressure," Angus shouted. The men nodded and immediately assumed combat stances. Except for Anna, the other four had all undergone team training and quickly took their positions, and cast spells according to the previously planned tactics. But if Ryan knew this, he would have surely set 10 blood-cursed Nagas in. The reason? Naturally, to stack 10 soul energies, making it easier to use soul-shattering blast again. A few dozen meters to the left of Ryan's current position, hanging from the dim cave wall were more than a dozen open bags woven from some kind of aquatic grass, resembling nets. The elastic bags outlined the humanoid forms within, but the most disgusting thing was that, now, a small gray monster, resembling a scorpion, but as flexible as an octopus, lay upon their faces. The tail cavities of these monsters were facing the mouths and noses of the trapped people, occasionally emitting streams of yellow-green gas. This gas seemed to have a hallucinogenic or soporific effect. If you got closer, you could see that the trapped people all had their eyes closed, but their eyeballs were rapidly moving beneath their lids. Facing the six-armed Naga charging towards him, Ryan was about to dodge sideways when he felt something strange at his feet. Looking down, he saw two streams of transparent water suddenly emerge from nowhere and wrap around his feet. The one performing the water entanglement spell was none other than Selene's. Selene suddenly stopped, and at the same time, her uppermost pair of arms quickly aimed a small fishbone bow at Ryan. His level 3 danger perception immediately gave Ryan a frantic warning. Ryan knew the opponent's attack was likely to be extremely powerful. Although Ryan stomped his fist to break free of the restraints, the momentary pause gave the opponent an opportunity. It was too late to dodge, so Ryan acted decisively, instantly transforming the hardened adamantium into 3 kite-shaped shields to block the incoming attack. Bang! Instantly, an irregular hole the size of a bowl appeared in the center of the 3 hardened adamantium shields. But just as the arrow reached Ryan's chest, he raised his hand and blocked it directly in front of him. The fishbone arrow, emitting a blue magical aura, continued to spin in the palm of Ryan's raised left hand. Like a drill trying to penetrate Ryan's palm, a sizzling sound and sparks flew. At this moment, a sharp chi pierced the air, echoing through the cave. No wonder the arrow had been so powerful, its speed far exceeding the speed of sound. At first, Ryan suspected that even though the arrow had been weakened by the triple shields, it was still incredibly powerful. He had braced himself for injury, even puncture to his palm. But unexpectedly, despite the flying sparks, his palm remained intact. The pain wasn't even intense, just a slight sting. This was completely unexpected, but then a look of realization crossed his face. Clearly, this was the new description of the increased blood concentration mentioned earlier. The moderate increase in the power of steel body. At this point, judging by the defensive power, high-level steel body, combined with the moderate increase from dragon bloodline, had likely already reached the level of top-level steel body. Even if it wasn't quite, it was not far off. Selene's was astonished to see that Ryan, relying solely on what appeared to be a level 1 innate spell, had completely withstood her aim shot, which was more powerful than a level 2 spell. At that moment, she was still plagued by the soul-tearing pain, so she couldn't think clearly about tactics. She was completely focused on attacking, killing the bastard before her. She swung her arm, holding the short staff, rapidly, and the next second, 2 pools of green water suddenly appeared on the ground. The green water was about 1 meter in diameter, circular in shape, and its surface reflected a mirror-like light. The 2 pools of green water seemed to connect to another world. In the blink of an eye, 2 thick green arms formed of flowing water suddenly stretched out from within. Then, a round, 3-meter-tall monster composed entirely of green water emerged from the 2 pools. While Nero was fending off the onslaught of the male blood-cursed Naga, he also kept an eye on the main battleground between Ryan and the 6-armed Naga. When Nero saw the 2 summoned elementals, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he immediately shouted to Ryan, "Captain, be careful. This is a poisonous water elemental, as powerful as a liquefied wizard. The gushing veil of poison is highly corrosive and toxic." As soon as Nero finished his words, the poisonous water elemental, as if to verify its own strength, immediately unleashed a torrent of green, foul-smelling liquid at Ryan, like a high-pressure water gun. For a moment, the poisonous water shot out. But the next second, most of it was repelled, and a significant amount of it splattered in all directions. A silver-white kite-shaped shield suddenly appeared in front of Ryan. It was formed from a highly resistant metal, demonized thorium, instantly transformed. The enchanted thorium shield deflected the poisonous water a meter in front of Ryan, while a small amount of venom splashed onto his mithril plate armor, producing a hissing, corrosive sound. Due to the immense force of the venomous fountain, Ryan's interception of it spread a wide area. A significant amount of the poisonous water poured down upon the trapped personnel dozens of meters away. The small, facehugger-like monsters that had previously covered their faces squeaked in pain after being touched by the poisonous water, and immediately fled, revealing faces with their eyes tightly closed. These individuals were, of course, the previously missing members of the Swordbearers squad. Among them were Batista and Ramil, members of the Stone Squad familiar to Ryan. Since the facehugger-like monsters had already departed, the group was quickly awakened by the sounds of intense fighting. Ramil, a full-fledged wizard, was the first to awaken. When he saw the familiar figure engaged in a fierce battle with the 6-armed Naga, he was overjoyed, his eyes widening with joy. Ramil excitedly shouted to the people around him, "Wake up! Lord Ryan is here to save us! Captain, Lord Ryan is here! Everyone, we're saved! Lord Ryan is here!" Batista, hearing Ramil's cries, forced his swollen eyelids open, glanced in the direction of the noise, and a flicker of joy crossed his face. He was in a terrible state, his head covered in wounds, the flesh tangled and bruised. To Ramil's right, 7 or 8 people, their auras much weaker, were likely the first silver-ranked team to disappear. One of the young men, who seemed quite energetic, glanced at Ryan curiously and asked, "Sir Remire, is this Lord Ryan?" "Yes. I knew the diamond-level sword-bearer in charge of Rosby and Maester counties was Lord Ryan, nicknamed Maester Battering Ram, a new sword-bearer. I didn't expect him to look so young. He's barely 20. This young man was Farmer, captain of the silver-level sword-bearer team, Broken Blade. He had certainly heard of Ryan, but he had never met him. After all, Ryan had gone from joining the sword-bearers to becoming a diamond-level sword-bearer in less than 3 months. That was incredibly fast. This also meant that most silver-level team members knew Ryan much less than they did Batista, Remire, and the others. "Yes, Lord Remire, Lord Ryan is so young. Can he defeat this 6-armed Naga?" Another person asked. This fellow is far more powerful than that tide piercer Rulgats. Well, hearing the two people's questions, Remire hesitated, unsure how to respond. Because he didn't know how Ryan had gotten here. If he had used some kind of sorcery to bypass tide piercer Rulgats and come directly here, the situation would be extremely dire. Lord Ryan would then face an attack from both sides. But if Lord Ryan had killed tide piercer Rulgats before arriving here, the situation would be different. But, is this scenario really possible? Remire glanced at his captain, Batista, who was standing beside him. The captain's miserable condition was caused by tide piercer Rulgats' attack. The enemy's ultimate move, Ocean Piercing, was incredibly powerful, breaking most of the bones in their drugged captain's body. In the center of the cave, Ryan, taking advantage of the moment when the enemy's vision was obscured by the venomous water, stomped his plate boots hard. Instantly, the water wrapped around his legs exploded, and then the ground cracked like a spider web. Ryan, a silver streak, charged head-on at the six-armed Naga. This brought a sneer to Selene's face. She raised her fishbone bow, ready to aim again, when suddenly, Ryan dodged, leaving a shadow behind, and his true form appeared in front of the poisonous water elemental. The two-handed warhammer in his hand instantly slashed a black arc, slamming heavily into the defenseless poisonous water elemental. With a resounding bang, the poisonous water elemental was struck as if by a bombshell. Instantly, the green poisonous water that comprised its body surged towards the six-armed Naga like a tsunami. Faced with the onslaught of the toxic water, Selene's fishbone bow naturally lost its aim. At the same time, the torrent of poisonous water struck her protective sorcery, causing a sizzling, corrosive sound. The second poisonous water elemental followed the first in the next second, being blasted to pieces by Ryan's sudden hammer of annihilation. Ryan's two counterattacks instantly lit up the eyes of the trapped crowd. Amazing! Ryan just used the poisonous water elemental to kill the opponent, while simultaneously using the poisonous water to weaken the opponent's sorcery defenses. The goal must be to attack the opponent's main body. Batista instantly understood Ryan's intention. Sure enough, Ryan, two-handed hammer in hand, followed closely behind a cloud of poisonous water and engaged in fierce close combat with the six-armed Naga. Ding ding dang dang. Both of them moved with incredible speed. But Ryan's speed relied on his shadow steps, while the opponent's speed relied on his six arms. The opponent's middle pair of arms, each wielding a short sword, struck with incredible speed. The top pair, though armed with a fishbone bow and arrows, would occasionally strike or slash at Ryan head-on. Fortunately, Ryan's sorcery, Metal Barrier, immediately blocked the opponent's attacks from above with a kite-shaped shield. Although the opponent possessed six arms, Ryan, relying on three shields lingering around his body, and his agile movement with his phantom steps, managed to secure a draw. Oh no! Lord Ryan is in danger. Continuously performing ultimate techniques consumes immense amounts of energy, and as an ancient race, their physical strength far surpasses ours. If this continues, Lord Ryan will inevitably collapse. Famer's words elicited a smile from Batista and Ramil. They had both witnessed Ryan's stamina. Finally, it was Ramil who explained, Famer, you might not know this, but Lord Ryan is not only an expert in hammer work, but also a master of physical strength. Physical strength? Farmore looked puzzled. But no matter how long this thing was, could it be longer than the six-armed Naga before him? Chapter 318. Clang. Ryan's hardened adamantine warhammer and the six-armed Naga's twin daggers collided fiercely. This time, the impact sent Ryan flying several meters back. While Selene's wasn't knocked back, her upper body leaned back dramatically, and the ground where her snake's tail touched instantly cracked. Clearly, she had channeled the impact force underground. Hoo! Ryan gasped for air, white steam rising from his body. The almost continuous use of his ultimate skills had drained him immensely, but his eyes were brighter. In the previous battle, Ryan had already replenished his energy twice in a row. In other words, he had recovered his energy twice, which was why he could fight the six-armed Naga for so long. The opponent's six arms could all participate in the attack, putting unprecedented pressure on Ryan's skills. He had to manipulate the three shields of his sorcerous metal barrier to resist attacks the hammer couldn't withstand, while simultaneously unleashing his ultimate power. But this was the first time Ryan had faced such a worthy opponent. At this moment, a faint flame leaped within Ryan, making his blood boil. Unlike the ancient hero Munger and the possessed high priest of the Black Flame cult, those two ultimately battled on strength. But the man before him wasn't particularly strong, only slightly stronger than Ryan. With Ryan's immense strength and the blessing of his dragon bloodline, the two were almost evenly matched, relying on various melee techniques. For Ryan, This was simply the perfect sparring partner. Celine, on the other hand, looked exhausted, her middle arms clenching, the daggers trembling slightly. Clearly, the recent battle had nearly drained her strength. But even after exhausting every possible means, she still couldn't defeat the opponent. This filled Celine's, already struggling to think rationally, with fury. Damn it! She began to wave her arm, holding the short staff, and muttered something silently. In fact, if it weren't for the trauma she was experiencing at that moment, the water vortex she was about to cast would have been nearly instantaneous. But now, she had to chant an incantation to perform it. Ah! Ryan roared a dragon's roar, interrupting Celine's spell and giving her a momentary pause. Suddenly, 2 afterimages of Ryan appeared, and his true form attacked from the side and rear. The two immediately engaged in fierce close combat again. With a scream from Celine's, the 20 or so male blood-cursed Nagas, who had been trapped at the entrance to the Forbidden Gate by Angus and his men, now rushed in like madmen, their eyes bloodshot, fearless of life and death. This immediately forced Angus and his men into a continuous retreat. Even if this retreat cleared the narrowest and most strategic entrance, blocking the blood-cursed Naga's entry would be impossible. Angus and his men were horrified, and Nero immediately shouted to Ryan, "Captain, we can't hold on. Be careful of the incoming blood-cursed Nagas." Hearing this warning, Ryan glanced out of the corner of his eye and saw over a dozen male blood-cursed Nagas, all wounded, charging towards him. This sight actually brought him joy. To avoid further complications, Ryan had long intended to kill the 6-armed Naga as soon as possible, rather than dragging it out like this. I didn't expect soul energy to arrive right here. Ryan unleashed his full shadow step, instantly appearing beside the 5 blood-cursed Nagas, who had just charged. Almost simultaneously, 5 figures, each swinging a hammer in a different posture, appeared. Bang! Bang! 5 hammer strikes resounded like firecrackers, and then 4 of the 5 figures suddenly vanished. Only Ryan remained, still swinging his hammer with both hands, smashing down hard. The 5 blood-cursed Nagas' heads exploded, and they collapsed to the ground. This cycle repeated itself once more. 9 transparent blood-cursed Nagas, trailing long flames, circled around Ryan several times before being sucked into his hammers. Necromancy. Celine's narrowed her eyes, shocked. The next second, Ryan raised his warhammer high and rushed toward Celine's, unleashing a full-force blow. Dang! Blocked. But before Celine's could rejoice, she instantly clutched her head and screamed again. Ah! He could block the hammer of annihilation, but not the soul-shattering blast. This soul-shattering blast inflicted even greater damage to Celine's already damaged soul. If it weren't for the immense strength of her veteran legend soul, this single blow would have killed her instantly. But now, she was like a madman, screaming in agony, her 6 arms flailing wildly. For a moment, this made it unwise for Celine's to confront her head-on. But in a flash, an idea struck Celine's. The 2-handed warhammer in his hand quickly transformed into a lance over 3 meters long, and with his nimble footwork, he attacked from a distance. While the lance's power was inferior to other weapons that had mastered the ultimate secrets, and certainly couldn't compare to hammer techniques that had mastered the highest secrets, it was relatively safe. It was a bit like using a blast-proof fort to subdue a criminal in a previous life. By controlling your distance, you could ensure your own safety, and then you could continue your attacks. After managing your distance, Ryan began to stab with a continuous stream of thrusts. It seemed that the opponent's soul had been severely damaged by 2 consecutive soul-shattering blasts, and his attacks were completely haphazard. Ryan's lance remarkably hit the target. The 6-armed Naga, whose defensive spells had vanished, was now showered with blood. She had become a target for Ryan's lance training. The opponent's movements were growing slower and slower. Ryan narrowed his eyes, and in an instant, he thrust with all his might, the tip of his lance piercing the opponent's throat. Ah! Celine's eyes suddenly widened. She felt her life slipping away. Instantly, countless memories flooded her mind. How could I die here? I'm so unwilling. Clang! The sound of weapons falling to the ground echoed continuously. Celine's 6 arms clasped weapons, and she lowered her head, motionless. Who? Ryan panted, recalling the sensation of the lance strike. At this moment, he felt a rich green energy linger around him. Palm-sized green leaves, emitting a green glow, landed on his wound. Ryan looked up. It was Anna performing the healing spell. The beads of sweat on her forehead showed that she was exerting all her might in the healing spell. This couldn't help but warm Ryan's heart. Anna smiled sweetly when she saw Ryan looking over. Thanks to the bonus of dragon blood, Ryan's high-grade steel body's defenses were further enhanced. Even against the six-armed Naga's attack, his injuries weren't severe. And thanks to Anna's healing technique, he recovered almost immediately. This is too much, Farmer said in shock, looking at Ryan, who had killed the six-armed Naga. Batista and Ramil, on the other hand, were much more resilient. Because they had both witnessed Ryan's exaggerated fighting prowess, they were momentarily stunned before regaining their composure. After shouting a few times, Nero and the others quickly arrived and rescued Batista and a dozen other trapped people. Although everyone was injured and their fighting strength was reduced to a tenth of what it was, they still had no problem walking. Batista and Remire stepped forward, bowing slightly to Ryan in thanks. "Sir Ryan, we're indebted to you again this time. Without you, we would all have perished. Last time, it was Ryan who saved them here. This time, it was the same again." This made Remire a little embarrassed. "You're welcome, Sir Batista, Sir Remire. This is my duty." Ryan waved his hand and smiled. "Sir Ryan, I'm Farmer, captain of the silver-ranked team, Broken Blade. Thank you for your rescue." A young man stepped forward and thanked him, a little awkwardly. "Hello, Farmer." Ryan smiled and nodded. After some greetings, everyone began to clear the battlefield. Only then did everyone have time to carefully examine the empty cavern within the Forbidden Gate. Soon, deep within the skeleton-studded cavern, they discovered a row of enormous, long broken eggshells, half a man's height. Then, they spotted the eggshell that Ryan had crushed, still dripping with egg liquid. This caused everyone to look at each other in bewilderment. Could these be the eggs of that three-headed sea dragon? Ramil explained in astonishment. He was able to quickly identify the origin of these eggs, because he had witnessed the fierce battle between His Highness the Dragon Knight Menia and the three-headed sea dragon, and naturally knew the general situation within the blood-cursed Naga cavern. That should be it, Ryan nodded. Hearing Ryan's affirmative response, everyone marveled in amazement. A demon-tail three-headed sea dragon egg. How amazing would it be if it hatched? You wish. Think about how long it takes for a three-headed sea dragon to grow. By the time it reaches adulthood, you'd be dead too. That's right. For Ryan, with the system's prompt, he'd already known it was a sea dragon egg. However, he hadn't previously noticed the row of already shattered sea dragon eggs. Immediately, Ryan fixed his gaze on the sea dragon egg he had just crushed. The egg, hidden beneath the white bones, was perfectly concealed. Perhaps this was why the single sea dragon egg survived? What a shame! The last demon-tail three-headed sea dragon egg was also shattered. Otherwise, there would have been a chance to cultivate it into a battle pet, Nero sighed. It's unlikely. The demon-tail three-headed sea dragon is wild and untamable. Unless you, as its master, can consistently crush it, it's likely to defect, Ramil explained. I can't do it, but the captain should be able to, Nero said to Ramil, glancing at Ryan. This left Ramil at a loss for words. Say Ryan's strength is inferior to the three-headed sea dragon? That's hard to say, not to mention that Ryan saved them. To be honest, at his current strength at this age, it's possible he could consistently suppress the demon-tail three-headed sea dragon. Ren, however, remained calm. After all, he had already absorbed the essence of the sea dragon egg, making the most of it. Most importantly, through this egg baptism, he had gained information far more important than just a single battle pet. By this time, the group had arrived beside the six-armed Naga's corpse. After carefully examining its features, Ramil said to Ryan, Sir Ryan, according to ancient texts, this six-armed Naga possesses the combat power of a veteran or even peak legend. Furthermore, she's a female, so she's most likely a priestess, or even a high priestess, of the blood-cursed Naga clan. Oh! Ryan glanced at the six-armed Naga's corpse again. This confirmed his earlier suspicions. After all, with such formidable strength, she must have been either the clan leader or the high priestess. The blood-cursed Naga clan is ruled by females, and the high priest's position, higher than the clan leader, is always held by a female Naga, Ramil added. That's true. I've also seen relevant records in ancient texts, Nero echoed. Captain, come and see, there's a letter on him. Very, as Ryan's follower, naturally took on the task of helping Ryan collect spoils. He held up a letter and gestured. Ryan took it and looked at it, surprised. Huh? It's written in common, shouldn't it be Naga? High Priestess Seleni's, please organize the outposts, and seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack. It's the High Priestess indeed. Also, this is a letter from the Poseidon cult to this person named Seleni's. After reading it, Ryan handed the letter to Ramil beside him. He pondered for a moment, quickly sketching out the general outline of the matter. The other party likely had two purposes for returning to the Forbidden Gate. One was to hatch the demon-tail three-headed sea dragon egg, which had somehow managed to survive. The other was likely to cooperate with the Poseidon cult in launching a counterattack at their request. It seemed he had to convey this information immediately to the Navy, and the sword-bearer for a decision-making process at the top. Evelyn, contact the branch immediately, and convey this letter, and the details of the rescue to Her Excellency Alina. Okay, Captain. Evelyn took the letter, and quickly stuffed it into a small bamboo tube. Let's get out of here, Ryan called. Naturally, everyone agreed and quickly followed Ryan toward the cave entrance. All the way, Batista and Ryan were chatting. We were originally in Meister, guarding against the newly appeared members of the Secret Snake cult, but after learning of the situation here, we immediately rushed here. What are the Secret Snake cult members doing now? Ryan's heart tightened upon hearing this. They're scattered, seemingly searching for something, and haven't launched an attack against the Empire, Batista said. It seems they're most likely searching for the traces of the ancient legendary Earth Serpent, Ryan nodded. Legendary Earth Serpent? Batista was visibly stunned. Yes. Ryan immediately recounted the previous events to Batista. At this moment, everyone realized that this Lord Ryan had actually accomplished such an impressive mission. Not only had he encountered the legendary Earth Serpent, but he had also killed a high priest and another high priest of the Secret Snake cult. But once they have control of the Earth Serpent, will they quietly leave Maest? Very couldn't help but ask. Probably not. That would be the moment they launched their attack, Ryan said, after a moment's thought. He shook his head. Captain, if that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's find and kill them first. We can't let them control the legendary land snakes, and then passively defend themselves, Very suggested. Yes, that's what I was planning. It seems we need to return to Mayes County City as soon as possible. Ryan naturally thought of Claire. If the enemy chose to attack Count Habsburg's residence directly, Claire would have a hard time resisting, even though she had now reached the level of Grand Knight. The reason was simple. Even the High Priest Ganon he killed last time would have been no match for Claire in a one-on-one fight. This time, the enemy came prepared, and their forces would naturally be stronger than Ganon's. Sir Ryan, I have Ramil, and the others stay and help. They've tracked down those secret snake cult members, so they have more experience. Batista, knowing his physical condition, suggested that if they stayed, they wouldn't be able to fight. That's perfectly fine, Ryan nodded. Soon, the group emerged from the cavern. The guards at the gate were naturally overjoyed and exchanged warm greetings. After Anna had slightly recovered her mental strength, she quickly bandaged the wounds of the injured and cast Healing Touch. Healing Touch, as the entry-level druid spell, consumes much less mental energy and is more suitable for the current situation. Ryan took a moment to check the system notification. Congratulations, your Spear of Lilo skill has been upgraded to level 9. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful enemy and earned 12 gold skill points. Congratulations, your Willpower, hidden, attribute has been increased. Congratulations, your Weapon Master, legendary, class level has been increased. Since the Weapon Master, legendary, class level was close to upgrading last time, it naturally increased by 1 level this time, reaching level 10, 991/20,000. This earned Ryan 1 skill point and 1 attribute point. Adding his original remaining points, he now had 6 attribute points, 3 skill points, and 22 gold skill points. Ryan glanced at his stat panel. Constitution, 47. Strength, 54, 3 points of strength added in combat. Agility, 47. Spirit, 55. Willpower, hidden stat 9. Willpower increased by 2 points? Ryan's face was filled with surprise. Not bad. That means I'm only 1 point away from reaching the 10-point mark. Ryan carefully felt it again, and found that the unholy flame mark's effect on him was indeed minimal. As expected, one's own strength is always the best thing to rely on. Huh? The Spear of Lilo has been upgraded to level 9? Doesn't that mean I can now directly upgrade by adding points and comprehend the secrets? Instantly, Ryan's eyes lit up. His face lit with joy. Meist. At the gate of Count Habsburg's mansion. Butler Yodel, accompanied by a guard, hurried out and boarded a luxurious carriage marked with a Cali bird. The coachman then drove forward. But the carriage had barely taken 2 steps when it was stopped on the street by a graceful woman in a black robe. She was wearing a hood, her face obscured. Shoo! The coachman had no choice but to rein in the reins, angrily shouting, "Are you trying to kill yourself? Excuse me, is that Butler Yodel inside?" A captivating female voice asked. The coachman and the guard felt a tingling sensation in their hearts, and inexplicably developed a fondness for the black-robed woman. So even when they saw the black-robed woman approaching the carriage, the two men made no effort to stop her. You are? Yodel looked at the stranger with a puzzled expression. The black-robed woman slowly lifted her hood, revealing a beautiful face before Butler Yodel's eyes. A faint, psychedelic light flickered in her deep eyes. Butler Yodel's vision blurred for a moment, and then his eyes shifted into a state of confusion and trance. At the same time, two tall, black-robed figures suddenly appeared beside the coachman and the guard. Just as the two men sensed something was amiss, they heard a hissing, snake-like sound emanating from the black-robed figures. The next second, two python-like creatures, their maws gaping, suddenly emerged from the black-robed man's wide sleeves, swallowing the coachman and the guard in an instant. They didn't even have time to scream. After the black-robed woman climbed aboard the carriage, the two men quickly steered the carriage, heading toward a secluded alley in the distance. Yodel, tell me how the young man controlling the giant snake died a while ago, and at whose hands, the black-robed woman asked from inside the carriage. As you command, sir? In Yodel's eyes, the person questioning him was the respected Count Habsburg. As for why Count Habsburg appeared before him, he had no idea, as if he didn't want to dwell on the complexities. Instinctively, Yodel recounted the entire story in detail. Very good. Then you're of no use now, the black-robed woman said calmly. At this moment, Yodel's vision gradually regained clarity, and he had heard the black-robed woman's final words. Just as he was still pondering the meaning of her words, a bloody mouth suddenly bit down on his head. Yodel felt only darkness and a tingling sensation throughout his body, and then he lost consciousness. At this moment, the carriage slowly stopped in a secluded alley, and two men in black robes immediately stepped from the driver's seat and entered the carriage. Special Envoy Ikasala. The two men bowed respectfully. Now the situation is clear. My brother was killed by an imperial swordsman named Ryan during the attack on Habsburg's residence. Special Envoy Ikasala, what do you mean? That fellow named Ryan has returned to the Munster Swordbearers branch, but my brother's death is inextricably linked to this Count Habsburg. I will see everyone in this mansion buried with him. Then, I will make another trip to Munster. Special Envoy. Well, should we wait until Lord Edmundo finds the legendary ground snake? After all, the Pope's orders are to. The black-robed figure chose his words carefully, seeming a little afraid of the man before him. A white arm gripped the black-robed figure's neck, instantly silencing him from saying anything else. I hate it when someone uses the Pope to pressure me. The white fingers pressed harder, as if trying to break the man's neck. Another black-robed man quickly bowed respectfully to Ikasala and said, Please calm down, Special Envoy Ikasala. If you attack Count Habsburg's residence now, the chances of their immediate destruction are slim. We are only 3 of us, and someone will surely escape. And look. Ikasala followed the black-robed man's direction, and peered through the car window at the sky. He saw 2 small black dots flying one after the other over Meister. With Ikasala's eyesight, he could clearly see that the 2 small black dots in the sky were 2 Imperial Griffin Knights. So, once Lord Edmundo commands the legendary land serpents and rendezvous with us, I believe we can guarantee that no one in Count Habsburg's residence will have a chance to escape, and will be completely annihilated. Waiting leads to a better outcome. Very good. You've convinced me. I wait 2 more days then. Ikasala nodded and released her hand. With a thud, the black-robed figure, who had spoken first, fell heavily to the ground, gasping for air. The figure's face had turned a crimson purple. After glancing at Ikasala with horror, she lowered her head, not daring to look directly at her. This woman, nicknamed Mad Snake within the cult, was one of the 12 secret serpent emissaries, whose status surpassed that of the High Priest, second only to His Holiness the Pope. She possessed the ability to independently perform sacrifices to the great devouring serpent. Holden, my dear brother, I will slay your murderers, one by one, Ikasala whispered. Although these words weren't addressed to the 2 elite secret serpent cult members nearby, they felt a chill run down their spines. They exchanged glances, each seeing a glimmer of pity in the other's eyes. Of course, this was pity for Holden's killer. Everyone in the cult knew that Haldane's sister, Ikasala, was a serious brother-supporting demon. Even high-ranking members of the cult, such as the High Priestess, would be directly confronted by Lady Ikasala to demand an explanation if they had a disagreement with Haldane. One can imagine how horrific the death this time would be for the enemy. Furthermore, they had heard about this incident. Some time ago, Haldane accompanied High Priest Ganon of Nam Province on a mission to Munster. This was actually a gilding tour specially arranged by Lady Icosala. The purpose was to gain experience and facilitate future promotions. But who could have imagined that this supposed gilding tour would lead to Haldane's death in Munster? This left Lady Icosala, a brother-supporting demon, both heartbroken and furious. Now that the murderer was known, Lady Icosala's wrath was unstoppable. Chapter 319. 2 hours later. The head maid, Shadia, anxiously entered the study on the second floor of the villa and said, "Miss Claire, this is terrible. Butler Yodel has disappeared." "Shadia, don't be impatient. Take your time." Claire, who was reviewing official documents, frowned, paused her quill, and looked up at her head maid. "Miss, Butler Yodel and I made an appointment this afternoon to calculate the mansion's income and expenditure for this month. I've been waiting for him for a long time, but he still hasn't shown up. He should have been back an hour ago. I just sent a guard to Viscount Hamadi's residence to inquire, but they replied that Butler Yodel hadn't been there at all." "Huh?" "I gave him the task of going to Viscount Hamadi's residence. Given Yodel's personality, there's no way he wouldn't go." Claire's expression changed slightly upon hearing this news. "Have you sent anyone to look for him? If he went missing in the county town, with so many people on the street, there should be witnesses." "I thought so too. We just sent out a few more guards, and they're searching everywhere." Just as Shadia was about to say something, a guard knocked on the door. "Knock, knock. Come in. Miss Claire, head maid. We found the mansion's carriage in a secluded alley, but we can't find Butler Yodel or the guards, and even the coachman is missing," the guard reported. "Has the carriage been retrieved?" Claire asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes, it's in the front yard." "Okay, let's go check it out now," Claire said, standing up. Claire's calm expression seemed to have calmed Shadia down, and they soon arrived at the mansion's front yard. A luxurious carriage bearing the Kaliri bird emblem was guarded by 4 guards. "Miss Claire." The guard saluted. Claire first examined the carriage's exterior. It was practically undamaged. The few scratches she saw were clearly old, not new. However, as she entered the carriage, she suddenly smelled a faint, strange odor, which startled her slightly. Then, as she carefully examined the interior, she suddenly noticed a trace of corrosion beneath the seat. Claire poked at the etched area with a dagger. The painted wood had been completely corroded. Seeing this, Claire pondered. It seemed to be the bodily fluid of some creature. "Miss Claire, a guard is missing from the mansion." The captain of the guards hurried over, his expression serious. Claire's eyes immediately sharpened. "Adhere to full alert. Increase patrols within the mansion from 2 to 3. Also, mobilize a team of city guards to provide perimeter security." Claire issued a series of orders. "Miss, should we contact the Griffin Squadron immediately?" Head maid Shadia asked, still looking worried. After witnessing the battle between Ryan and the ancient hero Munger, Head maid Shadia knew well that even the most well-trained ordinary people would be of little use when facing an enemy far superior to them, only to suffer casualties. At this time, the only ones we can rely on are the extraordinary ones. Well, contact the fishing port town and have the Griffin Squadron pay more attention to our movements. It would be best if they could increase the frequency of patrols. Claire thought for a moment, nodded, and said, "Not far from Count Habsburg's residence, on the rooftop of a smaller villa, a black-robed man gazed upon the slightly panicked Habsburg residents with a sneer on his face. Panic, dying man. This is the appetizer Lord Icosala has prepared for you." The black-robed man gazed at the setting sun, his grin widening. Night is the perfect spice for panic. In a secluded alley, 2 black-robed men, one tall and one short, were walking. "Lord Icosala, you asked Degano to do this. Aren't you worried that the other side might call for reinforcements?" The tall black-robed man asked in confusion. "Oh, don't you think this is quite amusing?" Icosala chuckled. "This is just the residence of a county governor. There's not even a quasi-legendary master here. Timshire, you know what? If you want to exterminate a colony of ants, you have to get all the ants that have gone out back. Who knows, you might even get something unexpected." The black-robed man named Timshire glanced at Icosala beside him, exclaiming inwardly, "What a unique way of thinking. No wonder he's nicknamed Crazy Snake. By the way, have you contacted Edmundo?" "Sir, we've already contacted Lord Edmundo. According to the last message, Lord Edmundo and his group have discovered the legendary Earth Snake. With Lord Edmundo's strength, I think he shouldn't have too much trouble controlling the Earth Snakes. He should be able to reunite with us soon." "Yes, very good." Icosala nodded. Near the entrance to the blood-cursed Naga cave, near the coast, everyone was taking a brief rest and adjusting. After Anna had initially treated everyone, her beautiful eyes would occasionally glance towards Ryan, who was lost in thought not far away. For a moment, she felt both familiar and unfamiliar about Ryan. The familiarity was because he was still the same person, the familiarity and tacit understanding they had shared during their conversation. The unfamiliarity was due to his strength. Ryan's strength had increased so rapidly that she felt even Aunt Delana wouldn't be a match for him now. But how long had he only entered the transcendent realm? It felt so unreal. The others nearby quickly realized that this young woman, though not particularly beautiful, who possessed rare natural magic, seemed to have an inexplicable affection for Lord Ryan. The glint in her beautiful eyes, as she looked at him, was clear to anyone. Since they were all swordsmen, despite varying levels of skill, they'd seen each other frequently, and were considered familiar. Seeing this, they couldn't help but laugh and whisper among themselves. After all, gossip about important figures was a welcome way to relax after a battle. "Hey, Angus, what's the relationship between that person and Lord Ryan?" a curious boy asked. "Yeah, I thought Lord Ryan was attracted to the red-haired beauty in your team," another person nearby asked excitedly upon hearing the question. "You mean Evelyn?" Angus said belatedly. "The key is, how do you know Lord Ryan doesn't like both of them?" another person asked. The man in front suddenly thought his companion's words made a lot of sense. Indeed, if I had Lord Ryan's strength, I'd take whatever I liked. After a moment's thought, the young man rubbed his head and nodded in agreement. "Ha ha ha, you're dreaming." The crowd around him couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Ryan was alone, facing the boundless sea, lost in thought. Ryan recalled his battle with Selenes. He realized that his opening attack, soul-shattering impact, had essentially sealed his victory. The true damage bypassed the opponent's triple magical defenses and physical defenses, impacting directly on the soul, catching them off guard and severely injuring them. In other words, the one he faced later wasn't a fully strength, veteran legendary, but rather a severely injured one. No wonder, he didn't seem particularly strong, Ryan said, a hint of realization on his face. However, Ryan didn't see any problem in using his ultimate weapon, the soul-crushing hammer, to gain an early advantage and then finish off the opponent. After all, he had only been exposed to both the ways of the knight and the wizard for a short time, and there was no such thing as fairness in combat. What Ryan was more curious about was the changes in the system's bloodline description. After he upgraded his fire dragon breathing to level 18, his dragon bloodline again indicated insufficient concentration, meaning he would need to continue to obtain the blood or eggs of certain dragons to improve his ability. Furthermore, the dragon bloodline, weak, effect now included the description of increased affinity for water elements. That's interesting. Could it be that because the demon tail three-headed sea dragon is a water-based dragon, the system absorbed the relevant genetic fragments? In that case, doesn't that mean that if I can find dragons or dragon-born creatures of different elements and obtain their essence and blood, I can increase my elemental affinity across all elements? That would be amazing. However, Ryan quickly shook his head and abandoned what seemed to him at the moment to be a somewhat unrealistic idea. After all, obtaining the sea dragon egg this time was a bit of luck. Really, obtaining dragon blood or egg liquid wouldn't be that easy. After thinking for a moment, Ryan focused his attention on the newly upgraded Spear of Long Islo. It was already level 9. With a few more upgrades, he could leverage the intermediate weapon mastery talent to comprehend its secrets earlier. Since everyone was resting, Ryan didn't hesitate and immediately invested a few skill points in the Spear of Long Islo. With a small skill point investment, a flood of memories of the Spear of Long Islo instantly flooded into Ryan's mind. A system notification followed. "Congratulations, you've mastered the Spear of Longelo's primary secret, Armor-Piercing Strike. Armor-Piercing Strike. Not bad. Now, we're just missing the final transcendental combat skill. Once completed, we meet the requirements for the epic class, the Lord of Thousand Blades." Ryan's eyes flashed as he read the notification, his entire body filled with excitement. "One step closer," Ryan exclaimed. At the same time, on the Weapon Master Legend panel, Ryan noticed a new icon directly above the Spear of Long Islo. The icon depicts a tall, fully armored man astride a warhorse, wielding a long lance. The man is riding his horse at a high gallop, thrusting his lance forward at a speed that practically rips through the air. Multiple wavy lines run down the sides of the lance, representing the turbulence of airflow during the thrust. In the lower left corner of the icon is a description of the Armor-Breaking Strike skill. Armor-Breaking Strike, elementary skill effect, utilizes a special lance-based combat technique combining the force with piercing power, delivering a powerful, penetrating strike. Note: if a suitable mount is used in conjunction with the charge, the power of the armor-piercing attack will be increased. To upgrade the armor-piercing attack to an intermediate level, the following conditions must be met. 1. Spear of Lilo level 14 or higher. Mastery can partially offset the level requirement. 2. Fire Dragon breathing level 12 or higher. 3. Strength 38, Agility 35, and Constitution 35 or higher. 4. Consume 1 gold skill point. Can a mount increase the power? Ryan's eyes lit up. That's great. Perhaps I can try riding Blackie first. With a thought, Ryan saw the hardened adamantine in his hand rapidly transform into a 3-meter-long lance. And Blackie, the trotting wildebeest, sensing his master's call, trotted over and nuzzled Ryan affectionately. Ryan leaped onto his horse, lance in hand, and gradually gathered speed as he headed towards a several-meter-tall, dark red reef on the beach. Thousands of years of erosion by the waves had smoothed out the reef's sharp edges, leaving it with a rounded, pebble-like appearance. Numerous shellfish, such as oysters and mussels, still cling to its surface, but this reef was actually extremely hard. Ryan's unusual behavior naturally caught the attention of the crowd, who were already adjusting. Look! Look at Lord Ryan. What is he doing? A silver-ranked swordsman asked. Is he trying to test the power of his lance with that giant reef? Very, looking in the direction Ryan was riding his horse, expressed his suspicion. That seems to be the only possibility. Angus pondered for a moment, then nodded, agreeing with Very. This red reef is incredibly hard. I'm afraid my knight's long sword, with the power of my secret technique, will only penetrate a dozen centimeters before hitting its limit, the silver-ranked swordsman said. Suddenly, Ryan controlled the trotting wildebeest to accelerate, activating Xiaohei's innate ability, trotting. A man and a horse, their nimble figures, like an arrow shot from a bow, whizzed straight towards the reef. Clang! But even faster was the dark spear in Ryan's hand. The hardened metal lance whistled as it rubbed against the air at high speed. Simultaneously, like a flash of black lightning, it struck the massive, dark red reef. Bang! The point of impact between the lance and the reef suddenly exploded with a wave of white air, sending a shower of debris flying. But Ryan's black spear had vanished. It had sunk deep into the solid red reef, leaving only a small portion of the handle. The reef didn't shatter, but rather a small tubular hole. The immense penetrating power of this concentrated force stunned everyone. Fuck! This power is outrageous. A lance over 3 meters long, and it penetrated completely? If this had hit a person, plate armor would probably be as weak as paper. Incredible. No wonder Lord Ryan was able to kill that 6-armed Naga. He's truly amazing. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. Many, regardless of their injuries, sprinted forward to investigate behind the reef. It penetrated. Oh my god. The impact was incredible. The people standing behind the reef, including Angus and Very, all looked stunned, their eyes wide and their mouths agape. Ryan, observing the force of his strike, nodded slightly. He was naturally satisfied with the power of his last shot. However, to be honest, the lance's primary ultimate skill, armor-breaking strike, wasn't quite so outrageously powerful. However, with the innate swiftness of the swift wildebeest, Blackie, Ryan channeled all the inertia from his acceleration into that single strike. Thus, it produced an effect comparable to that of a mid-level ultimate skill. Unfortunately, Bloodfeather is still a little behind. It should be fine in a while. Compared to a Griffin Knight, I also be a Hippogriff Knight. By then, if I perform a dive attack, the armor-breaking strike's power will likely be even more astonishing. Thinking of this, Ryan's mood brightened. My means of dealing with the enemy are becoming increasingly diverse. Next, I can focus my energy on improving my final transcendental combat skill, Rockdilo's Guardian Staff. However, Ryan looked around and saw that everyone had mostly recovered. He said, then let's return to Fishing Port Town and get some rest. Soon, the group arrived at the nearby Imperial camp in Fishing Port Town. As expected, Ryan and his companions were warmly welcomed by an Imperial Major General in the camp. At the welcome dinner, Ryan also ran into his old subordinate, Connaught. You said Veronica went to the South Sea Fleet? When did that happen? Just this morning, Miss Veronica seemed to have written a letter to you, sir, Connaught said after a moment's thought. Ryan nodded. The letter must have been sent to Munster. Do you know the reason? It said that Miss Veronica's mentor, Master Aeneas, the South Sea Fleet advisor, has been seriously injured and is in critical condition. I understand. Ryan's heart ached. The after-effects of His Highness Dragon Knight Menia's return to the Imperial capital were beginning to show. Moreover, it appeared that the Poseidon cult had already launched its offensive. Sir Ryan, long time no see. The blonde Viscount Felker, the vice-captain of the Griffin Squadron, approached and greeted with a smile. Sir Felker, long time no see, Ryan said, raising his glass and smiling. Just as Felker was about to say something to Ryan, a Griffin knight hurried over and said, Sir Viscount, there's an urgent message from Count Habsburg's residence. They want us to increase patrols. They suspect there are enemies lurking within the county town, ready to attack them at any moment. The Griffin knight's report was clear, and it made Ryan's eyes narrow. Viscount Felk, could you have the next patrol of Griffin knights escort me to Count Habsburg's residence? Ryan asked. Under the mast, somewhere deep in a tunnel, a handsome middle-aged man, accompanied by 4 or 5 men in black robes, was advancing deeper into the tunnel. Suddenly, he raised his right hand, and the men in black robes stopped. It should be here. I can smell the earth snake. Have you prepared the super-strength ice potion? Yes, Lord Edmundo. 20 bottles of super-strength ice potion. Excellent. Prepare the materials and formations for the ruling ceremony, and leave it to me. The handsome middle-aged man smiled with satisfaction and nodded. As you command, sir. A man in black robes placed a neatly arranged box of 20 bottles of light blue potion, emitting a strong chill, in front of the handsome middle-aged man. As the middle-aged man chanted a short incantation, a ball of ice, emitting a dense chill, suddenly appeared before him. Soon, white frost began to form on the rock walls surrounding the tunnel, approximately 3 or 4 meters in diameter, spreading rapidly in both directions. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of glass bottles shattering rang out one after another. The rich icy energy from bottle after bottle of super strong ice potion continuously merged into the ice ball in front of the middle-aged man. The ice ball suddenly expanded, its white color almost blinding. As if reaching some critical point, even he began to sweat lightly on his forehead. He gave a gentle push. Go! Where the ice ball passed, white ice flakes quickly formed on both sides of the tunnel. Suddenly, the entire tunnel was freezing at an unimaginable speed. The handsome man, like Akasala, was one of the 12 serpent emissaries, an ice snake, and a level 3 crystallized wizard. His primary purpose for this visit was to control the legendary earth snakes. The earth snakes' only weakness was their fear of cold. It wasn't that the cold harmed them greatly, but rather that it caused them to enter a state of drowsiness, almost like hibernation. At this moment, the resting legendary earth snake felt a chill all over its body. Just as it considered moving to another location, its body's instincts made it drowsy, and it quickly fell into a deeper sleep. After a moment, the middle-aged man smiled faintly and said, "We can now proceed with the command ceremony." Half an hour later, seeing the command ceremony successfully completed, the 5 black-robed subordinates stepped forward and exclaimed, "As expected of Lord Edmundo, you are truly formidable." Indeed. At this moment, a black-robed figure quickly approached from behind and said, "Lord Edmundo, a letter from Lady Ecosella." "Oh!" Edmundo took the note, and casually read it. It seems her brother's case has had quite a stir for her. She's found the murderer of Gannon and Haldane so quickly. Start with the governor's mansion in the county town, and then move on to Munster? Edmundo frowned slightly at this. He instinctively felt that this plan was a bit too crazy. Although the latest news from Tamriel indicated that the Dragon Empire was in turmoil, Edmundo felt that annihilating the entire staff of the executive mansion in an entire county was still too much of a challenge for the Empire. However, Edmundo reconsidered. This time, they had 2 missions. First, to control the Earth Serpents, and second, to avenge Gannon and Haldane. Icosala's decision could be considered completing the latter mission. Alright, let her do it this time. After all, losing a brother is still very difficult for a brother-supporting demon. Thinking of this, Edmundo couldn't help but laugh. He put down the note, waved his hand, and said, "Let's go! We can test the power of the Earth Serpents." Chapter 320. Inside the Imperial camp in Fishing Port Town. Viscount Felker's face darkened. He asked, "Sir Ryan, is the situation so serious? Do you need to go there in person?" Ryan nodded and said, "Yes. I suspect it's most likely members of the Secret Snake Cult." The Secret Snake Cult? I heard this cult's main area of activity is within 7 or 8 provinces in the Central Empire. Why would they come to Munster this time? But I heard this cult is very powerful and difficult to deal with. No wonder Sir Ryan is going there in person. Viscount Felker had long held a new respect for Ryan. Especially from the moment His Highness Minia presented him with the dragon scale, Felker knew that this young Viscount Ryan, if he hadn't died young, would surely become a legendary figure in the Empire. Naturally, he wanted to befriend him. Well, Lord Ryan, in that case, I have my lieutenant go with you. The patrolling Griffin Knights have just left. It probably be nearly an hour before they return. Very well, then I trouble you, Lord Felker, Ryan thanked. Ryan had no desire to linger at the banquet. After greeting the Major General in charge of the camp, he joined his team. Everyone, I need to go to Meister County City immediately. The secret snake cult may have appeared. Everyone was stunned, then burst into conversation. So soon? Didn't they say they were keeping their whereabouts secret? Isn't it inappropriate for the captain to go alone? Yes, why don't we all leave now? Ryan glanced at the crowd. Unlike him, they couldn't recover instantly with a single point of rest. Therefore, even the uninjured Nero and his companions wore a look of exhaustion. After all, fighting the blood-cursed Naga hadn't been easy for them. And the injured Ramil, and the others were even more so. So, Ryan waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. I take the Griffin over first. You can recover first, and come back tomorrow morning. Captain, be careful." "Yes." Ryan nodded. At the same time, Ryan spotted Anna in the crowd. Her large eyes were gazing at him with a look of disappointment. After a moment's thought, Ryan approached Anna, ruffled her hair, smiled, and said, "Don't worry. Anna, don't you still believe in my strength? Come back tomorrow morning, okay?" "Yes." Ryan's affectionate gesture instantly dispelled Anna's initial disappointment. She nodded shyly, and said nothing more. When Ryan arrived at the Griffin station, he discovered that Felk's adjutant was actually a rare female Grand Knight, with blonde hair and a beautiful face. This surprised him quite a bit. "Lord Ryan, I'm Julie, Lord Felk's adjutant," Julie said, stepping forward. "Hello, Julie. Thank you for your hard work. It's my honor to serve you. Lord Ryan, shall we set off now?" "Okay." Sitting on the Griffin, Ryan had no interest in chatting with Julie. His attention was focused on the system panel. During the battle with Selenes, Ryan discovered the high versatility of the intermediate skill, Shadow Step, which could be combined with various weapon attacks. While Shadow Step is most effective when wielding a light weapon like a dagger or a knuckle, it can still be used with heavy weapons, though the number of illusions created will be reduced, weakening the effect. But this can actually be compensated for by increasing the skill's level. If Shadow Step is upgraded to an advanced skill, I should be able to maintain at least 5 illusions while wielding a lance or a two-handed warhammer, Ryan mused. After a moment's reflection, Ryan glanced at the remaining 22 gold skill points on his stat panel, and immediately decided to upgrade Shadow Step to an advanced skill. Since I'm likely to face battle again, there's no need to accumulate too many gold skill points. Since Fire Dragon Breathing was already at level 18, it far exceeded the prerequisites for upgrading Shadow Step to an advanced skill. So, after Ryan spent 2 gold skill points to upgrade Barak's Assassination Dance and another 2 gold skill points to break through, a system notification sounded. "Congratulations, you have mastered the advanced secret of Barak's Assassination Dance, Shadow Step." Although the name remained the same, the Shadow Step icon on the Weapon Master Legend panel had undergone a significant shift. The thin man attacking with a dagger within the icon had now become 7, each with a unique and lifelike attack stance. In other words, in addition to the real person, the number of phantoms had increased from 4 to 6. Ryan reaffirmed this point in the textual description of the advanced technique. Shadow Step, advanced technique effect, uses a special step combining force power with leg strength, leaving 6 additional phantoms within a 10-meter radius around you to confuse the enemy. Note, phantoms have no attack power. To upgrade Shadow Step to the top level, the following conditions must be met. 1. Barak's Assassin Dance must be at least level 18. Mastery can partially offset the level requirement. 2. Fire Dragon Breathing must be at least level 16. 3. Strength 40, Agility 45, and Constitution 42 or higher. 4. Consumes 4 gold skill points. The Phantom's range has also increased. It was originally 5 meters, now it's 10. This will make the disorienting effect even better. Ryan was delighted. I've used up 4 of my 22 gold skill points, leaving me with 18. Ryan's eyes flickered. Armor-piercing strike is quite effective. It should be particularly effective against enemies with magical defenses. The biggest difference between the lance and the two-handed warhammer is that against a magical shield, a relatively resilient or elastic defense, the hammer, as a blunt weapon, will absorb a large amount of its kinetic energy, drastically reducing its lethality. But the lance is different. It's like poking a balloon with a needle. Even against a resilient defense, if you only strike a single point, you still inflict significant damage. In that case, let's upgrade Armor-Piercing Strike to an advanced skill. After Ryan had expended a total of 7 gold skill points, system notifications rang out. Congratulations, you've mastered the intermediate skill of the Spear of Long Ilo. Armor-piercing strike. Congratulations, you've mastered the advanced secret of the Spear of Long Ilo. Armor-piercing strike. At the same time, a torrent of memories from his armor-piercing strike training flooded into Ryan's mind. It was as if Ryan had, alone in some mysterious space, diligently practiced the lance's secret technique, armor-piercing strike, for over 20 years. After fully absorbing all the memories, Ryan looked at the new armor-piercing strike icon on the Weapon Master Legend panel. The image within the icon changed from a knight mounted on a warhorse to one mounted on a griffin. The knight, steering the griffin at high speed, thrust his lance diagonally downward at a speed that ripped through the air. The lance's sides were lined with circular lines, suggesting a tornado-like blast of air. Additionally, the description of the ultimate skill, armor-breaking strike, has undergone a minor change. Armor-breaking strike, advanced ultimate skill, effect, uses a lance-like combat technique combining force power with piercing force, delivering a powerful, penetrating shot. Note, the power of armor-breaking strike is enhanced with a suitable mount. To upgrade armor-breaking strike to the ultimate skill, the following requirements must be met. 1. Lance of Long Ilo LVL 18 or higher, mastery offsets some of the level requirement. 2. Fire Dragon Breathing LVL 16 or higher. 3. Strength 50, Agility 45, and Constitution 45 or higher. 4. Consumes 4 gold skill points. Meanwhile, Julie, the Griffin Knight escorting Ryan to Meister County, felt a little uneasy. For such a beautiful and powerful knight like her, Lady Ryan behind her was surprisingly unresponsive. And then, after a while, her aura suddenly erupted, nearly startling the griffin beneath her. But Lord Felk had already warned her that the lord behind him was extremely powerful, and told her not to offend him, so she naturally couldn't say anything. But this had already shocked her twice. Her heart was pounding. If Lord Ryan continued to play like this, she might be able to hold on, but the griffin beneath his crotch might suddenly lose control. While she was still debating whether to gently warn the lord behind her, the night lights of Mayes County gradually came into view. When the griffin just flew over the edge of Mayes County, Ryan thought for a moment and said to Julie in front of him, "Julie, put me down here." "Yes, sir." Julie thought for a moment and instantly understood Ryan's intention. He didn't want to alert the enemy. Lord Ryan probably wanted to quietly reach Count Habsburg's residence. A few minutes later, in the study on the second floor of Count Habsburg's mansion, the door suddenly and silently opened. "Who's there?" Claire, standing behind her desk, stood up, taking a fighting stance, and spoke with caution. "Don't be nervous, Claire. It's me." A familiar voice echoed. A tall, familiar figure came into view. "Ryan, why are you here?" Claire's pretty face flashed with surprise, then a bright smile. Claire was clearly delighted by Ryan's appearance. "Don't forget, I'm your guardian knight. If you're in danger, shouldn't I come?" Ryan said with a smile. But before Claire could respond, his expression hardened and he continued, "Let's talk about the situation first." He naturally knew what was important and what was not, and now wasn't the time for a chat. "Well, the situation is this. Around 2 o'clock this afternoon, the mansion's butler Yodel disappeared. Since then, roughly every hour, a guard, a maid, or even a butler has disappeared. The entire mansion is in a state of panic." Claire nodded and quickly explained the situation. Seeing Ryan appear, Claire felt a huge weight lifted from her heart. She suddenly felt much more relaxed. Although she knew the enemy was lurking nearby, waiting for an opportunity to attack, she wasn't so worried anymore. "Every hour?" Ryan frowned, confirming. "Yes," Claire nodded. "Have you ever tried to find their hiding place?" "No, I tried a few times. Their methods are very secretive. Unless everyone is in the same hall, there's always a chance they lose sight of one thing while focusing on another." Claire shook her head helplessly. Ryan nodded. He understood. A mansion this large, with guards and servants totaling over 200 people, wouldn't be possible to manage. So how long until the next attack? About 10 minutes later, Claire said, glancing at the wall clock. "Okay. I give it a try this time." Ryan's mind fluttered. And suddenly, in the dark sky above Count Habsburg's mansion, a bird of prey flew across. It was none other than Bloodfeather Hippogriff, Bloodfeather. It also possessed dark vision, giving it near-perfect vision in the night sky, making it a formidable scout. Even for Ryan, it would be difficult to fully monitor an area as vast as the Earl's mansion. But with Bloodfeather's help, things would be different. Claire nodded. Seeing Ryan deep in thought, Claire naturally didn't bother him. instead turning to pour him a cup of tea. I think I found it. A smile crossed Ryan's face. But when he turned to look at Claire, he was stunned. She was bending over the coffee table, seemingly pouring him tea. Pouring tea wasn't a big deal, but Claire, wearing a tight hunting outfit, had her back to him, revealing a striking curve of hips and legs. Her hips were large and curved, and her legs were straight, slightly thinner than those of a wine glass, but more powerful and flexible. Her long years of nightly training had given Claire a perfectly proportioned figure, and her aristocratic manners, cultivated from a young age, further enhanced her distinguished temperament. This scene naturally left Ryan slightly distracted. But just then, Claire happened to turn around, teacup in hand. Seeing Ryan's expression, she immediately realized something and blushed. Cough up and drink again. I'm going to go out for a while. Caught red-handed, Ryan naturally felt embarrassed to remain in the room. Coincidentally, he had also spotted clues of a lurking enemy, so he immediately excused himself and left. Claire smiled faintly, watching Ryan disappear quickly by the window. In the Count's mansion, near the restroom in the southeast corner of the annex, servants' quarters, Degano leisurely observed his black anaconda as he slowly appeared behind a maid who was about to use the restroom. He planned to wait for the maid to crouch down before letting the black anaconda bite her. What are you doing here? An unfamiliar male voice rang out in Degano's ear. Instantly, Degano, like a startled rabbit, leaped 3 meters away and quickly turned his gaze in the direction of the voice, his eyes widening with a look of astonishment. Although Degano was only a level 1 wizard, he had already reached 90% atomization. In a few years, he would be able to reach level 2 liquefaction wizardry. He had just been completely unaware of the enemy's approach. This was simply unbelievable. So, even after he saw that the enemy was a towering knight in silver armor, he was still a little startled. How did you appear? Degano asked, still a little frightened. I asked you the question first, and you haven't answered it yet. Ryan smiled, unconcerned by the distance he had drawn. Humph. Degano's face darkened. He suddenly pulled out a whistle from his pocket and blew it. A wave of infrasound, barely perceptible to the human ear, rapidly spread in all directions. Are you calling for your companions? Ryan asked calmly. Hey, no matter who you are, once Master Exila arrives, you're dead. Degano held a short staff, as if trying to hold Ryan back. I understand. So, in a moment, the Master Exila you just mentioned will arrive, is that right? Ryan repeated with a smile. That's right. Degano wondered if the other man was genuinely, or merely pretending to be stupid. He'd clearly seen him calling for help, yet he was still chatting with him so leisurely. He was naturally delighted by the other party's time-wasting behavior. Then you're useless. Ryan nodded. Huh? Degano's face tinged with confusion. But the next second, he was stunned. Swish. Somehow, a lance over 3 meters long suddenly appeared in the other party's hand. At the same time, a bolt of black lightning struck his neck. It was so fast that he had no time to react. Pop! The black membrane burst like a bubble. The snake's scales, like paper, were instantly torn apart. Puff! The spear tip pierced Degano's neck. Warm blood splattered backwards onto the ground. As the excruciating pain in his neck spread, Degano could only gasp, raising his trembling finger to point at Ryan, unable to utter a word. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. At that moment, Degano's mind went blank. He couldn't understand why his protective spells and snake scale skin couldn't even resist for a second. Ryan raised his lance slightly, lifted Degano's still twitching body, and gently lifted it into the air. Ryan's lance instantly retracted and quickly transformed into a war hammer. He aimed the hammer at Degano's head in midair, and struck it with a bang. Skull shattered. As the half-headed corpse slammed to the ground, a transparent shadow, trailing a long flame, circled around Rin several times before being pulled into the hammer. It can be used to generate soul energy. Don't waste it, Rin muttered to himself. At this moment, Ryan transformed his warhammer into a lance again, using the tip to lift the opponent's hood. A middle-aged man, with a distinctive Ouroboros pattern on his forehead, appeared before him. Sure enough, it's the secret snake cult at work. With such a distinct feature, Ryan recognized them instantly. The 2 men he had killed earlier also bore various serpent-shaped markings. After a moment's thought, Ryan didn't sheath his lance. Instead, he shouldered it, and waited patiently for the Master Icosala the opponent had mentioned. A bit of tactical misdirection, not bad. After waiting for a minute, Ryan glanced somewhere and said, "Since you're here, don't hide." Haha, interesting, quite a bit of strength. I didn't expect Degano to die at your hands. Accompanied by a chuckle, a slender black-robed figure appeared not far ahead of Ryan. Ekosila seemed unfazed by the death of his subordinate, Degano. He merely glanced at the bloody Degano before walking forward with his smile undiminished. "Oh, you don't mind if I kill your subordinate?" Ryan raised an eyebrow, also smiling. However, as he spoke, he glanced back from the corner of his eye. Just now, his danger sense and the blood-red feathers in the sky had warned him that there was another enemy behind him. "Of course I don't mind, because this proves you're stronger, and if I kill you, wouldn't that be a win?" Ekosila laughed. Behind Ryan, cooperating with Ekosila in attacking him, was naturally another black-robed figure. Timshir. Timshi's eyes gazed at the corpse lying on the ground from a distance, his face a shifting expression. Clearly, he felt a pang of grief over the death of his companion Degano. However, when he heard what Ikasala had said, he was startled, thinking, crazy snake indeed. Yet, it sounded so reasonable. "Then, in a duel between you and me, is one person superfluous?" Ryan said with a smile. "You?" Just as Ikasala was about to speak, Ryan suddenly spun around, a short spear suddenly appearing in his hand, and he hurled it forward. There was a sharp sound. With a flash of light, Timshir felt a sharp pain in his chest and heart. At the same time, a powerful force sent him flying, pinning him directly to the wall behind him. "Ah!" Timsy screamed in agony. At the same time, he couldn't understand why he was attacking himself first. "Aren't you supposed to be fighting Master Ikasala? Why are you attacking me first?" Several phantoms flashed by, and in the blink of an eye, Ryan was in front of Timshir, a warhammer in hand. Snap! Skull shattered. Instantly, a hideous figure reappeared, trailing a long trail of flame as it was drawn into the warhammer. Necromancy. Illusion. Metal transfiguration. Who the hell are you? Ikasala, enraged, was about to attack when she was stunned by the sudden appearance of a transparent phantom. As one of the 12 serpent messengers and a level 3 crystallized wizard, she naturally interpreted Ryan's hammer's absorption of soul energy as the effect of some necromancy spell. She also mistook Ryan's afterimage for the effect of the illusion spell. "Huh? You don't know who I am?" Ryan was a bit surprised. Ryan had assumed that the secret snake cult had come to him this time because they had thoroughly investigated him, having killed 2 high-ranking members of the secret snake cult. But judging by their expressions, they seemed completely unaware of his identity. In reality, this was a misunderstanding on Ryan's part. Ikasala had indeed learned from Butler Yodel that her brother's killer was named Ryan, but the description he received was that he wielded a 2-handed hammer. He usually carried a 2-handed hammer slung across his back. So, Ikasala hadn't connected the real Ryan, who practiced necromancy, with the murderer she'd learned about her brother. Chapter 321. Just as Ikasala was still savoring Ryan's words, she suddenly felt the ground shake violently. This caused her to look up suddenly. She saw Ryan, who had been over 20 meters away, now holding his lance horizontally, drawing a silver line towards her. His speed was so fast it seemed instantaneous. In an instant, Ikasala was filled with shock and anger. She knew that he had most likely spoken to her to distract her. But at this point, it was too late for her to cast powerful spells, so she could only use her innate magic to resist. Instantly, a python formed from black energy suddenly appeared before her, as if wrapped around a non-existent sphere. Its thick body shielded it from Ryan's armor-piercing blow. Sizzle! Instantly, the lance and the black energy python at the point of collision erupted in a fierce frictional sound. A large section suddenly disappeared from the black energy python's body, forming a deep dent, yet the lance remained unbroken. Seeing that the opponent's attack had failed to penetrate her innate sorcery, the black python shield, Ikasala wore a look of as-is, and a hint of a sneer. At the same time, she immediately began chanting spells and casting spells. She wanted to teach this opponent a lesson. At this moment, Ryan felt a relentless resistance emanating from his lance. Seeing that Ikasala didn't retreat, instead chanting and casting spells right before his eyes, Ryan couldn't help but laugh. Ryan took a deep breath, and then his neck swelled like an enraged king cobra. Roar! Suddenly, a wave of invisible air roared from Ryan's suddenly open mouth. It was the dragon's roar, a high-level sonic technique tinged with a touch of dragon might. Caught off guard, Ikasala's spell was abruptly interrupted. The backlash from the sorcery caused her expression to change immediately, and she cursed inwardly, "Damn it! It's a sonic attack!" At the same time, Ryan's right arm, holding the lance, suddenly expanded, forcibly piercing the lance through the python's defenses. In an instant, the sharp tip pierced Ikasala's forehead. This startled Ikasala, her serpent pupils suddenly shrinking, and she instinctively retreated on tiptoe. Just as the lance tip was about to make contact, a black membrane suddenly appeared on Icosola's body, blocking the lance tip. The lance, weakened by Icosola's defensive sorcery, was now much less powerful, and the remaining force wasn't enough to penetrate the black membrane. Swoosh! Swoosh! From Icosola's black-robed body, two massive black snakes, each as thick as a thigh, suddenly emerged from the collar and hem of her robe. One above and one below, they opened their bloody maws and charged towards Ryan's face. Ryan's eyes focused, and he immediately controlled his two hardened adamantine kite shields to block. Bang! Bang! The snake's power was immense. Although Ryan managed to block them in time and escape injury, their impact hindered his lance's pursuit, giving Icosola a slight opening. Ryan couldn't help but sigh in regret. Just a moment ago, he had nearly injured the other party with a single blow. And from the brief fight just now, Ryan also realized that the opponent's strength level was even stronger than the High Priest Ganon of the secret snake cult that he had killed before. However, Ryan was no longer the same person he had been back then. With a flick of his toe, the ground cracked like a spiderweb, and he charged at Icosola once again, seemingly unwilling to give her any breathing space. Icosola was still in shock. Although the opponent's previous attack hadn't injured her, the instantaneous attack power revealed by it made her extremely vigilant. Thankfully, she could sense that the opponent's attack power had not yet reached the level of a third-level crystallized wizard. If she could free up her hands to cast a third-level spell, she would have no problem defeating him. Icosola's expression changed again as she saw a silver figure flash before her. The opponent, like a thorn in her flesh, clung to her once again. This fighting style? Fuck. How does this look like a wizard? Not a knight. More like an assassin. Icosola's assessment of Ryan shifted again and again. At first, she'd mistaken Ryan's attire for a knight. Then, upon discovering the necromancy he was performing, she immediately assumed he was a wizard. But now, Icosola felt like an assassin disguised as a wizard. Bang! Bang! Clang! For a moment, Icosola felt incredibly frustrated. Ryan was too fast, and he wielded a lance, a weapon with immense penetrating power. So, Icosola tried to launch a counterattack with his magic, but was interrupted by his relentless close-quarters attacks. Icosola didn't dare to cast any long-lasting high-powered spells, because facing Ryan's lance secrets, he could only withstand 2 armor-piercing strikes at most, and most defensive spells couldn't withstand it. Her nickname is Crazy Snake, not Dead Snake. If she really only knew how to attack crazily, and didn't know how to defend, she would have died countless times. Logically, even if Ryan had mastered the advanced secret technique, Armor-Breaking Strike, he wouldn't have caused such a great deal of trouble to a level 3 crystallized wizard like Icosola. After all, even a seasoned Grand Knight mastering an advanced secret technique would only have the same attack power as a seasoned level 1 wizard. However, what sets Ryan apart is that he possesses the innate abilities of intermediate strength and advanced steel body, and these abilities are enhanced by the blood of the dragon. This further boosts Ryan's attack power, essentially rivaling that of a level 2 liquefied wizard. Furthermore, Ryan's attacks are not affected by physical strength. Before performing Armor-Breaking Strike, he also uses the advanced secret technique, Shadow Step, to increase his speed, further enhancing the power of his lance, which is specifically designed to break through magical shields. With these combined powers, Ryan's armor-piercing attack was as powerful as, if not more powerful than, that of a seasoned level 2 liquefaction wizard. Even Icosola, a level 3 crystallization wizard, couldn't underestimate this level of attack power and needed to deal with it seriously. At that moment, the sound of a large number of people running could be heard all around. Since Tenchi's scream, the entire Count Habsburg's mansion had been alerted. At that moment, dozens of guards were rushing from the mansion toward the scene of the battle between Icosola and Ryan. "Don't come!" Ryan roared. Ryan knew that given the opponent's strength, they were probably below the rank of Grand Knight. As many as came in would be killed. But it was too late. 7 or 8 guards had already rushed to Icosola's side. This brought a seductive smile to Icosola's face. The next second, swish, swish, swish. Her hood instantly shattered, and dozens of thin black snakes, barely thicker than a thumb, but reaching 4 or 5 meters, or even longer, flew through the air. The guards were stunned by the sight of the flying snakes, but then their faces turned to horror. The next second, as if finding their target, 7 or 8 of the long, thin snakes whooshed and spun directly behind the guards, snapping fiercely to the back of their heads or necks. Then, the guards convulsed, their eyes rolling up, revealing large patches of white. Their eyes were completely blinded except for white. And on the exposed surface of the armor, a web of purple-blue hues suddenly appeared, as if caused by dilated blood vessels. When Ryan approached again, the guards, like madmen, charged at him, controlled by the snake-like hair behind their heads. Bang! A guard's knight's longsword slashed against the kite-shaped shield swirling around Ryan's body, with surprisingly powerful force. Wow! Their strength has increased so much. It seemed the other party's snake-like hair had imbued the guards with some strange power, greatly increasing their strength. At this moment, Claire had naturally arrived at the scene. Seeing the flying snake-like hair, she immediately realized something. Oh no! It's the snake-like hair. As a top student, who had studied at the Imperial Academy, she was well versed in the signature moves of some cults. The snake-like hair of the legendary snake cult was one of the cult's signature abilities. Ryan, be careful. The opponent is a legendary figure of the secret snake cult. Those controlled by the snake hair will have their strength greatly increased, fearless of life and death. Moreover, if controlled for more than a minute, they will be unable to recover and become a walking corpse. Ryan didn't pay much attention to Claire's warning, simply nodding quickly. However, it startled Icosala. What? You're Ryan. Icosala exclaimed, her eyes widening as she stared at him intently. After a long battle, she finally realized that her opponent was her brother's murderer. Why Ryan was here instead of in Munster was completely beyond her comprehension. Icosala now had only one thing in mind. You killed my brother, Haldane. Go to hell. Haldane? Seeing Icosala charging towards him like a madman, Ryan immediately recalled the young man from the secret snake cult he had once killed. Is this the other party's sister? However, before Ryan could dwell on it, he saw the 7 or 8 guards controlled by the snake-haired creature being hammered down upon him with incredible force. This instantly infuriated Ryan. Rather than leaving these guards as mere corpses, I'd rather have them return to the goddess's embrace. Instantly, the lance in his hand transformed into a two-handed warhammer, and he unleashed a barrage of blows at the attacking guards controlled by the snake-haired creature. Bang! 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 A cloud of blood splattered, and pieces of corpses flew far away. In less than 2 seconds, the guards controlled by the snake-haired creature were no longer human. Transparent shadows emerged from the shattered corpse controlled by the snake hair, trailing long tails of flame as they circled around Ryan several times. Unlike the souls of previous enemies, these shadows all wore expressions of relief, smiling as they gazed at Ryan, as if thanking him for freeing them from the snake hair's control. Then, they charged into Ryan's hammer. But this scene only made Ryan feel a little heavy. The 9th? But the 10th? Just enough. Ryan raised his head, his eyes fixed on Icosala. Go to hell. Black Snake Domain. Realizing that relying on the snake hair alone wouldn't defeat Ryan, Icosala suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. A black aura suddenly filled the area dozens of meters around him, as if it had become a separate dimension. But in an instant, the black aura vanished. And suddenly, hundreds of giant black pythons emerged from the ground, launching an indiscriminate attack on the surrounding area. Ah! Ah! Many guards were instantly swallowed by the black python's gaping maw, while others were entangled and strangled, screaming in agony. For a moment, it felt like entering a snake's forbidden territory. And Ryan, naturally, was the primary target of attention. At this moment, even with Ryan's metal barrier and the protection of 3 constantly circling kite shields, the sheer number of black pythons was too great. Some of them inevitably bypassed the shield's defenses and bit directly into Ryan's mithril carb plate armor. As the black pythons grew in number, soon, the metal barrier held up by Ryan was also entangled by dozens of giant pythons, forming a giant python ball, which further squeezed him. Crack! Even as Ryan connected the 3 kite-shaped shields made of hardened adamantium into a single piece, the immense force still caused them to buckle and deform. Ryan! Claire, standing nearby, exclaimed, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. Without hesitation, Claire, two-handed sword in hand, rushed towards Icosala, but was immediately stopped by the black pythons within her territory. She! After slashing away several black pythons, Claire was stopped by an increasing number of them, temporarily unable to break through. TSK, how touching. Icosala glanced at Claire, a look of satisfaction on her face. Anyone bitten by my black python will die from the poison in less than a minute. Perhaps I could be merciful and let you two die together. Hearing Icosala's words, Claire was so concerned that she had no time to dodge, and was suddenly struck in the abdomen by the python's tail, sending her flying backwards with a bang. Really? At this moment, a deep male voice rang out from within the giant black python ball. Claire's face lit up with joy, while Icosala's expression changed. It was none other than Ryan's voice. Boom! Segments of black pythons danced through the air, and an incredibly powerful figure emerged, wielding a warhammer. Over a dozen massive python heads hung from their bodies. But a closer look revealed that while the giant pythons had pierced Ryan's mithril armor, they didn't seem to have penetrated Ryan's skin. At this moment, the few exposed areas of Ryan's skin glowed with a flickering silver-gray glow, flowing across his body like mercury. Moreover, strangely enough, as if due to the influence of the dragon's bloodline, the halo now vaguely resembled scales. I've encountered so many powerful warriors, but none can withstand this blow of mine. Do you know what a Warhammer Wizard's ultimate move is? What? Icosala was stunned, still trying to figure out what Warhammer Wizard meant, when she suddenly saw Ryan rushing towards her even faster than at the start. The gust of wind swept past, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. In a flash, Ryan was 2 or 3 meters in front of her, raising a dark two-handed hammer and bringing it down hard. Icosala's heart rang with alarm, but Ryan's speed was too great. She had no time to cast a spell or retreat. She could only unleash her innate sorcery and snake transformation. Instantly, Icosala's pupils constricted, and a dense mass of fine scales appeared on her body, and a giant python once again emerged to protect her. Furthermore, because she was within the black snake domain, the surrounding black pythons rushed towards her like moths to a flame, wrapping around her and protecting her. Instantly, Ryan's hammer arrived. Bang! Instantly, a piercing pain shot through Icosala's head, and then, as if struck head-on by a naval cannon, she plummeted downwards. The dozens of black pythons entwined around her instantly dissipated into wisps of black mist. Boom! Smoke and dust rose, and debris flew. When the smoke cleared, a crater 4 or 5 meters in diameter appeared where Icosala had stood. At that moment, Icosala's arms, seemingly from blocking, exploded at the elbows, vanishing below them. Her legs bent backward, feet facing the sky, her entire body planted in the ground like a radish, buried up to her chest. Your strength. Puff! Icosala vomited blood in large mouthfuls. Don't be so proud. I haven't lost yet. Just as Icosala was about to unleash some secret technique, Ryan was one step ahead. A flash of black light flashed by. Paw! Icosala's pretty face was instantly smashed to pieces. Want to transform into that giant snake? Want beauty? Ryan shook his hammer, dropping the white jelly-like substance stained on it to the ground. He had learned a few lessons about the secret snake cult. The enemy's ultimate trump card seemed to be transforming into some giant snake, but if they could be killed in the moment before the transformation, their comeback plan would naturally be thwarted. Claire, who had just stood up, stared in amazement at the crater on the ground, then at Ryan's sculpted physique, exposed by the shattered mithril armor. How on earth did this training take place? It's only been a short time, and Ryan's strength has grown significantly, Claire muttered softly. She remembered clearly that Ryan's previous battle against the high priest of the secret snake cult, Ganon, had been even more difficult than this one. This time, however, the enemy was clearly far superior to Ganon, a true legendary-level expert. At this moment, a group of guards gathered around, and in the darkness, they could clearly see the tall figure standing with a two-handed warhammer in hand. It was none other than Ryan. Lord Ryan. It was Lord Ryan who killed the enemy. It had to be Lord Ryan. When did Lord Ryan return? For a moment, the guards seemed to have found their backbone, and they all stepped forward to salute. Ryan nodded, quickly walked over to Claire's side, and helped her up. Claire's delicate body stiffened, seemingly having never been held by a man's waist before. Although she had been knocked back, it was only a minor injury, and she didn't need any help at all. But somehow, when Claire saw Ryan coming to support her, she couldn't bring herself to refuse. Ryan, are you okay? Claire said, brushing back the ends of her hair that had fallen to her forehead from the battle. I'm fine. I'm tough, so I'm not afraid. How are you? I'm fine too. Thanks to you this time. Your pants are torn. Remember to change them, Ryan whispered in Claire's ear. Huh? Claire's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she glanced sideways behind her. Sure enough, when she was sent flying, her hunting pants had scraped against something sharp, leaving a narrow cut over 10 centimeters long. The faint glimpse of her perky, white buttocks was visible. If you looked closely, you could even see the black. This immediately made Claire blush. She finally realized why Ryan had come forward to support her. Ryan, I'm going to change. With that, Claire, always so particular about her noble manners, had a rare moment of frantic flight. This scene made Ryan laugh. After watching Claire walk away, Ryan suddenly realized something. Just now, he had been hearing what seemed to be multiple system notifications. Opening the system, Ryan froze. Ding! Detection. Host's willpower has exceeded 10 points, triggering a special class change. Sword Master, Epic. The prerequisites for the Sword Saint, Epic, class change are 1. Willpower 10 points or higher. 2. Sword Faith. 3. Any one superb sword skill LVL 16 or higher. 4. Any breathing technique LVL 16 or higher. 5. Strength 45 points or higher, Agility 45 points or higher, Constitution 45 points or higher. All requirements are currently met. All the prerequisites for the Sword Saint, Epic, class change are met. Yes or no? Warning: once you choose the Sword Saint, Epic, class change, your mental power will be solidified and converted into willpower, which conflicts with the active mental power of the Warhammer Wizard, Legend, class. Warning: changing to the Sword Saint, Epic, class will cause the Warhammer Wizard, Legend, class panel to disappear. This process is irreversible, so please decide carefully. Huh? Sword Saint? Another Epic class? Huh, a warning? This was the second time Ryan had seen the warning message in the system prompt, and he immediately checked it carefully. The Warhammer Wizard class panel disappeared? Doesn't that mean the ultimate weapon, Soul-Shattering Blast, is gone too? No. More seriously, the wizard path is completely cut off. Ryan was suddenly shocked. But this is a Sword Master. An Epic class. It should be stronger than the Warhammer Wizard. Wait. Why doesn't the Thousand Blades King have a Sword Master class panel, even though it's also an Epic melee class? Ryan immediately thought of a question. Ryan quickly recalled the Thousand Blades King's class transfer requirements. There was indeed no willpower requirement. Compared to the Sword Master, the Thousand Blades King seemed to pursue purely physical improvement. Of course, there were certain requirements for skill, secret technique. Could it be that the King of Thousand Blades pursues the path of immense strength, pursuing physical might, and therefore not conflicting with the path of the wizard? And the Sword Saint chooses to integrate his personal will into the faith of the sword, pursuing the unity of spirit and body, and the ultimate offensive power, which leads to a conflict with the path of the wizard. For a moment, Ryan seemed to understand. Chapter 322. Without further hesitation, Ryan, with a hint of regret, chose no. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Since the host chose no, the remaining evil flame mark after being tempered will be converted into spiritual attributes. Congratulations. Your spiritual attributes have received a moderate increase. Huh? A moderate increase? Suddenly, Ryan felt a cool breeze in his head, his mind unusually clear. This surprised Ryan, and he glanced at his stats. Constitution, 47. Strength, 56, 2 points of strength added in combat. Agility, 47. Spirit, 59. Willpower, hidden attribute 10. My spiritual power has increased by a full 4 points. So a moderate increase is 3 points or more? Ryan muttered to himself. He continued scrolling, checking the previous battle records. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful enemy and earned 9 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has been increased. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has reached 10 points, and the remaining fell flame mark has been completely eliminated. Since the Weapon Master, Legendary, class level had just been upgraded, there was no increase this time. Adding his original remaining points, his total remaining attribute points were now 4, skill points were 2, and the total number of gold skill points was 20. Great! I have finally eliminated the fell flame mark, resolving a potential problem. Furthermore, I've absorbed its remaining energy, boosting my spiritual attributes. This is quite a pleasant surprise. Ryan nodded, feeling quite pleased. At this moment, a thought suddenly occurred to him, and he looked up and around. There are only 3 of us here, which seems quite a bit different from the 7 or 8 Batista mentioned. Could it be that the others escaped? No, there were only 2 of us when they attacked from both sides just now, which means there must have been only 3 of us here. Ryan shook his head, thinking to himself. Then there's only one answer. They have another team, and it's likely their goal is to find the legendary land snake. Ryan's eyes lit up. After thinking for a moment, Ryan hurried towards the mansion villa. He felt he should talk to Claire. Just as he entered the villa, Claire had just changed her pants and walked down. Perhaps because of the exposure she had just given, Claire was still a little embarrassed when she saw Ryan. She brushed her hair, a hint of shyness on her face. Claire, there's one thing. There's a good chance there are more than just 3 people in the secret snake cult. So, remember to tell the guards not to let their guards down, Ryan said seriously. Anything else? Okay, I let them know. Hearing Ryan say this, Claire's shy expression vanished, and she regained her heroic demeanor. By the way, Ryan, why are you in Meister this time? Do you have a mission? Claire asked curiously. Well, I happen to have a mission in the fishing town. So I came here. Ryan explained the situation to Claire. Thank you, Ryan. If you hadn't arrived in time this time, I'm afraid the Habsburg family would have suffered heavy casualties. Don't forget, I'm your guardian knight, Ryan said, waving his hand. By the way, how's Count Habsburg? Is he feeling better? Ryan asked, suddenly remembering something. Father has been sent to the imperial capital for treatment. A good friend of his is a master of the Royal Apothecary Association, and is quite knowledgeable in medical treatment. He wrote a few days ago saying he's much better. That's great news. By the way, have you heard what happened in the imperial capital? After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Claire went to deal with the aftermath of the evening's battle. Ryan, on the other hand, retired to his prearranged bedroom to rest. Alone in his room, Ryan began to reflect on his recent battle with the legendary serpent cult master, Icosala. Clearly, the winning blow was still the ultimate move from the top legendary class, the Warhammer Wizard, Soul-Shattering Blast. Without that move, my victory would have been incredibly difficult. Perhaps I could have relied on my ability to recover by increasing my skills, continuously unleashing my ultimate skills, and engaging in a war of attrition, but whether I could have killed him was still uncertain. After all, as a level 3 crystallized wizard, he could still escape if he couldn't defeat me. Ryan, chin in hand and chest and arms, paced back and forth across the room. The battle against the blood-cursed Nanda High Priestess, Selenis, also relied on Soul-Shattering Blast, severely injuring her right from the start. It seems I need to find a way to quickly transition to the epic class, the Thousand Blades King. I believe that as an epic class, it will likely give me a stronger ultimate move. In 2 consecutive battles, both against legendary warriors, if it weren't for the top legendary class, the Warhammer Wizard, Ryan likely wouldn't have been able to win. This made Ryan feel a sense of urgency. If, in a future battle, there are 10 enemies, and I haven't accumulated 10 soul energy points, then I won't have this killer move. After all, what if the enemy is alone? Thinking about it, Ryan lost all desire to rest. He planned to go to the training room on the first floor right now, to practice his last transcendental combat skill, Rockdilo's Guardian Staff, racing against time to complete the final requirement for his job advancement. However, when he saw the remaining 20 gold skill points on the system panel, Ryan paused as soon as he opened the door. With so many gold skill points, I'd better upgrade them first. Shadow Step is very useful. With increased speed, it'd be first-rate for attacking, dodging, and even running. Let's upgrade Shadow Step to the highest level first. Since Fire Dragon Breathing was already at level 18, it exceeded the level 16 required to upgrade Shadow Step to the highest level. After Ryan spent 2 gold skill points to upgrade Barak's Assassin's Dance, and another 4 gold skill points to break through, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, you've mastered Barak's Assassin's Dance's ultimate technique, Shadow Step. At the same time, the Shadow Step icon on the Weapon Master, Legend, panel shifted slightly again. The thin man attacking with a dagger within the icon now had 9 figures. This meant that, in addition to the real person, the number of phantoms had increased from 6 to 8. This was confirmed by the text below. Shadow Step, Ultimate Technique, Effect, utilizes a special step combining force power with leg strength, leaving behind 8 additional phantoms within a 15-meter radius to confuse the enemy. Note, this skill has already been upgraded to the top level, and cannot be upgraded again. Has it been upgraded to the top level? Ryan pondered, looking at the last note. So, there's a difference between transcendental combat skills. Hammer skill can continue to improve after reaching the top level, but Barak's Assassination Dance can't. However, at least after reaching the top level, the effect is further enhanced. The range of the phantoms has increased from 10 meters at the top level to 15 meters now. The number of phantoms has also increased by 2. I've used 6 of the 20 gold skill points, leaving me with 14. With 8 points left to upgrade the primary annihilation field, I have 6 points left, perfect for upgrading another transcendental combat skill to the top level. Should I choose to upgrade the lance? The great sword? The javelin? Or something like that? Ryan's eyes flickered. Because the primary annihilation field requires such high attributes, I can only hold off for now. Otherwise, it would definitely be my first choice. The lance is still the best. It pairs well with various mounts and complements Shadow Step, further increasing attack power. Also, it's most effective for breaking through a wizard shield type defenses. After Ryan had spent a total of 6 gold skill points, a system notification rang out. Congratulations! You've mastered the ultimate skill of the Spear of Long-Ilo, Armor-Breaking Strike. At the same time, a flood of memories from his training for Armor-Breaking Strike flooded into Ryan's mind. After digesting all the memories, Ryan looked at the new Armor-Breaking Strike icon on the Weapon Master Legend panel. The image within the icon changed from a knight on a warhorse to one mounted on a dragon, and the lance was even longer, over 4 meters. The knight was riding the dragon at high speed, the lance in his hand swooping down at an incredible speed, whipping up a gust of wind as it struck downwards. Huh? Interesting. Does this mean that lances and dragon riders are a perfect match? Ryan couldn't help but smile at the image. When Ryan arrived at the training room, he was surprised to find someone already there. A sleek and well-proportioned figure, wielding a gleaming great sword, slashed with silver arcs. Who else could it be but Claire? Claire felt a sense of defeat in today's battle. As a talented female knight and meister, she was completely unable to help Ryan in the battle today. She knew she had to awaken her bloodline as soon as possible. She had been vaguely aware of the movement within her bloodline for some time, and after this battle, the feeling had intensified. Claire felt her bloodline would likely awaken within the next day or two. So, after making some security arrangements, she headed to the training room. Suddenly, as Claire's greatsword slashed down, a dazzling arc of light flashed. Claire remained motionless in that position. Ryan was about to step forward when he noticed something unusual about Claire, stopping him in his tracks. He could sense a unique aura growing within her. Epiphany? It wasn't like a sudden realization, it was more like bloodline awakening? Ryan pondered, watching the scene in amazement. As Claire's aura grew stronger, she suddenly raised her head and shouted, "Ah!" Followed by this, a cyan whirlwind suddenly appeared around her. As she stretched out her long legs again, her entire body accelerated, leaving several afterimages in her wake as she launched a circular slash at the ironwood dummy. Crack! The incredibly sturdy ironwood dummy was actually severed in half. Whoosh, whoosh. Claire's towering chest rose and fell, her fair face flushed. Steam rose from her head, and beads of sweat on her face reflected a faint, crystal-like light, revealing a heroic and valiant aura. Papa! Ryan clapped his hands and walked over with a smile. At this moment, Claire realized that Ryan had arrived in the training room without her noticing. Congratulations, Claire. It looks like you've just awakened your bloodline. Thank you. Claire still felt a little uneasy upon seeing Ryan, but the joy of her awakened bloodline dispelled it. Ryan, there's still a significant gap between my strength and yours, Claire said seriously, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Want to practice? Ryan asked, smiling and raising his cane. Of course, but Ryan, are you going to fight me with your cane? Claire glanced at the weapon in Ryan's hand and couldn't help but laugh. Haha, let's give it a try. Ryan smiled. In the center of the training room, Ryan and Claire quickly engaged in a duel. Ding 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 ding. The great sword and Ryan's staff clashed continuously. At first, Claire still thought that Ryan had underestimated her. But as time passed, Claire gradually calmed her thoughts, devoting herself to the Arcadian swordsmanship with almost all her might. On the other hand, Ryan's smile grew even wider. In just that 1 minute of fighting, system notifications flooded the screen. You have trained with Rocadila's Guardian Staff, and your comprehension has improved. Your skill, Rocadila's Guardian Staff, has been improved, with an increase of 3 experience points. Your skill, Rocadila's Guardian Staff, has been improved, with an increase of 3 experience points. Thanks to Claire's sparring and the added power of her advanced transcendent comprehension talent, the system displayed an increase of 3 experience points almost every 3 or 4 seconds. After just 1 minute, the Rocadilo Guardian Staff level 1 experience bar had reached halfway. This astonishing speed delighted Ryan. Ryan, be careful. I'm about to activate my bloodline innate ability. Claire warned, using the force to bounce away. Okay, I was just thinking of testing your bloodline's abilities. Ryan nodded, a hint of curiosity building within him. Is that the Azure Airflow from earlier? It seems to be the wind-type acceleration ability. One of my bloodline abilities is acceleration. As Claire finished her words, 2 Azure Air currents swirled around her slender, elastic thighs. Then, Claire's speed increased by at least 30%, creating a long wave of air that rushed towards Ryan. So fast! Ryan was slightly startled, but his movements remained calm. He unleashed his ultimate, Shadow Step, leaving behind multiple afterimages. He and Claire engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Ding ding ding! The clashing sounds merged into one continuous movement. Claire was shocked to discover that even with her bloodline innate abilities, she couldn't gain any advantage over Ryan, who was wielding a short staff. This is too perverse. Taking advantage of Claire's momentary daze, Ryan flashed into 5 phantoms in different poses, simultaneously striking at Claire with his staff. Ryan's staff lightly touched Claire's shoulder before instantly moving away and stopping. Alas! I thought the gap between us could be narrowed, but I didn't expect. Claire sighed. Well, Claire, with your bloodline innate abilities activated, I'm afraid even the most experienced Grand Knight wouldn't be your match. I just took advantage of your ultimate step, Ryan said with relief. Really? Of course. It seemed Ryan's encouragement was quite effective. Claire sparred with Ryan several times in a row. And Ryan's new transcendental combat skill, Rocadillo's Guardian Staff, continued to improve, reaching level 4 in less than 40 minutes. Since Claire had just awakened, excessive fatigue would be detrimental to her health. So, a moment later, the two of them emerged from the training room. By then, Ryan's Rocadillo's Guardian Staff had reached level 5. Meanwhile, somewhere underground in Meister, a gigantic, snake-like creature was burrowing rapidly, followed by a group of black-robed men, led by a handsome middle-aged man. Contact Icosella and tell her it will take us about 4 hours to reach the base of Count Habsburg's mansion in the county town. Around 2 in the morning, the handsome man said after a moment's thought. As you command, Lord Edmundo. A black-robed man respectfully accepted the order and slowly retreated, seemingly making a call. Sir, 2 in the morning is when people are most sleepy. It's arguably the best time to launch an attack, a black-robed man complimented. Indeed, sir. Furthermore, the power of the legendary earth snake is truly beyond imagination. No wonder the Pope prioritized it enough to personally invite you. Another black-robed subordinate, observing the rapidly burrowing earth snake with admiration, couldn't help but sigh. Well, with this legendary earth snake, our activities across several provinces of the Empire can be connected. That's of great significance, Edmundo said, smiling and nodding. He had completed his mission to control the earth snakes very smoothly, which naturally put him in a good mood. Next, he would travel to the county capital of Meister and completely destroy the Habsburg Count family, and that would be the end of it. As for the message from Icosala about going to Munster to find a swordsman named Ryan, Edmundo had no interest in it. Firstly, the defenses deployed by the Dragon Empire in the provincial and county capitals were completely different. Furthermore, the city of Munster was even more unique, built on a mountainside composed of various solid rocks. Even with the excavation capabilities of the legendary earth snakes, digging a tunnel would be extremely difficult. If they attacked by force, and the legendary ground snake died in battle, he would be left with nothing but tears. Secondly, he wanted to destroy the family of Count Habsburg, the governor of Meister. In his opinion, this was sufficient revenge for the murders of Gainan and Haldane. Irrationally heading to Munster with the brother-supporting demon Icosella? He wholeheartedly disapproved of this plan. He planned to be a little more proactive in the upcoming raid, as a way of giving Icosella an explanation. It was 2 o'clock in the morning, and the moonlight was cold. On the second floor of Count Habsburg's mansion. Suddenly, Ryan, resting in bed, opened his eyes. He had just felt a palpitation, and at the same time, his danger sense was giving him a subtle warning. This direction. Ryan glanced at the bedroom floor. As his feet touched the ground, and he tried to stand, he felt the entire villa tremble subtly. This vibration might be insignificant to an ordinary person, but for Ryan, it instantly made sense. Immediately, Ryan grabbed his armor and leaped out the window. A few seconds later, boom! From beneath the garden ground, a massive, ferocious, petal-shaped mouth, over 3 meters in diameter, suddenly burst forth, sending a cloud of rubble, dirt, and dust of varying sizes flying tens of meters high. Followed by, an immense, snake-like creature emerged from the ground. After emerging, it chose not to dive back underground, but instead partially erected its body. But even this small portion of its body towered over the height of the villa, casting a massive shadow in the moonlight that nearly enveloped half of the villa. Only a legendary earth snake could possess such power. The guards, naturally, dared not approach the creature, seeing it so colossal. However, since this wasn't their first encounter with a legendary earth snake, after a brief commotion, they remained cautiously on guard, dozens of meters away. From within the mansion and all around, A cacophony of screams emanated. Clearly, the movement of the legendary earth snake had alarmed not only everyone within Count Habsburg's mansion, but also those from the surrounding mansions, who had flocked out to investigate. Above the earth snake's head, a row of black-robed monks appeared, led by none other than Edmundo. He glanced around, pleased with the shocking effect of the earth snake's appearance, and nodded. But then, as if realizing something, he asked, puzzled, "Huh? Where's Icosala? Did you send the signal just now?" Edmundo asked his men. "We did, and we also sent a message to Timshire half an hour before we arrived," a subordinate replied respectfully. Edmundo nodded. He knew Timshire was one of Icosala's subordinates. That's not right. With a legendary earth snake making such a commotion, Icosala should have sensed it long ago, even without a signal. Edmundo frowned slightly, a sense of foreboding welling up in his stomach. "Are you looking for her?" Bang! A black-robed corpse, half its head missing, was thrown in front of the earth snake. It rolled over and lay still. Although half of its head was missing, the sight of the slender remains, the familiar black robes, and the faint Ouroboros mark on half its face instantly caused Edmundo's expression to change drastically. "Icosala? Who are you? You actually killed Icosala?" Edmundo's shock was palpable. He had considered the worst-case scenario, but the situation before him still exceeded his expectations. How could this be possible? Icosala's strength was comparable to his own. If the other party could kill Icosala, didn't that mean they had the ability to kill him as well? The group of black-robed figures behind Edmundo suddenly erupted in a clamor. Clearly, the scene before them had shocked them even more. "It's Lord Icosala." "Yes. He was killed. You know, this wasn't just a pawn, this was a legendary figure. Whether in the Empire or the major churches, this was a formidable figure." The black-robed figures stared at the scene with wide eyes, their fists clenched, their hearts filled with indescribable horror. Chapter 323. Although Ryan had anticipated the possibility of further secret snake cult cultists appearing later, they arrived surprisingly quickly, commanding earth snakes. This made their situation somewhat difficult. Their leader's aura was clearly superior to that of Icosala, whom he had killed. He was actually another secret snake cult member, with legendary strength. Adding the legendary earth snakes to the mix, this meant that he was facing the equivalent of 2 legendary masters. Although Ryan's strength had increased slightly after adding points, he was still far from being able to deal with 2 legendary masters simultaneously. However, Ryan soon discovered a situation. One that might be quite advantageous for him. From the signal flares they had just fired, and from the content of their conversation and their expressions, it seemed they were waiting for someone. This immediately made Ryan think they were probably waiting for Icosala and the other 3. At that moment, Ryan roughly understood their plan. The enemy's original plan was to attack Count Habsburg's mansion simultaneously, both openly and covertly. And it seemed the secret snake cult members before him were unaware of his earlier killing of Icosala. So, Ryan quickly devised a tactic, preemptive strike. This led to the scene of throwing Icosala's body. At this moment, Ryan, carrying his already transformed 2-handed warhammer, calmly approached the 2- or 3-story tall legendary land serpent, fearlessly counting softly, 1, 2. What a shame, there are exactly 10. If there were 11, it would be so much better. Excluding the leading legendary warrior, there were 9 smaller creatures. This made Ryan's tactic of eliminating them, stacking 10 layers of soul energy and triggering a soul-shattering shock, and then charging headfirst impossible. On Edmundo's side, in fact, the moment he saw Ryan throw out Icosala's body, Edmundo had already considered retreating. After all, with the enemy's situation unclear, he didn't need to take such a risk. Furthermore, revenge for Ganon and Haldane wasn't a priority for him. The Pope's priority was to retrieve the legendary earth snake. However, the next moment, his pupil suddenly shrank. He saw the young man in silver armor across from them, wielding a warhammer, marching straight towards them, completely unfazed by the legendary earth snake beneath his feet. This made Edmundo nervous. After all, anyone who treated the earth snakes as nothing was not a fool. They were truly capable of dealing with them. The opponent who could defeat Icosala must be the latter. Instantly, Edmundo unleashed his innate spell, Ice Shield, and immediately began chanting, "Ice Armor." As the rapid incantation rang out, a thick, oval-shaped ice shield enveloped Edmundo's body. Inside the shield, his body, a layer of transparent, yet sturdy ice armor, like a knight's armor, enveloped him tightly. Only after these 2 powerful defensive spells enveloped his body did Edmundo feel a sense of relief. Also, his keen hearing naturally picked up Ryan's whisper, which piqued his curiosity and prompted him to ask, What are you counting? Edmundo's spell had just made Ryan a little nervous. He thought the other party was about to launch an attack, but he'd unexpectedly used a defensive spell. This gave Ryan a slight jolt of joy, because from the other party's reaction, he seemed quite wary of him. Plus, the other party was a rare ice wizard. But none of that mattered now, because he had already come within 15 meters of the other party. Ryan looked up, taking in the giant creature before him and the group of people atop the earth snake. He smiled and said, "You wouldn't understand even if I told you." Swish. Just as Edmundo was still pondering the meaning of Ryan's words, he suddenly felt a flash before his eyes, and Ryan vanished from sight. Instantly, he felt something behind him, and Edmundo turned sharply. The 8 elite members of the sect he had brought with him were frozen in place, their eyes wide with disbelief, as if struck by lightning. In front of them, 8 identical figures of the young knight appeared, brandishing their warhammers in various poses. This scene lasted less than a second before the 8 phantoms vanished again. It seemed as if all the phantoms had converged on the farthest true figure. Snap! 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 The sound of bones cracking rang out. The 9 elite secret snake cult members he had brought with him performed the half-head vanishing spell. Almost simultaneously, the foreheads and upwards of their heads exploded, splattering white, red, liquid, and jelly all over the ground. Then, there was the thud of a heavy object falling to the ground. It was Ryan unleashing his ultimate technique, Shadow Step. At the same time, 9 transparent spirits quickly emerged from the corpse, trailing long flames. After circling Ryan twice, they were sucked into his warhammer. This scene made Edmundo's eyelids flutter. What a rapid speed! And just now! What happened? Necromancy? Or was there something strange about that warhammer? A necromancy artifact? Edmundo finally understood how Icosra had died. If he had been caught off guard, he would have been seriously injured by a surprise attack from this assassin-like enemy wielding a magical artifact. Besides, it wasn't that he didn't want to retreat, but with the speed displayed by the enemy, could he really do so? Controlling an earth snake to attack? That wouldn't work either, because the legendary earth snake was too huge, and the enemy's speed was incredibly fast. Therefore, the first priority is to limit the opponent's speed. Ice Roar. With a wave of Edmundo's hand, a tornado of shattered ice lashed out in all directions. Edmundo's intention was clear, to use the cold to paralyze the opponent's limbs, thereby slowing their attack speed. Faced with this area of effect ice sorcery, Ryan could only retreat slightly, then use his kite shield, transformed from enchanted thorium, to block the attack directly, reducing the opponent's ice damage. But Edmundo's methods clearly went beyond this. He muttered a spell rapidly. Blizzard. As the spell fell, a thick black cloud suddenly appeared above Edmundo's head, and the temperature plummeted. From the sky began to fall a heavy snowfall, mingled with ice particles. Dozens of meters away, the guards surrounding and keeping watch suddenly felt a crushing chill. Ryan, also perched atop the earth snake, only 7 or 8 meters away from Edmundo, naturally felt the chill even more intensely. However, Edmundo seemed to have forgotten one thing. The massive earth snake beneath him was also not very resistant to cold. Feeling the overwhelming chill overhead, the earth snake felt a momentary drowsiness. It gradually lowered its neck and lay flat on the ground. This delighted Ryan. Fighting atop the earth snake would severely limit his range of movement unless he jumped off. But now that the earth snake was lying on the ground, he could scurry around at high speed, searching for an opportunity to strike. When Ryan noticed this, Edmundo naturally realized the problem as well. Although he could control the earth snake, he couldn't violate its nature and instincts. Just as a dog trainer can't train a dog to feed on bamboo like a panda, so too, when the ambient temperature drops below a certain threshold, the ground snake naturally loses its desire to move and begins to sleep. Edmundo's reaction was also extremely swift, and he made a decision immediately. He leaped off the ground snake and retreated rapidly, heading towards the area of the mansion where the guards were most numerous. As he moved, the large black cloud above him slowly shifted, and the core of the blizzard also began to gradually shift. Ryan quickly understood the other party's plan. The other party was actually trying to distance themselves from the ground snake, freeing it from the influence of the ice sorcery. Naturally, Ryan couldn't let his opponent get what he wanted. Armor-piercing strike. Ryan's two-handed warhammer instantly transformed into a lance, and he unleashed a series of ultimate techniques, Shadow Step and Armor-piercing strike. Like a flash of silver lightning, he struck Edmundo, who was flying backward, hitting Edmundo so fast that he could barely see Ryan standing still, only to find him suddenly in front of him, lance in hand. Swish. The lance tip collided violently with the ice shield. The next second, the shield shattered. Even the ice armor on his body was just a hair's breadth away from being pierced. Ryan's attack nearly broke out in cold sweat on Edmundo's forehead. Damn! Such power. Where did this young warrior come from? Edmundo didn't know that Ryan's seemingly insignificant attack was actually a combination of the ultimate power of Shadow Step, the 27 points of strength bonus provided by 9 parts of soul energy, the bonus of his intermediate level immense strength, the bonus of dragon bloodline, and so on. Thus, it was able to achieve this seemingly casual strike, yet it simultaneously shattered his innate sorcery and his second-level defensive sorcery. Snake Hair. In a desperate situation, Edmundo immediately unleashed the signature ability of the secret snake cult's powerful members. 4 or 5 guards, who hadn't been able to dodge, were suddenly bitten by the slender snake heads on their necks, or the backs of their heads. Their eyes rolled back as they were controlled. This filled Ryan with a mixture of worry and joy. He still remembered what Claire had said to him. If a person is controlled by the snake hair for more than 1 minute, there is no cure, and he will become a mindless puppet forever. Killing the guards in this state was both a way of salvation for Ryan, and a way to gather the last bit of soul energy he needed. But the fact that his enemy had killed one of his own, right under his nose, infuriated him nonetheless. Blade Storm. A female knight, shrouded in a pale blue aura, wielded a two-handed great sword and swept towards Edmundo from behind. It was none other than Claire, whose bloodline talent had been activated. Ice Hell. Faced with enemies from both sides, Edmundo finally unleashed his ultimate move. With him as the center, a vast expanse of ice suddenly erupted from the ground. A staggered array of heights ranging from sharp prisms 3 meters high to short, spiked spheres of ice. In an instant, the area dozens of meters around Edmundo was completely shrouded in white. For a moment, this forced both Ryan and Claire to retreat. At the same time, Edmundo controlled several guards, now frozen zombies, controlled by Snake Hair, and slammed them down towards Ryan. Ryan stared at the guards charging at him and silently muttered, "I'm sorry." Hammer of Annihilation. Bang! With one powerful blow, Ryan shattered a frozen guard. Instantly, a shadow of his soul was absorbed by the hammer. 10! At this moment, Ryan's eyes fixed on Edmundo. The next second, he unleashed Shadow Step, leaving a trail of afterimages as he charged into the ice hell at astonishing speed. How dare you charge into the ice hell? You young man, blinded by a fleeting advantage. Edmundo observed this scene, his expression not surprised but delighted. Because within the ice hell, his ice magic would be amplified by 50%, while his opponent would be affected by the ultra-low temperature and wind, causing their limbs to stiffen and their movement speed to be greatly reduced. Therefore, in his opinion, once Ryan entered the ice hell, his greatest advantage, speed, would quickly disappear. Boom! Ryan swiftly swung his two-handed hammer, shattering every icy spike and pillar in his path. Like a giant beast, he charged into the ice hell. What kind of monster is this? Seeing Ryan's might, Edmundo couldn't help but cast spells quickly. Ice Blade Storm. Ice Cone. A barrage of ice spells, augmented by the ice hell, bombarded Ryan. Although Ryan resisted each one, his hair and eyebrows had turned snow white, and his speed had greatly decreased. Whoa! Edmundo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What a dangerous fellow. But he's finally freezing. A sneer crossed Edmundo's face as he watched Ryan, seemingly in slow motion, rush to within 2 or 3 meters of him and slowly swing his hammer. Nice move. Perhaps this will make a great ice sculpture as a trophy. Dang! At this moment, Ryan's hammer struck Edmundo's protective ice shield. The sound suggested a light blow, even feeble. For a moment, Edmundo's face flashed with terror, and the next, he clutched his head in a heart-wrenching scream. The true damage of soul-shattering impact severely damaged Edmundo's soul, leaving him completely powerless to maintain his icy hell. Ryan silently increased his strength. With a surge of warmth from his heart, he swung his hammer again and again. Bang! 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 The first blow shattered the ice shield, and each subsequent blow struck Edmundo's body. Edmundo managed to hold out at first, but after being struck by the hammer, he was reduced to a rag, powerless. Soon, Edmundo was reduced to a pulp by Ryan. Whoosh, whoosh. Ryan maintained his two-handed grip on the hammer, gasping for air. But then he remembered, even though he dealt with the creature in front of him, there was still a legendary earth snake behind him. Ryan swiftly turned, looking at the earth snake, which was about to awaken. The hammer in his hand quickly transformed into a long lance. Sharp technique. Whoosh. A silver line shot straight at the legendary Earth Snake. With the combined power of 2 top-level secrets, Dragon Bloodline, and more, Ryan's lance reached a certain extreme. It pierced deeply through the Earth Snake's rubbery, incredibly tough surface, completely dissolving into the hilt. Ryan's piercing point was incredibly precise, perfectly placed between the Earth Snake's 2 poorly sighted eyes, right where the brain lay. So, after being stabbed, the snake's walnut-shaped eyes, with their poor vision, suddenly opened, but it was only a fleeting moment of life. Its entire body was still twisting violently, causing the ground to shake violently, but it was definitely dead. Ryan drew his lance. Looking at what was likely the fastest-killing legendary snake, he felt quite emotional. If it weren't for Edmundo's ice hell, who knows how much more effort he would have had to put down this snake. Puff! The stinking snake's blood, mixed with an unknown bodily fluid, spurted out of the circular wound the lance had just inflicted, like a high-pressure water gun. Ryan was caught off guard and got doused. Just as Ryan was feeling a little annoyed, he suddenly froze. At that moment, a system notification sounded, ding. Detecting the host's baptism of the blood of a legendary Earth Snake, a trace amount of dragon gene fragment was found that can be absorbed. Yes/no? Note: after absorbing this trace dragon gene fragment, the upper limit of the host's dragon blood concentration will be slightly increased. Huh? This ancient legendary Earth Snake actually contains dragon gene fragments. But soon, Ryan's face showed a sudden realization. Ancient Earth Snakes are most likely the offspring of some dragon species that committed indiscretion in ancient times. Isn't communication within the same race good? And across races? But this is a good thing for me. But is it described as a trace? Remember the last time I baptized the 3-headed sea dragon with egg liquid, I used a small amount. Sure enough, the dragon blood in the Earth Snake is much more diluted? Ryan keenly noticed the difference in description compared to the last egg liquid baptism. But no matter how much, as long as it improves my strength, even a mosquito leg is worth a bite. Ryan chose yes without hesitation. Instantly, Ryan felt a sudden warmth on the part of his body stained with the smelly snake blood, as if warm hot spring water seeped through his skin. The whole process lasted less than half a second and was over. Ryan quickly glanced at the attribute panel. The effect of the Dragon Bloodline had not changed at all. Dragon Bloodline, weak, effect. Slightly increased affinity with fire element, slightly increased effect of giant strength talent, slightly increased effect of steel body talent, and slightly strengthened battle cry type ultimate skills. This left him feeling a bit disappointed. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Ryan. Wait, if I baptize more, wouldn't that add up to a lot? At this thought, Ryan's eyes lit up, and he sprang into action. The spear in his hand quickly transformed into a massive 2-handed sword, over 3, nearly 4 meters long. Then, he spun around, approaching the legendary Earth Snake from its side, and struck at its enormous head. A huge arc of silver light flashed, and with a swish, perhaps due to the snake's death, its defenses had been significantly reduced. The snake's head, with its enormous, ferocious, petal-shaped mouth, was severed. A miniature waterfall of stinking Earth Snake blood gushed out from the smooth, round, table-like incision. Ryan leaped forward, standing beneath the waterfall, receiving the baptism. Sure enough, after being stained by the large amount of Earth Snake blood, the warm sensation reappeared on his skin. But soon, as if reaching a limit, Ryan no longer felt the warmth. After some thought, Ryan still had a lingering hope. Where is the blood essence most abundant? It should be the heart. With a light leap, Ryan landed on the snake's body. The great sword in his hand transformed once again into a massive sickle, blade facing downward, piercing the giant snake's skin. Swish! As Ryan unleashed his ultimate shadow step, a figure flashed past the snake, slicing the legendary snake nearly in half, stretching for dozens of meters, exposing its spine and internal organs. After glimpsing the massive, still faintly beating heart, Ryan's eyes lit up. He quickly cut off the top and plunged inside. The warm sensation returned. Sure enough, the heart holds the most blood and essence. It seems this baptism has its own specific requirements. Unlike the genetic techniques of my past life, where only a tiny amount, or even a single digit of stem cells, was needed to extract a large amount of genes. The absorption recognized by the system seems to require a certain amount for optimal results. Ryan's eyes flickered, and he suddenly understood. But just as quickly, the warmth disappeared. A few seconds later, he dragged his bloody and sticky body out of the heart of the legendary Earth Snake. And to the people around him, Ryan's recent performance was somewhat puzzling. It seemed to them that Lord Ryan, after being doused in the stinking earth snake blood, had been stimulated by something, and had actually decapitated the snake before bathing again. But even more strangely, this wasn't the end. Lord Ryan had actually split a massive earth snake almost in half, and then leaped into its body? Could it be that Lord Ryan mistook the legendary earth snake for a dragon, performing a snake blood baptism? Could the blood of this legendary earth snake truly be like dragon blood, enduring the stench and imparting miraculous powers? Many courageous guards stepped forward, enduring the stench, and touched the blood with their hands. Sizzle! Ah! Many guards were quick to shave off a layer of corroded skin from their fingers. Such strong corrosiveness! The guards looked at the unharmed Ryan, their horror growing even greater. At this moment, Ryan had just jumped off the earth snake and was about to rinse himself off. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded again. This time, Ryan's eyes widened and he gasped. Chapter 324. The first system prompt read, Dragon Bloodline, Medium, Effect, moderately increases affinity for water and fire elements, moderately increases the effectiveness of the Great Strength talent, moderately increases the effectiveness of the Steel Body talent, and significantly strengthens War Cry abilities. The changes don't seem significant, merely the bloodline description changes from weak to medium. At the same time, the description of War Cry abilities changes from medium to large. But that's not the point. The key is the following prompt. Ryan was watching intently. Ding! The host's dragon bloodline has been detected to have reached a medium level, triggering a special advanced class change. Dragon Bloodline Wizard, Legend. The prerequisites for the Dragon Bloodline Wizard, Legend, promotion are 1. Dragon Bloodline Concentration. If the current conditions are not met, the Dragon Bloodline Wizard, Legend, promotion has failed. Fuck. A legendary class. Ryan couldn't help but curse excitedly. Whether it was the King of Thousand Blades or the Dragon Knight triggered by the Red Dragon Scales, they were only at epic level. This time, it's legendary. Ryan's excitement was beyond words. If the King of Thousand Blades or the Dragon Knight class panels are comparable to epic level powerhouses like His Majesty Menia, then the legendary class panels are comparable to something even stronger, a demigod. Ryan's eyes sparkled. At least he had never heard of a legendary powerhouse. It seemed that above the epic level was a demigod, the level at which His Majesty the Emperor had succeeded in his attack, but suffered severe injuries. For a moment, Ryan was consumed by thought. But the problem is, it seems the gap between my current class and the Dragon Vein Wizard, Legend, is too great, so even the prerequisites aren't clearly defined. Only the first requirement is clear, and the subsequent requirements are all expressed in the form of. We still need to find a way to further clarify the job transfer requirements. Well, no rush. At least we have a general direction. This also made Ryan feel that the once extremely smelly earth snake blood on his body suddenly became much more palatable. But it was time to wash it off first. Claire, standing nearby, was about to go over and ask about Ryan's condition, but before she could reach him, she saw him hurriedly heading towards the bedroom. It should be fine. This made her smile slightly, thinking to herself. After Ryan repeatedly rinsed in the bathroom 4 or 5 times, and applied perfume over and over again, he finally completely eliminated the smell of earth snake blood. Knock, knock. Just then, there was a knock on the bedroom door. Come in. A familiar figure appeared at the door, Claire. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. Normally, no noble girl would enter a man's room at this time. But because the battle had just ended, and Claire had just finished arranging some matters, she hadn't given it much thought. After all, caring for the health of one's guardian knight after the battle was both necessary and reasonable. However, upon entering, Claire saw Ryan's hair still damp, and he was simply draped in a pair of pajamas, revealing his muscular chest. This immediately made Claire realize that her arrival at this time seemed a bit inappropriate. But now that she was here, she couldn't just turn around and leave. Ryan, are you okay? Claire glanced at Ryan's tall figure and asked the question that had been bothering her. At least, she had never heard that the blood of a legendary earth snake could improve a person's physical fitness. Isn't that only true of dragon blood? Just now, out of curiosity, she had also touched some earth snake blood. While it was much better than that of an ordinary guard, and she could resist the corrosive effects of the blood on her skin, she didn't feel any benefit to her body at all. Miss Claire, please come in. Are you referring to the snake blood you just bathed in? Of course it's fine. And it's even better than before. Huh? Claire's eyes widened in surprise. It really has benefits. Seemingly understanding the surprise in Claire's eyes, Ryan thought for a moment and explained, perhaps my constitution is unique. I feel some subtle changes in my body after bathing in the blood of a legendary earth snake. Of course, I'm talking about for the better. Ryan explained briefly. Of course, he wouldn't tell the truth, but it wouldn't be wrong to briefly mention the benefits. What an enviable physique. Claire nodded. In her opinion, this was the only possible explanation for why Ryan would bathe in snake blood, so she quickly accepted his explanation. By the way, Ryan, according to your previous assessment, after this attack, will there be more secret snake cult members? Claire walked to the window and, in the bright moonlight, gazed at the pitted and still shattered front yard, her brows furrowed slightly as she asked. Well, according to the swordsman's intelligence, these are probably the only secret snake cult members arriving this time. Ryan also walked to the window and stood beside Claire, offering a reassuring voice. He understood what Claire meant. The secret snake cult's arrival this time was incredibly powerful, with 2 legendary warriors among them. This made the Habsburg family nearly impossible to resist. If he hadn't arrived in time, the Habsburg family's rule in Munster might have become history. Ryan thought for a moment and added, as for the future. It seems the legendary earth snake holds special significance for the secret snake cult. Since I killed it this time, even if the secret snake cult seeks revenge, they'd likely come to me in Munster. Clearly, the secret snake cult wasn't simply seeking revenge for Ganon and Holden this time, as their actions clearly showed. And this was precisely why he had killed the earth snake. Ryan, thank you, Claire said, turning sideways, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ryan intently. Of course, she understood what Ryan meant. Ryan was saying, I've helped you with the current problem, and I take on the future troubles as well. But this also left Claire unsure how to thank Ryan. With Ryan's current strength, the extraordinary combat skills amassed by the Habsburg family would likely be of little use to him. As it should be. I'm your guardian knight, aren't I? Ryan smiled, looking at Claire's serious and focused face. He couldn't help but reach out and take her hand, patting it in comfort. Claire's hand was warm and soft. And to Ryan's surprise, her palm lacked the calluses typical of sword holding. Perhaps this was due to her awakening bloodline. Claire was visibly embarrassed by Ryan's hand holding. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she dared not look at him again. Instead, she faced the window, gazing at the moon. With Ryan as my guardian knight, holding hands is nothing special. Some noblewomen in the imperial capital are much more open with their guardian knights. Although Claire was well aware of her father's marriage requirements, she comforted herself mentally. But her sideways movement gave Ryan a better view of her profile, and a close-up of her curvaceous figure. Furthermore, Ryan's hand-holding brought Claire closer, and she showed no sign of struggling, leading him to believe she had tacitly consented. His large hand slipped around Claire's slender, perfectly elastic waist, and with a gentle push, he gently pulled her into his arms. Claire froze, but remained silent. Ryan risked so much to save me and the Habsburg family from danger. It's only natural for him to simply embrace her. Claire continued to console herself. The touch was so wonderful that Ryan's palm couldn't help but rub it a few times, feeling the warmth and elasticity of that slender waist. At the same time, he observed Claire and found that she was still looking out the window, but a blush had appeared on her cheeks. Thinking of her coming to his house in the dead of night, Ryan suddenly felt a fire rising in his belly. A woman's waist should not be touched. If she allows you to touch it, it means. After all, below the slender waist are round, perky buttocks and tight. As her guardian knight, Ryan had fought 2 battles in a single night. Add to that the previous battle defending the mansion. What I could provide for Ryan was so little, while the help he gave her was so much. As long as we don't cross that line, it shouldn't be considered a violation of father's wishes. Claire herself hadn't noticed that her tolerance for Ryan's actions was growing ever higher. But Claire hadn't considered one thing: Ryan's strength far surpassed hers. Once she had aroused his desire, she would be powerless to resist. Sure enough, the fire in Ryan's eyes grew stronger, and his hand became increasingly unruly, reaching in and moving downwards. When Claire felt Ryan's hand enter her face burned like fire. At that moment, she felt something draining all her strength, leaving her completely powerless. She tried to push Ryan away, but her hands on his chest proved powerless. The soft touch of his fair palm made him think that Claire preferred facing him head-on rather than sideways. So Ryan's hand, still inside his hunting pants, supported Claire's elastic hips and adjusted her position. Ah! Claire's previous method of avoiding shyness by averting her gaze completely failed. For a moment, Claire was utterly panicked. This was her first time, and she was completely unprepared. But in Ryan's eyes, the shy expression on Claire's face, normally a dashing figure and the sole authority over Maest's political affairs, struck him as a stark contrast. Furthermore, Ryan had a deep memory of Claire teaching him the art of the giant bear sword at Habsburg Manor. By that measure, Claire was his first knight. These combined factors made Claire's allure to Ryan almost limitless. This reminded Ryan of the beasts are worse than beasts meme. Faced with Claire's cherry lips, Ryan naturally covered them. And so, something happened naturally. 10,000 words omitted here. A few minutes earlier, the head maid, Shadia, had just been about to take a dose of incense to Ryan's room. 2 consecutive fierce battles that night had kept Shadia, the head maid, busy. She had originally intended to visit Master Ryan after the first battle. But after seeing Ryan heading to the training room, she hesitated. After some thought, the head maid decided to leave it for the morning. Unexpectedly, another battle broke out later in the night, and Ryan was covered in a stench of snake blood. This gave Shadia a perfect excuse to deliver the incense to remove the odor. But just as she reached the corner of the second-floor corridor with the incense, she suddenly saw a familiar figure entering Ryan's room. She was incredibly familiar with this figure, spending almost every day with him. Shadia knew, of course, that it was absolutely her own daughter, Claire. Didn't they say the young lady could only marry into the family? Lord Ryan has a bright future. He's clearly not the right person to marry into the family. Is the young lady truly in love with Lord Ryan? Or do they have something important to discuss? This filled the head maid with curiosity and excitement. If the young lady and Lord Ryan are truly together, that would be a good thing. At least, I'd get to see him more often. Thinking of this, the head maid wanted to eavesdrop. Of course, this was just a thought. After all, she knew both masters were transcendents, with exceptionally sharp hearing and perception. She would be discovered if she got too close. But soon, Shadia had an idea. As the head maid, she had already arranged Ryan's room next to hers when she arranged the rooms for the evening. This meant she didn't need to go to the door or listen around the corner. She could just go back to her room and listen quietly. No one would notice. The head maid, having figured it out, hurried back to her room, quickly changed into her pajamas, and went to bed. Then, she quietly pressed her ear against the adjacent wall, her movements gentle and slow. After a moment, Shadia's eyes widened, her mouth slightly parted as she heard the sound she shouldn't have heard. Although she had never had sex, she had seen pigs run, and she knew that these sounds were only made when a man and a woman were deeply passionate. Her usually solemn and fair face quickly flushed, and she glanced around nervously before remembering she was in her bedroom. She quickly put her ear to the bed again. Soon, the head maid's face grew increasingly rosy, and her hands involuntarily placed themselves where they shouldn't be. After a long moment, Shadia limped out of bed, her back limp. She went to the bathroom, and began scrubbing a small piece of lace fabric with ties on the sides. A few minutes later, she returned to bed. Regardless of her age, in her late 30s, nearly 40, it was time for the head maid to relax and rest. But just as she lay down, she heard noises from the next room. This made Shadia toss and turn a few times, and then, for some unknown reason, she pressed her ear against the wall again. And so, a long time passed. Shadia stumbled off the bed, holding onto the wall, and headed to the bathroom again, where she began to scrub a new piece of fabric. Meanwhile, Ryan, just across the wall, was pleasantly surprised to discover a new world. He discovered that female knights were indeed different. Long-term knight training had given Claire extraordinary flexibility, as well as muscle contraction and relaxation. Claire, having just finished her first battle, felt little discomfort, and was able to continue her intimate communication with Ryan. After several attempts, Ryan finally gained the upper hand by using his innate ability, intermediate great strength, to push Claire beyond her capacity. This time, the farmer had plowed the field thoroughly. Claire fell asleep with a happy, contented smile. After barely a quarter of an hour, her long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and the next second, she opened her beautiful eyes. Although she knew Ryan had a special physique, she hadn't expected it to be so special, not just tireless physical strength, but also exceptionally gifted. At this moment, Claire rested her head in Ryan's arms, a wave of sweetness and shyness welling up in her heart. However, the thought of that incident made her brows furrow slightly. After some thought, Claire decided to explain the situation to Ryan first. Claire said, "Ryan, I have something to tell you. My father and family have decided that I should inherit the earldom of the Habsburg family. So, he hopes that I will find a wife to marry into the family." After hearing this, Ryan finally understood why Claire was so hesitant. This matter was indeed difficult to resolve. First, he couldn't marry into the family. Second, if Claire inherited the earldom of the Habsburg family, it would mean that even if his rank surpassed earldom in the future, becoming marquis or even duke, it would be difficult for Claire to marry him. Otherwise, According to the custom of the Dragon Empire, when both spouses hold titles, they can only retain the higher title of either spouse. For Ryan, the earldom title had already been applied for, so it was clearly not the end of the road. Of course, there were solutions. If Claire didn't inherit, the earldom of Habsburg wouldn't be overshadowed. By the way, Claire, don't you have a younger brother named Descartes? Why don't you let him inherit? Ryan asked curiously. Well, my younger brother is introverted, not good at speaking, and very opinionated. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the military on his own, Claire explained. Ryan nodded. So that's why Count Habsburg designated Claire as the first in line for the throne. After all, besides strength being the greatest strength among nobles, horizontal communication and connections are also essential. Don't worry, I'm sure there will always be a way. Ryan held Claire in his arms, gently caressing her porcelain-white skin with his fingers, reassuring her. The two of them cuddled for a moment longer. Claire, gazing at the dim light outside the bed, suddenly realized, oh no! It's almost dawn! I have to go back. It wouldn't be good if the servants saw us. The battle ended last night at around 2 in the morning, and then they continued fighting for several hours. Lying like this, it was almost dawn. Is it okay if the servants saw us? Ryan couldn't help but wonder. No, my father doesn't know about our affairs. What if he comes back and finds out? Besides, as the first heir to the Habsburg family, I represent the family's image and must be mindful of the impact. Claire quickly stood up, revealing a beautiful face. Ryan thought for a moment, nodded, and said nothing more. Besides, he really needed some rest. When Ryan woke up again, the light outside the window was already quite bright, even through the curtains. He estimated it must be 10 in the morning, maybe even closer to 11. But this sleep also made Ryan feel refreshed. Let's go to the training room first. Rockdila's guardian staff needs to be upgraded as soon as possible. I'll be able to change my job soon. I need to work harder. Oh, by the way, at this hour, I wonder if Anna, Nero, and the others have arrived. Ryan couldn't help but wonder. Sava Province. In the black mud swamp, inside an indigenous tribe's camp. Dozens of stilt houses were torn to pieces around them, many still ablaze, emitting bursts of black flames. In the open space around them, indigenous people, clad only in grass skirts and animal skins, lay scattered across the ground. Many of them were merely the elderly, the weak, women, and children, but they were all killed. In the center of the camp, a sturdy indigenous person, his face painted with various colors, was stomped on the head by a burly man in fine knight armor. He was motionless. Have you found it? The burly man asked casually. On the left side of the burly man's face, another distinct, aged cross-shaped scar appeared, likely from a sharp weapon long ago. He was none other than the Earth Dragon Knight, Hansar. Reporting to Lord Hansar, we've found it. The Earth Dragon is almost finished feeding, a vassal dressed as a mercenary said respectfully. Well then, let's pack up and go. As you command, sir. At this moment, another vassal, similarly dressed, hurried over and reported, Sir, urgent news from Sam's group at the Axon auction house. Oh! Sam? What does that fellow want? Sam's group would like to invite you to participate in an operation. The objective is to deflect a diamond-level swordsman. The location is Munster. We hope you can arrive as soon as possible. The price is negotiable, the vassal said quickly. Hansel raised his brow, a hint of surprise on his face, and asked again, The price is negotiable? You really mean that? Yes, Lord Hansel. The vassal unfolded the note, and showed it to Hansel. Sam, that shrewd fellow, why is he so generous this time? Something's odd. Hansel rubbed his stubbled chin, pondering for a moment before saying, Sir, then I refuse Sam's group. The vassal said immediately. No, double the price. If they're willing, we go. It's foolish not to make money. Hansel waved his hand. As you command, Lord. He's a diamond-level swordsman, not a magic iron-level one. He must have a rather troubled background, otherwise they wouldn't have asked me to distract them, Hansel muttered. Chapter 325. After enjoying a long-prepared brunch, Ryan arrived at the door of the first-floor training room. Just then, he saw the head maid, Shadia, turning the corner in the hallway, approaching with a set of clothes. However, her current state was quite different from her usual state. The dark circles under her eyes, her haggard face, and the occasional yawns. She looked nothing like the shrewd and capable head maid she once was. This instantly made Ryan realize that the 2 enemy raids last night had probably left the servants in the mansion sleepless. After all, for ordinary people, faced with such a situation, they had no power to resist except to flee. Head maid Shadia, perhaps you should get some rest. Yesterday's battle was quite intense, and you probably haven't rested enough, Ryan said with a smile. Shadia's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Ryan. Fight? Fierce? No way. Did Lord Ryan know I was eavesdropping? Already feeling guilty about running into Ryan, Shadia, upon hearing words like fierce and battle, immediately recalled the embarrassing noise she'd overheard against the wall last night. So instantly Shadia's face flushed. The head maid quickly said, "Yes, Lord Ryan." As soon as she finished speaking, she quickly turned and fled, muttering to herself, "Lord Ryan, what a fool. He actually told me about the intense fight between him and Miss Claire." Ryan looked at the usually stern head maid with a puzzled expression. "Why are you suddenly blushing and running away? That doesn't seem like the head maid's personality." For a moment, Ryan was confused as to why she was acting this way. But soon, he shook his head, dismissing the thought, and pushed open the door to the training room. The training room was empty. The only person who could possibly be there. Claire wasn't there either. She must be busy or resting. Unfortunately, if I had a sparring partner, I could improve my last extraordinary skill even faster. I wonder when Nero and the others will arrive. Overall, it's still because I don't have enough skill points. At this thought, Ryan was suddenly taken aback. He remembered that yesterday, he had been completely absorbed by the legendary class, the Dragon Vein Wizard, and hadn't checked the system notifications after the battle. Immediately, Ryan opened the system and first glanced at the stat panel. Constitution, 48. Strength, 58, 2 points of strength added in combat. Agility, 48. Spirit, 59. Willpower, hidden stat 12. Huh, my willpower stat is still improving? 2 points added. Ryan muttered to himself. He thought that after choosing no on his last class change to Sword Master, the hidden will attribute would have changed, but it seemed nothing had happened. Perhaps a condition or opportunity was missing. Ryan continued to scroll upwards, reviewing his previous battle records. Congratulations, you defeated a powerful foe and earned 14 gold skill points. Congratulations, your will, hidden, attribute has increased. Congratulations, your Warhammer Wizard, Legend, class level has increased. This time, the Warhammer Wizard, Legend, class successfully reached level 10, granting Ryan another attribute point and another skill point. Adding his original remaining points, he now had 3 attribute points, 3 skill points, and 22 gold skill points. Huh? 3 skill points? Doesn't that mean I can reach level 10 by adding points at level 7, and then, with the intermediate weapon mastery talent, I can comprehend the secrets early? Ryan's eyes flickered. Never mind, let's save some skill points and stick with the original plan. I have to save 2 points for advanced meditation and puppetry just in case. Ryan thought carefully for a moment, then shook his head slightly. Of course, this was mainly because he was currently improving his transcendental combat skills at a rapid pace. Even without adding points, relying on the advanced transcendental comprehension talent, he could reach level 9 in 2 days at most. On the contrary, without the benefits of advanced transcendental comprehension, the subsequent progress of advanced meditation and puppetry would be much slower. Ryan once again took a closer look at the effects of advanced transcendental comprehension, passive. Weapon masters master all kinds of combat skills with ease. The speed at which they learn any extraordinary combat skill increases by an additional 200%. As I remember correctly, it specifically refers to combat skills, not sorcery. Ryan nodded. After making up his mind, the hardened adamantium bar in Ryan's hand instantly transformed into a staff over a meter long. Immediately, he began practicing the extraordinary combat skill, Rockdilo's Guardian Staff. Half an hour later, when Anna, Nielo, Ramil, and the others rode their horses to the vicinity of Count Habsburg's mansion, they noticed a large group of city guards entering and exiting the gate, seemingly busy with something. Moreover, a faint, fishy odor wafted from the mansion. "Hey, do you smell anything?" Anna asked, her nostrils twitching slightly, puzzled. "It's the smell of rotting blood. Could an attack have already occurred?" Very, a former military officer with extensive combat experience, immediately realized the situation. Everyone's eyes fell on Very. "But it doesn't seem to be human blood." Very, noticing their gazes, hurriedly explained. "Don't speculate. Let's go and take a look and we know," Nero said, his face solemn. Everyone's faces were filled with worry, as they rode their horses towards Count Habsburg's mansion. But upon reaching the main entrance, everyone's faces were filled with shock, their eyes wide and transfixed. Because now, through the open gate, they could clearly see a massive, dismembered creature in the mansion's front garden. The stench that had just emanated from that very place had come from. A large amount of dark red blood had merged with the garden soil, and the guards were cleaning and filling in the holes. Although the head of the legendary ground snake had been severed, the exposed long, serpentine body was still recognizable. It vaguely resembled a giant. This is a legendary ground snake. Has it been killed? Who could be so powerful? Exclaimed Ramil, who had come to the assistance of the rock team. Who else could it be? It's most likely Captain Ryan. After a moment of shock, Nero recovered, patted Ramil on the shoulder, and said with a smile. Seeing this scene, he felt relieved. That's right. Lord Ryan's strength can't be judged by common sense. Ramil paused, then nodded. Ramil wanted to retort, but then he thought about how Ryan had slain the high priest of the blood-cursed Naga, so it seemed reasonable that he could slay a legendary earth serpent. Will Ryan be injured? Anna muttered softly, a thought suddenly coming to her mind. Well, everyone glanced at each other, finding it difficult to answer the question. After all, legendary earth serpents weren't so easy to deal with. It was likely that the captain had paid a price, perhaps suffering a minor injury. But they all knew Anna and Ryan's close relationship. To say the captain was injured now would seem like they had no confidence in their captain, and it would also make Anna worried. As a follower of Ryan, Very didn't think too much about it. He immediately stopped a guard and asked, there was a battle here yesterday. Was Captain Ryan injured? Since Very and his men were dressed in knightly attire and carried an impressive presence, the guard, despite being stopped, remained polite. Furthermore, upon hearing Very address Ryan as captain, his attitude became even more respectful. He smiled and said, Gentlemen, are you friends of Lord Ryan? Lord Ryan is fine. Hearing this, Anna and the others breathed a sigh of relief. It's just that Lord Ryan fought 2 consecutive battles yesterday, so he should still be resting, the guard added after a moment's thought. 2 battles? Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. They were just 1 night late, and missed 2 battles. So, everyone gathered around the guard, questioning him in detail, and soon they had a complete understanding of the situation. 2 more legendaries? Anna's beautiful eyes fluttered, her mind a little confused. Could it be that the Empire's definition of a legendary differed from that of the Druid Circle? Destroying almost 3 legendaries in 1 night, that's too much. Why does it feel like the gap between me and Ryan has only widened since I became a full Druid? Hiss, slaying 2 legendaries in a row, and a legendary land snake too, Captain, that's truly amazing. Nero, the knowledgeable son of the Marquis, was astonished. Captain, you're incredible. Angus's eyes widened. Has Lord Ryan's strength improved to this level? Ramil was also stunned. This is too much. Evelyn's eyes widened, her mouth slightly open in shock. At that moment, Ryan, in the training room, noticed movement through the window. Yes, you arrived just in time. Seeing the team members arrive, Ryan couldn't help but smile. Opening the training room door, Ryan greeted them. But soon, after some pleasantries and explanations, Ryan led the group into the training room. A few minutes later, in the center of the training room, Very swiftly stepped forward, his greatsword slashing a silver arc like lightning, slashing down from top to bottom at Ryan. Faced with Very's blow, Ryan calmly raised his cane. Clang! A sharp sound of metal clashing rang out. Ryan's staff firmly blocked the opponent's greatsword's blow. Ding ding dang dang. The 2 men fought faster and faster, and soon, the sound of weapons clashing was incessant. Clang! The 2 men clashed again and separated. Huff! Huff! Very's chest heaved, panting heavily, and sweat streamed down his forehead. It's over, Captain! Very waved his hand wearily. Although Very had activated Limit Break and used secret techniques, he was still no match for his captain. Also, even with a high burst of energy, even for just a few minutes, it consumed a tremendous amount of energy. Even a great knight couldn't use secret techniques continuously, and he quickly lost due to exhaustion. Seeing that Very's defeat was due to exhaustion, everyone, including Anna, Nilo, and Evelyn, exchanged glances, realizing that Ryan was deliberately letting him win. Didn't you see their captain didn't use any other weapons, just a common wizard staff? Captain, it's my turn. Bang! Angus clashed sword and shield, then stepped forward excitedly. Angus had adjusted his mindset well to the opportunity to fight his captain. He thought so. A captain who could kill 2 cult legends and a legendary in 1 night must possess legendary strength, right? Then, to have a powerful Imperial legend come and practice combat with you, you know how rare this opportunity is. Win or lose. Is that something to consider? Seizing every moment and cherishing this precious sparring time is paramount. And so, Angus, full of fighting spirit, took the stage. 10 minutes later, panting and exhausted, Angus was also exhausted. "Captain, let me take over." Seeing this, the red-haired beauty Evelyn also looked eager to try. Evelyn could naturally see that her captain seemed to be practicing with his cane. This opportunity was quite rare. You know, if Ryan used weapons like a great sword or a warhammer, she, as a top knight, would hardly even be qualified to fight. This was why, usually, the two great knights, Angus and Very, practiced the most with Ryan. But if their captain used a cane, it was somewhat possible. Ryan smiled, nodded, and said, of course. At the same time, he glanced at the system prompt. "Your skill, Rocadilla's Guardian Staff, has been upgraded, adding 621 experience points. Note, this skill experience has been enhanced by the exclusive talent, Advanced Transcendental Enlightenment, which increases by 100%. You have fought a battle, and Weapon Master, Legendary, experience points have been increased by 41. Seeing that Rocadilla's Guardian Staff had been upgraded to level 5, 1233/2000, Ryan's eyes lit up. After only 2 sparring matches, he's already halfway through. That's quite the pace. Sure enough, training with someone is always beneficial. As Evelyn stood in the center of the arena, about to launch an attack, the training room door suddenly opened again, and a tall, slender, and heroic girl walked in. It was, of course, Claire. At first glance, she was drawn to the red-haired beauty, Evelyn, standing in the center of the field, preparing to compete with Ryan. Seems like she's also from a noble family? So beautiful. One of Ryan's teammates? Or a friend? As for the other one, Claire glanced at Anna, then quickly focused her attention on Evelyn. Though she was also youthful and beautiful, with the aura of a girl next door, her looks were clearly inferior to the red-haired girl before her. The feelings between women seemed to operate on their own independent system. Evelyn naturally sensed Claire's scrutiny and gaze. At this moment, Evelyn was also bewildered. "Claire, you're here. Come, let me introduce you," Ryan said, smiling. "This is Wizard Ramire, Vice Captain of the Rock Squad. This is Grand Knight Claire, the eldest daughter of Count Habsburg and first in line to the Habsburg family. This is Evelyn, also a member of my team." "Hello, Evelyn, you're so beautiful," Claire said slowly, gazing at her with a smile. "Miss Claire, you're truly beautiful." Evelyn was well aware of Claire's intense attention. But at this moment, she could only let out a wry smile. After all, she couldn't say, "Miss Claire, you got the wrong person. You should be focusing on Miss Anna, not me." Meanwhile, the Munster airship docked. As the airship slowly came to a stop, several elite mercenary-dressed personnel, led by a man in black wizard robes, disembarked. This group was none other than Sam's group. As they walked, they seemed to be discussing something. It turned out that not long ago, Garcia had received a reply from Earth Dragon Knight Hansel. "We're willing to take the job, but the price is double. Captain, Earth Dragon Knight Hansel is taking advantage of us," the bald, burly man said in a muffled voice. "Yeah, damn, the price is double. Why doesn't he just go and grab it?" Another team member said angrily. "Indeed. Why not hire someone else?" However, Sam, the leader, after a moment's thought, turned to the hunched, long-legged woman and said, "Garcia, we agree, but on one condition. Have Hansel come as soon as possible. Tell him that if he doesn't arrive within 3 days, the mission offer will be invalid." "Okay, Captain," Garcia nodded. "Captain." A nearby team member clearly wanted to say something. Sam waved his hand and said somewhat unhappily, "If Hansel doesn't come, who will distract them?" The men exchanged glances and fell silent. "As long as Hansel can complete the assigned task, even if we triple the price, it will only be a tiny fraction compared to our profits. But if, to save money, we hire someone underachieving and the mission fails, our losses will be far greater." Soon, the group arrived at the luxurious mansion in the trading district by carriage. After disembarking, they filed in quickly. As Sam entered the reception room, a shorter man dressed as a servant knocked on the door and strode in. Sam glanced at the other man and casually asked, "Did anything happen during our 2 days away?" The man in the guise of a butler was one of his assigned spies. The spy bowed respectfully and reported, "Master Sam, shortly after you and the others left, Viscount Fabian visited us with a tall young man. By the way, judging by Viscount Fabian's address, this young man seems to be Viscount Ryan." At the mention of Ryan, everyone in the reception room was stunned. Then, a few of them smiled with relief. "Captain, Could it be that Ryan has heard of the reputation of our Sam's group and asked Fabian to come to us to resolve the misunderstanding? The bald, muscular man patted his head and couldn't help but laugh. That's pretty close. I think Ryan probably learned our origins from Fabian. Another man nodded in agreement. Indeed, if I knew the Duke of the Empire was behind our opponent, I'd probably choose peace. Another team member, seemingly empathizing, nodded and agreed. Only Garcia and Sam remained silent. Sam frowned slightly and continued to ask the spy, "What about Dixon? Did they bring Dixon with them?" The spy shook his head without hesitation and said, "Sir Sam, I didn't see Sir Dixon among those accompanying Viscount Fabian." Sam nodded, then turned to Garcia and said, "Something's amiss. Garcia, I have to investigate immediately." "Okay, Captain." Garcia bowed slightly and hurried away. The remaining 3 team members, led by the bald man, exchanged glances. The bald man asked in confusion, "Boss, are you saying they're not here to negotiate?" "It's not clear yet, but if I were here to clear up a misunderstanding, I'd bring Dixon with me and not hold him captive any longer," Sam said, his face solemn as he shook his head. Hearing Sam's words, the others suddenly realized. That's right, if they were here to surrender, Dixon definitely wouldn't have been brought along. There was no point in holding him captive any longer. For a moment, the living room fell silent. Within an hour, Garcia returned, though her expression was not good. "Captain, Dixon is still being held at the Swordbearers Munster branch and hasn't been released. Also, this Ryan left Munster 2 days ago with the elf girl. Their destination is unknown, and I'm still asking people to find out." "What left? Did he know about our plan?" one person exclaimed. "Impossible, we're the only ones who knew about this plan," the bald man said, shaking his head. "Fuck. This is bad. We just promised Dragon Knight Hansel double the price to rush over, and now the elf girl is gone." Another person slapped his thigh hard and exclaimed, "This?" The others looked at each other and fell silent. After all, the decision to pay double the price for Dragon Knight Hansel to rush over was made by their own captain himself. However, they occasionally glanced at their captain, Sam, as if waiting for his decision. Sam's brow furrowed after hearing these 2 pieces of bad news. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Garcia, have you asked Fabian? He came with Ryan at the time. Doesn't he know why Ryan contacted us?" "I did, but that old fox was clueless. He said Ryan came that day and asked for his help in making an introduction. He had no idea what Ryan was up to." Garcia shook his head helplessly. Just then, a small gray bird flew in, chirping, and landed on Garcia's shoulder. "Huh?" "Sir, the news arrived, quite quickly." Garcia unfolded a piece of paper tied to the bird's claw and read quickly, "Ryan is going to Meister on a mission, and is expected to return to Munster in a few days. Luckily, it seems they don't know our plan yet. That double the money wasn't wasted." Chapter 326. Sam paced the living room twice, thought for a moment, and said, "Looks like we need to move." Garcia continued to arrange for people to keep watch over Ryan's mansion. "Okay, Captain." "Oh, and there's another thing. Ryan has moved," Garcia said, suddenly realizing something. "Huh? Moved?" Sam raised an eyebrow and looked up at Garcia. "Yes, I personally investigated. The original mansion is deserted. He's moved to a new one in the Noble District. It's luxuriously decorated, roughly the size of an earl." Garcia hadn't made this clear earlier because, with Ryan and the elf girl away, it wasn't clear whether the operation was proceeding, so there was no need to report. The Noble District? That's a bit tricky. It has a higher level of security than the administrative district, the bald man said, stroking his hands. "It's not a problem, Garcia. Go investigate the patrol frequency and defense strength of the guards in the Noble District and calculate the time we have left to act." Sam thought for a moment and said, "As you command, sir. Esteban, you will be responsible for arranging the evacuation route after the mission is completed. Remember to arrange the decoys and mounts in advance." "Okay, boss." A tall and thin member nodded and agreed immediately. "Meister." In the training room on the first floor of Count Habsburg's mansion. "Evelyn, are you interested in practicing swordsmanship with me?" Claire said with a smile. Evelyn was immediately stunned by these words. Has she really prevented trouble for Miss Anna? "Captain, you have to compensate me later." Evelyn glanced at her captain, Ryan, who also looked slightly surprised. After a moment's thought, she reluctantly nodded and said, "Miss Claire, I heard from the captain that you're a great knight, but I'm a peak knight. I hope you show some mercy." Ahem, Ryan coughed, sensing something was amiss. Just as he was about to say something, Claire suddenly smiled and said, "I was just kidding." Evelyn, you're so beautiful. If I accidentally hurt you, your captain would be heartbroken. Claire teased, glancing at Ryan with her beautiful eyes. If we need a sparring match, I naturally go with your tough-skinned captain. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Claire say this. He immediately understood what Claire meant. Look, I know about your red-haired beauty lover. I'm giving you face and won't embarrass her, but I'm of higher status than her. Of course, Claire, I'd be your sparring partner. Standing nearby, Anna's beautiful eyes sparkled as she watched the scene unfold, her thoughts etched in her mind. Indeed, seeing such a beautiful woman on Ryan's team, it was inevitable that she'd feel a twinge of jealousy. However, such things were common among the nobility. Claire, nurtured from a young age, knew her place well, but it was also necessary to showcase her influence. Hence, she acted as she did. Claire stood in the center of the arena, holding her two-handed great sword at an angle. The next second, a cyan aura swirled around her slender legs. Huh? A bloodline ability? Ramil, observing the battle, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yes, it's a speed-boosting ability, Nero agreed, nodding. This incredibly fast knight is a formidable opponent for wizards and wizard apprentices. Swish! Claire rushed towards Ryan like a female leopard, her greatsword slashing down from top to bottom with incredible swiftness. Ryan calmly swung his staff to block. But upon contact, Ryan felt that Claire's strength and speed had increased slightly compared to yesterday. Ding ding dang dang. Because both of their attacks were incredibly fast, the clash of greatsword blades and hardened adamantine staffs seemed to continue, accompanied by sparks. Flatly, with each clash, a wave of white air could be seen surging in all directions. Often, before the previous wave of air had completely ended, the next one would explode immediately. At the same time, multiple white circular waves of air could be seen appearing above the field. These air rings also formed the paths of the two people's movement. The two figures, previously blurry and moving at high speed, now had a relatively clearer trajectory. Ryan could clearly sense Claire's improved strength, but he wasn't sure why. Is it because Claire's bloodline had been activated, entering a period of rapid growth? Or was it because she felt a little unhappy after seeing Evelyn sparring with him? Could it be that the two of them had developed Claire's bloodline's potential because of what they had done yesterday? Ryan shook his head slightly, shaking the thought out of his mind. But no matter what, he had to give in to the future countess, with whom he had just established an intimate relationship. So, Ryan mostly defended, not attacked. Fortunately, the extraordinary combat skill he was practicing this time, Rockdila's guardian staff, was primarily defensive. A few minutes later. Dang! The two clashed fiercely, then bounced back. Claire's towering breasts rose and fell. Clearly, the outburst had taken a heavy toll on this great knight with awakened bloodline. Still, this scene left everyone in Ryan's team stunned. Are all the captain's friends this perverted? This Miss Claire looks younger than me, but her combat prowess surpasses mine, Very exclaimed in astonishment. Although his resistance to such genius had improved considerably following Ryan, Claire was still a woman, so the impact was still intense. I'm afraid I can only barely remain undefeated. Winning is highly unlikely, Angus said, his face grave. He nodded. Evelyn was even more shocked. She hadn't expected this Earl's daughter, whose figure was slightly better than hers, to be so formidable. She had originally thought that even though the other party was a great knight, she, as a peak knight, could still compete with him with some sorcery, but now it seemed they were far behind. Ryan glanced at the system notification. Your skill, Rocadila's Guardian Staff, has been upgraded, adding 981 experience points. Congratulations, your skill, Rocadila's Guardian Staff, has been upgraded to level 6. You have fought a battle, and gained 43 Weapon Master, Legendary, experience points. Ryan's eyes lit up when he saw Rocadila's Guardian Staff upgraded to level 6, 277/3000. Claire's sparring results were surprisingly better than Angus's. Not bad. Ryan, come again, Claire said seriously after slowly exhaling. A sudden silence fell. Everyone's expressions were stunned, their eyes widening as they looked from Claire to Ryan, then silently in agreement. Your body. Ryan thought for a moment, then hesitated. My body is fine. Claire's face flickered with a hint of embarrassment at this question, then quickly vanished. Claire clearly thought Ryan was asking about her recovery from last night's exercise, but in reality, Ryan was simply expressing concern, considering Claire had exerted considerable energy. All right then, let me know if you're tired, Ryan nodded. With Claire's help, Ryan managed to upgrade Rockdilo's guardian staff to level 8 before the dinner. During the dinner, Claire regained her demeanor as the hostess of Count Habsburg's mansion, speaking with grace and elegance, making everyone feel the warmth of her hospitality. After dinner, just as Ryan was debating whether to continue to the training room, a blood feather in the sky suddenly signaled that Anna had left Habsburg's mansion alone. This startled him, and without even a word to the others, he quickly followed. Soon, Ryan followed Anna from a distance, arriving at a grove of trees used for landscaping in the Meister aristocratic district. At that moment, a resounding eagle's cry echoed from the sky. A massive eagle circled twice above Anna's head before swooping down at high speed. This immediately made Ryan's heart tighten. But soon, he noticed that Anna's face didn't show a trace of tension, which immediately reminded him of something. So, he continued to watch the scene from a distance, motionless. Sure enough, as the eagle landed with its massive wings flapping, the next second it transformed into a tall, graceful elf lady, appearing beside Anna. "Aunt Delana, why did you come in person?" Anna, like a child who had done something wrong, her fair hands tightly clutched the hem of her skirt, her head lowered, and she spoke softly. "If I hadn't come, I was worried you'd run off to the imperial capital," the elf lady named Delana said in a tone of rebuke. Although there was a hint of blame in her voice, anyone could hear the fondness she felt for Anna. It was like a mother finding her child who had done something wrong. Although she couldn't help but scold, her heart was filled with concern and love. "Did you secretly read the secret letter in my drawer?" "Yes." Anna lowered her head even lower, almost burying it in her chest. I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd be worried about your mother's condition, and couldn't help but run to her. You have no idea of the background and strength of this Axon auction house." "I know." Hearing this, Anna raised her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on Delana. You know the background of the Axon auction house?" Now it was Delana's turn to be curious, a hint of surprise crossing her beautiful face. But she quickly shook her head and said, "You don't know. Do you think that what you've seen of the Axon auction house in this county town is all there is to it? The Axon auction house is a massive organization spanning the entire Dragon Empire. They have branches or offices in every major city." Drana extended her equally delicate, white hand, smoothing Anna's hair from her forehead, and spoke slowly. In her eyes, Anna was still just a child. "Aunt, I know. Their headquarters is in the imperial capital of Tamriel. The auction house is complex, with numerous shareholders. Even powerful local nobles have invested in each branch." Anna looked at her aunt with sparkling eyes, and a hint of stubbornness. "Huh?" Drana's beautiful eyes widened. This time, she was truly surprised. It was as if she had realized for the first time that the child she had seen had suddenly grown up. "Do you really know?" "No, while what you're talking about isn't particularly confidential, it's also not information you can easily learn." "Anna, who have you been in contact with recently?" "Don't tell me it was through your good friend Ryan." "Based on my understanding of the Dragon Empire's administrative system, a small-town sheriff's deputy would never know such information." Delana emphasized the word good friend and looked at Anna seriously. "That's not true, Aunt Delana. Ryan is no longer a small-town sheriff's deputy. He's a viscount." At the mention of Ryan, Anna blushed slightly, but quickly realized what was going on and waved her hand, correcting her aunt's mistake. "Huh? Viscount?" Delana paused, then a wave of disbelief washed over her. The long lifespan of the elves and their relatively well-preserved texts have given most elves a good understanding of the structure of the human empire. How is that possible? He wasn't even a baron 6 months ago, so how could he become a viscount? "Anna, you have to be careful. Human men are very good at sweet talk." Hearing this, Ryan couldn't help himself. Besides, he knew the man's intention this time. Although he was concerned for Anna, he couldn't slander him, could he? Ahem. "Who's over there?" Delana asked warily, her beautiful eyes piercing. "Ah, Ryan. You? I saw you running out in the middle of the night, and was worried about your safety, so—" Ryan slowly emerged from the dense forest, smiling. "You're Ryan?" Delana's guard relaxed slightly, but the suspicion in her eyes deepened considerably. She had always remembered Ryan as a skinny boy shorter than herself, but now, the tall, muscular young man before her, clad in mithril armor, exuding an imposing presence. Her eyes sparkled, like the brightest stars in the night sky. "Yes, Ms. Delana, we met once before by the carriage. Do you remember?" Ryan took 2 steps forward, bowing slightly. Ryan naturally respected this aunt, who cared about Anna. After hearing Ryan recount the details of that meeting, Delana nodded, beginning to believe that the person before her, seemingly in a different body, was indeed Ryan. You've changed so much. I'm starting to believe what Anna said. Your abilities are more than enough for an imperial viscount, Delana said, her beautiful eyes sizing up Ryan. Ryan naturally knew that the other party wasn't interested in him, but was assessing his own abilities. Ryan, are you really willing to help Anna find her mother? Delana pondered for a moment, her beautiful eyes fixed on Ryan, and asked earnestly. Of course. Without asking for anything in return? No. As you humans say, asking nothing in return often means wanting more, even everything. Delana shook her head and sighed. Ryan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected Anna's Aunt Delana to suddenly utter such a profound statement. Aunt Delana, Ryan is a good man, Anna said weakly from the side. Okay, Ryan, how do you plan to help Anna? Will we go to the imperial capital together to search for her? With all due respect, even with your considerable abilities, I'm afraid your plan will be difficult to implement in the imperial capital. Ms. Delana, I'm actually a shareholder of the Munster branch of the Axon auction house. So, I first use the auction house's internal channels to locate Anna's mother. Ryan thought for a moment, and then spoke truthfully. You're a shareholder of the Munster branch of the Axon auction house? This truly shocked Delana. For a moment, Delana was at a loss for words. Indeed, if that were the case, then Ryan would be the perfect person to find her sister. After a while, having digested the news, Delana spoke. Ryan, I go with you to Munster to see if what you said is true. If it is, I can agree to let Anna stay, and with your help, we can search for Darian. By the way, Darlene Hawkmoon is my sister, and also the name of Anna's mother. Of course. In fact, I plan to return to Munster tomorrow. However, Ms. Delana, you may need to disguise yourself. After all, the beauty of an elf attracts a lot of attention. That's great. Don't worry, I won't cause you any trouble. Delana nodded. As soon as she finished speaking, Delana quickly cast a spell. In the moonlight, a cluster of star-like lights flashed across her face, and her originally beautiful features began to slightly deform, her features becoming rounder, and her skin tone darker. And her pointed ears became indistinguishable from those of a human, but her noble demeanor remained outstanding. Overall, Delana looked like a dignified lady of excellent character. When Ryan and his three companions returned to Earl Habsburg's mansion, they entered the hall and chatted when Nilo, Angus, Evelyn, and the others turned around and looked over. Not only had their captain left at some point, but he had also returned with a strange, dignified lady. They exchanged glances in bewilderment. This is my Aunt Delana. She'd be returning to Munster with us. Hello, Ms. Delana. Nilo and the others hurriedly stood up, a hint of shock on their faces, and bowed slightly to Delana. Miss Anna's aunt? Has this even reached the stage of marriage? Someone from her family has arrived. But how can the captain handle Miss Claire, who has such a powerful aura? Hello. Delana nodded, though she could vaguely sense that the looks they gave her were a bit off, as if they knew her elf identity. This made Delana wonder if her camouflage skills had deteriorated after so long. Perhaps someone had figured it out. That night, Anna and Delana shared a room. And since Claire was staying at the mansion with Ryan's team, she naturally wouldn't sneak into Ryan's room in the middle of the night. So, Ryan was now alone in his room. Women are really troublesome, especially when there are too many of them. However, Ryan quickly regained his composure and practiced his usual fire dragon breathing technique. Perhaps because he had reached level 18, after practicing the technique, Ryan felt a slight warmth build up in his body. At this moment, 2 system notifications quietly appeared. Congratulations. Your Constitution attribute has been improved. Congratulations. Your Agility attribute has been improved. With just a few more points, I can meet the job transfer requirements of 50 points each for Strength, Agility, and Vitality for the Thousand Blade King. Ryan, who had originally planned to go to bed early, suddenly perked up. The only thing he needed to advance to the epic class, the Thousand Blade King, was the extraordinary combat skill, Rockdilo's Guardian Staff. Let's finish it tonight. The thought of the epic class made Ryan almost unable to contain his anticipation. After a moment's thought, Ryan stood up and left the room. Of course, to increase efficiency, he briefly considered and called Angus and Very out of their sleep. Captain, it's not that late. Angus and Very exchanged a bitter glance. Their captain was a bit too perverted. It was almost midnight, and they were being called up at this hour for sparring. Just a little insight, Ryan said with a smile. 2 hours later. A system notification sounded. Your skill, Rocadilo's Guardian Staff, has been upgraded, adding 634 experience points. Congratulations, your skill, Rocadillo's Guardian Staff has been upgraded to level 9. Okay, you can rest now. Thank you for your hard work. Ryan suppressed his excitement and thanked his 2 exhausted teammates. He himself quickly added a few skill points to his extraordinary combat skill, Rocadillo's Guardian Staff. As memories of training with Rocadillo's Guardian Staff flooded into Ryan's mind, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations, you've mastered the primary secret of Rocadillo's Guardian Staff. Guardian Staff. Guardian Staff? Great. I finally mastered this final secret. Ryan looked at the notification, his heart brimming with excitement. At this point, he naturally didn't bother to look at the new icon on the Weapon Master, Legend, panel, nor the description of the new secret, Guardian Staff. He immediately began to add points. After Ryan had added both Constitution and Agility to 50, the long-awaited Epic class change notification finally appeared. Ding! Detected that the host has triggered the Weapon Master, Legend, Special Advanced Class Change. King of Thousand Blades, Epic. Prerequisites for advancing to King of Thousand Blades, Epic are 1. Weapon Master level 9 or higher. 2. Master 9 different secrets. 3. Physical level 2 breakthrough of 90% or higher. 4. Any breathing technique level 18 or higher. 5. Strength 50+, Agility 50+, Constitution 50+. These conditions are met. Do you want to transfer to the King of Thousand Blades, Epic? Note, after transferring to the King of Thousand Blades, Epic, the Weapon Master, Legendary, class panel will be overwritten. Without hesitation, Ryan silently said yes. Starting the class transfer. Chapter 327. Ding! Class transfer to King of Thousand Blades, Epic successful. Strength increased by 8, Agility increased by 8, Constitution increased by 8, and Spirit increased by 5. Ding! The host now has an Epic class panel for the first time, increasing the total number of class panels by 1, with the current maximum number of class panels being 6. Obtain King of Thousand Blades, Epic, Core Skill, Weakness Control, Active. Obtain King of Thousand Blades, Epic, Core Skill, Blood Rage, Active, Awakened Bloodline, Troll King. Ding! The host has been found to possess the core skills Danger Sense and Dark Vision, suitable for integration with the Troll King bloodline. Fusion automatically begins. Ding! Fusion successful. Ding! The host has been found to possess Dragon Bloodline Medium, suitable for integration with the Troll King bloodline. Since only one bloodline can be retained, fusion automatically begins. Ding! Fusion successful. Mutated Dragon Bloodline Medium, effects, moderately increased affinity for water and fire elements, possesses the top-tier talents of Danger Sense, Dark Vision, Weapon Mastery, Superior Comprehension, Great Strength, and Steel Body, and doubles the power of Warcry abilities. After successfully changing his job, Ryan felt as if magma was coursing through his body, a tremendous force threatening to erupt. At that moment, his body resembled a volcano on the verge of eruption. Ryan clenched his fists, feeling the immense power within them. He could faintly sense every subtle shift within his body, as if every cell were crying out in joy. The constraints, or limitations, previously etched into his genes were now being broken through one after another. After a while of feeling this physical transformation, Ryan finally focused his attention on the system panel. First, the original Weapon Master, Legendary, panel had vanished, replaced by the Thousand Blades King, Epic, class panel. The entire panel glowed with an extremely noble and gorgeous purple light, a stark contrast to the previous Weapon Master, Legendary, blue. This seemed to hint at the significant difference in combat power between the two classes. The flood of system prompts on the screen made Ryan almost dizzy. But every item on the display required careful scrutiny, so Ryan carefully examined each one. Except for Spirit, which only increased by 5, all other attributes increased by 8 points. This is the largest increase ever for a class change, truly worthy of an Epic class. Sure enough, the maximum number of panels has increased by 1 again. Seeing this, Ryan couldn't help but get excited. This also matched his previous assumption. Every time a class changes to a higher level, the number of class panels increases by 1. This meant that once he chose any new class, he would quickly gain a large number of skill and attribute points, naturally boosting his strength. Huh? 2 core skills? And each one looks quite impressive. Just as Ryan was about to open the panel to examine the descriptions of the new core skills, he froze. Wait, this is Troll King Bloodline? Fusion? Mutated Dragon Bloodline? Mutated Dragon Bloodline? A dazzling series of prompts appeared before Ryan. But after carefully perusing them, Ryan was overjoyed. It seems to have merged some of the previous talents and core skills into one, becoming the manifestation of the mutated dragon bloodline. Also, the Troll King's bloodline shouldn't be as high as the dragon's. So, does the high-level bloodline fuse with the mid and low-level bloodlines? Or is this a special effect of the system? Ryan pondered. Then, Ryan found the descriptions of these 6 talents on the attribute page. Name, Ryan Kalin. Class, Lord of 1,000 Blades, Epic, LV1, 0/100/Warhammer Wizard, Legendary, LV10, 322/20,000/Beast Priest, Legendary, LV5, 299/2000/Breaking Bad, Transcendent, LV6, 69/3000/Grand Armor Smith, Transcendent, LV6, for 18/3000, Constitution, 58. Strength, 66. Agility, 58. Spirit, 64. Willpower, Hidden Attribute 12. Remaining Attribute Points, 1. Remaining Skill Points, 2. Below the attribute panel, dozens of lines of densely packed small text read, Danger Sense, Passive, Danger Sense, Passive and innate ability born from the Troll bloodline. After undergoing the brutal trials of the arena, your perception of danger is extremely keen. Dark Vision, Passive, Dark Vision, Passive and innate ability born from the Troll bloodline. Your vision in darkness is comparable to that of a nocturnal animal. Supreme Weapon Mastery, Passive, High-level Weapon Mastery, Passive having been honed in the brutal arena, the Troll King possesses an extraordinary familiarity with all weapons, granting him maximum mastery of any weapon. High-level Supernatural Comprehension, Passive, High-level Supernatural Comprehension, Passive having been honed in the brutal arena, the Troll King possesses mastery of all combat techniques, increasing the speed at which he learns any supernatural combat technique by an additional 200%. Top Steel Body, Passive, Top Steel Body, Passive, Effect, your skin constantly interacts with the surrounding metal elements, doubling its defense. Talent, Top Strength, Active, Top Strength, Active, Effect, upon use, your strength can be increased up to 4-fold. Note, while using Top Strength, your stamina consumption also increases. The increase is controllable. Shoo! This effect. Ryan looked at the 6 derived talents of the mutated dragon bloodline. They practically encompass all the previous talents, even incorporating the core skills of the early Night's Watch. Right? The Weapon Master is a combat class descended from the ancient trolls. Without Danger Sense and Dark Vision, how could the trolls have survived in the perilous jungles of ancient times and established a vast empire? Immediately, Ryan couldn't contain his excitement and checked the 2 core skills. You know, the core skills of the Warhammer Sorcerer, Legendary, were incredibly powerful. The 2 core skills are described as follows. Core Skill, Weakness Control, Active, Weakness Control, Active, Effect. When this skill is activated, your perception becomes exceptionally sharp and focused, making it easier to detect enemy weaknesses, allowing for targeted attacks or defenses. Note, activating Weakness Control consumes additional mental power. The stronger the enemy, the higher the mental power consumed, but it never exceeds 30%. Core Skill, Blood Rage, Active, Blood Rage, Active, Effect. When this skill is activated, you become more focused and excited. At the same time, a surge of special blood hormones is secreted, significantly increasing your reflexes, strength, and attack speed casting speed. Note, the more severely injured you are, the more pronounced the effect of Blood Rage. Note, activating Blood Rage will significantly deplete your stamina. Additionally, Blood Rage has significant side effects, making you even more bloodthirsty during combat. Therefore, while your enemies are trembling in fear, be mindful of controlling your ferocity. After rereading the descriptions of the 2 core skills, Ryan fell into deep thought. I didn't expect that neither of these core skills is a direct attack. The first, Weakness Control, is easy to understand, but I'm not sure how effective it is in actual combat. I have to test it out. As for the second, Blood Rage, it's a bit more complex. First, the keyword is attack speed. The system also specifically notes that it includes casting speed. This is a bit like the previous story about Asimov, who infused the blood of the Bloodscalp trolls, and whose innate ability, Frenzy, had a similar effect. Ryan quickly recalled, but mine should be much more effective. Not just in terms of spell casting speed, but also in terms of overall improvements in reaction, strength, and attack speed. Secondly, the more severe the injury, the better the effect. But I have a top-tier steel body. Does that mean I need to injure myself to boost my attack power before activating it? Ryan was speechless for a moment. No, If the enemy is weak, there's no need to activate this core skill. It's a waste of time. Ryan crossed his arms, rubbing his chin with the other, continuing to ponder. But I still want to know, just how effective is this claim that the more severe the injury, the better the effect? The next morning, Ryan and his group were ready to depart. Claire, head maid Shadia, and the others naturally came to see them off. However, Claire was visibly taken aback by the sight of the newly arrived, elegant and beautiful woman. She glanced at Ryan with surprise and asked, "Who is this?" "Oh, this is my aunt," Anna said quickly. Claire nodded. Although a little puzzled, she said nothing more. Instead, she addressed Ryan and the others. "Ryan, thank you for your timely appearance. Have a safe trip." Soon, Ryan and his group arrived at the airship docking station in the fishing town. "Perhaps I should have waited for you directly in Munster," Delana said to Ryan, gazing at the massive Imperial airship and the crowd waiting at the docking station. "Ms. Delana, do you think there are too many people?" Ryan said after a moment's thought. "I'm a little uncomfortable," Delana nodded. "Once we're aboard the airship, I have a private cabin for you and Anna to rest in." "That?" Delana hesitated. If she had a private cabin, she could have reluctantly accepted it. Otherwise, as an elf, she simply couldn't get used to being huddled with so many humans. "Andy, please come with me," Anna said, pulling Delana aside. "Okay." After several hours of flight, the airship arrived safely in Munster. Ryan and his group quickly emerged from the airship's docking platform. At that moment, Ryan felt a faint sense of surveillance, as if someone was watching him. This made him stop and look southeast. Another person in the group also noticed the surveillance. It was Delana, and she looked southeast almost at the same time as Ryan. A figure carrying a bow flashed by in the distance. "A woman? An archer?" Ryan wondered. "Captain, what's wrong?" "Nothing, let's go," Ryan said, shaking his head. At the same time, near the gates of Munster, a commotion erupted among the people queuing to enter the city. A distant sound, like the beating of a drum, echoed faintly from the ground. A heavily armored knight, commanding a four-legged monster resembling a multiplied giant lizard, over 3 meters tall at the shoulder and 6 or 7 meters long, advanced toward the gates. Only when they neared the gates did the knight pull on the reins and stop. The knight was a sturdy man, with a distinct, old cross-shaped scar on his face. He was none other than the Earth Dragon Knight, Hansel. "Sir, according to regulations, ferocious beasts are not allowed to enter Munster." 7 or 8 city guards, weapons in hand, said nervously, gazing at the behemoth before them. "No, my Krups is a mount, and a very well-behaved one, don't you think?" Several city guards exchanged glances, bewildered. "Here, this is the mount permit issued by the Imperial capital." A knight attendant following Hansel quickly presented a parchment scroll to the city guards for inspection. "Then there's no problem. Please enter, sir." After a careful inspection, the city guards immediately allowed him in. Hansel, controlling the enormous earth dragon, slowly entered Munster. "The dragon blood fruit from the indigenous tribe seems quite effective, sir." "Krups is in excellent condition," a nearby attendant remarked. "Yes, Krups's earth dragon bloodline has increased considerably. I expect he reached legendary status soon," Hansel said, also smiling. "By the way, contact Sam's group and confirm the mission." "Yes, sir." In a mansion in the upper part of Munster, Sam was in the reception room, listening to his subordinates' reports. "Captain, Hansel, and the others have arrived. Do you need them over?" "No, arrange accommodations for them. I go there myself later." "We'd better not expose ourselves here," Sam said, waving his hand. At this moment, Garcia, a long-legged female archer with a bow on her back, knocked on the door and entered. "Captain, Ryan and his group appeared at the airship docking station in Munster half an hour ago, and are currently en route to his mansion in the Noble District." "Oh, is the elf girl with you?" Sam asked, his eyes lighting up. Sam's focus, naturally, was on the elf girl, not Ryan. "Yes, but there's probably more than one elf. Also traveling this time is a beautiful woman who's very close to the elf girl. Although she appears human, I have a feeling she's an elf." Garcia thought for a moment, and finally expressed her judgment. She remembered clearly that when she was observing Ryan and his group from afar, 2 people quickly glanced in her direction. One was naturally Ryan, and the other was this dignified and beautiful woman. With such keen perception, how could they be ordinary women? "What? 2 elves?" Sam's eyes widened, and he stood up suddenly. "Ha, boss, we're rich." The bald man rubbed his head and laughed. "We paid double the price to hire Hansel, and it paid off." Captain, I'm not entirely sure." It's just a feeling. Garcia wasn't quite so excited. After all, it was merely her subjective judgment. This is simple. It's a magical tool I made some time ago, using greenthorn seeds. It will sense any natural magical fluctuations within a 30-meter radius, even if they're very weak. Garcia, don't go back. Just send someone smarter to confirm. Sam said, as he pulled a pale green, pea-sized seed from his pocket and handed it to Garcia. Okay, Captain. Garcia bowed slightly and turned to leave. 2 hours later, everyone in the reception room was excited. Garcia's suspicions were confirmed. 2 elderly women were now inside the Ryan residence. This was like a fuse, igniting the enthusiasm of everyone in Sam's group. 2. If this mission is accomplished, wouldn't the rewards be doubled? Aside from Ryan, are there any other troublesome individuals? Sam asked, his face lit up with a hint of excitement. After pacing the living room a few times, he paused. There's one named Very, a Grand Knight. Unlike the rest of Ryan's team, he practically resides in Ryan's mansion. The others have already left Ryan's mansion, Garcia said. Oh, just ordinary Grand Knights. Diam, then Very is yours, Sam said, turning to the bald, muscular man. No problem, boss, the bald, muscular man said, rubbing his head. Garcia, you take care of the elf girl, and I deal with the older elf. As for Esteban, the two of you, create some noise nearby to distract the patrolling guards, and then provide support and assistance. We must complete the entire operation as quickly as possible, then immediately retreat along the established route. Any questions, or anything you think we've overlooked? Sam asked, glancing around at his team. Captain, what if something goes wrong with Hansel? Or, for example, if Ryan returns less than 10 minutes after being lured away? What then? Garcia pondered, then posed a thorny question. At first, the others were stunned by Garcia's question, then began to voice their opinions. Hansel can't be that incompetent. Yeah, if Hansel can't lure them away for 10 minutes, he can't say he can't even do it for 5, right? The bald, muscular man rubbed his head. Haha, normally, 3 minutes should be enough for us, 5 at most. I told Hansel 10 minutes to give us some leeway for the entire operation, Sam said with a chuckle. Ha, I'm telling you. Boss, you're leaving a bit too much leeway. The bald man laughed. Yes, more than double the number. As expected of the captain. Another team member also smiled. Well, then there's no problem on my end. Garcia thought for a moment and nodded. Since their captain had already considered this issue, there was no need for her to say anything more. Okay, I go to Hansel now. Seeing that none of his team members had any objections, Sam stood up and said. Half an hour later. In the Munster Trade District, Hansel's temporary residence. So my mission is to pick any female family member and capture them? Hansel asked. That's right. They definitely catch up. You don't need to fight them or anyone else. Just keep them far enough away, and you have accomplished the mission, Sam nodded. As he spoke, he handed Hansel 2 portraits. The portraits depicted Ryan and Very. However, when Hansel took in the youthful-looking Ryan and the equally young Very, he was taken aback. He seemed a little unconvinced that the targets of this mission were so young. After all, how powerful could they be? How could they possibly surpass him? The requirements this time were so simple. Sam, that's too easy. Are you sure I don't have to kill them both? Ha ha ha. Hansel laughed. Sam, for the right price, I can help you take out these 2 guys right away. Don't make things complicated. Hansel, stick to the plan. It's better for you and me, Sam said, his face serious. In reality, Sam was hesitant at this moment. He considered telling Hansel about a Simov's Blood Scalp mercenary group being annihilated by Ryan. But after a moment's reflection, he decided against it. After all, if Hansel found out and raised the price again, he'd be asking for trouble. Besides, he just made it clear. He'd only had Hansel distract the enemy, not engage them in combat. So, even if he didn't share all the information, it wouldn't be considered a violation of protocol. Okay. Sam, you're still so boring. Hansel shook his head. When do we do it? Tonight, around 1 a.m. Do you have any questions? Tonight? Great, I love it. The schedule is tight. It won't delay my next big payday. Excellent. Sam, next time you need a job like this, remember to call me. I give you a discount, Hansel said with a hearty laugh. The night was late. The moon and stars were dim. In the Munster aristocratic district, near Ryan's new residence. Suddenly, a burly figure flashed into Ryan's new residence. It was Hansel, who had arrived on time, as agreed. Just pick a female relative, and the first room on the left will do. Hansel surveyed Ryan's residence with considerable ease, deciding on his target instantly. At that moment, Ryan, lying in bed, suddenly opened his eyes, and Delana, who was resting in the same room with Anna, also opened her beautiful eyes instantly. Boom! Hansel burst directly into the first room on the left, snatched up Agatha, who was screaming in her pajamas, and then, laughing triumphantly, strode out. But as he emerged from the room, he was startled. He saw a man and a woman in the courtyard, calmly gazing at him. Chapter 328. Hansel was startled by the appearance of an extra person. Rain's appearance was naturally within his expectations, but what about the beautiful woman next to him? She looked quite dignified. Could it be that two people were doing something in the room in the middle of the night? That didn't make sense. The beautiful woman's clothes didn't look wrinkled at all. But Hansel quickly shook these chaotic thoughts out of his head. At that moment, two words flashed through his mind: more money. It didn't make sense that the price of luring one away would be the same as for luring two away. One more person, naturally, would cost more. That shouldn't be wrong, right? Rain quickly examined the burly man before him. He had a cross-shaped scar on his face, and he was tall, muscular, and imposing. Judging from his aura, he was roughly stronger than Batista of the Rock Squad. Compared to Tide Piercer Rulgatz, he was still inferior. In other words, the man was roughly between the peak Grand Knight and the title Knight. He still hadn't quite grasped the other party's intentions. They took Agatha as soon as they entered? Is this some conflict with the Wiggins family, to which Agatha belongs? Or had they captured the wrong person? Ryan had always assumed that if they were kidnapping someone, their target would be Anna. Suddenly, the other party quickly moved to the left, carrying Agatha, apparently unwilling to engage him. Ryan immediately said to Delana, who was standing nearby, "Ms. Delana, please protect the mansion, especially Anna." With that, Ryan's figure gradually vanished. To Delana's astonishment, she saw that before Ryan had even finished his words, he was already over 20 meters away, rapidly pursuing the intruder. 2 days ago, Delana would have scoffed at Ryan's words, but she certainly wouldn't have followed them. But since arriving at Ryan's mansion, Delana had come to believe 80% of what he said. At the same time, her assessment of Ryan's strength had risen significantly. So she hummed, but didn't move. Instead, she tilted her head and nodded slightly to Anna, who had also been startled awake. When Hansel turned back for the first time, he saw the two of them still standing there, and he felt a sense of relief. He thought, this money is too damn easy to make. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. He felt a sudden gust of wind from behind him. Instinctively, he spun around, protecting the girl in his right hand in front of him. Then, he raised his left arm, intending to use it as an arm shield to block the attack from behind. But Hansel only saw a shadow flash by before he felt a sharp pain and looseness in his right hand, releasing the girl he had been holding. Then, he felt a tremendous force radiating from his left arm shield. Bang! Hansel, like a heavy artillery shell, streaked in a straight line, blasting out from the garden of the Ryan mansion. Bang! Hansel's sturdy marble wall was instantly blasted with a massive hole. But he didn't stop. He flew across the street, crashing heavily into the wall of a mansion across the street before finally coming to a complete stop. The solid white stone wall had been dented in the shape of a human, and a dense web of cracks spread outward. This scene was naturally witnessed by Sam's group and Hansel's followers, who were lying in ambush outside the Ryan mansion. Just then, they heard a distinct metallic clash and, assuming Hansel had succeeded, their faces lit with anticipation, ready to strike. But the next second, they saw Hansel's familiar tall figure. Although he emerged, he was actually flying backwards. While his speed was certainly exceptional, on par with a dragon knight, it didn't look like he was trying to lure the enemy into pursuit. How should I put it? It felt more like being sent flying by the enemy? So, for a moment, everyone, including Sam, who had been waiting for an opportunity, was now somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend Hansel's current state. Sam, in particular, could see his thoughts racing. Was Hansel deliberately showing weakness? Luring them into pursuit? But hadn't he already given clear instructions? Just grab any woman and leave immediately, and they would chase after him. This guy even insisted on fighting Ryan? What a mess. Fuck. But soon, Sam's pupil shrank, and his face darkened. Because he noticed a familiar figure calmly emerging from the hole. It was Ryan. After rescuing Agatha, Ryan handed the frightened girl to Very, who had rushed behind him, and the guards, startled by the loud noise. He himself headed out of the mansion. As for why he didn't catch up quickly, it was because he was still reliving the punch he had just thrown. Ryan didn't use his new core skill, weakness control, or blood rage at all. He simply activated top strength and used his intermediate ultimate, heavy punch combo, saving Agatha while simultaneously delivering a punch to her. I didn't expect this power to be quite this powerful. Ryan sighed inwardly, looking at the burly man now embedded in the wall, and his visibly twisted left arm. But soon, understanding dawned on him. This was because his talent, top weapon mastery, had given him a significant bonus when using his gloves, reaching the maximum level of glove specialization. Additionally, the 8 points of strength and 8 points of agility gained during his class change were quite significant. Also, with the blessing of top strength, although he hadn't fully activated it, the effect was already comparable to the power of his previous hammer technique, Hammer of Annihilation. No wonder a single punch had knocked a peak level knight so badly. Damn it! Hansel struggled to his feet from the wall, his face grim. But as he glanced down at his dislocated left arm, a slight chill ran down his spine. With that kind of strength, even a quasi-legendary couldn't dislocate his forearm with a single punch, could he? What are you kidding? Could this young man be a legend himself? Hansel's eyelids twitched. At this moment, he finally understood. Why did that Sam keep insisting he take the woman and leave immediately? It wasn't that he was afraid he'd kill her. It was that he was afraid if he didn't leave immediately, he'd be stuck. Why would that shrewd bastard Sam agree to double his price? You bastard, he must have known the other party was incredibly powerful. Why would he agree? I was just being stupid. Ugh. I was being tricked by Sam. But I wasn't defeated yet. Krups. Hansel roared, and at the same time, his dislocated arm snapped back into place. Boom! A giant lizard, 3 or 4 meters tall and 6 or 7 meters long, burst out from a nearby house. This brought a hint of surprise to Ryan's eyes. It wasn't the monster's size, or the level of strength it displayed, but rather, the aura mingled with the scent of a dragonborn creature. A dragonborn creature? What a pleasant surprise! Ryan's gaze softened as he looked at Hansel. Good man. Ever since he learned that his dragon bloodline required the gradual improvement of dragon essence or similar items, Ryan had been thinking about where to begin. To his surprise, something would arrive so soon. As for the watchful eyes around him, Ryan was certainly aware of them. He even had a vague idea of the approximate strength and number of lurking enemies. But it's just right. My departure should make all those people who are waiting there jump out on their own initiative. With Drana and Very here, I'd be back in a minute, so there shouldn't be any problems. Ryan made a snap decision. Hansel leaped onto the dragonborn creature, let out a strange cry, and sped off in the opposite direction of Ryan. This scene naturally left Sam speechless. He was roaring inwardly. Hansel, you idiot. The plan was for you to kidnap the women and then run. I didn't tell you to just run. You don't have any hostages. If you run now, will they catch you? But to the surprise of Sam and the others, Ryan suddenly tapped his toes, and a stream of silver light emanated from him, charging straight towards Hansel, who was riding the Earth Dragon. This caused everyone in Sam's group to look at each other in bewilderment for a moment. After all, 99% of normal people in this situation would naturally give up and defend their own residence first. But this Ryan seemed a little off-kilter. He chased after them? Captain, we've lured them away, but it seems quite different from our plan. Should we still attack? Garcia asked softly, his expression complicated as he watched this incomprehensible scene. Sam's mind raced, and soon, a hint of ruthlessness crossed his face. He said quickly, of course we will. We just need to make some adjustments. Esteban, you two come along and help Garcia capture the elf girl quickly. Diam, be ruthless and take care of that Very as soon as possible, then join me in capturing the other elf. Sam added, turning his head to the bald, muscular man beside him. All right. The bald, muscular man smiled grimly. He had long wanted to suggest that his captain delegate authority. The entire operation had been so timid and awkward before, not at all satisfying. In fact, Diam thought, if they'd added a little more money and had the Earth Dragon Knight Hansel join them in a joint attack, they might have been able to take out this Ryan. Previously, with just one elf, the loss might have been too great to justify, but now with 2 elves, even if the loss of a few men could achieve the goal, it was a significant investment. At Sam's command, everyone in Sam's group burst out from their hiding spots and rushed towards Ryan's mansion. Soon, they leapt into Ryan's mansion. Seeing multiple foreign enemies invading, their attention still riveted on her and Anna, Delana's beautiful eyes narrowed, and she wondered, are they really coming for me and Anna? When she disembarked from the airship that day, Delana had sensed someone was following her. It now seemed her feeling was correct. Delana's attention immediately focused on the black-robed middle-aged man in the lead. Judging from the magical aura emanating from him, he was a master perhaps even stronger than herself. Very, standing nearby, also had a solemn expression. For he was now facing a strange, bald, muscular man with shiny skin and a wiry aura, even more powerful than Angus. He was actually a peak-level Grand Knight. Although he had recently trained diligently with his captain, Ryan, and had made considerable progress, he could only compete with experienced Grand Knights at best, and was still far from reaching the peak of the Grand Knights. He had also fired the team signal flare. If he could hold on for 5 minutes, the rest of the team would arrive. "Action," Sam said gravely. Immediately, he began chanting and casting spells. Hansel's nickname is Earth Dragon Knight. The Earth Dragon he rides on is his greatest strength. As a dragonborn creature, the Earth Dragon's strength and speed are far superior to those of ordinary ferocious beasts. Hansel, once atop the Earth Dragon, felt almost at ease. At this moment, he was truly himself. With the Earth Dragon's support, Hansel's offensive and defensive capabilities were greatly enhanced. Furthermore, the Earth Dragon's speed was so great that, without a flying mount, it could even outrun the pursuit of a legendary warrior. In fact, if it weren't for the overwhelming strength Ryan had just displayed, Hansel, having just suffered a setback, would have turned around and given Ryan a taste of his own medicine. However, Hansel's heart had barely settled for 2 seconds when he looked back, his eyes widening. He was shocked to discover that Ryan, chasing him, was actually much faster than his Krups. At this rate, he would be caught up in less than 5 seconds. "Krups, Earth Dragon charge!" Hansel roared. He swung the reins hard, and tiny beads of blood oozed from the gray skin of the Earth Dragon beneath him. Then, its limbs began to move rapidly, alternating between them. Suddenly, its speed surged, and it rushed forward like a gray line. The knights watched squads along the way, noticing something was amiss, were blown away by the Earth Dragon's whirlwind. Some of the unlucky ones were blown 4 or 5 meters into the air, then thrown back down, instantly losing their fighting power. "Huh? He's quite capable." Ryan watched the Earth Dragon, on the verge of being overtaken by him, suddenly exerting his strength again, gradually closing the gap. You know, he was constantly interspersing his pursuit with his ultimate technique, Shadow Step. In that case, instantly, the piece of hardened adamantium in Ryan's hand transformed into a short spear. Suddenly, Ryan stomped his mithril boots hard, and the white flagstones of the ground instantly dented, sending gravel flying everywhere. At the same time, he used the momentum to twist his hips and spin, his arm muscles suddenly expanding more than double, and with a powerful swing. "Hoo!" With a low roar, the short spear in Ryan's hand vanished, and a bolt of black lightning shot from Ryan's fingertips straight into the back of the burly man dozens of meters away. There was no sound of breaking air. The short spear seemed to teleport through space. A circular wave of white air had just appeared in front of Ryan, when a massive hole exploded across Hansel's waist and abdomen, perched on the back of the distant Earth Dragon. At this moment, a sharp whistling sound echoed throughout the surroundings. Shoo! Clearly, the short spear's speed was incredibly fast, far exceeding the speed of sound, which was why it had such an effect and power, breaking the sound barrier and reaching its target. But even after piercing Hansel's waist and abdomen, the short spear still retained its momentum and struck the Earth Dragon's neck, which was directly in line with its master, Hansel. Bang! The hardened adamantine short spear, nearly halfway embedded in the Earth Dragon's neck, created another bloody hole. "Ah! Ah!" Hansel and his Earth Dragon both screamed, unable to maintain their swift run, and the Earth Dragon instantly stumbled. Hansel, in the excruciating pain and severe injuries, could no longer sit still and immediately collapsed to the ground. The next second, Ryan swooped in from behind, his figure tracing a silver arc, instantly appearing in front of the Earth Dragon's left. The hardened adamantium in his hand had already transformed into a two-handed greatsword. She! A circular slash flashed across the Earth Dragon's neck. Sizzle! The foul-smelling Earth Dragon blood gushed out from the circular wound in its neck like a small waterfall. Ryan adjusted his distance slightly and was successfully drenched. At this moment, a system prompt sounded, ding! Detecting host's baptism of Earth Dragon blood, a trace amount of absorbable dragon gene fragments was found. Yes/no? Note, this trace dragon gene fragment, after absorption, can slightly increase the upper limit of the host's dragon bloodline concentration. Sure enough, my perception was correct. This Earth Dragon is a dragonborn and possesses dragon gene fragments. However, judging by the description, It seems to be of the same caliber as a legendary earth snake. It's only a trace amount, so I'm afraid it won't be enough to upgrade my bloodline. But even a small amount is still meat. Little by little, it will add up. Ryan immediately chose yes. Just like last time, Ryan felt a sudden warmth rising from the part of his skin stained with the earth dragon's blood, as if something was seeping into his body. The entire process lasted very quickly. Puff! After Ryan split the earth dragon's chest with another sword strike, he thrust his hand into the dragon's chest and extracted a heart the size of a basketball, still beating. Can't waste it. Ryan glanced at the attribute panel. As he had expected, the effects of the dragon bloodline had not changed at all. Mutated dragon bloodline, medium, effect, moderately increases affinity with water and fire elements, grants top-tier talents such as danger sense, dark vision, weapon mastery, super insight, and the effects of great strength and steel body, and doubles the power of Warcry abilities. Huh? This is... But the next second, Ryan's eyes lit up. Because he saw a new system prompt, the prerequisites for advancement to Dragon Vein Wizard, Legend, are 1. Mutated Dragon Bloodline concentration must be rich or above. 2. I didn't expect that as Dragon Bloodline concentration increases, the requirements for advancement to Dragon Vein Wizard, Legend, will become clearer. Also, the Dragon Blood concentration requirement stated is rich. I'm currently at medium. Is rich the next level? Or is there another level in between? Ryan couldn't help but ponder. But then he shook his head. It doesn't matter. Let's hurry and return to the mansion. Just now, I sensed quite a few prying eyes. I imagine they should all be out by now. Just as Ryan was about to leave, he suddenly noticed the burly man lying in a pool of blood on the ground not far ahead, still struggling to get up. His gaze was fixed on him, filled with anger and hatred. Right, don't waste this time, Ryan muttered to himself. The two-handed sword in his hand rapidly transformed into a warhammer. As Hansel stared in horror, the hammer struck him squarely on the forehead. Pa! With the sound of an iron rod striking a watermelon, a transparent, hideous spirit figure, trailing a long trail of flame, circled Ryan several times before darting into the warhammer. The next second, the ground beneath Ryan's feet cracked like a spider web, and a white wave of air rapidly spread, and Ryan's shadow on the ground began to gradually dissipate. At the same time, inside Ryan's new mansion, the battle had barely begun half a minute. A wall of green vines, stretching for dozens of meters, separated the two groups. The vine shimmered with a rich green magical aura, absorbing almost all of the attacks from Sam's group. However, as the caster, Drana was not at ease at the moment, and sweat was already visible on his forehead. She knew full well that her level 2 spell, Vine Wall, wouldn't hold the enemy back for long. It would only last a minute longer before it was declared defeated. At that moment, Anna's gaze suddenly turned toward the mansion's gate, and she exclaimed, Ryan. Huh? Hearing Anna's exclamation, everyone present turned their gazes toward the gate, frozen in place as if struck by lightning. Ryan suddenly appeared at the mansion's gate. Although covered in blood, his fluid movements clearly indicated it wasn't his own blood. The answer was clear. Fuck. That's a fucking minute? The bald, muscular Diam, who was about to attack Very, saw this scene and felt a chill in his spine. Hansel, that guy, is such a jerk. We agreed to keep him out of the way for 10 minutes. Another team member gasped. Yes. The captain wisely left nearly double the reserve. But it's only been a short while, and even a larger reserve wouldn't be enough to handle the current situation. Esteban muttered. Sam's face darkened, his lips twitching. He was well aware of the strength of the Earth Dragon Knight Hansel. Ryan's presence at this moment indicated that Hansel had likely escaped with serious injuries. Now, he faced an extremely difficult choice. Retreat or attack? Chapter 329. Retreat? Without a rear guard, retreating at this point would be impossible. And judging by the strength Ryan had displayed, unless he left most of the team behind to cover the retreat, it would likely be ineffective. But there was still one problem. He wasn't willing to give up. Those were two female elves before him. If he didn't take action, there would be no chance of survival. After all, he wasn't a fool. If the two elves really escaped back to Ferdinand Forest, his entire plan would be in vain. With most of the team killed or wounded, their strength severely weakened, it would be a complete loss. No! We can't retreat. At least we have to capture an elf before we retreat. While this would inevitably result in some casualties, he would not only be innocent, but actually meritorious service to Duke Drum. Esteban, you two, double-team them with a net. Garcia, block with your bows. Sam, having made up his mind, quickly deployed his forces. Diam, forget about your people, target that elf girl, quick! As soon as Sam finished speaking, everyone in Sam's group sprang into action. It must be said that the full-fledged members of Sam's group were extremely well-trained and had a strong execution ability. Of course, it's important to note that there's a huge difference between teamwork and individual combat. At this moment, the members of Sam's group still believe that, through combined efforts, they could still compete with Ryan. At worst, a safe retreat wouldn't be a problem. Esteban and another person quickly pulled out 2 nets and threw them towards Ryan. In an instant, the nets expanded in midair like a dark cloud, covering an area 5 or 6 meters in diameter. The 2 men naturally understood that, despite the special material, the net wouldn't pose much of a problem for a master like Ryan. But their goal was clear, to delay Ryan slightly, allowing Garcia to seize the opportunity when he dodged or blocked an attack. As team members, they had practiced this kind of coordination many times in actual combat, and were confident in it. Of course, the ultimate goal was to help their leader successfully capture an elf, which would have achieved their intended goal. Garcia had already aimed his great bow at Ryan. With a whoosh, a feathered arrow, shimmering with a flash of black light, pierced Ryan. Instantly, all 3 of them launched their attacks at Ryan. The 3 men's eyes were fixed on Ryan's figure. Seeing the feathered arrow approaching him, yet he remained unmoved, their faces lit up with delight. Their expressions seemed to suggest that Ryan was still young after all, and while he was formidable, he lacked experience. You have to know that Garcia's feather arrow was poisoned. If even a scratch were to occur, the poison would seep in, gradually paralyzing the entire person. While not completely paralyzed, their strength would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. At that point, the tide of battle might be turned. Swish! But to the astonishment of the 3, the feather arrow actually pierced through Ryan and lodged itself squarely in the ground, its tail feathers still trembling. No! That was an illusion! Ryan was no longer there. The 3 paled with shock. Bang! Esteban suddenly groaned, and he was suddenly thrown over half a meter into the air. Some immense force folded him in half, his eyes bulging, his mouth gaping, his tongue protruding. Just then, a figure appeared before Esteban, poised to strike him in the stomach. It was Ryan. After advancing to the epic class, King of Thousand Blades, his strength had greatly increased. With this foundation, he unlocked the ultimate skill, Shadow Step, and his movement speed almost surpassed the upper limit of what the average Great Knight could perceive with the naked eye. Only Garcia, an archer, could barely catch Ryan's eye. But while she managed to capture him, Esteban was in trouble before she could even warn him. At that moment, she immediately drew an arrow, nocked it, and aimed repeatedly, but the shot remained unfired. The next second, another official member of Sam's group, who had been throwing the net, was suddenly sent flying backwards. With a loud bang, he slammed heavily into the stone wall of the villa. A spiderweb-like crack spread rapidly in a circular pattern from his body. At the same time, the other person was completely embedded in the wall. Garcia took a quick glance, and knew the other man was beyond saving. The pupils of his companions were already blurring and dilating, and blood was flowing freely from the corners of their mouths. Clearly, Ryan's punch had shattered his internal organs. In 2 seconds, 2 great knights were dead. Garcia felt a chill run down her spine. Her heart felt as if it had sunk into a 1,000-year-old ice cellar. Originally, she had hoped that relying on her arrows to disrupt the movement, with the 3 of them working closely together, they could at least delay Ryan's movements, or even, in a better scenario, trap him in a special fishing net for a limited time. But the harsh reality before her told her. It's true that teamwork can defeat powerful enemies, but this time, they could barely even track the enemy's movements. Any subsequent coordination, siege, and so on were all just pipe dreams. It was simply impossible. Swish! Ryan vanished from sight again, and this time, cold sweat broke out on Garcia's forehead. She knew it was her turn. Retreat! Sam, upon witnessing this, realized his mistake and shouted. At the same time, he suddenly redirected the 3 fireballs in his hand, aiming them away from the vine wall, and directly at Garcia's position. Huh? Ryan was just about to dispatch the enemy archer, but Sam unexpectedly launched his fireballs directly at his own archer's position, which surprised him slightly. This meant that if Ryan insisted on attacking the archer, he would be killed by the fireballs. In other words, the opponent risked injuring his own subordinates to force him to abandon his attack. But Ryan had just been promoted. He really wanted to get hurt, to test the power of his epic class core skill, Blood Rage. So, under everyone's astonishment, Ryan didn't even dodge and punched Garcia in the forehead. The next moment, boom boom boom, 3 explosions suddenly erupted in succession from where Garcia had been. 3 small mushroom clouds rose in succession. These were the fireballs Sam had just unleashed. The power was astonishing. After the smoke and dust cleared, a figure could be vaguely seen. His once bright silver mithril armor was now shattered and reddened by the intense heat. Garcia lay motionless on the ground. It turned out that Ryan hadn't dodged or cast the metal barrier spell, but had instead chosen to withstand Sam's barrage of fireballs head-on. Pretty powerful, Ryan whispered. At this moment, his skin was practically red, like a roasted lobster. He had forgotten that metal conducts heat. Thus, although he had no wounds, the intense heat was causing him considerable pain. This is considered an injury state, right? Ryan muttered to himself, glancing down at his intact, though slightly burned, skin. And so, for the first time, Ryan activated Blood Rage, the core skill of the epic class, the King of Thousand Blades. Instantly, Ryan felt his heartbeat accelerate, and streams of blood were being pumped out with great force. His eyes were slightly bloodshot, and tiny streaks of blood began to thicken the whites of his eyes. He felt a surge of power within him, like a volcano about to erupt, and the battle just now seemed completely unsatisfying. Ryan was testing him. But others didn't know. This scene instantly sent chills down Sam's spine. He could sense that Ryan hadn't cast any spells or used any magical items, simply withstanding his barrage of fireballs head-on. That's a second-level fire attack spell. You don't even bother dodging? How much confidence does one have in their own defense to do that? Diam, who was locked in a fierce battle with Very, also looked completely lost. As a veteran of Sam's group, he had fought all sorts of enemies alongside his leader. But this was the first time he'd seen anyone withstand a direct attack from his boss's second-level sorcery. And he didn't even bother raising his hands to block it. Where the hell did this monster come from? No wonder the Bloodtop mercenary group was annihilated. In an instant, Diam went from crushing Very to looking dazed, taking 2 consecutive hits from Very. But Diam took advantage of this opportunity to quickly retreat. But the next second, he felt a binding force beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw that his feet had been entangled in 2 thick, glowing green vines. Just as Diam cursed and exerted his strength to break free, he heard his boss, Sam, exclaim in alarm. "Diam, get out of the way." Diam immediately sensed something was wrong. Suddenly, he felt a strong gust of wind behind him. In an instant, a warning flashed through his mind. He strained his strength to roll sideways, but it was too late. Bang! A bulge suddenly formed on Diam's chest. At the same moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him, striking a blow. It was Ryan. Just then, Ryan had seen Delana encircle the burly man nearby. Seizing the opportunity, Ryan rushed over in a flash. As the man struggled to break free, he delivered a powerful punch to the back. Puff! Diam's eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and a mouthful of blood gushed out. Then, he staggered to his knees. Though the punch didn't appear to cause much superficial damage, it had shattered Diam's shoulder blade, heart, and ribs. Sam, now pale, chanted a spell and retreated rapidly. The next second, 2 balls of flame suddenly swirled around his legs, but he chose not to attack. Instead, without looking back, he sprinted out of the mansion. The flames on his legs seemed to give him a pulse-like burst of energy. With every step, his feet exploded slightly, sparks flying everywhere, and his entire body seemed to be propelled forward at a breakneck speed. In Ryan's previous life, Sam at this moment would have been a true man of the world, his steps sparking and lightning. And so, the soles of Sam's feet exploded in turn, his entire speed instantly accelerating to an extremely high level. The nearly 3-meter-high mansion wall, the flame pulses beneath Sam's feet slightly increased in power, and he easily leaped over it. But just as he took off, a flash of black light, like lightning, struck Sam's back. Bang! At the moment of collision, a ring of flame suddenly erupted from Sam's body, but the black light remained undeterred, continuing its forward trajectory. Puff! Sam plummeted from midair like a swan struck by an arrow. Just now, it was Ryan who had unleashed his blood fury, unleashing a powerful javelin. Killing a level 2 liquefaction wizard with a single spear strike? At this moment, everyone present stared in amazement at the scene before them. Very glanced at Sam's still twitching body on the ground, then at his captain, Ryan. His entire body was numb. His captain's strength, why did it feel like he'd gotten even stronger? And Delana's usually dignified face was now filled with a bewildered expression. Only one thought crossed her mind at that moment. A level 2 liquefaction wizard, who had fought her back and forth, and was even slightly stronger, was killed by a single spear. Wouldn't stabbing herself also be a problem with a single spear? And Anna's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth slightly open, a look of similar shock. Although she wasn't the primary fighter, she had just been helping her Aunt Delana fight the enemy, so she knew full well how formidable the enemy was. But such a formidable foe. He was killed by Ryan with a single spear? As easy as stabbing a rabbit in the woods. Isn't that too much? At this moment, Ryan slowly withdrew his right hand, returning to a normal stance from his throwing stance. He was using this process to calm his bloodlust and restlessness. As Ryan turned and walked toward Anna, the guards in the mansion suddenly cleared the middle of the space, making way for Ryan. At the same time, each guard looked at Ryan with a gaze that bordered on admiration and fanaticism. Ryan walked over to Anna and said reassuringly, "Anna, those who were spying on you must have been these same people. Now they've been dealt with. You can rest assured." Hearing Ryan's words, Barry realized that the people who attacked at night were the same ones who had been following Anna, the so-called Sam's group. At this moment, Delana also approached, nodded to Ryan, and said, "Ryan, you're even stronger than I imagined. Much stronger. It seems there's no need for me to stay in Munster anymore. I think you can take better care of Anna's safety than I can. Ms. Delana, thank you for the compliment. Protecting Anna is my duty." Ryan smiled and bowed slightly. "By the way, Ryan, what you just killed seems to be an Earth Dragon." "Earth Dragon?" Ryan nodded. He seemed to have heard of it. It was a dragonborn creature. "Yes, it's a relatively rare dragonborn. The one just now should still be growing, not yet fully grown. Otherwise, it would be more difficult to deal with," Delana explained. Ryan nodded. In fact, he naturally hoped that the other party was a mature Earth Dragon. Perhaps he could absorb a few more dragon gene fragments. Also, if the other party's mount was confirmed to be an Earth Dragon, its origins should be easier to verify. After all, with such a unique mount, even in the entire Empire, it should not be unknown. He initially suspected the Earth Dragon Knight might be a member of Sam's group, but judging by the recent battle, that didn't seem to be the case. It seemed more like Sam's group had called in reinforcements. "By the way, Ryan, I believe what you said before is true. I don't think there's any need to go to the Munster auction house tomorrow," Delana said. Before Ryan could say anything, Delana turned to Anna and said, "Anna, I need to return to Ferdinand Forest as soon as possible. I received a message from home this afternoon. I believe Ryan can guarantee your safety. However, you still need to take care of yourself. I come back to see you later." "Aunt Delana, are you leaving now?" Anna couldn't help but take Delana's hand, her face filled with surprise and reluctance. "Yes. Ms. Delana, you..." Just as Ryan was about to try to persuade him to stay, Delana waved him off. "Ryan, as a thank you for protecting Anna, I have something I thought you might need." Delana pulled a palm-sized, brightly colored feather from her waist pouch and handed it to Ryan. Ryan, surprised, reached out to take it, not refusing. The feather emanated a strange, magical aura, and he could sense some unknown energy within it. "This is the feather of a deceased thunderhorn hippogriff, a part of its essence. It will significantly accelerate the maturation of your pet," Delana said, gazing at the sky and gazing at Ryan. Ryan's face lit up with joy. Accelerate the growth of blood feathers? Wouldn't that mean he'd soon be able to soar freely through the air like a griffin rider, or a dragon rider? "Thank you, Ms. Delana. This item is very useful to me," Ryan thanked her. "Well, I'm leaving now." Delana patted Anna's hand and walked towards the garden woods nearby, quickly disappearing into the trees. Then, with a loud eagle cry, Ryan and Anna looked up at the sky, knowing that Delana had truly left. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the mansion. Ryan looked up and saw Nero and Angus had arrived. Angus was holding two people, likely followers of Sam's group or the Dragon Rider. A moment later, the noble district guards, night watch, and city guards arrived. While comforting his mother, Emma, Jennifer, and the others who had suffered the unforeseen disaster, Ryan briefly recounted the evening's events to the noble district sheriff. Soon, the sword-bearers branch dispatched personnel to take over the scene. At this point, Ryan finally had some free time and retired to his room to rest. The next morning, Ryan's study. Knock, knock, knock. "Come in." Alina, deputy director of the mission hall, entered with a smile and said, "Sir Ryan, I didn't expect you to return to Munster so soon. Yesterday morning, I received your report on the two missions, the blood-cursed Naga Cave and the secret snake cult, and immediately passed it on to Admiral Edward. Do you know the shock on Admiral Edward's face?" At this, Alina covered her mouth and chuckled. Obviously, as Ryan's liaison officer, the more impressive Ryan's achievements, the more proud Alina was of them. An ancient blood-cursed Naga high priest, a secret snake cult legendary, and a legendary ground snake. That's 3 legendary experts, and you've taken them all down. You're truly amazing. But even so, Alina, the capable young woman, couldn't help but sigh. Your Excellency Alina, what's wrong? Ryan was still quite puzzled by Alina's sudden sigh. Could it be that completing the mission efficiently wasn't a bad thing? Your situation is so secretive. Even Admiral Edward wouldn't be able to keep it secret for much longer. Sooner or later, you'd be transferred from Imperial headquarters. The thought of it makes me. Ryan couldn't help but laugh. So that's the reason. Lord Alina, I don't think I'd be leaving Munster for the Imperial capital anytime soon. If headquarters wants to transfer me, they'd probably consult my opinion first. I try to hold off for as long as possible, Ryan said with a smile. Ryan himself also planned to take some time to calm down. Especially the advanced meditation techniques and puppetry he learned from Instructor Maguro, which also require some time to learn. Also, after being promoted to the epic class, Lord of Thousand Blades, Ryan needed some time to reflect, summarize, and improve. Only then could he unleash the full power of this epic class. In last night's battle, he had only used one core skill, Blood Rage, and even an incomplete version, because his injuries were minor at the time. And he hadn't had the opportunity to use another core skill, Weakness Control. Well, that's great, Lord Ryan. I'd be at your service for as long as you're in the branch office, Alina nodded heavily, smiling. By the way, last time you mentioned the suspected discovery of a forbidden gate at Dragon Tooth Pass. Has that information been confirmed? Not yet. It's only been 3 days, and the team should have just arrived. We estimate it will take another 2 or 3 days for definitive news. Alina shook her head. Yes. Let me know as soon as you have news. Ryan nodded. Yes, with such a long distance, coupled with a harsh environment and exploration, it does take more time. Okay, Lord Ryan. Does that mean there won't be any missions these days? Yes, Lord Ryan. However, in 3 days, a large delegation from the Eagle Federation will be passing through Munster. Admiral Edward has expressed his hope that you will attend the welcome banquet. Eagle Federation? Ryan raised his brow, slightly surprised. Although he had encountered the Eagle Federation twice, those were both battles against the Eagle Federation's Leviathan squad. There was another, if you must count, who could barely be considered one. That was Tai Nan of the Bloodtop mercenary group. He was also said to be from the Eagle Federation. In his trophy cupboard, he still had the remains of Tai Nan's metal arm, a product of the Eagle Federation's top puppeteer skills. Yes, Lord Ryan. How did they get here? The battle between us and the Sea Tribe is so intense right now. I'm afraid it would be difficult for them to reach the waters near Munster safely, right? Lord Ryan, the Eagle Federation delegation isn't traveling by ship, but by giant airship. You might not be aware, but the Eagle Federation's airship technology is far more advanced than our empire's, Alina explained. I see. Lord Alina, please tell Admiral Edward the First be there. Ryan nodded. He was quite curious about the Eagle Federation. Meanwhile, over the Eagle Federation's continental coastline, a massive ellipsoidal airship slowly sailed toward the vast blue ocean. At the bow of the airship, a middle-aged man in a Federation officer's uniform respectfully addressed a beautiful middle-aged woman in aristocratic hunting attire beside him. Lady Trenna, why don't we fly directly to Tamriel, the capital of the Dragon Empire, instead of making a detour to the Dragon province of Munster? Since we're going, we naturally need to take a look at the current situation in the Dragon Empire, said the beautiful woman named Trenna. I heard that some of the sea creatures in Munster, instigated by the cult of the sea god, are fighting the Dragon Empire. We could observe. Chapter 330. Well, unlike the behemoths that frequently appear across our Federation, I heard that the situation in the Dragon Empire was turbulent some time ago, and many cults have emerged. That's right. Given the Dragon Empire's corrupt and backward administrative methods, cults are difficult to eradicate. They can even be said to be the perfect breeding ground. Yes, Lady Trenna. Therefore, humanity's hope lies in the thriving Federation, not the increasingly corrupt and decadent Empire. Well, the Dragon Empire still retains many ancient artifacts. The power of these inherited killer weapons should not be underestimated, such as the Dragon Knights. The entire Dragon Knight training system is considered top secret by the Dragon Empire. And against those awakened behemoths, it must be said that Dragon Knights possess a far greater advantage than the giant war golems developed by our empire. Hearing this, the middle-aged officer pondered for a moment, then nodded, saying, Indeed, I hope your visit will help the Empire understand that only through cooperation can we better cope with this calamity. The middle-aged officer clearly considered the last word before uttering it. Because for him, And even for the Federation, the current situation was unprecedented. He used the word catastrophe to describe it. Well, I hope everything goes well. In Ryan's study, Alina and Ryan continued their conversation. By the way, Your Excellency Alina, do you know the purpose of the Federation's visit to the Empire? Ryan asked, a question suddenly coming to mind. Well, I'm not very clear about this. As you know, diplomatic affairs are handled by the Empire's External Liaison Department. However, if you are concerned, I can ask someone to find out. Alina said apologetically. Well, it's nothing. I was just asking. How's the situation in other county towns lately? Ryan said, shaking his head. Ryan wasn't particularly concerned about the Federation's purpose. He simply asked casually. Currently, the situation across the entire province of Munster is relatively stable. You've single-handedly resolved two of the most crisis-prone incidents. The capable young woman gazed at Ryan with her beautiful eyes, chuckled softly, and said, Oh! Ryan hadn't expected that simply completing the missions within two jurisdictions would be the two most vulnerable to crisis. In fact, from another perspective, both the ancient blood-cursed Naga and the secret snake cult had deployed legendary warriors this time. An average provincial-level sword-wielder branch might not be able to defeat them. And if the missions failed, the situation in a significant area would likely deteriorate rapidly. Yes, Lord Ryan. However, the situation in several surrounding provinces is not good. For example, in Vaz province, an ancient cult, the Plague Cult, which was supposed to have disappeared long ago, has suddenly resurfaced and is showing signs of intensifying. And in Nam province, not only are the snake cult's activities increasing, but the limb reclamation cult has also been making repeated attacks, causing numerous tragedies. Admiral Edward even received a request for assistance from the Swordbearers branch in Nam province. Huh? Why don't they ask for help from headquarters? Upon hearing this, Ryan couldn't help but feel puzzled. He looked up at Alina and asked. Headquarters is also short on manpower at the moment. Because most of the Imperial Guardians have been deployed to defend the Imperial capital, the responsibility of combating the cult's high-end forces in each province falls on the Swordbearers branch and the local governors. At this point, Alina couldn't help but sigh. Alas, most provinces are under immense pressure right now. Fortunately, we have you, Lord Ryan, in our branch. Admiral Edward is quite wise. In general, we can only hope for the Emperor's speedy recovery. That way, the Empire's guardians can be fully mobilized, and the situation can be quickly reversed. I see. Ryan nodded. But Ryan disagreed with Alina's last words. It wasn't that he didn't want the Emperor to recover, but for him, his only reliance and hope was his own strength. Apart from that, nothing was 100% secure. However, speaking of Nam province, Ryan remembered Langer, Alex, and Fry, with whom he had fought before. He wondered how they were doing now. Actually, our area is considered the eastern part of the Empire, so the situation is relatively good. In the northern provinces, especially those near the Howling Tundra, the cult is even more rampant. I've heard that several county towns have already fallen. Alina, noticing that Ryan was more concerned about the overall situation in the Empire, shared another piece of news. Huh? The Howling Tundra? The situation there is so dire. Ryan's eyes suddenly sharpened, confirming again. Alina froze, as if overwhelmed by Ryan's aura. She nodded quickly, saying, Yes, this information comes from official Imperial channels, and its accuracy is impeccable. However, she was also a little curious. Why did His Excellency Ryan seem so particularly concerned about news from the Howling Tundra? After receiving this confirmation, Ryan fell into deep thought. When he heard about the Howling Tundra, his mind naturally conjured up a picture of a voluptuous young woman, carrying a large shield. Lagra. It had been so long, and she hadn't sent him any letters. Ryan had always assumed that this was because Lagra had returned to the barbarian tribe and wanted to return to her original life. But now it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case. This made Ryan feel a little worried. However, he was no longer alone, nor was he the humble deputy sheriff of Goldhire when Lagra had known him. Now, he could fully leverage the vast organization of the Imperial Swordbearers to obtain accurate intelligence before making further plans. Does Lady Alina have any way of getting news from the Howling Tundra? Ryan thought for a moment and asked. To be precise, it's about the barbarian tribes in the Howling Tundra, Ryan added. After all, the Howling Tundra stretches across several Imperial provinces, and some parts of the tundra are so remote they extend beyond Imperial borders. So, it's necessary to explain this clearly to Alina. For Ryan, his primary concern is naturally the barbarian tribe where Lager lives. A barbarian tribe? Alina's mouth dropped open, clearly a bit taken aback by Ryan's request. Because Ryan's focus is truly unusual. But Alina quickly realized what was going on and nodded, saying, "Okay, Your Excellency Ryan, no problem. I contact someone to help investigate the situation with the barbarian tribe in the Howling Tundra." "Thank you, Your Excellency Alina. Please do this as soon as possible," Ryan nodded. "You're welcome. I do it when I get back." Alina nodded and smiled. At that moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. "Knock, knock. Come in." A guard entered, respectfully handing over a sheaf of papers. "Lord Ryan, the artist has completed the portraits of the attackers last night, according to your specifications." "Okay, place them on the table," Ryan said with a slight nod. "As you wish, sir." The guard placed them, bowed respectfully, and slowly withdrew. However, the guard's words stirred a wave of emotion in Alina, who was standing by. "What? Lord Ryan was attacked again? Lord Ryan, you were attacked last night?" Alina asked, her eyes widening in surprise. She had a rare day off yesterday, and she hadn't gone to the Swordbearer branch that morning, but had gone directly to Ryan's. Therefore, she had no idea that the Ryan residence had been attacked the previous night. Of course, the main reason was that Ryan had resolved the situation so quickly. At this moment, aside from a large hole in the mansion's west wall, everything else was practically intact. Without a close look, no trace of battle could be detected. "Oh, by the way, Lady Alina, it's a good opportunity. Could you please contact headquarters and investigate a few individuals, just like you did last time?" Ryan handed Alina a stack of portraits. They were portraits of Sam, the Earth Dragon Knight Hansel, and several others. However, some of them had their heads smashed by Ryan's hammer, requiring the artist to spend considerable time and effort to complete the work. Ever since the beautiful woman Jennifer became a shareholder of the Munster branch of the Axon Auction House, Ryan could have conducted some investigation through Jennifer's internal channels, but after some deliberation, he decided it would be better to pursue both avenues simultaneously. After all, when it comes to the people behind Sam's group and clues about Anna's mother, relying solely on the beautiful woman's channels could lead to misleading information, or perhaps even inaccurate information. "Okay, Lord Ryan, I will contact headquarters immediately. Furthermore, this daring attack on you is a serious provocation to the Munster Swordbearers branch. I will report this to Admiral Edward immediately." Alina's face darkened, and she spoke indignantly. "You're kidding. This isn't the first or second time." The capable young woman decided to report this to Admiral Edward and demand that the person behind this be severely punished. "Sorry for the trouble," Ryan smiled faintly. After Alina left, Ryan finally had time to review last night's battle log. "Congratulations, you defeated a powerful foe and earned 7 gold skill points. Congratulations, your willpower, hidden, attribute has been increased. Congratulations, your King of Thousand Blades, epic, class has been upgraded. Congratulations, your King of Thousand Blades, epic, class has been upgraded." After last night's battle, Ryan's new epic class, King of Thousand Blades, had risen 3 levels in a row, reaching level 4, granting him 3 attribute points and 3 skill points. Adding to his original remaining points, his total remaining attribute points were now 4, his remaining skill points were 5, and his total gold skill points were 28. Ryan, arms folded, paced back and forth across the room, lost in thought. After attaining top-level weapon mastery, aside from using the hammer when using soul-shattering blast, there's not much difference in power when using any weapon. Of course, when performing ultimate techniques, the power varies significantly due to the level of the technique. Ryan glanced at the densely packed rows of supernatural combat skills on the Thousand Blade King class panel, encompassing a diverse range of weapons, including two-handed warhammers, two-handed great swords, shields, one-handed axes, daggers, brass knuckles, iron canes, bows, lances, and javelins. Ryan was immediately dazzled. A closer look revealed further differences. Some supernatural combat skills, such as the two-handed warhammer and two-handed greatsword, Ryan had already elevated to the highest level of ultimate proficiency. Some were at the advanced level. Still, some remained at the intermediate level, with little advancement. Still, a bit disorganized. It would be much better if all these supernatural combat skills could be integrated. For example, if they were all consolidated into one supernatural combat skill, with multiple ultimate proficiencies derived from them, that would be much simpler, Ryan mused. Just as this thought was forming in Ryan's mind, a system prompt suddenly sounded, host detected to possess the special class Thousand Blades King, which allows the fusion of all transcendental combat skills into one. Yes/no? This fusion requires 22 gold skill points. After the fusion, all derived secret skills will reach the top level. Note: after the fusion, the names of all transcendental combat skills will no longer be displayed separately, with the exception of secret skills. However, the host will still be able to use the relevant transcendental combat skills. Note: after the fusion, the new transcendental combat skill will be refined, and the host's experience points from each transcendental combat skill will be converted into the new transcendental combat skill at a certain ratio. Really? Is this the special feature of the epic class Thousand Blades King? And all the derived secret skills are top-level secret skills? Ryan's eyes lit up at this point, his heart filled with joy. Does it cost 22 gold skill points? Right now, there aren't many areas in my witchcraft that require gold skill points. Even if I use 22 this time, I still have 6 points left, one more than the normal skill point allowance. Even if I research puppetry later, it'd be enough for a short period of time. After a moment's thought, Ryan decided to merge. After all, once this fusion is complete, all my secrets will be elevated to the highest level. Combined with my talent for supreme weapon mastery, Ryan can unleash top-level secrets with a single move. He's practically a humanoid self-propelled artillery piece. Ryan felt that this was the correct way to unlock the epic class, King of Thousand Blades. As soon as Ryan chose yes, a vast torrent of memories regarding the 9 extraordinary combat techniques began to flood his mind. For a moment, Ryan seemed to have entered a mysterious realm, constantly practicing and comprehending these 9 extraordinary combat techniques, extracting their essence and integrating them. When Ryan regained consciousness, it felt as if he had been in the mysterious space for nearly 100 years. For a moment, his mind was still a bit hazy. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Do you want to rename the new extraordinary combat skill? Another name? Then let's call it the Thousand Blades combat skill. Ryan, too lazy to think, glanced at the 4 characters on the class panel, King of Thousand Blades, and muttered to himself. Just as Ryan was about to head to the training room to try out his new combat skill, he suddenly felt something and looked up at the window. After a pause, Ryan smiled. Is he finally entering maturity? A moment later, there was a knock on the door, and a clear child's voice called out, "Brother, Sister Anna asked me to call you. She said Shuayu is growing up." Ryan quickly opened the door, smiled, and rubbed his sister Mint's head, saying, "Let's go and take a look." "Yes." Mint happily took Ryan's hand and led the way. Soon, Ryan and Mint arrived at the woods in the mansion's backyard. This was where Bloodfeather's nest was located, and Anna was comforting Bloodfeather. Although Anna's breath, whispers, and caresses had calmed Bloodfeather considerably, Ryan could see that Bloodfeather was still a little excited and restless. From time to time, Bloodfeather would chirp loudly, and a pair of claws as thick as ostrich legs would constantly paw the ground. It seemed that the profound changes taking place within him had caused him to behave a little frantically. But this was clearly a good thing. "Anna, is Bloodfeather about to reach maturity?" Ryan asked with a smile. Last night, not long after Delana left, Ryan fed Bloodfeather the feather of the Thunderhorn Hippogriff. He had assumed that Bloodfeather would immediately break through a certain barrier and enter maturity. But to Ryan's surprise, after excitedly swallowing the feather, Bloodfeather quickly returned to its nest, curled up, and fell asleep. Well, although Bloodfeather has just awakened, the feather's energy has already been spreading through its body while it was asleep. Its current state suggests it's about to break through a certain barrier and enter maturity. Hence, it's acting very restless. Anna, relieved upon seeing Ryan approach, nodded. Ryan nodded. At this moment, he noticed a system notification. The host pet, Bloodfeather Hippogriff, is experiencing rapid growth under the influence of the Thunderhead Hippogriff's feather. Rapid growth. Bloodfeather became even more restless. It flapped its massive wings occasionally, its entire body trembling as if ants were gnawing at it. At the same time, its blue and purple feathers emanated a hazy luster, and its sharp claws grew longer and sharper at a visible speed. Minutes passed. Suddenly, 2 bumps appeared on Bloodfeather's forehead. Soon, 2 long horns broke out from the bumps, arching and branching, quickly forming a pair of antlers. Seeing this, Ryan was stunned for a moment, then a smile crossed his face. Yes, because it reminded him of something Veronica had mentioned to him. One of the distinctive features of a mature Bloodfeather Hippogriff is the antlers that grow on its head. Several minutes passed. With a high-pitched eagle cry, Bloodfeather's size had undergone a dramatic transformation. Its torso was nearly the size of a full-grown warhorse, and its wingspan reached over 4, nearly 5 meters. Its muscular build was clearly visible, and its claws and beak faintly glowed with a dark halo. From its physical characteristics, it was clear that it was highly skilled in melee combat. At this moment, system notifications began to flash across the screen. Host's pet, Bloodfeather Hippogriff, has successfully reached maturity. Your beast taming skill has been improved, adding 1018 experience points. Your beast sacrifice, legendary, class experience has increased by 399. Note, Bloodfeather Hippogriff has awakened the innate abilities, Claw Slash and Beak Piercing. Seeing Bloodfeather reach maturity early, Ryan couldn't help but smile. It wasn't that Bloodfeather could provide him with much help in battle, but that he could finally try riding the hippogriff, soaring through the sky like a griffin rider. Huh? 2 talents? Sharp claws? Iron beak? Sure enough, it's a ferocious melee-focused raptor. Ryan thought to himself, observing the awakened talents. Although it hadn't awakened its ranged attack abilities, Ryan wasn't disappointed at all. After all, most of the time, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Walking around Bloodfeather, Ryan looked at the majestic creature and nodded repeatedly. He reached out and stroked Bloodfeather's vibrant blue-purple feathers. They were smooth and supple, feeling wonderful. At this moment, Bloodfeather gently nudged Ryan with its antlers, as if to convey something. "Oh, you're even more anxious than I am," Ryan said with a smile. He naturally understood Bloodfeather's meaning. It was essentially asking him to get on board and take Ryan for a ride. As a druid, Anna naturally understood, and immediately chuckled as she watched from the side. Only his younger sister, Mint, was a little confused, but she soon understood. Ryan tapped his toes lightly, and leaped onto Bloodfeather's back. Bloodfeather spread his wings and flapped them vigorously, stirring a sudden gust of wind. Instantly, Ryan's body rose and fell like a horse. Since it was his first time riding, there were no saddle pads or reins, so Ryan could only gently grasp the neck feathers and squeeze his legs together. Suddenly, Bloodfeather soared into the air, a faint azure air swirling around him. Then, he soared into the sky. "Wow! Brothers flying!" Mint excitedly pointed at Ryan. "The sky! Who doesn't yearn to soar?" And at that moment, Ryan felt the thrill of a roller coaster ride from his previous life. He felt himself suddenly ascend, and then, Ryan saw the surrounding landscape rapidly receding. He rode Bloodfeather, soaring higher and higher, soon reaching the same height as the main peak of the Hrothgar Mountains. After a series of gliding, flipping, and accelerating movements, Ryan gradually became familiar with the Bloodfeather Hippogriff's flight methods. Naturally, Ryan also sensed the pale blue wind energy lingering around Bloodfeather. After all, with his weight combined with Bloodfeather's pony-like stature, if the laws of physics applied, it would be impossible to fly without a wingspan of 10 meters. But this was the extraordinary world. At that moment, Ryan saw Bloodfeather's relaxed expression, and knew that the load he was carrying was far from its limit. This sparked a flash of inspiration in Ryan's mind. If that's the case, then perhaps it's possible. Immediately, Ryan's eyes lit up, and he controlled Bloodfeather to descend slightly. At the same time, the hardened adamantium in his forearms was fully mobilized, coating Bloodfeather's body like mercury. At first, Bloodfeather chirped a few times, seeming to feel a little uncomfortable. But after Ryan made some minor adjustments, avoiding some joints, Bloodfeather seemed to calm down considerably. Soon, a hippogriff, its surface seemingly armored, appeared before Ryan in all its majesty. This way, it's like wearing a layer of armor, making it less vulnerable to injury in hand-to-hand combat. It'd just be more expensive. To defend against physical attacks, I need more hardened adamantium, and to defend against sorcerous energy attacks, I need more enchanted thorium. Enchanted thorium, in particular, is not cheap. Also, besides covering Bloodfeather, I need to keep some for weapon transformation. Ryan quickly thought of some of the necessary preparations. Oh right, now is a good time to test out the power of my lance. With the mount sprint bonus, to what extent can the lance's ultimate skill, armor-breaking attack, be amplified? Ryan's eyes lit up. Instantly, he focused his gaze on the vast white rock face of the main peak of the Hrothgar Mountains directly ahead.